Autumn is also the time when our heroine finally succeeds in leaving home and hitting the road. Today, I will tell you the story of a girl who was born as the second child and was hardly loved by either humans or nature. After countless hardships, she has finally arrived at her destination. Now, she must meet the person she needs to meet. The heroine tightly rolled up her sleeves. It was a bit chilly in the far north, so this simple coat felt rather thin against the cold, but since she had arrived, she had to go in. This final journey needed to be meaningful. The person she needed to meet was the powerful duke of the northernmost province of the empire. Upon hearing the news that his fiancée was coming to meet him, his pen paused mid-stroke, his eyebrows furrowed in discomfort, eyes filled with disdain. "What are you saying? This handsome but rude man is Duke Milion Pastelio of the Zentar region. He is annoyed because the steward reported that his fiancée from the capital is rushing here." Milion asked the steward, "If I'm not mistaken, or perhaps I'm temporarily forgetful, our wedding is still a year away, right? We are already engaged, so why is she coming here without tact?" The steward assured him, "My lord, you are not mistaken." He reminded the duke that the visitor had waited quite a while, and perhaps it would be appropriate to greet her and see what she wants. Milion angrily slammed the table. "This is madness. Is she so bored that she comes here to stir up trouble? Even if we are engaged, she should have sent a letter ahead before coming. Moreover, why come at such a busy time?" The steward also found it difficult, unsure how to advise the hot-tempered duke. His nature was as fiery as ever. Now, in the preparations for winter, everything for the people in the territory had to be complete, including provisions, medicine, and warm clothing for illness prevention. He also had to go out to drive away evil spirits, because this season they come out in great numbers to seek food. Milion's blood boiled. That person, that fiancé, what was she thinking, coming here at this hour? She must be idle and restless. Milion walked into the reception room, grumbling and cursing without regard for whether the guest could hear, because he was naturally brash. After cursing, Milion turned back to the steward. "Should I just break off the engagement? Would it be reasonable now? Find some reasons anyway, we're only newly engaged, of course." The protagonist Milion didn't need to wait for the steward to answer anymore, as someone inside had already replied. Karina, the frail girl from earlier, had been standing in front of the duke's mansion for hours, waiting for him to come out. Naturally, she also heard the duke's exclamation. This was a man who had always shown his dislike openly, regardless of whether it was toward men or women. Milion couldn't believe it and furrowed his brow, asking again, "What did you just say?" Karina smiled gently and affirmed, "I said I agree to the annulment, but with a condition. Let me stay here for half a year, or even 10 months. That should be enough time for me to do what I desire." Both were in the same building, yet their personalities seemed completely opposite. Milion showed clear disdain and asked sharply, "Karina, do you really think I would agree? Where do you get such confidence? Are you out of your mind?" Karina smiled knowingly, disregarding his annoyance, and confidently stated, "I don't need to stay in this mansion. You just need to give me some corner of your domain." Looking at this girl, Milion initially thought she was just causing trouble for fun. But something seemed off, it felt like everything had been predetermined. Still, there was one crucial question. Milion looked down at her and asked seriously, "How long did it take you to get here?" Seeing her ragged, dirty, and visibly patched-up clothes, he asked sternly, "Is the duke's estate really in such dire straits?" Karina tilted her head in confusion. Milion scoffed. "If not, how can a girl like you come here without any servants or luggage?" Karina casually replied, "I intentionally brought nothing because I was afraid of encountering trouble on the way." Milion asked seriously, "The journey is that far? How did you manage?" When the duke asked, Karina truthfully answered, "It took me 2 months to get here." Her expression showed no fear, as if she had just walked over from the neighboring house. "But don't worry," Karina chuckled excitedly. "I traveled by horse, so it was very safe. There was a shocking part with the horse, but it was fine. If the horse couldn't pass, I walked to the next town, which was extremely convenient. Then I changed horses and took another stretch. Overall, 2 months. Milion erupted, cursing in frustration. "Are you insane? Did you really come here alone? Aren't you afraid of dying? Why didn't you contact me even once? And why would a noblewoman like you not hesitate to come here? You're either incredibly naive or incredibly bold." A trace of sadness appeared in Karina's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. she explained softly. I'm not the kind of person who does whatever she likes. But this trip, this is my first and probably my last. I'm seeing many things I've never seen before, from picturesque rivers and mountains, verdant landscapes, to how beautifully the iris flowers bloom and the cool, refreshing streams. Even the greedy little squirrels come out to greet me. The color yellow is what I remember the most. Every time she changed carriages, a new landscape would unfold before her eyes, flocks of migrating birds, squirrels busily filling their burrows with pine cones and chestnuts in preparation for the coming winter. Million misunderstood Karina's intention, thinking that surely no noble lady would dare to travel so recklessly. Twice he shook his head in disbelief. Karina smiled and asked, "Now, will you let me stay here? Just for half a year, or 10 months? Million challenged her in return. "And what if I don't let you stay? Winter here is not a place for you to play around." Karina thought for a moment and then answered sincerely and innocently, "If you don't let me stay, I'll move to Plan B, do odd jobs around here, and then you can give me a temporary place to stay. After that, I'll continue exploring the surroundings." After speaking, Karina secretly observed the colorful expressions flashing across the Duke's face. It was a bit miraculous. Million held his forehead, wondering what had brought this naive girl all the way here without a scratch, and she even had a plan B. I must be going crazy, he thought. He discreetly looked at Karina to see if she was really the one he had once been engaged to. Back then, she had been very obedient, almost like a lifeless doll. He hated that. It annoyed him so much that just looking at her fake smile, ready to bloom whenever told to, felt like staring at artificial flowers pinned on her head. Million pouted, looking displeased. Just then, Karina caught the Duke's gaze. She returned his look with a lifeless smile, one that didn't quite mean anything. Million doubted his own memory. He wasn't sure if she had been this stubborn back then. At that moment, she smiled and said, "You will have to agree, right?" Looking at the girl with her determined eyes, Million was a bit puzzled. He asked, "Why are you so sure? I could throw you out immediately. Because I know you hate me." A short statement, but it showed that she had already accepted being hated. Karina pulled a piece of paper from her cloth bag. "I also brought the annulment document with me. It's already signed, so I'm sure you don't want to lose this, do you?" Million was at a loss for words. Really, she had trapped him, leaving him no way out. He sighed. "All right, do whatever you want. Now I'll have the steward prepare a room for you. Just wait." Karina gave a faint smile and thanked the Duke. She promised, "I will live as invisibly as possible. But if one day you don't see me, just think that I have gone back. Just think that you have finally gotten rid of a nuisance." Gently stroking the annulment paper, Karina severed her own thread of fate. Facing him was a girl who looked small and delicate on the outside but spoke in a somewhat negative manner, contrasting with her giggling demeanor. Million felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but there was something very bothersome about this contradiction. That girl remained the same, always smiling, even though it was somewhat heartbreaking. Looking at Million, Karina felt quite relieved. This person, although he hated her perhaps more than anyone in the world, at least agreed to let her stay and do as she wished. Thus, she stayed with the fiancé who hated her the most in the world. And why was she here? To understand that, we need to go back a little, over 2 months before she made the arduous journey to this northern place. Karina had a family with both parents, and they were indeed her blood relatives. As usual, during every meal, Karina's presence was minimal. Everything revolved around one person, her younger sister, Abelia. Abelia was a cheerful and innocent girl, but she was often ill. At the dining table, their mother and father would always encourage her to eat more and take her medicine because she was the frailest in the family. Her eldest brother, Enfric, would bring her gifts to cheer her up, saying she had it tough. Even Karina's mischievous younger brother, Felden, Abelia's twin, would pout because his youngest sister's medicine was very bitter. He would also ask for gifts from Enfric out of jealousy toward Abelia. Their mother chuckled and playfully scolded both siblings. "You have to take your medicine properly, or else the third son of the family would have to take it for Abelia." Of course, they were just teasing, appearing very much like a happy family of 5. Certainly not including the protagonist, Karina. There was no particular reason. It wasn't because of her bloodline or talent. A question always lingered in her mind, even haunted Karina. Why was she the odd one out in this house? Even in family photos, why was she the only one with brown hair while everyone else had blonde? Recently, she discovered the truth. She had inherited a dormant gene from her grandparents, making her look like a cuckoo chick living in the nest of other bird species, an outsider. No one knew better than she did. Karina looked at the familiar scene and quietly left the table, asking permission to go outside. She kept her head down to avoid anyone noticing. Karina's mother calmly accepted her, as if she were a guest. "Help yourself." Karina sadly laughed inwardly, walking gently and quietly out, sighing softly as she closed the door behind her with a heavy heart. Day after day, like an outsider, even among her own flesh and blood, Karina grew colder. Wandering back to her room, they still didn't care about her. But it didn't matter anymore. For her, more and more. In the bathroom, Karina vomited everything, clean, even dry heaving. Her face was pale, but she made no sound because she was used to it. But wasn't it said that her condition would slow down at least a little? Now it had deteriorated to this extent, with her bouts of nausea and vomiting lasting quite long. This had been going on for a few days. Finally, she knew what was wrong with her. Karina had seen a doctor, and of course, she had to go alone. The doctor was extremely puzzled by her condition, even suggesting that it must have been divine intervention that allowed her to get there. Essentially, the functioning of her body's organs was only at half capacity, like a patient paralyzed on one side. The fact that Karina could still walk was already a miracle. Hard for her to believe, as she questioned why her health had suddenly faltered. The doctor provided a special diagnosis: heart disease. Karina was emotionally shaken, facing a rare, or even incurable, condition. It seemed as though fate had never favored her. Lips trembling, fingers clutching her dress tightly, the mental shock Karina endured now was immense. It was a condition reserved for those born with innate talents, regardless of physical form, capable of miraculous feats akin to divine creation. Some devoted their lives to harnessing such talents. The doctor asked Karina, "Have you also created miracles?" Karina's eyes dimmed, despondent. She painfully admitted it. The doctor inquired further, "Each use of your ability weakens the body. Haven't you been regularly monitoring your health? If you had known sooner, the situation wouldn't be this severe. And your family doesn't know?" Karina fell into a deeper silence. They knew, but their attention was reserved for what they saw as the cherished children. She quietly nodded to the doctor. Karina now felt profoundly discouraged. In truth, she had never shared her condition with her family, for they had never truly listened, even when she tried to communicate through her art. Their rejection made her decide to keep silent, preserving what little dignity she had left. It wasn't hatred. Her parents were fair in their treatment, in a way, but their concerns were always skewed toward Abelia, who was constantly ill, medicated, and unable to eat proper meals. Gradually, their care became lopsided. Even a simple touch became difficult, let alone true caregiving. Moreover, Karina wasn't the youngest or the oldest, she was the middle child, neither here nor there. Their level of attention dwindled to almost nothing. Karina's physical strength was now so weak that even lifting her arm was a strain. Honestly, at this stage, it was akin to the final stages of cancer. She had a small, fragile thought: if I revealed my illness, would they show pity or concern? It was a cynical world. Would they care about her suffering, or only about her innate talent, for their own gain? The doctor had diagnosed her at this advanced stage, with symptoms like anemia, nausea, and bleeding. He sighed as he looked at the medical record. Telling a young girl like this was surely shocking. Karina's time could only be measured by a calendar now. She would have to endure pain and suffering from being unable to eat or drink anything. More seriously, it would last a year or less, until her death. True fate always seemed to push her to the brink, a situation she had grown accustomed to. Perhaps this was a gift for Karina. Upon hearing the news, she indifferently asked the key question: is there any other way to live? And of course, the doctor had no solution. It was an incurable disease. However, knowing how cruel this was for a young lady, he tried to comfort her. There are ways to extend your life as much as possible. If you wish, come to see me for follow-up exams, he said. Indeed, upon learning about her condition, her mind wavered a bit. But now, Karina felt more at peace. If her fate was already sealed with death, should she do something about it, or just wait to die? Sitting by the window, today's sun warmed Karina's mood slightly. She watched the birds flying outside and suddenly thought, if I had wings too, how wonderful it would be, to fly freely and explore everything. The blackbird also looked at the young girl nearing the end of her life, giving her a bit of motivation. So her final moments could be as she wished. Could this be the divine redemption, for giving this young one too much unhappiness? Karina's mindset changed. Why should I bear the burden until death? If I knew in advance, I would make my last breath meaningful. There were many things out there just for joy. But for Karina now, just breathing was precious. She wouldn't be shackled by her older brother, younger sister, or parents anymore. She didn't want to be trapped in this family like a dog they didn't bother to look at, unless they had something new to blame. Could I go somewhere to enjoy my time on Earth? Should I tell my family beforehand? How would they look at me if they found me difficult to handle? What then? She imagined them starting to lecture her, because her older brother had to stay, and her younger sister couldn't leave, which she found utterly repulsive. At that point, she might even feel embarrassed. Karina leaned her face against the wall, telling herself she would be fine without saying anything, if she didn't want trouble. Yet she had to go somewhere. Karina was determined. However, reality was far from easy. If only there were someone in this world to care for her during this final stage, whether out of love or disdain, as long as someone noticed her in her last year. Karina's wish was so small, but despite being in a wealthy family with many siblings, she had never been cared for by a loved one. Just then, a figure crossed her mind, Million, who openly disliked her but still cared, in his own way. That person had once mocked her, calling her useless and only doing what others told her to do. She was stunned. He was irritable, blunt, and rude, but he knew how to care. Million often said, "All you can do is listen to others advising you. If you lack motivation, you shouldn't go out." He was truly despicable, but at least sometimes strangers can be kinder than family. Karina felt the moment he awakened her from her chains was still clear. In her decision, she resolved to go north, to find him. He surely wouldn't refuse. At 17 years old, the age to break the bull's horn, this time she would do what she liked, walk on her own feet and breathe as she wished. She picked up her backpack and set off. That's why she decided to go to the mansion of her future fiancé in the extreme north, Duke Million Pastelio of Zentar. But what should she prepare before that? The next day, Karina started planning her trip, listing everything meticulously on paper. First, exchange gold coins for smaller coins for convenience. Then, a set of plain clothes and dried food. Anything else? She realized she also needed the annulment of engagement document. She noted it down to avoid forgetting. A long journey awaited her, including the harsh northern roads, but she probably didn't need to search far. Speaking of the journey, Karina's mood calmed briefly. She often missed meals without anyone looking for her, not even the servants. Her mood was dim, not sad or hurt, but slightly lonely. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Karina decided not to dwell any longer. She only had a week to prepare everything, including money. She also packed the only gift her mother had given her, of course, before her younger siblings were born. Karina got her bag ready and went to buy a few things, including finding a doctor for follow-up medicine and advice on managing her symptoms during travel. Passing the long mirror in the room, it reflected everything Karina had to see and acknowledge since childhood. The petty discrimination. Since she became a teenager, at family parties she was like a shadowy figure in a theater. No one remembered who she was. But once the young ladies came to attend a family party, they clung to ask her brother because they had just seen the two of them talking to each other. No one remembered who she was, but for instance, once at a family party, the young ladies crowded around to ask about her brother because they saw them talking. Of course, she knew he was her own blood relative, but as soon as they heard his name, they started getting excited again. They praised the Duke and Duchess as wonderful because they had given birth to such an outstanding child like Enfric. Enfric was a talented man in both literary and martial arts, handsome, wealthy, and capable. It was said he was poised to succeed the family, and many noble young ladies had sent him love letters. When talking about this family's children, they couldn't forget Felden, a cute and lively boy with many friends. However, the most famous was still the beloved daughter of the house, a girl with golden curly hair and sparkling blue eyes like an angel, the center of everyone's attention. But they regretted that, while she was beautiful, she was also weak. Karina always had to witness scenes like this, sometimes truly wishing those people didn't exist, or that she herself didn't have to stand here as a backdrop for others. Meanwhile, others, after being reminded 5 or 7 times, would finally remember this brown-haired young lady from the house. They wouldn't even remember her name, just vaguely recalling that she was from a commoner family, or something like that. As she turned around, Karina was already gone. She didn't want to stay here any longer. Karina's memories were all filled with unpleasant things, a part of what was slowly killing her emotionally and physically. The commoner daughter Karina was the label others used to refer to the second daughter of this house. Karina wandered through the mansion, preparing to leave, hoping for a peaceful day. But fate seemed to enjoy teasing this young girl. Just as she reached the staircase, reminiscing about the time when she was scolded by her parents for not enjoying that silly party. As she reached the staircase, Karina encountered her sister Abelia's doctor. Karina recognized him as Nocturn, the one she secretly admired, though her heart ached. She knew why. Despite being around him often, she had never gone to him for treatment herself. Nocturn greeted Karina with a bright smile, asking, "What brings you here today?" Karina remained cold. He always smiled like that, especially when talking about Abelia. Meanwhile, she felt foolish for trying to be gentle and positive in his presence, yet he only seemed to care about Abelia. Karina sometimes wondered if her impending death and Abelia's frail health were somehow similar. Every action of Nocturne seemed to crush Karina's heart. As she brushed past him, she curtly said, "Go inside and check on the girl quickly." Suddenly, Nocturne noticed Karina's pale complexion. Following his usual doctor's concern, he asked, "You don't look well today. Are you feeling okay?" Karina smiled inwardly, realizing it had been over a month since he had noticed anything about her. She replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a bit tired from lack of sleep." Nocturne chuckled again, saying, "Karina, you could come for a checkup with Abelia. Since I'm about to see her anyway." Everything seemed to revolve around her frail, sickly sister. Meanwhile, the person Karina once liked only casually suggested she could come along for a checkup with her sister. Just then, Karina was startled by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching down the corridor. Who would dare to run around this house? Only the youngest children, Felden and Abelia, would. In this case, it was her youngest sister, the most pampered one. Karina was surprised by her sister's actions as Abelia rushed toward her and threw herself into Karina's arms, calling affectionately, "Big sister." The scene, though seemingly happy, wasn't so for the person standing here, who wasn't on the brink of death. Since this was a staircase, the sudden tumble made Karina panic. She couldn't resist as the doctor had warned, her body was too weak. Nocturne quickly supported her from behind, preventing both from falling. But Karina understood more than anyone, he was simply afraid Abelia would fall and struggle to recover. Immediately, he let his hand off, not wanting even close contact. Turning to Abelia, he was gentle and kind, he warned that stairs were dangerous. Abelia laughed brightly, sincerely apologizing for her excitement about meeting her sister. She hugged Karina tightly, asking, "Where are we going, big sister?" In truth, this little sister was dearly loved by Karina, but she was also the source of all Karina's misfortunes, caused by their parents' skewed affection. Karina sternly scolded Abelia for running on the stairs and almost causing her to fall. Abelia smiled innocently, confident that her sister would catch her, showing her adorable naivety. However, Karina, feeling down, murmured something inaudible under her breath due to her bad mood. Nocturne was startled but paid no attention, and Abelia didn't hear either. Karina regained her composure and gently said, "Abelia, go inside so the doctor can examine you. It's getting late." Abelia pouted, reluctant. Nocturne was always fussing over her, and besides, she was feeling better, she wanted to play with her sister. She grabbed Karina's dress, pleading, "Let's go together." They looked truly happy, like normal sisters. Karina pulled her sister's hand away, telling her to behave. But Abelia's pampered nature meant she clung tighter, ignoring Karina's orders. "Don't let Nocturne come here for nothing." The doctor hesitated, then gently coaxed the girl. "I'm really sad if you leave, Abelia. The Duke commanded me to be here." Looking at them, Karina felt a slight bitterness rise in her chest. Nocturne advised softly, "Miss Karina is busy, so you can't put her in a difficult situation." The little girl was now half sad and half resentful, murmuring sadly, "I also want to be like Sister Karina. I also want to go out. It's really fun." Every innocent word from her younger sister made Karina's face darken. What did the girl just say? Karina clenched her dress tightly to restrain herself and maintain her composure, as she had always done for her frail, naive sister from a young age. Abelia had been obsessed with her older sister Karina, following her everywhere. She was always feverish or catching colds, constantly demanding that her sister take care of her, even during tea parties. It piled up, and even though the girl recovered a bit, she never let Karina go anywhere. Karina almost drowned in loneliness because she had no kind friends or even met anyone outside. Even when the twins were slightly older and their older brother was away, Karina was abandoned right in her own home. On her birthday, there was a time when Frell fell ill, so Mom left all day to visit him, very worried. Although Karina was still a bit childish, she asked, "Why did Mom leave? Today is my birthday," but no one cared. Karina also asked her father where her older brother was, but her father showed concern only for him. There were no congratulations, no hugs, just an indifferent remark, "If you want presents, see the servants." Though young, Karina felt what it was like to be invisible and completely ignored. Yet before her two siblings appeared in this house, little Karina was blissfully happy. They seemed like angels appearing before her eyes, treasures just discovered. Her mother gently told Karina, "Take care of your little siblings now. You're the big sister." Karina felt grateful and immediately accepted this important responsibility. She truly enjoyed having siblings, imagining the future with two little angels following her everywhere. But when one of the babies cried right after birth, Karina, not understanding, stood there trying to inform her mother. To her surprise, her mother already knew and promptly dismissed Karina's words, sending her away and calling for the doctor. As they grew older, the girl Abelia was diagnosed as fragile, while the boy twin, Felden, thrived robustly. He always claimed whatever Karina had and stubbornly insisted on getting it. However, the only birthday gift their mother had ever given Karina was non-negotiable. This led to arguments. Karina, stronger but still naive, unknowingly pulled the gift away, causing Felden to fall and cry in pain, his face turning red. Seeing him like that frightened Karina, but she hadn't meant to harm him. Her heart raced, fearing both his injury and her parents' scolding. Hearing the cries, her mother stormed in, angry and shocked, and directly scolded Karina, even though she didn't know what had happened. Karina explained tearfully, "I was just reclaiming what was rightfully mine from my brother." Her mother, furious, lectured her sharply, "He's your younger brother, you must yield to him." Turning back, she comforted Felden as a loving mother would. Karina stubbornly held on to her cherished gift, but Felden continued crying. Her mother threatened to tell their father and have Karina scolded if she didn't give it up. Yet Karina couldn't bring herself to do so, she saw no reason why she should. Her mother, anxious, looked sternly at her and warned, "Behave like an elder sister. Don't act like a child." In the end, in utter despair, Karina reluctantly yielded her most beloved possession to her younger brother. Since then, she hadn't received another gift. On another occasion, when Karina fell ill and felt dizzy, she sought her mother, who was busy with embroidery and initially cold. Karina, however, honestly explained her condition, feeling feverish. Her mother, sensing the warmth, mentioned Abelia's fever and the doctor's ongoing examination. She stopped her sewing and lifted Karina, for the first time since the birth of her siblings. Karina felt joy despite her discomfort. The child smiled brightly, hoping her mother would return to her loving ways. Yet just then, the housekeeper's voice echoed outside, announcing the doctor's desire to speak with the mistress regarding Miss Abelia's condition. Her mother set Karina down and assured her, "Million's calling, I must go now. Go back to your room. I'll come to you later." She always said, as the elder, you should be able to stay alone. Karina, in her feverish state, pleaded to be taken to her room, but her mother insisted, "You're well enough to walk back on your own." And from then on, she never once entered Karina's room. Karina endured it all, just to hear a word of praise, opening her heart to seek even a sympathetic glance from them. Thus, Karina grew up learning to yield. To her fragile younger sister, as the healthy elder sister. To her troublesome younger brother, as the obedient elder sister. To her brother living far away, as the younger sister. Ultimately, in this household, her parents always believed that a second daughter like Karina should learn to yield. From then on, she locked away her emotions, shutting out everything that outsiders called family affection, sibling relationships, or even parental love. For Karina, it was as if they didn't exist. From a young age, she decided, after turning 10, without needing to say or ask for anything. Even nearing death, another door opened for Karina to find new happiness and focus, drawing. Spending entire days immersed in colors and paper lifted her spirits, providing a sense of release. At that time, Karina didn't even realize she was emitting a wondrous power. Nobody taught her how to use this miracle, or that by wasting it like this, she was killing herself. She just wanted to make this household happier, to be noticed a bit more. Like that, Karina exhausted her vitality, drawing everything from this to that. She made them vivid, feeling happy and satisfied. Just as she finished a painting, a butterfly broke through the cocoon and flew away. Everything seemed like a dream to Karina. Naturally, with a child, if they discover their own talents and miracles, the first thing they do is show their parents. Karina was no different. She quickly took her painting to show her parents, secretly hoping they would be delighted, embrace her like before her two siblings arrived. As she ran down the hall, Karina saw her mother happily and excitedly holding news about her brother Enfric, that he was achieving well and would be coming home soon. Karina felt happy too. Her parents were endlessly proud. With faith, hoping her parents would praise her too, Karina showed her painting to her mother. But the painting no longer had the butterfly she had originally drawn on it. Her mother glanced coldly for a second, then reluctantly replied, "Very beautiful," before turning back to discuss with her father about organizing a party for Enfric's confirmation and celebrating Abelia's slightly improved health. Joy multiplied for their family. Karina felt dejected, losing all spirit. For them, siblings were a source of double joy. But for her, in Karina's mind, she always wondered, they are my parents. Why won't they look at me even once? And so Karina lived past the age of 20. Time had turned wounds into scars, no longer bleeding. Sometimes, when she peacefully painted in her room, her mother would find her. She would sharpen her tongue and ask, "Why does Abelia have this? Why does Abelia have that?" Even though everything was placed neatly on the shelf, Karina wanted to explain that she didn't take them, nor did she make them, but she couldn't. Those tiny hands and innocent face seemed pitifully defenseless. Instead of believing Karina, her mother naturally believed her young, cute sister. Karina's heart grew colder. She never listened to her. So Karina had to admit fault and apologize. Eventually, she would be scolded severely, and all of Karina's issues always had to be postponed. When her birthday approached, it had to be postponed because her older brother had just graduated. Karina sneered inwardly. Her brother was always excellent, while her paintings were worse than rubbish in her parents' eyes. When it was time to organize a coming-of-age party, it had to be postponed because her little sister fell ill. It didn't matter. They firmly believed Karina was always good. Karina would yield for her sister. Karina would do it for her brother. She no longer felt any agitation. That's just how they were. And Karina was always healthier, wasn't she? That's why Karina immersed herself more and more in painting. Every moment, every instant, she painted, forgetting to eat and drink. Karina realized that as long as she painted sincerely, it would come alive. Whether it was a dog or even a simple picture, it could come to life. Its existence might be short, a moment or a day, then vanish. But for Karina, that was enough. Instead of being part of a supposed family bloodline she couldn't call her own, when she was sick, she had to drag herself back to her room. When she struggled and felt abandoned, that's how her parents were. Feeling like crying out of frustration, these indifferent dogs or fairies would listen to Karina more. They always stayed by a lonely person in their own home, like Karina. That's why she drifted further and further away, immersed in her paintings. At some point, like now, she had to pay the price with her life, just to be heard and cared for. The price the heavens exacted from her was indeed steep. Karina turned her head, bidding farewell to her little sister and the physician. As she turned away, her expression was visibly grim. She was nauseous but had to endure it. Little Abelia was still so innocent, asking her to have fun and bring something back to eat. The older sister's voice echoed softly, "I want to eat skewered meat and drink fruit juice." Nocturn stood aside, afraid that the little girl might fall, so he carefully held her back. In reality, Karina didn't hate her sister. She deeply cared for her, so she indulged her every wish. Little Abelia was as happy as an angel. It's just that sometimes angels can lead people into despair. Arriving at the mansion's trail, Karina felt so worthless that even her former sister had walked away feeling jealous. Being someone nearing death, she blamed herself for her inherent gentleness. She couldn't harm anyone. Karina's purpose in coming out today was to meet the doctor who had previously diagnosed her. When he saw her, he quipped, "Did you decide to live for just one day? That's why you're here?" Karina chuckled brightly. "No, sir. I'm here to get medicine. The doctor looked puzzled. Medicine? What for? Karina explained that she had planned a trip and needed medicine to last at least 2 months. I've never truly lived life on my own terms, she asserted firmly, her voice like solid rock. So now, I want to live differently. He asked seriously, where does the girl want to travel? So I can prepare quickly. Karina replied, I want to go to the far north, to the Zentar territory. The doctor was taken aback, almost choking on his water. He wiped his hands, composed himself, and with a gleaming, sarcastic smile, said sincerely, if this young lady wants to die soon, I can provide a certain type of medication right now. You could tell he was getting annoyed. Karina remained silent. He waved her away. If you're looking for death, go somewhere else. My place doesn't sell defective goods. Karina quickly, and with difficulty, explained, that's not it. I just want to travel at the end of my life, do things I haven't had the chance to do. Moreover, she wanted to ask if there was a safe way to get there. Timidly, Karina added, I just need it to be safe. I definitely won't drown or anything. Planning to get there within 2 months, the doctor rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. If you rest at an inn for a day or two in between, you might make it in a week. He sighed, sat back, and asked, why the far north and not somewhere else? It's freezing there, bone-chilling. Karina smiled wryly. It's okay, because someone I want to find is there. Besides, if it's cold in winter, I'll just stay indoors. So no worries. He sighed again, looking at Karina like a child yet to experience life, and asked, when are you going? Karina hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers. It'll be a week from now. The doctor nodded sympathetically. That's quite soon, then. After a pause, he said, well, there's a way. Although life may be hard, it doesn't deteriorate that quickly. This medicine can sustain you for 2 months. If you stop taking it, it could become critical, so come back here for more when the time comes. Karina was overjoyed. Knowing the medicine would be enough for 2 months, she felt extremely grateful. Leaving more than 10 pieces of gold behind, the doctor didn't understand why she left the money there. Karina smiled brightly and said, thank you for treating me, and consider it payment for the medicine. He hesitated but eventually returned the money to Karina, saying that he hoped she wouldn't die and would come to see him next time. The doctor scratched his chin, perplexed. How can she be so carefree in the face of death? However, young ones like her often give up quickly. Karina felt a warm glow. Despite being dismissed by him earlier, it was heartening that strangers could care for each other like this. She began to wander outside to find a horse carriage, excited because in a week she could finally travel alone. While walking, she caught the aroma of delicious grilled meat, almost mesmerizing for a girl who seemed lost and near death. Karina quickly returned to the stall. The owner promptly greeted her with a tempting array of skewers, so appetizing that one might come back to life just to devour them. Remembering Habelia's desire for skewers earlier, Karina kindly asked the owner to pack 2 skewers. She thought to herself, Habelia will surely love these. But as she boarded the horse carriage, the bustling noise outside grew louder. At that moment, the image Karina always longed for appeared before her eyes, a woman on the road anxiously caring for her child. Karina realized she had never felt such warmth since having her siblings. She remembered Habelia saying, you get to go out every day, how wonderful. The words unsettled Karina emotionally. She knew Habelia cared for her, but whether intentional or not, her jealousy over Karina's freedom was hard to bear. Nevertheless, Karina remained composed, fulfilling her duties and responsibilities as an elder sister, to care for her 2 younger siblings. Upon returning to the mansion, she found Felden playing something. She wasn't sure what game it was, but one thing was certain, Karina would be the first to be reprimanded if anything went wrong. The boy greeted her eagerly. As she called him over, he swiftly approached and immediately noticed the skewers in Karina's hands. His mouth watered uncontrollably. Felden swiftly grabbed the packet from her. The packet was a bit heavy, so Karina chuckled softly at his antics. Hurry and take it inside, she said. There's also a portion for Habelia, she asked me to buy them. With that, another dull day of Karina's ended. Watching the carefree and indifferent Felden, she couldn't help but feel powerless. Exhausted from the day, Karina retreated to her room for a brief rest. Unknowingly, she slept until nightfall. Just as she drifted into deep sleep, Karina was startled awake by someone calling her angrily, their voice echoing throughout the mansion. Dazed and confused, she found her father standing there, his face stern and eyebrows furrowed in anger. In the cold, dimly lit room in the dead of night, her father and the rest of the family had gathered, not out of concern, but to interrogate her. He sternly asked Karina if she had given Abelia food from street stalls. Karina admitted it and looked back at him, waiting for the scolding. Why was he showing concern only for Abelia and not for her, allowing her to eat such messy food? Even her younger brother Felden looked worried for his elder sister. Karina felt a pang of remorse and wondered what had led to her being suddenly summoned like this. It turned out it was about Abelia, but because she had asked Karina to buy it for her. Karina asked about her condition and learned that Abelia had vomited and become dehydrated. Only with the doctor's help did she recover, but she was still in very bad shape. Her father criticized Karina as a heartless person. Her mother added sharply, "Now that you're an adult, how could you be so careless?" Karina quickly wanted to explain, "It's because Abelia asked me to buy it, it's all her fault." However, this house fundamentally never listened to her, not even for a single word. Her father interrupted loudly, believing Karina was making excuses. At this moment, he viewed her as an enemy, because of Abelia, his youngest daughter. Felden saw his sister being scolded and wanted to explain, but he spoke out of turn. Her father continued to scold Karina, each word hitting home like a hammer. She gritted her teeth, thinking, "It's okay. Just apologize, just endure like always, and it will all pass." But why did she have to endure this alone? Karina turned cold. She questioned her father sharply, "So what?" Her gaze turned icy, any hint of affection disappearing. Her father was startled. This was the first time his daughter had ever talked back, and her tone was cold, disbelieving. He asked, stunned, "What are you saying?" Karina repeated her words sharply, "What if it's true? What do you want me to say?" Her emotions were a mix of anger and hatred. She spat out each word, "If Abelia is having issues, what can I do about it, father?" She gripped her dress tightly. How much longer did she have to endure this? A year, until the day she died? Would she finally be freed after death? Her father continued, "Karina, how can you be so disrespectful?" She boldly retorted, "It was Abelia who asked me to buy it, and she didn't tell me she wasn't feeling well and couldn't eat those things." Once again, her father was shocked, but he kept criticizing, "As the older sister, you should care more about your sibling." Karina cut him off directly, "If it were Abelia, I would do it, but there's no way I would know she couldn't eat those things if she didn't tell me." Her mother, standing to the side, believed Karina was being disrespectful for speaking to her father in such a confrontational manner. How could she remain polite? Karina snapped at her mother, "If it was Abelia, she would have done it without being told." Her mother thought Karina was being unreasonable for talking back to her father. Felden was surprised, looking hesitant. He wanted to speak up but didn't dare. Karina felt a headache coming on. She retorted to her mother, "I don't think I did anything wrong other than speaking my mind. At least I didn't make noise in the middle of the night." Her father, frustrated, cut in, "You should have let the doctor check those things before eating them." Karina replied sharply, "What things, father? Even Felden and I ate them without any problems. Next time, I'll pay more attention and take care of Abelia." This time, Karina didn't apologize. Her father, tired, didn't scold her anymore. He only reminded her, "Be more careful." After the chaotic scene, they all turned their backs and left. Despite everything, they loved Abelia the most and wanted to visit her before leaving. Her father turned back one last time and added, "As the older sister, you should be more considerate. Abelia isn't well, you know. Despite any dissatisfaction, you're still healthy, so please understand." He didn't know that he had more than one sick daughter. Karina sat silently for a long time, not reacting, clutching her skirt tightly, partly in pain, partly having to endure these people. Her face was dark. She only managed to say, "Yes, healthy." What a curse. Karina was angry, resentful, and pitted herself deeply. Was being healthy a crime to them? Even Felden and her brother Enfric were healthy. Why was she the only one who had to endure this? Seeing their daughter's expression, the Duke and Duchess exchanged glances, both bewildered and uncertain. The mother turned back, pretending to console, "Your father spoke like that because he's worried about your sister. Besides, he's a bit agitated, please understand him." She then looked at the daughter who hadn't shown any emotions for over 10 years, calmly advising, "Karina, you won't mind, will you?" Karina replied with just one word, "Yes." When someone has completely shut their heart, even their words toward those they despise become restrained. Only once more, Karina wanted to ask her mother something. "Is that all you wanted to say to me?" The Duke and Duchess immediately paused. The Duke turned back, asking, "What did you say?" Karina asked coldly, "Do you even remember where my room is? You've never been here in all these years. I thought you'd forgotten." Facing the Duke and Duchess now was a daughter nearing death, unloved by her parents, who even criticized her near-death state as too healthy. Truly, life can be ironic. The two of them froze, pupils dilating in shock. Because their daughter had been emotionally dead to them for a long time. There were no tears left to shed. Karina coldly dismissed them. "Miss them, please leave." Duke and Duchess, send my apologies to Abelia for the unnecessary fuss. I also wish to rest. And so the door between this family officially closed. Karina was no longer the Karina she once was. She had to live out the rest of her life as merely a decorative piece in the household, alive or not, it didn't matter. Disheartened, she buried her face in the blanket, sighing deeply, feeling miserable. What had I done wrong? She didn't know if Abelia was in trouble, but if she had passed, Karina was probably just as indifferent, given her recent apathy. Karina lingered in this house, struggling amidst the bedding, seemingly inconsequential to anyone. Suddenly, she sat up. She couldn't afford to feel like this, overwhelmed by anger and pain. Hurriedly, she searched for paper and colors, almost out of crayons. She had evidently been drawing more and more lately. She started to paint, depicting what was in her mind: a door, a window frame, a roof. She focused on painting with all her sincerity, adding clouds and coloring them. A miraculous phenomenon began. Golden light enveloped Karina. This was the sign of a miracle arriving. Karina's eyes blurred, breathing became difficult, hurried sweat poured profusely. Her eyes gleamed, evidence that the miracle had been completed. Finally, it's done. A fairy in a sparkling green dress with tiny wings sat proudly on the windowsill. The little fairy stood up, fluttered her wings lightly, and flew out of the painting. Thanks to Karina's ability, her joyful spirit returned. Yes, no matter how many wounds they inflicted, she only needed to repaint. This was the only lifeline for someone dying of an artistic illness, because drawing too much would kill them. Even if life was exhausting, she couldn't let go. The next morning, Karina wore her most beautiful red dress from the wardrobe. Even the servants were happy because today Miss was joining the family for breakfast. After all, the twin siblings had come and begged her. Felden apologized tearfully for causing trouble last night, and Abelia admitted sobbing that it was her fault, pleading with her sister to come to breakfast. So Karina came, despite her unhappiness. Everyone else was cheerful. Today was also the last day she would see them in this life. Breakfast at the Duke's house was always extravagant, filled with high-quality meats. But Karina, with her weak digestion from the art disease, could only eat salad. The Duke sipped his wine and asked casually, "Your birthday is in 2 days, isn't it, Karina?" Ah, so her birthday was approaching. Even she had almost forgotten, but she knew what he would say next. The Duke slowly continued, "It coincides with Enfrick's holiday, so I want to postpone and organize an outing instead." Karina sarcastically thought, indeed, 10 years as one, they never realize how excessive they are. Calmly, she replied, "Everyone can do as they please, but I can't participate because I have other plans." The Duke angrily scolded her at the table. What could be more important than family events? Outraged, Karina stood up and addressed everyone, "Go and enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about me anymore." And of course, they never got another chance. As Karina ran out of the room, she knew that the next time she faced the so-called family, she would only be a shell. But why couldn't she be happy on her last day? She ran back to her room and wrote a brief note. "I intended to speak to you honestly before leaving, but this final memory is too bitter. Despite everything, you were still family, so I want to leave a few words. That's all that's left now. Just a note saying, I've left." Karina didn't say where she was going or what she would do after that. Ironically, Karina turned and left, in the red dress she had chosen to look beautiful one last time. They were still happy, busy caring for their precious children in the dining room. The room fell silent, as if a person had never been there. Returning to the present, after 2 long months, Karina finally arrived at the Duke's domain. She set aside her bag and worn-out shawl. Bathing in warm water, she felt grateful that, despite his dislike for her, the Duke hadn't turned her away. This moment of relief amidst the pain reminded her of the Duke's warmth beneath his cold exterior. A little while ago, he was even preparing her room, but first, he was rather rude, commenting on her odor and telling her to go shower. Well, when the host speaks, you have to listen. Karina obediently went to shower. Having traveled a long way, the doctor's medicine given earlier had run out. Karina closed her eyes, resting before she would take the medicine. When there was a lot, but stopping for a while shouldn't be a problem, right? Looking at the bottle, only 3 pills remained. Karina pondered, if she didn't take them, she might relapse, possibly even more severely, like a long-suppressed eruption. If nothing happened, she would soon feel weak, possibly even tonight, her health declining. If her temperature got too high, she could take a pill every other day. She could sleep as much as she liked when tired. After all, it was evidence Karina was gradually dying, and she was comfortable with that. Her spirits were light, and she rearranged the towels a bit. Despite being a noblewoman, she was accustomed to doing this herself. Her feet were still wet from the shower, but she felt refreshed. She was doing what she wanted now. She wondered how her father would feel seeing her so free. This journey had shown her many interesting things, even made her happy. Though she only had a year left to live, it was enough for her. It was good in its own way. Surely, except for the Duke here. Karina was invited into Million's office to clarify everything. The room was filled with the smell of ink and books, and Million seemed quite ill-tempered. Karina cried without tears, "Is that because you decorated the room, and now you're glaring at me so angrily?" Million gestured for Karina to sit and began to get to the point. The butler knew how to serve tea well. Million started asking, "Why are you here?" His annoyed demeanor was trademark Million. He couldn't even relax his eyebrows when talking to his fiancé. Karina laughed bitterly. Do I really need an answer? In truth, she didn't want Million's pity, so she deliberately hid the real reason deeper still than her regular concealment. To Karina's subconscious, revealing her troubles to others would only cause inconvenience. Million grew irritated. Every 3 sentences, he frowned. Are you just going to stay silent like that? If you want to survive, at least try to persuade me with some reason. He looked so terrifying that Karina dared not speak. Million guessed again? Are you having issues with your family? The words family made Karina feel indignant and shivering. She held her skirt tightly. Million continued to probe Karina's pain. For a small girl like you to come all the way north, there must be some deep discord with the noble family, right? Karina's heart sank, falling into a deep abyss at Million's words. True and not true, only when there's affection is there discord. If you're a stranger from the start, how can there be discord? Karina only hoped for one thing, to depart peacefully. Which is why she couldn't stay with her family if she wanted a quiet end to her life. Looking at the warm tea, Karina wondered if they would regret or feel guilty when she passed away. She hoped so, even if it was selfish and cruel. She softly expressed part of her thoughts, everyone needs time to ease their pain. Then she changed the subject. Million sighed, if you stay here, I won't be able to care for you. Winters here are very busy. This isn't the right time. Karina bloomed with excitement. That's even better, Million thought, relieved to avoid boredom and confusion. What could this petite girl be thinking? Could this spirited and stubborn girl be the same one from the engagement party? She seemed so different, so extraordinary. Karina chuckled happily, wanting to ask the Duke for one more thing. Her own room, anywhere would do. Because the Duke disliked her so much that living nearby and encountering him daily would be inconvenient. Million replied, there is a room, but it needs to be cleaned up. Karina puzzled, is it very dusty? Certainly not, the Duke promptly denied. Then there's no need to clean anything. Just a bed and a fireplace will do. Karina led a simple life. Million helplessly instructed the steward, quickly prepare what she asks for, and that room will do. So she can move in right away. Karina sighed in relief at the successful clearance, thinking the Duke would be difficult. However, Million reminded Karina, don't go out in winter because of the rampant mythical beasts in the north. Karina readily agreed, saying, I'll stay in the room anyway. Reluctantly, she asked for leave to rest. Million agreed without hesitation. Karina was very grateful, but Million bluntly said, I just want you gone. No need to thank me. As Karina approached the door, she paused, feeling she should say something more. Turning back, she awkwardly smiled, I apologize for intruding and causing trouble. After the petite girl left, the room became quieter, with only the steward and Duke Million contemplating her. Karina struggled outside for a while, her body resisting. It was indeed a miracle she could walk, just as the doctor had said. Now she felt a little dizzy. On her first night at the Duke's mansion in the chilly north, Karina found it cold. She couldn't stop tossing and turning under the blanket, fully covered but still cold. Though it was dark, there was a clear light across the way shining directly into Karina's eyes. She wondered if there might be something warm to find. Wrapping herself in a thin pink scarf, she took a lantern and wandered in search of the kitchen. She reminded herself to bring hot water and a towel up first for self-care. The mansion was much larger than the Duke's estate, making it somewhat difficult to find. Feeling lost without knowing where the kitchen was, a sudden clang made her heart skip a beat in the eerily silent space. She jokingly wondered if something spooky might suddenly appear in this grand old mansion. Karina kept walking forward, relying on the flickering light of her lantern. Just then, a dark figure slowly emerged and called out to her. Startled, she screamed and instinctively swung the lantern into their face with all her might. Million immediately shouted, "Calm down. It's me." Fortunately, Karina hadn't panicked to the point of mistaking a person for a monster. She glanced over and saw Duke Million there, glaring suspiciously. Little girl couldn't sleep and decided to roam around? Karina took a deep breath, relieved that the fear had passed. Then she noticed a problem. First, she apologized, but also wondered why the Duke was here, looking so humble and hesitant like a little rabbit. Million smirked, avoiding direct eye contact, scratching his head as he struggled to find an excuse to speak. He had an intent for evasion. He lied, saying, because it seemed there was a problem with the heating system in the mansion, so I came to check. In reality, he was worried, which was why he came here. It was now dawn outside, though not completely bright. Winter here meant long days and short nights. Million turned the question back to Karina, asking, "Why are you here so early?" Karina struggled to drum up a response. "It's nothing. I just had a bit of an errand, so I wandered around. I thought I saw a light, so I thought someone was here." Million suddenly felt something was amiss. Why was she so evasive and unsteady, avoiding eye contact? Million understood she was hiding something. He bluntly asked, "What are you hiding, young lady? If there's something, just say it." He pressed on, trying to appear intimidating. Indeed, someone seasoned in battle would notice such things. Karina hesitated and said nothing. She clutched her coat tightly, wanting to flee, but Million wouldn't allow it. Struggling to refuse to answer and turning to run, Million grew increasingly irritated. "Nothing, you say?" He frowned, annoyed. He grabbed her arm, feeling how hot she was. Karina was surprised by the skinship from the Duke and didn't resist, just stared blankly. Even if she wanted to resist, it would be difficult. Someone accustomed to wielding swords against monsters had a strength beyond the ordinary. He pulled her into the moonlight to examine her more closely. Her breath was labored, sweat drenched her cheeks flushed so noticeably even in the dim moonlight. Her weak, trembling voice was a stark contrast to before. Million concluded, "Karina, I must say you are running a fever." Though still somewhat uncomfortable, Karina, with vacant eyes and unsteady legs, replied, "It's nothing. I just need some rest." Million forced Karina to stay and clarify. "With this high fever, shouldn't you have realized you were overexerting yourself when you arrived 2 months ago?" Habitually harsh, the Duke scolded, "Why hide these things? Are you as foolish as a bear? Only dumb bears endure such things." Karina retorted, "What's this sick guy saying, comparing me to a bear?" Million persisted, "If there's something, you should speak up. You know, on the battlefield, people who hide illnesses like you end up causing more trouble, right? Do you understand your mistake?" Million's reprimand was authoritative, almost like disciplining a subordinate. Karina absent-mindedly apologized, then abruptly stopped herself. "Wait, why is this guy suddenly catching me off guard and demanding apologies as if it's the right thing to do?" Karina realized and resisted, but before she could speak, Million was quicker. He held his hand out in front of Karina seriously and asked, "How many fingers am I holding up?" A simple task for most, but for Karina, whose body was weakening, her vision blurred significantly due to the high fever. Thus, the number of fingers she saw was 6. But since he was holding up only one hand, Karina reasoned, maybe 6 divided by 2 is 3, so it's correct. Confident in her blurred vision, she answered, 3 fingers, hoping she was right. Million incredulously looked back at his hand. "I'm holding up 2 fingers. Although I hold many swords, I have not fallen short with teachers." Karina, with her limp, looked at the Duke for an answer. The result was that she was wrong. Million was annoyed, unable to ease her mind as she continued to bring more trouble. Million grumbled like an old man and then abruptly lifted Karina. Startled, she said, "It's okay," but the famous Duke was adamant. "Lie down. There are many patients here, so rest at my estate." Karina hesitated but refused firmly, her face reddened from her fever. Million scolded sharply, "Even if you dislike me, you have to accept. Don't turn me into the bad guy." Eventually, despite her outward reluctance, Karina agreed, though Million remained deeply concerned for her. He hesitated, unsure if he was doing the right thing. Caring for monsters and soldiers was one thing, but caring for a girl was difficult. He told her, "Go to sleep. I'll call for someone to care for you." Karina drifted into a feverish dream, insisting before she succumbed, "Absolutely do not call a doctor. Promise me, absolutely do not." In the long moonlit corridor, Million, purportedly disdainful of Karina, carried her gently to her room. As he laid her down, she fell asleep immediately. Her face flushed with fever, breathing heavily, she looked so painfully vulnerable that Million couldn't understand what had happened to this young girl and why she had to endure this. Unconsciously, Million reached out his hand, hesitated momentarily, then extended it again. He feared that such a delicate touch might shatter her. Thus unfolded the fateful encounter between them in the twilight of the female protagonist's life. After successfully escaping a loveless home due to being the unwanted daughter, Karina had only 8 months left to live, or perhaps less, to do as she pleased. Therefore, she decided to leave her birthplace to peacefully pass away at Duke Million's estate, a man who openly despised her and was also her betrothed. 2 months ago, the main character's family didn't realize she had left until 2 days later. The servants were in a panic when they found a small piece of paper in the young lady's room, finally realizing she wasn't home. The Earl sat motionless and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" The maid reported that she hadn't seen the young lady anywhere. The Earl grumbled irritably, "Does she often go out without telling anyone?" The maid apologized for assuming the young lady had gone out as usual. The butler timidly presented a handwritten letter found in the young lady's room during routine cleaning. The Earl showed disdain upon receiving the letter. Inside, there was only one short line, "I am off on an adventure, father," signed by Karina. Luckily, he hadn't been so absent-minded as to forget his daughter's signature. The Countess asked her husband, "What's happening? Has our daughter gone off on an adventure without telling anyone?" The Earl became annoyed and coldly scolded, "Karina is a disobedient child. She's lived so comfortably at home, now she goes out without a word to her parents." He turned to the servant and asked, "When was the last time you saw her?" The servant hesitated, unsure how to respond. They vaguely mentioned seeing the young lady out 2 days ago, but yesterday they couldn't be sure. The maid looked pale, because Karina was so invisible in the house that they hadn't noticed her absence until now. If the maid hadn't reported it, she might have been missing for a year without anyone knowing. The Earl rubbed his temples and asked, "Have the twins seen her these past few days?" The twins were asked gently, but how cold it often was for someone missing. Abelia and Felden were still just children. They searched their memories to see if they had seen her in the past few days but came up empty. Abelia thought she hadn't seen her, so she assumed she was out playing. Felden thought she was at the market, so he hadn't paid much attention. Karina's older brother understood her a little and suggested, perhaps she left because her outing coincided with her birthday and she was sad. In fact, when she left, her brother had followed and advised her to ease her heartache. "If you're sad, you should just say it and not forget that our parents both love you very much." Karina looked at her brother, her face dark and cold, saying, "They must allocate some affection for me due to my status as their biological child, but the child they truly care about isn't me." Putting the letter down, Enfric tried to cover for his younger sister. She must have found it difficult to handle, which is why she left a note, knowing that our parents would worry. But Karina's mother remained calm while scolding, "If you didn't like it, you could have just said so. There was no need for that trick." The Earl ordered the steward, "Quickly gather a few servants and ask if they know where she went." He asked the steward, "How much has our budget been depleted over the past 2 days?" The total was just 2 gold coins, which meant Karina had exchanged those 2 gold coins for cash in order to spend them. The Count smirked, confident in his ability to anticipate the mischievous Karina. If she only has that much money, she must be nearby. Don't bother bringing her back. Just 1 or 2 gold coins, no matter how frugal she is, will force her to come back here and ask for more. Karina's mother, beside herself with worry, asked, "Is this okay? How will our little girl survive out there? As a mother, she couldn't help but feel concern for her child. The Count, convinced that Karina's rebellious streak was merely temporary, believed she would return after a few days of adventure. Used to a comfortable life, she likely just wanted a change of scenery. The Count was sure that his wealth overshadowed everything and Karina was just another spoiled girl he could dismiss. In reality, a month later, subsequent reports proved him wrong. He erupted in his office, throwing everything to the ground in a fit of rage. He cursed his daughter's name as if it were that of an enemy. Karina had been gone for a month, completely contradicting his initial expectations. He angrily exclaimed, "Does she even think? Surely the Count understands his daughter's situation. It's a bit pitiful, but concocting this stunt just for a birthday is too much." The steward reported seeing the young lady's carriage leaving the capital and disappearing. Grinding his teeth, he continued to curse his daughter. Despite his sadness and anger, he considered her escape attempt foolish. Hearing the commotion from the room, the Countess entered to assess the situation. She worried more for her husband than for their daughter. Uncomfortably, he told his wife, "Karina has left the capital." She appeared anxious, asking, "What does that mean? How could she leave the territory and go somewhere else?" Meanwhile, the steward invited her to sit down to continue discussing with the Count. He sighed, lamenting and scolding Karina in every way possible. "Such pointless antics from my daughter are truly annoying." The Count had proposed, "Should we send more troops to find her?" His answer was unequivocal, "Leave it be." He believed sending more troops would be a waste of money since she couldn't have gone far. He threatened, "If she returns, I'll ban her from entering until she begs for forgiveness. If she dares to leave, she'll have to fend for herself." The Count ordered the steward, "Anyone who continues to pursue her, keep going, no matter the cost." "I don't care." The Countess tried to justify her daughter's actions, saying, "This time Karina acted thoughtlessly, but it was because she was too upset." The Count redirected his anger towards his wife, "It's also because you spoiled her too much that she turned out like this. Who would believe she left home just because of a silly birthday?" He hoped Karina would mature and return before things were exposed, potentially tarnishing the family's reputation. Instead of worrying about what might harm his daughter externally, he was more concerned about his own authority. A father of the year indeed. He worried less about his daughter's physical well-being and more about his own power. Then he inquired about the well-being of his beloved little daughter Abelia, the child he cherished the most. He worried that with Karina missing, Abelia would feel lonely. Here and there, the composed Countess reassured, "The little one is fine, though a bit sad. She's all right." Then she thought of Karina, wishing the girl could be half as resilient as Abelia. She was somewhat perplexed. After all, Karina was calm and profound, but why was she acting so immature now? The Count added, "Perhaps we've given her too much. Just one birthday causing such a fuss. Let's see how long this drama lasts. Don't think earning money is easy." Both of them were still ignorant of what was happening to their daughter, who was struggling with illness. They still thought she had everything, from pocket money to whatever she wanted to buy. But they forgot one thing, Karina wasn't a pet raised with money. While they casually criticized their own flesh and blood, Karina was battling illness. Initially, she had been alone in that house for year after year with no one caring or knowing. Now, as she opened her eyes, she suddenly realized she wasn't alone anymore. She had two people in the room. Looking at the chair by the window in the room, Duke Million was sitting there reading documents. His wrinkled face and red eyes were his unmistakable trademark. He was indeed the Duke, no mistake. Startled, Karina exclaimed, "It's really the Duke." She quickly pulled the blanket over her face, embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the Duke was still there, grumbling, "Quick, lie down. The fever hasn't gone yet." Confused and sweating profusely, Karina asked Million, "Why are you here?" Million grumbled dismissively, "Why do you think I'm sitting here?" He slowly approached, grumbling further, "You wouldn't let me call a doctor, and at this hour, who else could I summon to care for you? So I had to bring documents here." Karina couldn't believe her eyes as she looked at the Duke. Is he really doing that? Keeping his promise not to call a doctor and then coming here to take care of me? His face contorted with sarcasm, Million asked Karina, "What do you think? Am I so free that I abandoned my duties just to count stars with you?" Karina peeked out from under the blanket, ashamed, and asked Million, "Do you find me bothersome?" The Duke, a bit stiffly, responded, "Are you implying that caring for a patient is a bother?" Million sternly explained, "You are the guest and I am the host. Your promise has been fulfilled, which is not to call for a physician. Therefore, now you should behave as a guest." Karina laughed cheerfully and obediently listened, even though her body felt as if it were burning and tearing apart. She truly felt incredibly happy. Million awkwardly comforted Karina, "You are in my house, so taking care of you is only natural. Don't grumble and behave like a guest." His voice was somewhat gruff and rude, but ultimately he was comforting her. Karina found Million truly endearing for his hot and cold temperament. Million in turn confessed to Karina, "I've never taken care of anyone before, so you'll have to bear with me. I only know to bring up a basin of water and bring down your fever for you, but it hasn't worked yet." Million snapped, asking the obvious, "I am a duke, after all. How could I possibly care for anyone?" She remained cheerful despite the duke's annoyance, saying, "This is the first time someone has cared for me while I've been sick. Normally, I'm the one taking care of others." Million grasped a crucial point. This was the first time she had been ill and someone had cared for her. The duke's expression darkened as he pondered this. Karina had mentioned that there was a sickly adopted daughter in her household. In royal circles, if a family member fell ill but was still cherished, someone else would inevitably be sacrificed. Love within that household must have been imbalanced, and unwittingly, Karina was the one cast aside. Karina sincerely thanked him, someone who disliked her but cared for her genuinely. From childhood to now. Million urged Karina to rest further, saying, "You still have a fever, and I don't know what else to do at this point." Karina remembered and told him, "I had brought medicine but forgot to take it." Million brushed aside the scattered papers to tend to the sick, now amused that she had forgotten her medication. Karina laughed and handed him a vial of medicine from her pocket. "I've had it with me these past few days. There are 3 pills left. Taking them should help." Upon hearing this, Million swiftly turned to fetch the medicine. "I can't have a sick guest in my house," was the duke's only thought. Suddenly, Karina grabbed his hand to stop him. "Million, don't go." The warmth from Karina's touch was genuine enough to make even the stern and chilly Million blush. Indeed, for decades, she was the first girl to sincerely hold the duke's hand. Million collected himself and said, "Karina, don't be stubborn. You're still running a high fever, so I must get the medicine." Karina shrugged. "I don't like it." Even the strong-willed warrior like Million had to concede defeat. He sat down with a grunt, muttering, "Your stubbornness is tougher than cow tendons." Seeing his annoyed expression made Karina chuckle mischievously. Perhaps she found some amusement in being the first to say, "I don't like it" to someone. They had only met twice, yet now they were inexplicably concerned for each other. Million ordered her, "Go to sleep. It's still early, and you're still ill. Stay up and you won't recover." Karina, fearing Million might leave while she slept, playfully resisted his advice. Helpless, the duke didn't know how to persuade women and ended up acquiescing to her every wish. Gripping her small hand firmly with his rough ones, Million sincerely promised, "I won't go anywhere. Just rest. I'll stay until butler Jean arrives. I assure you." Karina smiled contentedly at him. Having someone stay by her side like this felt like an unexpected birthday gift. She obediently drifted off to sleep, her hand still firmly grasped by the man. Occasionally, he smiled at her dreamily. Million sat there holding her hand as promised, steadfast in his presence. Considering her feverish state and health, Million contemplated sending a letter to the Countess to arrange Karina's departure, but her condition seemed severe. With winter settling in, travel was difficult, and sending her back in such a state wouldn't be wise for Karina's sake. He decided to let her stay a few more months until she regained her health. The first night together had rooted something between Karina and Million, unnoticed by either. Time passed quickly. Karina's fever and delirium persisted for over a week. The Duke visited her every day without fail. During this time, Karina could only stand briefly, panting even with slow steps, contrasting her worsening health from when she arrived. Million became more caring than ever. Every day he checked on her, his hand on her forehead to measure her temperature, almost like a habit. It made Karina feel warm inside despite her external discomfort. Million was genuinely pleased when her fever finally broke. He laughed in excitement, proud of the progress after a week of diligent care. Yet whenever Karina looked at him, she seemed wary, like a rabbit afraid of being eaten. Million chuckled softly, reassuring her, "I'm not going to eat you. Shall we go have lunch now?" Karina nodded lightly in agreement. She glanced at the Duke, fearful of becoming a burden, so she tried not to ask for too much, but he proved more attentive than she initially imagined. Million was still mindful that Karina couldn't move quickly, so he told her he would wait outside while she changed slowly. After a while, the two got ready to eat. Million reminded Karina that he was the only one here and he often went to battle, so she should stay at the mansion without needing to go anywhere. Karina wondered if she might just be a hindrance if she went with him to battle. Million glanced sharply and asked, "What would a girl like you achieve by going out and fighting?" Karina laughed. He was such a straightforward guy, showing everything openly, which suited her just fine. She assured him, "I have no intention of doing so you needn't worry." Million also had a question for Karina. He asked, "Do you like drawing? Because in the bag you brought here, there were only art supplies, so I thought you must really like drawing." Karina was extremely surprised, not because Million knew this about her, but because he noticed her love for drawing. Unlike her family, who never paid attention no matter how much she boasted or complained, Karina gently admitted that she did enjoy drawing a little. Million smiled and boasted to her about a wonderful place for drawing. "If you like, you could go up to the roof of the mansion. There's a beautiful spot there for drawing at sunset and sunrise." Karina thanked him. Suddenly, Million remembered something he wanted to tell Karina, but before he could, they bumped into each other. Karina's frail body made it easy for the Duke to catch her. He quickly let her go and apologized. Karina rubbed her forehead where it had hit his solid chest, assuring him she was fine. She asked what he wanted to say earlier. It turned out Million had instructed Karina to bring a coat or shawl when going up there because mornings and evenings were cold with a north wind blowing. He also advised her to inform the butler an hour in advance. Moreover, when up there, she must not stay too long, returning within an hour. Hearing Million's stern instructions, Karina boldly guessed that the servants and soldiers probably disliked him for his irritable nature. Million saw Karina's puzzled expression and scolded her gently, "If there's anything, you should let me know. Don't clam up like a dried squid." That was the nickname the Duke Million had given Karina since they met during the engagement ceremony. She had often wondered about that nickname and asked him about it. He explained that during the engagement ceremony, she had trailed after the servants so blatantly that it was obvious she had no genuine willingness, guessing correctly that she was coerced. "If you hate it, just say so. Why make yourself miserable?" Karina was surprised. It was true. Her face became slightly somber as she explained to the Duke, "Actually, that day I had a reason. The marriage was decided without ever asking for my opinion even once. My parents just decided on the engagement day. My younger sister fell ill, so they couldn't come and only the servants accompanied me." Karina bowed an apology. "I'm sorry, Duke, if I made you uncomfortable that day." Million shrugged, his voice softening. "That day I wasn't upset. I just didn't want to see you forced into something. I'm partly to blame for blindly following ancestral teachings without considering your feelings. Anyway, I just want to say one thing, if there's anything you dislike, don't want, or even hate, tell me everything." For the first time in her life, Karina had someone actively allowing her to speak out about things she didn't like, allowing her to express her true feelings. It turned out that sometimes the person who disliked her the most cared for her the most, while those she thought had a family heart were not as caring. But Karina fell into contemplation. The first thing she wondered was whether speaking out about not liking the engagement would affect Abelia, even though she knew it wouldn't. Karina couldn't stop thinking about others, she could seek even once for herself. Million gradually lost patience, so he didn't wait for Karina anymore. He asked her if she had any food preferences or dislikes. Karina was relieved that he didn't delve deeper into the previous issue. She replied that she only ate light dishes, not rich in fat. Million teased, "It seems like you only eat light dishes, just like your demeanor." As he spoke, he opened the dining room gate. Inside, the soft light of the setting sun made it look very warm. This was no ordinary dining room, it was a special room that the Duke had built. Karina was completely captivated by the unique architecture here. It was a glass greenhouse with transparent mirrors that could see outside and seemed insulated. Proudly, Million introduced, "This is the type of architecture studied by northern architects. Because winters here are very cold but beautiful with snow, this greenhouse allows you to admire the snow while keeping warm." Seeing Karina's amazement and bright eyes, Million felt a sense of youthful pride. "Come on, praise me," his expression seemed to say. After his show of boasting, Million reminded her to start eating. "The food's getting cold." Karina was about to ask when the snow would start falling. Million, growing impatient, replied, "It starts around the beginning of next month." Karina felt a tinge of jealousy as it never got cold enough for snow in the south. Million, now grumpy, grumbled, "Stop comparing the two places. Now eat, the food's getting cold," which made Karina burst into laughter. Earlier he had shown concern, and when the maid brought the food, Million had thoughtfully instructed, "Switch all the greasy dishes with mine and leave the light salads for her." Karina felt a flutter of unexplainable warmth. Noticing Karina still sitting idly, Million glared and said, "Don't tell me you're so weak that you'll vomit blood while holding a bowl." Karina immediately picked up a plate and started eating. The Duke could be quite scary, she thought. Karina suddenly felt guilty for judging him without knowing anything about him. Moreover, her coming here had partly burdened him with unnecessary responsibility. If anything were to happen, the Duke would unjustly bear the blame. Karina inadvertently blurted out, "Your Grace." Catching Million's attention, he put down his fork and asked, "Karina, what's the matter?" In the greenhouse, the dining atmosphere was much more comfortable than at Karina's childhood home. She hesitated, wanting to say something but couldn't find the words. Million, seeing her hesitation, asked, "You know my patience is a bit short. For some reason today." The Duke looked unusually handsome, causing Karina to stare blankly. She quickly shook her head, trying to gather her thoughts. Finally, after a long pause, Karina apologized for coming here without asking for his permission. "It's just that I was afraid you wouldn't agree if I asked beforehand." Million, straightforward as ever, responded, "Karina, don't worry about the first time you came here. I didn't mean anything by it, but I was just too concerned for your safety. A young woman traveling alone to my territory. More than anything, I'm not afraid of responsibility or obstacles. And although it's a bit late, I also apologize for being too harsh with my words that day." The Duke's honesty made Karina realize how kind he truly was, despite the fact that she had put him in a difficult position. He didn't show any signs of displeasure, even her own family hadn't shown her such care and consideration. Karina had a bold thought, should she tell him about her rare illness right now? She hesitated for a long time, wanting to say it, but overthinking led her to consider numerous issues. The primary concern was whether the Duke would accept a terminally ill person in his territory. The worst-case scenario was that he might even kick her out. "If I can't even find a place to die in peace, then what else is there?" she thought. Forcing a smile to deflect the issue, she told the Duke that she would enjoy her meal. Million didn't press further. He simply asked out of curiosity, without any major considerations, and urged Karina, "Eat plenty, and next time I'll prepare even more delicious food for you. If you keep talking instead of eating, the chef will be heartbroken because you're not enjoying the meal." After a sumptuous breakfast, she returned to her room to rest. Truth be told, moving around had become very difficult for her. Half of Karina's body now functioned solely on willpower and the medicine she had brought with her, so she needed long-term rest. Patting her small, full belly, she felt nostalgic. For the first time, having eaten so well, at home she would always vomit because they never knew she couldn't eat oily food, nor did they bother to ask. Suddenly, something caught Karina's eye. She glanced across the building to a place the Duke had once mentioned, the rooftop of the mansion, which had an incredibly beautiful view. He had suggested she go there if she enjoyed drawing. The very next day, the Duke's mansion was filled with the echo of Million's infamous cranky voice. His face was filled with anger as he prepared to scold Karina. "Do you even listen with your ears? How did you end up like this after going up there?" Karina, wrapped in a blanket and trembling, replied fearfully, "Million, I didn't mean to." Million, furious, barked, "Karina, why did you go up there and get sick? Don't you remember what I told you? You even made promises." Karina responded innocently, "What did you say again?" Million, exasperated, his face darkened with irritation. She laughed nervously. I remember now. First, you said if I went up there I should tell the butler. Second, I should bring warm clothes. And third, I should only stay for an hour and then come back to warm up. Karina had every intention of following Million's 3 rules. However, when she peeked out, there was no one in sight, not even the butler. Not wanting to disturb anyone while they were sleeping, Karina, in her overly gentle nature, decided to go barefoot in her nightgown with just a thin scarf, carrying her sketch pad up to the rooftop. By the time she reached the attic stairs, she was already feeling tired and breathless. But she thought the beautiful scenery would be worth the effort. As she reached the rooftop, the sun was just beginning to rise. The view before Karina was indescribably beautiful. For someone with a passion for art like her, or anyone else who witnessed such majestic scenery, it was breathtaking and worth capturing. For Karina, she was simply addicted to drawing. She pulled out her sketch pad and began to outline the first strokes. Whenever she drew, she became so absorbed that she forgot everything else. The firm, swift pencil strokes took shape without any need for a guide. The magical essence of this intricate drawing began to drain her strength. Karina felt breathless, dizzy, and unsteady on her feet. However, something drove her to push on, telling herself that she was almost done. Just then, someone suddenly appeared behind Karina. She looked up and saw the handsome face of the Duke, veins bulging in anger. Her artistic inspiration quickly faded away. Back in the present, Karina was curled up in a blanket, shivering from the cold. She apologized, feeling wronged. Duke, I was afraid of bothering everyone too much. Million, his eyes sharp and filled with anger, snapped, if you want to die, let me fetch some rocks, put them in water, and drown you quickly. Karina hurriedly explained, I truly didn't realize how fast time was passing. I didn't do it on purpose. From the time Karina went up before dawn to the time the Duke found her, it had been well over 2 hours. Karina laughed weakly. He really has a sharp tongue, but I was wrong this time, so I'll accept the scolding. Seeing her laugh made Million's blood boil. He growled, are you laughing at me right now? Karina quickly covered her mouth. Oh my, he's really scary when he's angry. Million sighed, no longer yelling. He placed a hand on her head and lamented, why can't people warm each other up? It would be so much more efficient. What he meant was, why couldn't he simply transfer his warmth to her without having to be so harsh, rather than implying physical contact skin to skin? Karina, surprised, asked, are you cold? Million growled, you dare talk to me? Karina wisely stayed silent. His anger was truly terrifying. But since she had been wrapped in the blanket for quite a while, she bravely asked, Duke, may I take this off now? Million responded to Karina with curiosity about her painting. He asked gently, can I see your painting? Karina felt a bit shy but handed it over. Her painting was a direct sketch of the sunset view of the mansion from the rooftop. It was quite rough since it was unfinished. Karina felt a bit insecure. Compared to her brother's swordsmanship skills and Abelia's artistic talent, she thought her painting was just a way to comfort herself. On the contrary, Million asked, puzzled, do you have a habit of hiding your skills? Because this painting is impressive, and it's hard to believe you say you're not good at it. Karina was full of question marks, not understanding what the Duke meant. Is there something wrong with my painting? Million admitted, although I have no expertise in art, from an audience's perspective, I find this painting incredibly perfect, even beautiful. Hearing praise for the first time in her life, Karina felt rejuvenated almost instantly, healthy. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, this is just my comfort. The Duke doesn't need to be so polite. Million continued to praise her, making Karina even more embarrassed. The Duke had never thought that the view from the mansion's rooftop could be so beautiful. Miss, have confidence. This painting is very promising once completed. Karina thanked him for the compliment, even though she believed it was just flattery. The time between the two extended until noon as Million was too worried about Karina catching a cold and her insecurity. Million grumbled, this girl drives me mad every minute. Million affirmed, I only say what I mean. If the painting had no potential, it would be better to find another job. Karina thought about it and realized he was right. Her face blossomed. When Million handed the painting back to her and asked, when this painting is finished, can you give it to me? Surprised that someone wanted her painting, Karina agreed. However, Million explained that he was interested in it and needed the finished painting to send by telegram for assessment by an expert he knew. Karina chuckled, saying, "You don't need to send it for assessment. I just draw for fun, no one looks at it." Karina was flustered, her cheeks rosy. She was just trying to soothe her loneliness, but now her work was being noticed. How embarrassing to be praised. While the two were bickering and showing affection, outside, the physician arrived and greeted them before examining her. The physician gaped in surprise. Who would have thought they would see a lady wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon? The physician almost choked, questioning, "Sir, wrapping the lady like a cocoon, was that your idea?" Million pouted. "Yes." The physician said, "All right, I'm too used to this." Million briefly explained the situation. It seems her body weakened due to the long trip. Moreover, she sat on the cold, windy rooftop all day, so examine her thoroughly. The physician nodded, understanding. He approached and gently greeted Karina, but as soon as he reached out, she recoiled. Karina looked down in the blanket, leaving the physician bewildered and unsure of what to do next. Feeling awkward, he looked back at the Duke for guidance. Million was at a loss as well, so he asked, "What's the matter? Why don't you let the physician examine you?" Karina grumbled from within the blanket, "I told you I don't like physicians." Million snapped, "Do you think I wanted this? Who was the one who sat out in the cold, making me call the physician?" The little rabbit hiding in the blanket remained stubborn, unwilling to cooperate with the doctor. Million, having run out of patience, burst out, "It's impossible to reason with you." The Duke immediately acted, picking Karina up like an object and carrying her toward the bed for examination. The physician was startled. Heavens, who carries a lady like a sack? The lady was still in shock, experiencing such treatment for the first time. Million, unfazed, asked, "Is there something wrong?" With that, she wouldn't let the doctor examine her, and this was quite polite, actually. The physician lamented, "Someone save me. No one in the north is this rough. Moreover, the lady isn't a disobedient soldier." He reminded the Duke, "People from the south shouldn't be treated as harshly as us northerners." Million looked like he understood. "Bear with me. No one taught me this. I spend more time on the battlefield than at home." Karina's face turned as red as a tomato. The physician gently coaxed her, saying, "Please give me your hand so I can check your pulse." This time, she obediently complied. As soon as he touched her wrist, the physician sensed something was wrong. This was the first time he encountered such symptoms. Her pulse was very unusual. Karina's eyes began to droop, and she felt sleepy, swaying unsteadily. The Duke was about to ask about her condition, but the physician signaled for him to remain silent, like a caring mother. The physician said, "If you're tired, go ahead and sleep. I'll just cover you with a blanket, nothing more." Despite telling herself to stay awake, her body wouldn't allow it, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. The physician's expression clearly worsened, a look he only had when encountering a case so bizarre it was beyond his understanding. Seeing the physician's grave expression, Million asked, "Is it serious? Why do you look like that?" After examining her condition and diagnosing her, the physician reported to the Duke, "It seems the young lady is not in good health. Specifically, her breathing is weak and rapid, her pulse is erratic, sometimes present and sometimes absent, and she is debilitated. Her body temperature is burning hot, her heart beats weakly and irregularly, and she has red rashes on her hands. This is indeed a strange illness." The entire room fell silent, only the sound of Karina's erratic breathing could be heard. The physician reported to the Duke, "It's possible she has what we call the artist's disease." Million was confused. "What kind of disease is that? I've never heard of it." The physician began to explain further, "While it's rare in the north, it's quite common in the south. You see, this empire has been blessed and protected by the gods since its founding. The gods have also bestowed certain blessings. In the north, there are many warriors because of the demonic creatures. But the south is entirely different, people there often possess remarkable artistic abilities. This leads to what we call the artist's disease." The physician continued to elaborate on the severity of the disease. "Since these blessings enable humans to create astonishingly brilliant works, they are too overwhelming for a human body to contain. thus leading to effects like this. At this moment, the Duke remembered his close friend Frell, who had a similar talent. Frell's songs, imbued with sincerity, had healing powers. The physician agreed with the example. Lord Frell is indeed a descendant of the artistic bloodline and is very famous in the empire. Million sought further confirmation, so this girl is an artist with the power to create miracles? The physician confirmed, the symptoms are consistent, with the rashes under the skin, in and on her arms. Million pondered, no wonder when I saw the landscape Karina painted, it was just a view I see every day, but through her sketch it felt so vivid and magnificent that even a layman like me felt goosebumps. The Duke asked seriously, so is this artist's disease dangerous? How severe can it be? He was deeply worried, fearing for the girl's life. The physician shrugged, that depends on what type of this disease she has. The Duke began to pray there are different types of this disease. The truth was that, depending on the level of miraculousness of the masterpiece, the recipient of the blessing would fall into a certain severity category. The first and mildest case might result in reduced physical strength but still allow for a normal life. The second, more severe case could result in the loss of some body parts related to the miracle they create. And the worst case, though extremely rare, is the cost of one's life. So you're saying that in the worst case, this girl could die, right? Million summarized the critical point. Regrettably, the physician had to admit, it's a very rare case, but it's not entirely impossible. If that's the case, it's more like a death sentence than a divine blessing, the Duke grumbled. But there's no helping it, I suppose, considering it's the power of the gods in a mere mortal. Karina remained sound asleep, oblivious to everything. Feeling helpless, Million propped his chin on his hand and asked the physician, isn't there a better way? The room fell silent as the physician explained that Karina had a terminal illness beyond his ability to cure. Million's frustration grew, so even if she loses limbs or dies, all we can do is sit and watch, just providing care? The physician replied, if she wants to live, completing a work of art might slightly reduce the illness, but usually, once completed, her strength might drain even faster. Million, irritated, suggested, then can't she just stop doing art altogether? This was the quickest solution he could think of, valuing life over art. The physician said, my lord, if I told you to put down your sword because you might lose a limb or die in battle, would you? Million sighed, all right, I get it. That was short-sighted of me. The physician continued, a severe case like the lady's only occurs when someone has an exceptionally high level of skill, bordering on that of a master. They become obsessed with art and have a profound appreciation for it. Essentially, she has dedicated the remainder of her life to art, which is why she is in this condition. Million unconsciously glanced at Karina. At their engagement, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, she had seemed healthy then. But now she lay there, suffering from cold deep within her heart and a burning fever on the outside. Karina slept deeply, oblivious to everything. So what can we do for her now? Million asked, feeling distressed. The physician reported, for now, we can only provide fever reducers and manage her condition as best we can. It will take several days to see any improvement. Million agreed, understanding that she was unwell and needed the care. He saw the physician out and thought about sending a telegram. After the physician left, the room became even more silent. Million walked over to the sleeping girl, observing her peaceful face and the painting she had created. He remembered the physician's words. What kind of life has she led that made her immerse herself in art to this extent? How many secrets is she hiding from me? Million wondered. The thought of things beyond his control frustrated him deeply. Million stayed by Karina's side from morning until late at night. The room was filled with a somber atmosphere. Karina slept the entire day, and Million tended to her constantly, changing warm water to reduce her fever and checking her condition. Million stepped out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. As he lit it, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. What am I supposed to do about this girl? Looking back, he remembered seeing her cry once during their engagement. It was when she saw two people, one the heir of the count's family and the other the youngest son, sitting and chatting on a designated chair. Her face was so sad that it seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Nevertheless, when someone came to greet her, she still smiled as if she was very familiar with them. This surprised Million a bit. As he tucked the telegram into his pocket, he found it amusing. Karina looked foolish like a squid, and he had expected her to get angry somehow. She seemed to find something amusing and just kept smiling naively. Afterward, Million whistled to summon a carrier eagle. This eagle was trained by the Duke to deliver messages accurately and swiftly to the right place. Million attached the telegram to the bird's leg with a faint hope that it would reach Frell in time. Watching the eagle fly away, Million hoped that Frell would reply at least before March, when the dreadful snow season arrives. The sun was just rising, meaning the Duke had stayed up all night to care for his fiancée. Elsewhere, at the doctor's house, where Karina had previously gone for diagnosis, the doctor was the mentor of Nocturn, Abelia's private physician. Nocturn worriedly asked his mentor, "Why do you suddenly want to go to the north? Is something wrong?" The mentor didn't explain much, only saying, "Take care of things here. I'll be back around next spring at the earliest." Nocturn expressed concern, "It's very cold in the north, master." The mentor was unfazed. "Even if I leave now, I might feel a bit anxious and tense, but I should reach there before winter." Still worried, Nocturn asked, "What if winter arrives while you're still on the way? Why must you go so urgently?" While packing his medical kit, the mentor explained, "About a month ago, a girl with an artistic ailment who doesn't have long to live came to see me. She invited me to the north. Regardless, I am concerned about my patient. Moreover, there are no hospitals or physicians specialized in this ailment in the north." Nocturne reasoned, "Isn't an ailment with a short life expectancy one of the most challenging artistic diseases? Why even bother then?" What he meant was that if the illness was that difficult to treat, why make the effort? The mentor sighed, putting on his hat, "That's true. Usually, I find this disease too late to treat, she might even die." Nocturne was perplexed. "Then why do you still want to go?" The mentor further explained, "This girl seems to have been born into a wealthy family, but she fell victim to this ailment. Perhaps her parents didn't take proper care of her. If they had been more attentive, this might not have happened." Saying that, he stepped into the carriage, ignoring his disciples' attempts to stop him. His luggage was already packed. Nocturne despondently added, "There have been many cases of parents abandoning their children, so it's no surprise that parents could be that cold-hearted." The master said seriously, reminding his young pupil, "In any case, don't be too arrogant. Treat all patients fairly, understand?" Little did he know that his disciple had already lost the concept of fairness toward patients. Nocturne forced a smile, pretending to have taken his master's words to heart. The master warned him further, "If I hear any unpleasant rumors about you from the hospital, I won't let it slide." Suddenly, Nocturne asked, "Who is that patient anyway?" The doctor scratched his beard as he tried to recall the name. "It's somewhat hard to remember, something like Zentar. It's been a while, so I'm not sure anymore." After the farewell, Nocturne stood watching the carriage roll away, wishing his master a safe journey. On the other hand, he found the name Zentar very familiar. Could it be someone from Abelia's family? But then he reassured himself, it's probably just a coincidence. In the south, at the Count's house, they were still searching for Karina. The news they consistently received was that she had arrived in the capital and then vanished without a trace. The Count told his eldest son, "All we know is that she mingled with the crowds in the capital, so they're still searching." Enfric, Karina's brother, a talented young man expected to succeed the family, worriedly asked his father, "Is this approach okay? Karina has been gone for over a month now. I think we should increase the number of soldiers searching for her." The Count immediately stopped writing upon hearing the suggestion to increase the search party. He scolded Enfric, "Don't you have any sense? We can only search within our territory without drawing attention from the royal family. If we increase the number of soldiers now, the royal family will definitely take notice. Why are you so stubborn?" Enfric remained deeply concerned for his sister, but he lacked the power to oppose his father's decision. The Count remained adamant, "Keep the number of searchers the same, but increase the funds. Spend as much as needed." In a flash, he turned to look at the framed photos on his desk. There were many, including family pictures and individual portraits of the members. He picked up the photo of his youngest daughter Abelia and felt a bit dazed. Looking at all the other photos, he suddenly realized that there were almost no portraits of Karina at all. Now it dawned on him that even if they sent people to search for her, no one would recognize Karina's face, because there wasn't a single photo of her, not even for a wanted poster or search notice. He began wandering around the mansion as if searching for something long forgotten. Near the staircase, he recalled Karina's words, "I never expected you to remember my room, father." He vividly remembered her saying coldly, "I thought you had forgotten my room already." Let's see, Abelia is the weakest, always ill, so she was given the room closest to the staircase for easy access to the doctor. Next is Enfric, as he has to work every day and can't afford to be late. Then comes his younger brother Felden, who stays in the room next to his. So what about Karina? At that moment, he glanced toward Karina's room. It was a room at the end of a hallway, isolated, at the farthest end, also the scariest. He remembered how she had once said she was scared because the room was too far from the staircase, but he had simply scolded her to grow up and stop acting childish. Now, in retrospect, as a small child, her fear was justified. The Count had never noticed that this way of assigning rooms also invisibly drew boundaries between the children in the house. He knew well how terrifying it was to leave a girl under 10 years old at the end of the hallway, but he had still done it. As he trudged to Karina's room, it was almost laughable that, despite living in the same house, he had to ask himself when the last time he had entered this desolate room was. Aside from the time he scolded her for feeding Abelia improperly. And in the mind of a man skilled in calculations, he already had the answer. Opening the door and stepping into the room, the smell of wood and ink hit him sharply, completely unlike a young lady's room. He touched the worn-out table, realizing now how cramped and stifling it was for someone like Karina to live in. But he had only ever scolded Karina for not speaking up about her needs, ignoring the fact that she had cried herself hoarse without him noticing. On the desk, there were no cosmetics, only pencils and paintbrushes. It was clear he chose to see only what he wanted. Opening a drawer, he found no hair clips or accessories, just sketch papers filled with Karina's drawings. Picking up a simple uncolored sketch, he was startled by the familiarity of the scene. The drawing depicted the exact view from Karina's room, looking out at the nearby mountain. He suddenly remembered that this view was from a picnic several years ago, celebrating Abelia's slight recovery. He then horrifically realized that Karina had not been at that picnic. The drawing depicted the family of 5, but Karina was missing. At that moment, the Countess entered the room, asking, "Why are you here?" The Count vaguely responded that he had some matters to attend to and asked why she was there. She admitted, feeling emptiness since Karina left, and as a mother regretted not having any memories of her. It was indeed laughable. The Count handed the Countess the drawing Karina had made of the family picnic, without her in it. He asked if Karina had always drawn such pictures, judging by the papers. Where she guessed Karina had drawn it long ago, guessing because she really didn't know. Both parents, who always claimed that no one understood their children better than they did, now relied on guesses. The Countess suddenly recalled that Karina used to show her drawings frequently, but she had stopped over time. She assumed Karina had grown tired of drawing. Neither of them realized something was wrong with their parenting. She sincerely asked her husband, "Will Karina be all right? The whole family is worried about her. Abelia is sad all day, missing her sister, and Felden wants to go find Karina." The Count reassured his wife, saying Karina was smart and would survive out there. He planned to send letters to trusted nobles to inquire about her. The Count added, "We never once worried about her. Why is this happening now?" Seeing his wife's distressed face, the Count advised her not to worry too much, as she hadn't been sleeping well due to concerns about both Abelia and Karina. To be safe, he would also send a letter to the Duke. The Countess, surprised, asked, could she have gone all the way to the far north? The Count's answer betrayed his complete lack of faith in Karina. He believed she was too timid to travel far with the little money she had and thought she was likely hiding somewhere in the mansion. The Count remained stone-hearted, while the Countess was more sensitive. Looking at the simple yet eerie drawing, she felt a suffocating loneliness and a chilling fear, unconsciously gripping the paper tighter because it felt so cold. The couple, in complete harmony, ultimately chose to believe what they wanted to believe. On Abelia's side, she is deeply saddened by the absence of her older sister. Dr. Nocturn noticed this and gently comforted her, reassuring her that everything would be okay and her sister would return soon. Speaking of Karina, Nocturn sees her as a quiet person who almost seems not to exist. Despite her dark brown hair tinged with the family signature yellow hue, she possesses strikingly unique blue eyes, making her an oddly beautiful woman. Abelia often boasts to him about her older sister. Number 1, she would say. Previously, Karina was always there for Abelia, even fabricating excuses to keep her from feeling lonely by preventing her from meeting friends and staying with her instead. When Abelia demanded bedtime fairy tales, her sister would read to her until she fell asleep. Abelia once stated that her sister wouldn't see any friends and would stay by her side all day long. But now things are different. Nocturn warmly praised Abelia, acknowledging that she indeed has a very good older sister. Yes, indeed, he praised Abelia for having such a sister. However, deep down, he secretly blamed Karina for being insensitive. Furthermore, who knows, maybe that person doesn't dislike Abelia that much. He remembered a previous occasion on the staircase when Abelia said to trust Karina, and her expression remained unchanged as she truly replied, "Don't trust." Even though Abelia didn't hear, Nocturne guessed that maybe Abelia trusted her sister too much to know anything. While giving Abelia medicine, he silently reproached Karina, feeling that regardless of the circumstances, she should visit or send a letter to her younger sister. Such is the nature of people, often indifferent. Incidentally, while taking medicine, Abelia also showed him a talent of Karina's that she had recently discovered. The girl searched for a landscape painting her sister had drawn for Nocturne. Seeing her show off the landscape painting and praise her sister's beautiful artistry. Looking at the painting, Nocturne was stunned. That a person could create something like this. The painting was simple in subject but vivid in every detail, as if the viewer stood right there experiencing the scene. Nocturne was shocked and asked Abelia once again to confirm if these paintings were indeed made by Karina. The girl pursed her lips and said, "It's from my sister." "What's with that expression on your face?" "If my mom was here, I would have told her to praise her 10 times already." Abelia calmly said, "My older sister may be alone, but she excels at everything she does." At this moment, Nocturne abruptly stood up, hastily excusing himself from Abelia as he had urgent matters to attend to. In reality, he had just discovered a truth that none of the household members were aware of, a certainty that seemed unimaginable. Hopefully it's a case of mistaken identity. But when he checked the patient notes left behind, he muttered to himself, it listed Karina, without a surname, diagnosed with a terminal illness with about a year left to live. Could someone please erase this damn character for me? Meanwhile, upon hearing her name mentioned, the protagonist opened her eyes. She had been unconscious for over a day and only awakened around midnight. Scanning the room with blurry eyes, she found it empty. It seemed she had slept for a long time. Sitting up on the bed and looking out at the balcony, the dawn was just breaking. Having lain in bed for so long, she felt a dryness in her throat. Karina intended to get out of bed to find some water when she glanced at the bedside table. There, already prepared, was a full, warm glass of water. It seemed like the first time Karina had been cared for this attentively. A gentle emotion passed through her. Duke Million truly seems very kind. But thinking about it, she began to wrestle with her own thoughts, clutching the pillow tightly. "I shouldn't have come here in the first place," Karina muttered. Hoping that Duke Million didn't know about her condition. Initially, upon receiving news of her illness and a prognosis of less than a year from the doctor, she had imagined how her family would react. Over time, if she told them, at times she even wondered if using her impending death as a bargaining chip for the care and attention she had always longed for from her family was too selfish. Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. When she regained her composure, Karina felt conflicted about trading her illness for affection. It momentarily made her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. Moreover, happiness seemed as elusive as a grain of sand in the desert, always slipping through her fingers just when she thought she had grasped it. That was why Karina had sought refuge in the north, where the Duke's family couldn't reach her. Here, there was someone who harbored bitter resentment toward her, Million. She had assumed he would ignore her and let herself destruct here. But reality turned out differently than what she had calculated. Karina had initially planned to quietly fade away, enduring whatever disdain might come her way, just living out the remainder of her life. But Duke Million had been unexpectedly gentle. Despite outwardly referring to Karina as a guest and himself as the host, her wish had been granted. So she now saw herself as a guest entitled to the host's care and gentle concern, even forgiving her own mistakes and sickness. Karina pondered deeply, why is he so kind and gentle? She had come here seeking a place of peace, but if he had feelings for her, her death would become a burden on his heart, adding to his troubles. Everyone had their own private struggles. Within her family, Karina had thought things were fair, but since the age of 10 she had realized that fairness didn't exist. There was always a hierarchy among family members, and Karina was always last. To Million, she was merely a guest. Could he really worry about someone like her who was nearing death and care for her in every detail? Brushing away her tears, Karina accepted her fate. She would die, and he would live on. Therefore, it was best to sever any emotional ties, whether sympathy or not. It had to ensure he had no feelings at all, because if she died, Million would blame himself. At this moment, she recalled a book she had read that contained a spell to erase memories. Karina's skills and vivid imagination didn't just come from her hands. She could recreate anything she saw, felt, or understood. Even if she drew the heart of someone deceased sincerely and vividly, that person would momentarily come back to life. Of course, as time passed, this power would fade, unable to completely resurrect anyone, but it was truly an extraordinary ability. If she had been born into a family with a deep artistic tradition, Karina would surely have been fully supported, rather than like this. She felt delusional now. Blaming her family would serve no purpose. Looking outside, the dawn was breaking, and the slightly chilly morning had already filled the room with light. Karina thought, should I leave this place and go to a monastery or something? Leaving here would mean no one would care for me, but it would be better than haunting his mind. But her medicine was running out, and her strength wouldn't hold out much longer. Or should she just make him hate her? Karina sat on the bed, her mind racing. She exclaimed aloud in frustration, what should I do? In the end, Million's abrupt and brusque tone startled Karina. He cut her off before she could speak, asking directly, what type are you? Karina was taken aback for a moment by the question, then asked, Million, do you already know everything? The Duke pulled out a chair as if setting up a court, sitting directly across from her, pressing on with his inquiry. The physician told me you have an artistic disease, but there are many types, so what type are you? Instead of a relevant answer, Million responded with something completely unrelated. Karina apologized to him for troubling him. Million corrected her sternly, I don't need you to answer that. Answer my question. Karina hesitated once again, making Million feel completely helpless. He exclaimed in frustration, are you finding it difficult to answer? Karina avoided his gaze, choosing to remain silent. The Duke grew increasingly agitated with her lack of cooperation, pressing, is it too difficult to answer? Karina, clutching her dress and trembling, replied, I can stay here without bothering you. I promise not to trouble you, but if I see you concerned, I will leave immediately. Million, feeling desperate, struggled to understand what this girl was thinking or wanting. But each word she spoke was resolute. The Duke asked seriously, if you leave here, can you survive? Silence fell terrifyingly upon the room once again. He decided to ask a simpler question, I'm asking, what type are you? Missing limbs? Missing hands? Or just outright dead? Truly a great general, straightforward and resolute with every word. Karina remained silent, her expression admitting the worst possible outcome. Million swallowed hard, realizing that she truly was that type. There was no medical facility in the north that could treat her, and she couldn't leave due to the flood of monsters. Karina shook her head helplessly. Whatever you do won't change anything. Million suggested, you only need to rid yourself of that art. Karina firmly replied without hesitation, no. If I do that, I have nothing left. It's been a lifelong companion for Karina, it was her very life. Removing it would be like draining blood from her heart. She'd rather die. Million fell silent before her lifelong companion. Karina had expected him to listen, but she was wrong. Drawing was her pleasure and solace. Million, feeling powerless, changed the subject, so why did you come here like this? You probably need time to clear your mind, don't you? Seeing Karina choose silence again, Million teased, you're even silent about that. He had become quite engrossed in this prey. The Duke glared at Karina, saying, I've endured enough of you. Karina decided to compromise, but she judged Million's expression and said, "This is a little childish and very long, so it won't be very good." Finally, she decided to compromise, coaxing a difficult child indeed. Million smiled gently, saying, "It's okay. I have plenty of time, take your time." Karina felt extremely strange, pondering deeply. She had never confided in anyone before, so where should she start? 10 minutes passed with Karina remaining as silent as a mouse, not uttering a word. Just a moment ago he had growled, but 10 minutes was enough time for him to return to his complacent expression. He gently reminded her, "Karina, should you start talking now?" She opened up, speaking truthfully, "I was diagnosed 2 months ago. At that time, I was just arranging my thoughts to come here, to relax and adjust my thinking. I don't know if it's because of the illness or the aftermath of resentment from the illness, but I feel overwhelmed just because of trivial things. My birthday coincides with my elder brother's outing day, so I always have to cancel it and celebrate my birthday alone. The item I cherish the most must be handed over to my younger sister, whom I don't want to do anything, even though my younger sister is praised for doing little things while I try so hard to get no attention at all." Karina chuckled bitterly, acknowledging her somewhat selfish and childish tendencies. After finishing her story, she discreetly observed the Duke's expression. He remained very calm and asked again, "So on your elder brother's outing day, did you cry and throw a tantrum to have your birthday celebrated? Did you hit your younger brother to snatch back that favorite item, or were you jealous of your younger sister getting attention from the whole family?" Karina was startled and had to clarify, "No, none of that. Absolutely not." "What are you trying to say?" Million made an accurate observation, "So then, what exactly makes all of that childish?" "I ask sincerely. Being childish is like accidentally spilling water on your father's important documents and fearing his scolding, so you run away, leaving behind a note saying you're going on a trip. But what the young lady did, there's nothing childish about it at all." Karina pushed back, "Isn't it natural to compromise for loved ones within a family? That's why I call myself childish for leaving, because I thought I couldn't compromise anymore." Million asked seriously, "Why do you believe that compromising within the family is natural?" "My elder brother is indeed a sharp person, always thinking logically and getting to the point quickly." Karina was about to answer, however, she was stunned by her own thoughts. Only now realizing the illumination she was experiencing, she wondered, when did I start believing that I had to sacrifice everything for my siblings, while in reality it wasn't necessary? Million sighed deeply. Ultimately, who taught this girl such twisted reasoning to live normally? He called Karina with a serious expression. Karina, still tangled in her confused thoughts, hurriedly replied, "Sir Million." The Duke slowly approached Karina, sitting down beside her. Pulling her into an embrace with some difficulty, he gently said, "If you want to cry, just cry. It'll be easier this way." The young girl, perplexed, looked at the Duke, tears gently falling. In reality, her straightforward brother was finding this incredibly awkward because the books he read said to comfort a girl like this, and he was putting it into practice. Karina hesitated for a moment, then finally leaned into the Duke's embrace and cried silently, without uttering a word of complaint. Despite his rough and gruff demeanor, the Duke was now comforting her like a child in his arms. Million sighed, sensing she was still holding back emotions that couldn't be put into words, making the situation even more heartbreaking. After about some minutes, the scene of consolation still hadn't ended. Karina cried to release all the pent-up frustrations she had endured for so long. Previously, whenever she felt like crying, she would paint, and those activities would lift her spirits, but she had never truly cried since she was 10 years old. Karina now quietly nodded slightly in response to Million's question, indicating she was okay. In this moment, the young girl felt a bit ashamed, but Million remained calm as usual, facing the emotional turmoil within him. Despite his composed exterior, inside he struggled to control these unfamiliar emotions. Karina suddenly noticed that her tears had made Million's shirt damp and stained. She hurriedly apologized for dirtying his clothes. The Duke sighed, noting how she apologized for everything. He solemnly told Karina, "The issue right now is that I'm here to help you, not the other way around. So there's no need to apologize. Instead, say thank you." Karina, still a bit bewildered, didn't fully grasp his meaning. Million repeated, say thank you. She obediently responded with a quiet, thank you. Indeed, it felt much lighter than apologizing. Karina's realization hit her deeply. This man was teaching her life lessons her parents never did. Million's advice about not overusing apologies resonated strongly with her. She understood now that constantly apologizing could diminish her own worth in others' eyes and make her shrink inwardly. Conversely, expressing gratitude was always more positive for both parties' emotions. Until now, Karina had always defaulted to saying I'm sorry or it's my fault to smooth things over, or repeatedly assuring others with it's okay to ease their worries. It seemed that everyone had come to expect this from her. But Million made her see the downside to this habit. Truly grateful, Karina thanked Million sincerely, thank you so much. From now on, please call me Karina, Sir Million. With this exchange, they opened up more to each other. Even the Duke, typically reserved and cool, found himself blushing, unable to conceal his emotions. Karina felt a newfound confidence and clarity, grateful for Million's guidance in navigating interpersonal relationships with more dignity and respect for herself. After everything was settled, the Duke advised her to rest more because she was still very weak. Then he went out, and the steward was waiting to announce that there was a reply letter from Mr. Frell. Million noticed the steward's somewhat strange expression and asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" The steward sighed and confessed, "You look quite mysterious, Your Grace." Million couldn't understand. "What's strange about me?" "Quickly hand me the letter." The steward spoke frankly, "Why do you act like you dislike her when you actually care more about the young lady than anyone else?" Million couldn't explain, just saying it was because he wanted to show care. Besides, he opened the letter, which was from that damned Frell. He wrote explicitly, "So you intend to invite me to use that artistic talent to save people? Then you should know how to ask someone properly, Your Grace, instead of being rude." Million tore up the letter in frustration, wishing he could just grab Frell by the collar and shake some sense into him. But for now, he decided to give him time, not wanting to be disappointed. Meanwhile, Million asked the steward, "Where do the young ladies usually like to go?" "The training grounds?" The steward, feeling helpless, replied to the Duke, "Fortunately, our family had foreseen this, so we promised the engagement from the very beginning, otherwise you might have ended up unmarried." The steward assured him, please allow me to investigate, Your Grace." Meanwhile, the doctor, who had previously examined Karina and was also Nocturn's mentor, was on his way to the Duke's estate to re-examine the young lady. The horse-drawn carriage had passed the checkpoint on the northern side. The coachman sighed with relief and said to the doctor, "Thank goodness it's early winter now, so the checkpoints are tightly guarded due to rampant mythical beasts. Luckily we managed to pass through. If things continue like this, we should arrive at the Duke's estate in a few days." The doctor thanked the young coachman for taking him all the way to the Duke's estate. The coachman gave a humble smile and refused the thanks, reminding the doctor that he had once saved his entire family. However, the coachman was curious about why the doctor had embroidered a map onto a handkerchief. The doctor smiled gently and explained, "It's because I have something important to do." On the handkerchief was a detailed and lifelike embroidered map of the Zentar territory, showcasing the doctor's meticulous handiwork. Karina's mood had significantly improved compared to the gloomy demeanor she had while at the Count's estate. Now she felt a sense of peace and tranquility in her life. Karina had developed a new hobby, watching the Duke from her balcony as he trained. She would watch him and then sketch, and this had become a routine from early morning until late at night. Million's vigorous sword training combined with the ethereal view through the window created an almost magical atmosphere. It brought a unique sense of positive energy to Karina. When she couldn't resist, as a result, the Duke became the central subject of all of Karina's artistic inspiration. Even when her creative spirit waned, simply watching him would rejuvenate her, allowing her to draw tirelessly. Of course, these were still just rough pencil sketches. As she was drawing, Karina thought to herself, maybe I should write that down too, that list. Deciding to act on it, Karina put her drawing aside and went to her desk to pick up a notebook. It was the notebook she used to jot down everything she wanted to do before she died. Recently, she hadn't written anything new in it. Despite her inspiration for drawing, she wasn't sure what to write. She felt completely puzzled, not knowing what more she should do. Life at the Duke's residence was peaceful and fulfilling, and she had already distanced herself from her family. She wondered if she should explore something interesting in the north, but Karina wasn't sure what to do and debated whether to ask the Duke. Lost in her thoughts, she muttered to herself. Just as she was thinking about him, he suddenly appeared. There was a knock on the door, and Million's voice startled Karina. He was leaning against the doorframe, saying, "There's nothing more interesting in the north than the magical beasts." Karina grumbled, "Duke, you should knock before entering." Million pouted, "You know I knocked 5 times already. How many more times should I knock?" He walked into the room, moving to the spot where Karina had been sitting earlier, and asked curiously, "What are you doing sitting here drawing from early morning until late at night? You didn't even hear me calling." Karina was caught off guard by Million's approach and hadn't had time to hide her drawing. He had already picked it up and saw everything, making her blush furiously. Million looked at the sketch and exclaimed, "You're drawing me?" Karina hurriedly tried to snatch the drawing back but couldn't reach due to her height. Million took advantage of this to tease her, "Why do you keep drawing this?" Karina quickly explained, "It's because I saw you under the night sky looking so cool, so I decided to draw. But I got so absorbed in drawing that I lost track of time and ended up staying up late." Hearing her cute explanation, Million's face turned noticeably red, and he pretended to look around to control his excitement. He cleared his throat softly, thanked Karina, and then put her drawing down, deciding not to tease her further. The clock was nearing noon when Karina asked, "Why did you come in here, Duke? Knocking 5 times must mean something urgent." Million replied, "I'm going out to inspect the area. I'm worried your health might not handle it, but if you're feeling well, you can come with me. Otherwise, you might get bored staying at home." Karina eagerly agreed with both hands and feet. Soon after, Million had prepared a carriage for their departure. The Duke donned a black coat, showcasing his authority and handsomeness. He turned to look at Karina, a beautiful girl who, after getting dressed, didn't look sick at all. She was also shy and gentle, incredibly adorable. Million's face flushed red, and with a husky voice, he managed to control himself from hugging her, saying, "I've arranged for a shock-absorbing carriage. You can join me on the inspection, as long as you stay by my side." Karina, already thrilled earlier, felt even happier now. She decided to join the Duke in the carriage. Million, being very considerate, helped Karina get in. First holding his hand, she couldn't help but blush. She had rarely held hands with any man before. The carriage started heading towards the urban area. Due to the unique terrain of the territory, the city lay deep within, surrounded by forests. Between the forest and the main residential area were fortifications to defend against magical beasts. The maids of the Duke's household were very orderly, standing at the gate to see off their master and his fiancé as they boarded the carriage. Now sitting inside the carriage, Million had time to leisurely observe Karina. She looked every bit the part of a noble lady, a delicate flower, not like a Cinderella figure at all. Her delicate features, small face, and striking green eyes stood out against her mysterious brown hair. Truly, she was a little beauty. Million boldly asked, "Did your parents teach you manners?" Karina, feeling a bit melancholic, gave a bitter smile and replied, "I didn't learn manners from my parents, but from a viscountess." The Duke, puzzled, asked, "Why?" The reason wasn't particularly special. Karina's younger sister Abelia was always ill, so their parents were always caring for her and had no time to teach Karina manners. Million, being considerate, decided not to press further as it might touch on her sadness. So he changed the subject. Noticing the notebook she was holding, he asked, "What is that?" Karina had been holding on to the notebook ever since she arrived, as it was her only belonging. She quickly explained to the Duke, "This is a notebook where I write down the things I want to do, but there are still many blank pages because I haven't decided what else to write yet." Million looked at the notebook, feeling a bit puzzled. Does it need to be so grand? Don't overthink and be too selective, just write down simple things you can actually do, he advised. Karina, feeling a bit lost, realized he was right. "I guess I've been overthinking. What he said is simple but very accurate," she thought. Million decided to address the issue, even if it might seem a bit blunt. "As you mentioned earlier, you received different education compared to your siblings. The fact that your parents didn't teach you because they were focused on another child is naturally saddening and understandable. Every word from the Duke resonated deeply with Karina. Rarely, or perhaps never, had anyone advised her so sincerely. Just then, the carriage stopped at their destination. Million stepped out first and said something to Karina that he had wanted to say for a long time. He turned around, smiled brightly, took her hand, and whispered, "The world is vast, don't make yourself small. As long as you hold my hand like this, I will show you all the beautiful things in life instead of those painful memories." At the Count's house, you can think of it as if they had grown a tree in a small flower pot. Now that tree has grown too big, mature enough to break the pot and explore the world. You won't be bound by that small garden anymore. Million said. All the simple and sincere emotions from Million moved Karina deeply. In her eyes, there was only him, gentle and considerate. Who would have thought that a duke famous for his irritability would have such a positive philosophy of life and would use that gentleness to warm her heart? Suddenly she burst out laughing, which made Million unexpectedly annoyed. "Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" he asked. Giggling, she replied, "It's just that when you mentioned the tree, I suddenly thought about a tree running with legs, and it's kind of funny." Million grumbled seriously, "I was being all serious for once, and you ruined the mood." It had been a long time since Karina shared such joy with someone. In the refreshing northern breeze, she sincerely thanked Million, but her voice was so soft that he couldn't hear her. "What did you say?" he asked. Of course, Karina wouldn't admit it, but there was no denying that Million could feel her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Million led Karina into the village, which was in the midst of the winter festival. She was visibly delighted by the lively scene, an old woman enthusiastically shouting, a man laughing heartily, people bustling about the streets, and couples where the men carried logs and the women led children. Karina watched, her eyes wide with wonder, as if it was her first time witnessing such a scene, and it was true. Karina had never been able to go out and enjoy herself like this before, always tied down by her younger siblings. Now she and Million stood before the bustling excitement of one of the streets adorned for the festival. Curious, Karina asked Million, "Is it always this lively during the winter festival?" Million explained, "Because we have a lot of meat to eat during winter, we can have such festivals." After saying this, the Duke sneaked a slight peek at Karina's expression. As expected, she couldn't hide her curiosity. Karina asked, "Where does all this meat come from, and what kind of meat is it?" "Even in the south, where it's warm and wealthy, we rarely have such vibrant festivals." The Duke answered her question, "The meat here is from magical beasts. There's plenty of it." Karina thought she had misheard and asked again, "What? Eating magical beasts? Is that even possible?" Million pointed behind her, "Look back there, that's a magical beast that intruded here and was caught by the soldiers to be butchered. In the north, winter almost completely isolates us in snow, and magical creatures invade daily. That's why we have so much meat. The villagers, being hungry, clean and eat it, not just the meat," Million added. "Besides the meat, the bones and fat of the creatures can be used to make household items like candles or knives. Their fur and other finer parts can be turned into jewelry. In short, every part of a magical beast in the north is utilized to the fullest." Karina's eyes lit up as she gazed at the enormous magical beast, marveling at the sheer amount of meat. She was curious about its taste, and as Million continued his explanation, her excitement grew. She reached out to touch the fur of the beast that the villagers had skinned and were drawing nearby. "It's incredible, these pelts are so lifelike, like the creature is still alive," she exclaimed. Million, observing her childlike wonder, asked if she wanted to buy anything. As the wealthiest man in the region, he could afford to indulge her whims. While Karina was engrossed in watching the villagers butcher a beast, a worker accidentally bumped into her. Karina, already lacking strength, stumbled. Million immediately reached out to catch her, wrapping her in his protective embrace. He didn't scold the worker, understanding that they were simply absorbed in their tasks. Karina's heart began to race from the sudden contact and the shock she felt. Million's breath as he held her, and her face flushed with warmth. She intended to call his name but noticed his expression had turned deadly serious. His eyes flashed with a menacing look, and the surrounding area was filled with the ringing of alarm bells. Confused by the situation and unfamiliar with the warning signals, Karina turned to Million and asked, "What's happening, my lord?" He briefly explained the situation. Magical beasts have infiltrated nearby, and quickly headed towards the city walls to assess the situation. Upon reaching the guards, he demanded, "What's the status?" The guards reported, 2 magical beasts are concentrated outside the city. Casualties are unclear, but the soldiers are still holding their ground. The roaring cries of the monstrous creatures echoed everywhere. They were starving to the extreme, their ghastly appearance terrifying. But the soldiers Million had trained were not skilled warriors yet. They struggled to buy time until the Duke arrived. All 3 beasts were ferocious, their eyes demonic, heads adorned with horns, and bodies muscular. Million hurriedly removed his coat and told Karina, "Stay here. I'll go out to assess the situation." Before the girl could react, the Duke kicked open the windowsill and leapt down. Karina panicked, watching Million jump from a height of at least 2 floors. Million quickly ordered the guards, "Take care of the young lady standing above." Karina herself was horrified, asking the guards, "Is he okay after jumping from such a height?" They were used to such sights and reassured Karina that the Lord was fine, but she remained deeply concerned, asking if the situation was under control. In reality, it wasn't quite under control. The monsters were among the most challenging. Watching Million wield his sword, blood splattered everywhere, his blade stained with the creature's blood. Million now completely shed his gentle demeanor when caring for Karina, instead displaying seriousness in protecting his comrades and the local residents. These were hotties, the newest species, with thick armor, buffalo-like horns, and extreme ferocity. Solo, one was nearly impossible, so the Duke could only fend them off. Every strike of Million's sword could only scratch the tough hide of the monstrous creatures. Despite Million's utmost efforts, Karina gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless just standing there. She pondered if there was anything she could do to aid the Duke. One of the soldiers inadvertently mentioned that since this was a new species, its weaknesses were unknown, making it difficult to defeat and only possible to drive away. This sparked an idea in Karina's mind. She quickly pulled out her sketchbook and tried to deduce if her knowledge could be of any help. If Million knew the weakness of this creature, perhaps there would be a chance to win, minimizing the struggle and losses for Million's side. The hotties seemed to be aware. Locking eyes with Million, both monsters growled, exchanging strategies to claim this territory. Eventually, they grunted and retreated, relieving everyone. As the Duke's arrival forced the hotties' pack to withdraw, without him, this winter wouldn't have been peaceful. While Million checked on everyone's well-being, Karina saw that the battle had ended and rushed down. However, her body couldn't keep up, exhausted from running and feeling the chill creeping into her limbs as she descended. She saw the Duke covered in blood, but he paid no mind to himself, immediately inquiring about the soldiers' injuries and delegating medical aid to those wounded. Million scolded her, "Why didn't you wait for me up there? I would have come up after finishing the fight." But Karina, stubborn as ever, hurried to where the Duke was, struggling to catch her breath. Despite her condition, she didn't care. Taking out a handkerchief, she wiped the blood off Million's face. Her gentle and caring gesture stunned all the soldiers around. It was the first time a girl had come so close to the Duke. Million grabbed her hand that was wiping his face and noticed how icy cold it was. He immediately complained, "Why are your hands so cold? Didn't anyone give you a blanket or something?" His remark made the nearby guards sweat nervously for not taking care of the girl as the Duke had instructed. Karina tried to reassure the Duke that it wasn't necessary to be so concerned. He persisted, then suddenly pulled out a gift from his pocket and next placed a sparkling, peculiar Yellowstone pendant around Karina's neck. Amidst her astonishment, clearly the Duke was a man of action rather than words. Karina stared in awe at the necklace, sensing something special about it. The soldiers, utterly surprised, shelling about, much to Million's growing frustration. Karina redirected the Duke's attention to something else, asking, "What kind of stone is this?" Million explained, "This isn't just a stone. It's a kind of artifact obtained from defeating the monster." As he spoke, the stone began glowing in Karina's hand. She felt it was warmer than a hearth, replenishing her current body warmth. But hearing that it's taken from a monster, she widened her eyes, looking to the Duke for further explanation. "Isn't that a bit creepy?" Million, frustrated by the situation, retorted, I'm just stating facts. In summary, these items are rarely obtained when killing a monster. Million knew Karina occasionally had low body temperature, which caused her to have fevers, so he found a gem for her. Moreover, there is a belief here that keeping the gem of the monster makes one healthier, he said. Million put his hand on Karina's head, gently comforting her. I want you to get better, my lady, he said, brimming with gentleness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. She carefully tucked these moments into her memory, ensuring they would serve as cherished mementos to dispel any loneliness or sorrow. Million suggested, let's head back now. We can come back here tomorrow for the festival. Karina chuckled mischievously at him. All right, let's go back with him then. As they were preparing to leave, a horse-drawn carriage stopped nearby. A long unseen familiar face appeared. Million asked Karina, what's going on? Do you know that person? It turned out to be the physician who had treated her in the south and was the only one familiar with Karina's medical condition. He greeted Karina warmly with a smile, which thrilled her immensely. Not expecting the physician to be here, she eagerly asked why he was here. He chuckled and replied, there are ways. If my patient wishes it, I can make it happen. Karina introduced the physician briefly, this is Count Million, and also introduced Million, this is the physician who has been treating me. He swept his gaze from top to bottom. The Duke turned out to be quite familiar indeed, he was none other than the fiancé of the young lady. Thus, she was not just any Karina, but the daughter of the Count, Lady Karina. Million interrupted their joyful reunion. He suggested, it's getting late. Why don't we head back to the estate and discuss this further in the warmth? Today, the Duke's mansion had an esteemed guest. This individual was on par with Duke Million and was the most esteemed person after the royal family. As soon as the carriage stopped, the servants were prepared to serve the unmanageable hand. That person was none other than Duke Frell, a friend of Duke Million. The Duke was happy to meet Frell but didn't understand why he had come to this place. Frell chuckled in a playful manner. The reason I came here is because one day a few days ago, while I was eating a good piece of tenderloin, suddenly I don't know where a cool breeze appeared. It threw the brains out and flew my flesh. Frell's hair was suddenly out of control, and the fearful ask was there. Frell quickly reassured him, nothing, I know it. I'm used to it. It's a messenger bird. I can't stand the violent tendencies from their owners toward their pets anymore. The steward took out a letter from the bird's leg and handed it to Duke Frell. The content of the letter was that Million was currently keeping one of the Duke's children in the mansion. This person had an art disease, but they didn't know what kind, so they asked Frell to come over and also informed the Duke's family. Frell muttered to himself, knowing full well about this disease, which he himself was currently suffering from. Most artists he knew also had it but had managed to control it completely. So how serious was it that his friend had to send an urgent message? Therefore, Frell was here now to assess the situation. He asked if the Duke had prepared everything he needed in the guest reception room. The Duke had all of Karina's paintings brought out. He had a perplexed look on his face, wondering why he had suddenly come to the house and demanded to see these paintings. He looked at his daughter's artwork, then furrowed his brow and slammed it on the table, criticizing her painting as somewhat ugly. Someone like you should just look at them for fun, he said. Frell sipped his tea, his face grimacing as he thought to himself how unpleasant it was for someone to criticize his daughter's work in front of others like this. Frell sarcastically remarked, perhaps the Duke here should refine his eye for art. Seeing the uncomfortable guest, Karina's father asked, what do you mean by that? Why come to my house and say such things all of a sudden? Seeing the Duke angrily criticizing his daughter's painting, Frell felt a bit mocking, and a lot colder inside. Who would be so rude about their daughter's cherished artwork? In reality, he sponsored many artists with artistic disease, most of them had some minor conflicts with their families, but they only hid it. Not everyone ran away. As for Karina, this girl and her Duke family had such deep-seated conflicts that she had to flee like that. Frell asked coldly, do you know if your daughter Karina has an artistic disease? His expression clearly showed mocking amusement. An outsider knows, and you in this household don't? That's the joke of the year. His answer, of course, was a flat denial. I don't know, he asserted. About my daughter, she doesn't have that talent. How could she possibly have an artistic disease? Frell scoffed. You seem to look down on your daughter a bit there. The Duke, furious, gritted his teeth. Unbelievable. If she were ill, she'd be at home, not running away. As time passed during this conversation, Frell perhaps began to understand why the lady had sought refuge at Million's place. Frell chuckled sarcastically. The young lady running away? Duke, you're saying someone visiting their fiancé is running away? That's a new terminology. The Duke was shocked to the core. He never expected Karina to actually be there. He exclaimed, why did she come there? Frell immediately twisted his words. So are you suggesting I lied? Or is my friend Duke Million the liar? The Duke stood up angrily and scolded Frell. Stop that right now. What's with suddenly coming to see the paintings and then saying such things? You can leave now. Frell didn't bother to stay any longer. He stood up, brushed off his coat casually, and took Karina's painting with him. Everything here is done now. No reason to linger. The Duke also understood the implications. Regardless, Duke Frell's status was higher than his, so he thanked him for the information about his daughter. I'll have the opportunity to come and fetch her later. That made Frell quite amused. Frell walked toward the door, but before leaving, he looked disdainfully at the Duke, provoking his anger. As he opened the door, Frell spoke. When I told you Karina, your daughter, was ill, you didn't believe it, saying she couldn't be. But when I said she was in the north with her fiancé, you immediately believed it. He gave the Duke a mocking look. Seems like Duke Frell only chooses to believe what he wants to, huh? And then, did you know? If Karina were my daughter and I heard she was sick, I would probably ask if she was okay before asking where she was. Each word cut deep into the Duke's heart. Outsiders always seemed more perceptive, and he felt he was losing to someone he had never met, like Frell. Frell stepped out of the door. He truly felt sorry for Karina's talent, born into a family like this. Looking back at the painting, everything Karina depicted had vanished. If that was the case, it wasn't just an ordinary miracle anymore. In the end, Karina became entangled in that deadly disease. Karina's skill is akin to that of the Creator, a power equivalent to that of a god. Karina is like the life force of the world, capable of rooting deeply within to create everything, but requiring ample resources and sturdy support. Yet Karina is just a human body wielding a power comparable to creation. Frell pondered over those drawings for quite some time, seemingly unsure. Hopefully I will arrive in time. The Duke returned to his office, sighing deeply and wearily organizing all the information. What he remembered was that Karina, his daughter, had gone to the fiancé's house, right? Then there was a knock at the door. He quickly regained his composure and allowed the visitor in. His eldest son Enfric, accompanied by Abelia's personal physician, Nocturn, entered. Enfric mentioned that the doctor had something to report, prompting them to enter immediately. The Duke, suddenly anxious, asked the physician about Abelia's condition without comparison, without pain. Nocturne smiled and reported that the young lady's health had improved and stabilized, with no worrisome developments. Her body was capable enough to attend small tea parties. The Duke expressed his profound gratitude that Abelia was finally healthy. He hoped she would remain so. Indeed, this excessive discrimination chilled any heart. He inquired further about his wife's condition, observing that she didn't seem well. Nocturne had also checked on the lady and reported that due to prolonged anxiety and insomnia, she hadn't been well, but now she was okay. The Duke breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped Nocturne could stay by Abelia's side so that she wouldn't feel lonely, while continuing to monitor and care for his wife. After completing his report, Nocturne asked for permission to leave. As he walked away, a painful thought lingered in his mind: should he inform the Duke about Karina's condition and her terminal illness? However, Nocturne's top priority remained Abelia. Fearing that revealing Karina's imminent death would shock her, despite knowing that she's close to her end, ultimately Nocturne decided against telling and opted to wait until his mentor returned in the spring, knowing the outcome would be known by then. Just as Nocturne left, Enfric, the Duke's eldest son, arrived with Abelia's personal physician from Abelia's estate. Seeing his father's troubled expression, Enfric asked, "What was wrong?" The Duke inquired if Ælfric had noticed the grand carriage of Duke Frell leaving, assuming he had just returned and would have seen it. Ælfric confirmed seeing a luxurious carriage bearing the Duke's crest. Perplexed, the Duke explained that Duke Frell had come to announce that Karina had been found and was currently at the Duke's northern estate. This shocking revelation left Ælfric stunned. Despite being the most concerned for Karina in the household, he couldn't express it openly. Ælfric was shocked to hear this earth-shattering news. In fact, he might be the most concerned person in the household about Karina, but he couldn't show it openly. His elder brother suggested immediately going to fetch her, but their father refused. He took a headache remedy, explaining that the northern routes were already closed, making travel impossible. Concerned, Ælfric asked his father, "What should we do now?" After taking his medicine, his father's mind cleared, and he solemnly asked Ælfric a question that weighed heavily on his mind: how did Duke Million appear during the engagement party when he wasn't at home? Ælfric, at least fair-minded, replied that Duke Million seemed perfectly flawless throughout the party. Ælfric observed Million's attentive and caring demeanor towards his sister, leading him to speculate that she might have feelings for him as well. Their father sighed heavily, shaking his head. "Well, I never expected a daughter of mine to pursue her fiancé before their wedding. It's beyond comprehension. She's not even half the person Abelia is, and on top of that, she didn't bother to send a single letter home to ease her parents' worries like this." Ælfric defended his sister, saying, "She's quiet, so maybe we just don't understand her well enough, father. But when she returns, what do you intend to say to her?" His father sighed deeply and asserted firmly, "I'll say what needs to be said, confront her about abandoning her parents like that." Yet deep down, he still wrestled with one question: what did we do wrong for Karina to feel she had to run away? When it came to discussing her escape, it revealed a father's profoundly negative view, driven to the extreme by his frustration with his own flesh and blood. His perspective contrasted sharply with that of the elderly physician and Million, both deeply concerned about Karina. Karina was quite delighted to reunite with the physician in this icy land. She asked him, "How did you manage to come all the way here?" The physician replied, "I found my way here through the power of miracles." Karina found it hard to believe that even the physician had an artistic ailment. Did that mean he had artistic problems too? He displayed an intricately embroidered handkerchief, brightly colored, saying, "My embroidery skills are quite good, after all." Both Karina and Million still didn't understand how that embroidered handkerchief could help the physician determine Karina's location. The physician chuckled lightly and prepared for a demonstration. He began searching through his bag, took out a lighter, and slowly explained that it was a marvel he had created. When he wanted to know the location of anything, he simply had to burn the item he had embroidered on the handkerchief. When the embroidered object on the handkerchief burned completely, the magic would immediately reveal itself, and he would know exactly where the object was, no matter its condition. Of course, he had to perform this feat with his embroidery skills. The physician proudly boasted that he had previously assisted royalty and detectives in solving crimes using this talent. Million clapped and praised enthusiastically, "I didn't expect it to be so miraculous." However, Million paid closer attention and boldly asked, "If that's the case, then your talent must also be considered a miracle, right?" The physician glanced at Karina, understanding the Duke's implication. It was clear he suffered from the same ailment. The physician admitted, "I could create miracles, but I no longer practice because God had taken my eyesight as a price for my talent." His eyes showed a hint of melancholy, a gift exchanged for a price. Sometimes it seemed as if God was a cruel being who enjoyed toying with humanity. His hands clenched unconsciously. "Even though I've closed that door for over a decade, the pain still lingers whenever I recall it." Karina worriedly asked, "So you can't see now?" He laughed heartily, saying he was fine and had only nearly lost his vision. "I can still see to some extent, otherwise, how would I have found my way here?" Million was only concerned with the core issue: you can create miracles, so does that mean your artistic ailment has been cured? The physician gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "It has never been cured. In fact, up to now, the artistic ailment is an incurable disease, like a terminal illness that can only be managed with pain relief." "Then why are you sitting here so healthfully?" Both Karina and Million had the same question about his eyes. The physician chuckled and immediately explained, "Of course it's because I gave up that talent of mine." There was a time when I was almost in despair because someone who can embroider but cannot see is virtually hopeless. So I chose to abandon it. Seeing him give up his passion and longing, Karina felt an immense pity, as if he had lost a part of himself that couldn't be healed. The pain was unbearable. On the way back to the castle, the physician elaborated, not everyone is initially afflicted with the artistic ailment. Among the miracles, only about 1% actually develop into an ailment. To put it bluntly, it is extremely rare for it to affect the eyes or any other part of the body, but rare doesn't mean non-existent. There are even rarer cases where the price is the life of the talented person. Karina slumped, her face turning deathly pale. The physician was touching on her deepest fear. Was she destined to be one of those whose talent would cost them their life? Was he implying that here? Did that mean the Duke would find out she was close to death? Million, still processing everything, commented with curiosity, if it's that rare, then the number of deaths must be quite low, right? The physician returned to inquire about Karina's condition and expressed a desire to discuss her current state in more detail. However, Karina, with her head bowed, struggling to maintain composure, said in a slightly trembling voice, "Could we discuss my condition in the room? With professional ethics?" He completely agreed to that. Million, puzzled, asked, "Why not talk here?" It seemed he had already considered Karina under his guardianship. He glanced at Karina, noticing her face was extremely pale, as if she was afraid of something. The carriage came to a stop just in time at the residence. Before Million could ask further questions, Karina said to the Duke, "Thank you for taking me out today. I really enjoyed it." Karina stepped down from the carriage without needing Million's help, knowing that if he saw her current expression, he would certainly worry. She adjusted her demeanor to appear as healthy as possible and forced a smile at Million. "I hope you can invite me out again next time," she said. Million, still somewhat dazed, sensed that they, or she, were hiding something, particularly about Karina's current health condition. The physician, feeling helpless, followed Karina into the castle, glancing back at the Duke with a hint of pity. Karina led the physician to her room. The journey was silent, with an almost suffocating atmosphere. The doctor, curious, finally broke the silence. "You haven't told the Duke yet, have you?" Karina stopped in her tracks, her face sorrowful. "I really want to tell him," she confessed, "but I'm afraid that if he knows he has to live with someone who is dying, he might end up despising me. No matter what, I just want to stay here." She reminded herself not to cry, to strive not to let anyone see how dire her condition truly was. Karina clenched her arm tightly to stay alert. There were times she wanted to leave quietly, not wanting to hurt Million, but this place had given her so many happy and joyful experiences she had never had before. So every step she took each day, she hoped it would be steadier, even if only a little, so she wouldn't collapse. Her wish was to keep walking through this house with Million by his side. She turned to the doctor and asked, "Am I a selfish person?" The doctor said, "Not necessarily. Maybe we should discuss this inside." After pouring a cup of tea for the doctor, Karina apologized for hiding her identity as the Count's daughter, explaining that she only wanted a medical consultation. The doctor smiled indulgently. "It's all right. As long as your health is taken care of, your identity doesn't matter." He suddenly wondered, doesn't the Count's household have their own doctor? Karina gave a bitter smile. "They do, but there are certain issues that make me not trust them for a consultation." Swirling the tea in her cup, the surface of the liquid reflected the turmoil of Karina's life. The doctor inquired if the Count knew about her illness. Karina shook her head, finding it difficult to respond. "They have no idea." Curious, the doctor asked why she had to flee to him instead of staying at home, since treating a disease also involves understanding its root cause. He paid close attention to her emotional state. Karina fidgeted with her fingers, struggling to gather the courage to explain. She revealed that she had always been a supporting character in her own home, where no one paid attention to her or acknowledged her. Throughout her childhood and into adulthood, she was the sister who had to support her brother as the heir to the castle and the older sister who had to give up everything in care for her younger twin siblings. "Sometimes I was really tired, and they never believed or listened to me, not even once. My life was one where I had to give up everything and couldn't be selfish about anything. Once I asked to sleep with my mother because I was sick, but my younger brother took my things, and my mother complained that she was too tired from comforting him and didn't have the energy for me. All I wanted was to sleep next to her, not asking for anything else. She scolded me for not giving my things to my brother, so he cried, and she had to work hard to comfort him. She said that if I had just given it to him, none of this would have happened. I begged her with my childish voice, hoping for her sympathy, but she kept telling me that as an older sister I needed to understand and that she was very tired and I had to be considerate. Karina's voice trembled as she recalled the painful memory. At that moment, I felt so wronged, and as a child I shouted that if having a brother like that meant suffering, I'd rather not have one. She slapped me hard on the cheek, scolding me that even though I was a child, as an older sister I shouldn't think that way. She reminded me to be grateful for being born healthy and to treat my brother well. Even though my cheek hurt to the point of tears, she shut the door and continued yelling that because I was healthy, I should love my brother more. Sometimes I wished that if being born healthy was a crime, I would rather have been strangled in my mother's womb. Karina glanced at the doctor with a bitter smile. You see, I've never been cared for by my family, not even once. They even said my illnesses were just a joke because I was healthier than most kids. If I complained, they threatened to send me to the slums. Hearing this, the doctor felt a surge of sorrow. However, he advised Karina that sometimes running away isn't a bad idea. People often say that facing your wounds helps them heal faster, but staying away from the source of your pain is also beneficial. Living with those who have hurt you is truly difficult. He gently held Karina's hand to comfort her. I'm very glad you left the Count's house. Escaping from such chains is a positive sign, allowing you to do whatever you desire. It's okay to be a bit greedy. Tears streamed down Karina's face, releasing all the pent-up grievances she had endured for so long. The doctor began to share his own experiences with the art disease as a way to empathize. When I was young, the doctor's parents also rejected his talents. They said no son of theirs should be involved in sewing and embroidery, claiming it made him look like a woman. They always hoped he would become a skilled knight, but he didn't listen to them and rebelled against his family, dedicating himself even more to embroidery. He continued to embroider piece after piece, and each time he did, he felt a sense of liberation. Karina agreed, that feeling truly is the key to freeing the soul. The doctor continued his story, then one day I couldn't find the materials I needed anywhere, so I decided to give up. From then on, at every funeral, I would embroider items for the deceased and burn them to send them off to the afterlife. Until one day something miraculous happened, burning an embroidered piece allowed me to find the object depicted in it. That's how I started to become a hero, not in the night squad, but as someone who could track down criminals, even lost children and missing pets. Families would come to me for help. At that time, I was truly satisfied with the miracles I created. The present-day doctor remembered those moments when his life, previously like a supporting character, suddenly became the protagonist. It was an indescribable feeling, and he lived with it for nearly 20 years. But then one day the miracle turned into a nightmare. My eyesight began to fade to the point where I could no longer embroider accurately. I was diagnosed with the art disease. If I continued to sew, I could go blind. I was desperate, thinking it was better to go blind and near death than to give up embroidery. My decision back then was much like yours now, Karina. It was very similar. He then recounted the next phase of his life, when he sought a peaceful place for his final days. Fortunately, God opened a new path for him. At that moment, he saw a brighter future in his new passion, treating the sick. And that's why I'm still here today. The doctor advised Karina that mental illness is very difficult to cure, but since she had distanced herself from its source, she needed to have the will to live for things to improve. Karina wiped away her tears and sincerely thanked the doctor for his encouraging words. Now that you are free, try to build new relationships and create beautiful memories. Don't dwell on the past anymore, he said. The time spent talking to the doctor had been quite enlightening for Karina. She realized that running away wasn't a cowardly act but a way to heal her soul. Suddenly, the doctor remembered something and asked Karina about the family doctor of the Count's household, the one she had mentioned with a bitter smile. His name is Nocturn. He came to my family's mansion when I was 17. One fine day, while walking through my favorite rose garden, I saw him, a young man with green hair and a bright smile like the sun. He approached me and smiled warmly. He was very friendly, and since I had no friends, I felt comfortable and close to him. That was the beginning of my first love. In the Rose Garden meeting, Nocturne felt like the first spring arriving slowly. He was sweet-talking and a kind person who always smiled at everyone in the mansion. I often watched him from a distance, and sometimes he noticed my gaze and smiled warmly. For the first time in my life, I felt love, shyness, and the fluttering of my heart. Soon after, I realized I had feelings for him. Every day I waited in the garden until one day I gathered the courage to talk to him. He was still warm, asking what I was doing there. Of course, I couldn't say that I wanted to get to know him, so I said I was just walking and saw him. He showed me a freshly picked rose and asked if it was beautiful. At that moment, I foolishly thought he was going to give it to me. I was so excited and wondered how to respond appropriately. But just as he smiled at me, he turned and smiled at Abelia, giving her the rose instead and asking if she thought it was beautiful. At that moment, I realized how delusional I had been. From then on, he would still visit and treat Abelia often, smiling at me too, until one day I was in the library with Abelia. Nocturne didn't let Abelia go outside because her health wasn't good. I tried to persuade her to be patient since Nocturne had told her to rest well, but Abelia kept whining and expressing her dislike for Nocturne because she couldn't go out. Every time Nocturne looked at Abelia, I felt choked with sadness. Instead of thinking about my sister chattering away, mentioning someone I couldn't reach, I kept worrying about my feelings for Nocturne. At times I felt guilty being with my sister just to get Nocturne's attention, but I gave up, and Abelia stayed by my side, moving back and forth because she couldn't go out. When I wasn't paying attention, she took advantage of a gap where I had taken a book, squeezing her head through, teasing playfully, thinking it would be cute. But unexpectedly, she pushed the bookshelf, causing it to wobble. At that moment, I only had time to see the shelf collapse. Unable to do anything, Nocturne heard Abelia's scream and quickly ran over. At that moment, I was the one pinned under the bookshelf while Abelia stood next to me crying. He hurriedly asked Abelia, "Are you hurt?" The little girl kept crying, saying she didn't mean to. I tried to console her, saying it was all right, but then Nocturne turned to me and asked, "Why did you do this?" I wanted to explain, but he didn't listen, scolding me more, saying that Abelia was so fragile and I, being so strong, didn't protect her and even put her in danger. He accused me of wanting to kill her. He said that I still wanted to explain that the shelf had wobbled and fallen towards me, not her. Do you know what he said next? He said it was fortunate that it fell on me. If it had fallen on Abelia, she wouldn't have survived. His words felt like a death sentence, as if Abelia was human and I was not, as if she could feel pain and I was as tough as steel. He blamed me as if I were a murderer, even though I was the one injured with a sprained ankle. I slowly asked him if he liked Abelia, but Nocturne didn't admit it. He just protected her as if she were a familiar shadow he didn't want to lose again. He insisted that if anything ever harmed Abelia, he would stop it at all costs. After that, Nocturne carried Abelia out of the library. I still sat there because my leg hurt too much to move. My wrist hurt from the books hitting it, but I just sat there waiting like a fool. In the end, he never came back to see if I was okay. Karina's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her past sorrows. The doctor's face, usually so composed, showed a rare display of anger. That apprentice of mine, Nocturne. I warned him to treat all his patients with fairness and not let his past traumas cloud his judgment, he muttered, his voice laced with disappointment. Karina managed a bitter smile. I realized then that Nocturne wasn't someone worth my concern. He prioritized Abelia in everything, just as my parents did. If he had known about my illness, he would have kept it hidden, protecting her from the truth. Outside the room, Million's heart pounded as he processed what he had just overheard. The raw pain in Karina's voice, the injustices she had faced, stirred a protective rage within him. He had stumbled upon this conversation unintentionally, but now every detail he had heard intensified his determination to support her. As the sunlight filtered into the room, casting a warm glow over Karina, she looked up, her eyes reflecting a mixture of sadness and newfound resolve. "Thank you, Doctor, for helping me see things clearly and giving me the strength to face my past." The doctor squeezed her hand gently. "You're free now, Karina." Use this freedom to build new relationships and create beautiful memories. Leave the past where it belongs. Just outside, Million clenched his fists. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a burning resolve. He would ensure that Karina never felt alone or unsupported again. The injustices she had endured would be rectified, and he would fulfill every promise he made to her. With a determined smile, he whispered to himself, if that house couldn't cherish you, I will. Every promise, every wish of yours, I'll make it happen. Late at night, Karina sat in her room reflecting on the creature from the morning. At that moment, she had the intention of doing something for Million, perhaps creating an entity. Karina began by putting down her pencil and setting up a rough sketch. Though the lines were crude, they fit perfectly, capturing every detail from the horns to each layer of claws with precision. Quickly, the pencil drawing of a Hades took shape. Even though it was still colorless, the magic Karina created would only manifest when the drawing was fully colored. Naturally, black was also considered a color, and if it wasn't completed, it could still evoke a sense of realism even if it didn't transform into a tangible object. So all that was left was to color the creature. As Karina reached for her nearly exhausted set of paints, she paused, feeling a pang of regret, as if she were exploiting the creation she had brought to life. Karina sighed, but she knew she had to proceed because she wanted something that could help Million and protect him. Since Million was always worried about Karina, she never wanted to see him get hurt. This morning, when she saw Million's face covered in blood, she was so worried that she disregarded her own frail health and ran down to him. Looking at the drawing she had created, Karina thought to herself, at worst, it's just adding another burden to my already fragile life. She walked over to a cabinet and opened a drawer containing a notebook and some paint supplies. Though they were quite scarce, she used to stock up on paints, but since coming to the north she hadn't had the time to buy more, and now they were almost gone. Karina considered asking Million to buy some for her but immediately dismissed the idea, thinking, I can't keep bothering him for everything. I should go buy them myself. After all, I'm still the daughter of a wealthy count. Today Karina felt something different. Her mood, despite lacking a few things, didn't feel the usual frustration. The life from the Hella stone that Million had given her caught her attention. She picked it up, feeling the warmth radiate from it and recalling Million's words, a wish for the recipient of the stone to be healthier than ever. Karina smiled happily. No wonder she felt unusually at peace today, as if there was some kind of magic at work. She closed her eyes, savoring the feeling she had never experienced before in her life. The next day, Karina prepared to go buy art supplies according to the plan she had devised the previous night. However, there was a slight hiccup in this plan. The Duke insisted on accompanying her. He claimed that she hadn't been able to go out yesterday due to the lack of a permit, and today he also wanted to order some clothes for her. Karina, embarrassed, firmly refused, but when it came to stubbornness, the Count's daughter was no match for the Duke. Million suddenly asked Karina, why haven't you been painting this morning as usual? Karina, taken aback, asked him why he was inquiring about that. Well, Million replied, this morning I didn't sense your presence from upstairs like I usually do, so I figured you hadn't gotten up yet. Blushing, Karina stammered, you remember that so well, and your senses are sharp too. She cleared her throat and explained, I was just so engrossed in my painting that I slept in, but I made up for it with extra sleep. Million chuckled and asked, Karina, are you missing any painting supplies? She hesitated and replied, I have my pencils, so I don't need anything else. Million looked amused at her innocent evasion. Usually skilled craftsmen never blame their tools, but your humility is admirable. Shortly after, their horse-drawn carriage passed through the forest and approached the town. Million mentioned that it might be difficult to find Karina's preferred art supplies in the north, but with a little searching they could find some high-quality options. Karina smiled cheerfully. That's all right. I won't mind as long as I can buy what I need. Karina laughed inwardly with excitement. She had never been indulged like this at home, never had the freedom to buy high-quality items on her own. Million cautioned her, go ahead, but if you feel tired, tell me immediately. Encouraged by his openness, Karina boldly asked, what if I told you I'm tired? What would happen then? Million's temper flared. Of course we'd head straight back. No more shopping, that's unnecessary. Karina teared up silently. He was truly intimidating at times. Luckily, she had slept well the previous night, so there shouldn't be any issues. As they entered the city, they arrived at the renowned clothing store. It was known across the north for its diverse range of styles and up-to-date fashion trends. As Million helped Karina down from the horse, he announced, "There's a doctor here, a close friend of mine, Duke Frell, who has a deep understanding of art-related illnesses." Karina was slightly surprised. "Your close friend?" Million briefly explained, "He's a patron of artists and has extensive knowledge of art-related illnesses. Besides, I showed him your painting, and he was very interested." Karina blushed furiously, startled that Million had shown her painting to someone else without her consent. She scolded him, "Why did you let Duke Frell see it?" "I didn't intend to display it." Million, feeling awkward, replied, "It didn't seem like a big deal to me, especially since you agreed to let me show it." Karina sighed in frustration. "It's not the same at all. It's like letting someone read my diary without permission." Million scratched his head apologetically. "I'm really sorry, Karina. I didn't think about it that way." Interrupting their conversation, Million promptly asked the staff to prepare the latest winter outfits. Trying to soothe Karina's annoyance, he said, "All right, no more frustration. I'll make it up to you now, pick out a dress." The shop owner, being very tactful, greeted the Duke and the young lady first. "It's always better to go first." Million quickly introduced Karina to the shop owner so they could get acquainted. Karina smiled gently, greeted the shop owner, and quickly introduced herself, also allowing for a more casual address. The shop owner was extremely friendly and told Karina, "Just call me normally, since I'm a commoner." Million, standing beside, grumbled, "You complain to me, but look at how cheerful you are with others." Million gave orders to the shopkeeper, "I want to see all the winter outfits, a few casual ones and some comfortable work outfits." Karina, feeling flustered, asked, "Why are you choosing so many?" Million, with a dismissive expression, explained, "The clothes you put on are too cumbersome. You need comfortable outfits to work in." Watching their intimate exchange, the shopkeeper felt very satisfied. She asked, "How would you like to choose?" "Of course, the most expensive ones, show me everything, especially the ones for painting," Million said. Karina quickly grabbed Million's hand and said, "I'm fine, really, so you don't need to buy so many." Her actions would excite the Duke. How adorable, it's the first time Karina has taken the initiative to touch him, the Duke thought. And thus he excitedly decided, "Just choose whatever you want. Be comfortable." Karina was at a loss for words and had no choice but to comply. The shop had made outfits, and the shopkeeper promised to show designs, make alterations, and take proper measurements. Karina wanted to refuse, but Million was determined. The shopkeeper, catching on, took Karina inside to start taking measurements. Karina felt helpless and thought it was a shame to spend so much without knowing how long she would wear the clothes. But when she looked across, she saw Million's passionate gaze sweeping over her. He was sitting there dignified while his girl was shopping for clothes. Karina quickly turned away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. They were now like a young couple in love. After a period of choosing, measuring, and adjusting, Karina was exhausted and slumped onto a chair. Million, worried, asked, "Are you very tired? Are you all right?" But the shopkeeper wasn't done with her yet. She cheerfully called out Karina's name. Honestly, every time she called her name, it felt like the Grim Reaper was coming. Oh dear, she pulled out a pile of clothes and asked Karina to choose from them. Karina was out of breath. Although it wasn't her first time in high-end fashion stores, this place was excessive. Karina felt truly exhausted, which was different from being at the Count's house, where she never dared to buy anything expensive. If her father knew, she would be scolded. Seeing Karina in a daze, Million placed his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. His hand was slightly rough but very cool. Karina enjoyed this refreshing sensation and, without realizing it, her eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively moved back. Million was also a bit shocked because Karina had been enjoying his touch, and the close contact made him feel a bit psychologically unsettled. Karina immediately explained, "It's just that your hand is so cool." Million snapped back to his senses and asked with concern, "Do you have a fever?" If so, we should go home immediately. Karina quickly denied, no, it's just that having to choose so many things for the first time has made me a bit exhausted, but I'm fine. Million teased, your face reveals emotions so easily. He playfully asked, which ones do you want to keep, and which ones do you want to discard? Karina, feeling frustrated, said, I chose too many earlier, and I like all of them, so I don't know how to choose. Seeing this, Million said, if it's too hard to choose, then it's very simple. He immediately told the shopkeeper, wrap everything and check out quickly, no more choosing. As a result, Karina, sulking and upset, left the shop, leaving Million trailing behind like a husband being scolded by his wife. The Duke, feeling wronged, said, I'm the one paying, and I'm buying it, so why are you angry? I haven't even missed anything. Karina pouted. Why did you buy so much? I can't carry all of this, and this buy-it-all attitude is really something. It's the first time I've heard such a thing. Million chuckled. If you feel pressured, consider this as my apology and a sincere gift for having shown your paintings to Duke Frell without permission. In fact, deep down, Karina feared that she would die soon, leaving Million with a lasting impression, so she didn't need to be treated so well. Looking at him, he even casually said, it's fine if not everything is used right away. Karina wondered why he was so warm and gentle with her. If it continued like this, she might not be able to let go of this world. Seeing Karina in a daze, Million playfully leaned close and asked, what are you thinking about so seriously? Karina, startled, stepped back, her face as red as a tomato, and quickly said, nothing at all. All right, if there's nothing, let's go to the art supply store, Million said. I know a place. Once we're done there, we'll head back to the estate, otherwise you might get too tired again. Seeing Duke Million's gentlemanly demeanor as he consistently prioritized Karina in every moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. His hands, which were so tender, reminded her of earlier when she had greedily wished for his rough hands that were skilled at killing monsters. They were truly cooling when she had a fever and warming when she needed it the most. Karina nudged Million's hand, struggling to hold it. Finally, she mustered the courage to act on her own desires. Million was thrilled, feeling like a child who was finally given the chance to hold hands. Excited, he commanded them to move to the next location in the street. Duke Million was extremely pleased to receive a green light from Karina. He didn't hold back and took her hand firmly throughout the rest of the journey. Upon arriving at the art supplies store, with its myriad of colors, paintings, brushes, and the strong smell of paint in the air, Karina was mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled, and she hugged herself to prevent getting too excited. Million's mood soured when he was abruptly separated from Karina's hand by the sheer amount of paint supplies. The store owner, an old man, saw the noble young lady visiting his shop and gruffly asked, "What are you here for?" Karina cheerfully replied, "Could I please see some painting tools?" The old man, disdainful, shooed them away, saying, "There's no place here for you and the young lady to look for luxury items, so just leave." Million's temper flared. Not only was he unable to hold Karina's hand, but now they were being turned away. He gritted his teeth and asked angrily, "So you're not selling anything, huh?" Fortunately, Karina intervened, or Duke Million might have gone mad and destroyed the store. Karina sincerely said, "We're here to buy art supplies, not luxury items. We just need some regular paint." Suddenly, the store owner's attention fell on Karina's hands. He wanted to examine them. Million vehemently protested, "Who dares to touch my lady's hands?" Karina calmly advised Million, "It's fine, just let him look." The store owner examined Karina's fingerprints and the calluses from holding brushes and painting. He released her hands and remarked, "You truly have a talent for painting, young lady." The old man awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry for my earlier behavior. I judged based on hands and could only sell to those who seemed capable of painting, not just to anyone for fun. Please feel free to choose what you like." Karina, overjoyed, eagerly began selecting supplies like a puppy let loose in a field of toys. Million's face, however, remained sour. Noticing Million's continued displeasure, the store owner said, "I apologize if I made your boyfriend uncomfortable. I can judge a person's painting talent by their hands and don't sell to just anyone." Million gruffly clarified, "We're not the type of people you're thinking of." The store owner gave a knowing look, as if to say I understand, no need to deny it further, and said, just choose what you want. Million then said, shopkeeper, I intend to build a painting room for her, but I'm unsure of what to prepare. Please find the most essential items and make a list. I'll pay for everything, money is not an issue. The shopkeeper understood and went to prepare immediately. Suddenly, the tattered sleeve of the shopkeeper caught Million's attention. The arm was completely severed and empty. Million asked if the shopkeeper could determine someone's ability to paint from their hands, and if so, did he himself paint? The shopkeeper sighed. I did have a talent for painting before, but after contracting a disease, my hand was severed, so I stopped painting. Million guessed, is it an artistic disease? The shopkeeper was surprised, as such diseases were rare in the north, and the young man knew about it. Meanwhile, Karina continued happily choosing paint colors. The shopkeeper shared with Million that he was once very, very good at painting, but after a while his right hand began to become numb and eventually necrotic, necessitating amputation. Switching to painting with his left hand, it too gradually became numb, accompanied by fevers and pain. But since coming to this cold northern land, everything had become milder. Million seized on this point, noting that the shopkeeper's artistic disease was similar to Karina's, with symptoms of fever and pain. Just as Million was about to ask more, Karina interrupted happily, informing him that she was done choosing and ready to leave. Million glanced at the colors Karina was holding and confirmed, are we really done? Karina, aware of his thoughts, knew she only had a limited amount of money left. Million, contemplating, could see she wanted more but was holding back, so he restrained himself. Million then turned to the shopkeeper, instructing him to charge for Karina's items and everything he had requested earlier. He asked that the prepared items be delivered to the Duke's mansion. Karina asked Million, what are you preparing? The Duke proudly replied, a painting room for you. You said you didn't have a place to paint in the mansion, so I'm building one. Karina was horrified and wanted to refuse, but before she could utter a word, a sharp pain surged from her heart, tearing her body apart. Indescribable agony. Karina collapsed on the ground, her blood staining the floor. Million, worried, rushed to help Karina. At that moment, she was in excruciating pain, suffering from an artistic illness. The protagonist's illness was among the most severe, with talent matched only by divine creation. Karina was delirious, struggling to breathe, and felt an overwhelming discomfort. Suddenly, a cool and soothing sensation touched her face. Karina slowly opened her eyes, feeling much better. Her heart hurt less, though she still found it hard to breathe. Million, concerned, asked, are you okay? Are you better now? You fainted earlier. Karina, as usual, said, it's nothing. I just had a bit of trouble breathing earlier. Her bit turned into lying in bed until late at night. Million relayed the doctor's words that she had fainted due to exhaustion. Do you feel okay now? Karina rolled her eyes and smiled awkwardly, trying to find an excuse. Maybe it's because I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I'll try to sleep early from now on. But the Duke didn't believe her. He asked, are you really like that? Million's face was very serious. Karina felt a bit guilty. The Duke immediately pointed out he knew Karina's habits. Whenever she lies, she rolls her eyes and smiles awkwardly. So you're lying to me, aren't you? Karina, embarrassed, covered her face so he couldn't see her current emotions and whispered, isn't it like you've never seen anything? Isn't it okay? Indeed, Karina was torn between wanting Million's concern and not wanting it. In this world, Million was the only one who cared for her so thoroughly, staying up night after night and even neglecting his duties. It was just that the timing was wrong. She was dying and didn't want to leave Million with a haunting memory of her death. Even if it meant staying up with Karina past midnight, Million still smiled and willingly stayed by her side, because just missing him a bit made her faint. Karina pleaded with the Duke in her mind, don't be so kind to me, because the more you are, the more I'll regret my life. Then she said, we don't mean anything to each other, so please stay away from me and don't care for me so gently. However, the Duke was too familiar with Karina's rejection and fear of getting close to others, so he wasn't too concerned. A few days later, at the gate of the Zentar territory, a special guest was arriving. The gate guards, yawning and gossiping about the Duke, were so bored that their yawns were nearly tearing their mouths apart. They were eager to go hunt beasts. Suddenly, the captain of the guard used a spyglass to look into the distance. In fact, he had already seen it, he just wanted to confirm with the spyglass. From afar, there was a carriage with the Duke Charlos's coat of arms, which was so distinctive that it was immediately recognizable. However, the new guard next to the captain didn't know who the carriage belonged to. The captain reminded him, "Quick, open the gate and let him in." The newbie, puzzled, asked, "Who is it? Who else could it be?" "It's Duke Frell." At this, the new guard finally understood. Frell was so famous that everyone in the city knew him. He was the head of a family with a peculiar personality, and it was interesting that their Duke Million could be close to such a person. On Karina's side, she was finally able to get out of bed, as if liberated, enjoying the sunset and fresh air. Although she had breathed before, Million's strict supervision had kept her in bed, worried that even a slight movement might tire her out. After taking in the scenery, she went to the painting of a Hades that Karina had sketched and started adding color. It was almost complete. Karina felt conflicted as she was very grateful for Million's constant care and wanted to do something to repay him. Feeling a bit of roughness only through the drawing, Karina felt sentimental about the imminent completion of her work. However, she was still unsure whether to add more weight to her condition, but thinking about Million enduring injuries and having brought her warmth countless times, Karina smiled softly. Indeed, she really wanted to help Million in any way she could. After making her decision, she took a brush and applied the base color, built up the shape, highlighted it, and added detailed touches. After a long while, the painting was completed. Karina felt satisfied with her work, a truly vibrant Hades. At that moment, her eye color began to change, shifting gradually from blue to a brilliant golden hue. Karina fell backward. The miracle had happened, but with this enormous size, it was a bit terrifying. Could she handle it? From the painting, a gigantic leg with claws as large as Karina's body emerged. The gray-black fur with a hint of gold was his leg. Its appearance shook the mansion, causing violent tremors. The servants panicked, but they were accustomed to natural disasters, so there wasn't a major change in their reactions. The butler, France, and Karina's doctor were also shaken so hard that they seemed to lose their minds. The new arrival, Frell, was greeted with the enthusiastic, rough hospitality of the Duke Million's household. The Duke himself rushed to kick open the door, urgently informing Karina that the mansion was shaking a bit. Before he could finish speaking, the whole big bull's face of Hades struck Million's eyes. Karina, sweaty and startled by the Duke's sudden appearance, tried to get him to put away his sword without saying a word. The Duke drew his very sharp sword from his side. Million's face was grim, and he warned Karina to quickly get out of the way, as he had fought countless monsters before and intended to fight this one to the end, with a fight to the death approaching. Karina dashed to Million's side, holding the Duke tightly and urgently asking him not to strike or draw his sword, as the child was not harmful. To her surprise, the Duke had thought her embrace was meant to protect him, but it was actually to protect her child. However, something seemed off. Million was captivated by Karina's brilliant golden eyes, gazing at them in a daze, forgetting about the Hades. He was astonished and said, "Your eyes." Karina immediately covered her eyes and stepped back, fearing that the Duke would dislike them. Karina used to self-doubt and felt that anything unusual about herself was bad, thinking her strange features were undesirable. Million, seizing the chance to comfort her, unconsciously praised them, "They're very beautiful." Genuinely touched, Karina was dazed by the compliment, but before she could fully react, Million furrowed his brow and growled, "Hey, did you just use that power?" Caught Karina felt a pang of fear. Just a moment of romance, and she was already in tears. The Duke began to get increasingly angry, cursing, "It seems the doctor was wrong, saying that the more you use your powers, the worse your illness gets. Or am I deaf and misheard?" Karina anxiously apologized repeatedly, insisting that she hadn't meant to cause trouble and only wanted to help Million. Karina felt wronged. Turning back to the main issue, the Duke decided to sheath his sword and asked Karina if it was really safe. She assured him that it was harmless and even very well behaved. The Duke said, "All right, let's get this kid out of here first. It's too troublesome to keep it in." Karina agreed, approaching Hades and gently telling him, "Now, let's go outside." The child nodded agreeably, truly well-behaved. So well-behaved that the Duke's mansion floor ended up with a big hole. It seemed the child hadn't done anything dangerous, just walking around. Karina, laughing nervously, promised the Duke she would make amends, so he need not worry. Million, however, was more concerned about Karina, asking if she was okay and not injured or tired. Karina felt warm inside. Indeed, Million was still a priority for her. Million then invited little Hades to the yard. The child was so well-behaved, understanding immediately. However, the child's size was somewhat too large and uncontrollable, leading to another door being knocked down and a few more holes in the floor. Both Million and Karina were speechless, watching as the child caused house damage effortlessly. Karina, covered in sweat and pale, sincerely apologized to Million. "I will make amends, I promise." The Duke, still as composed as ever, responded, "It's all right." Outside, the weather was gradually getting colder. Old leaves were withering, and new buds were beginning to sprout. Some birds found the scene interesting and were fluttering around. Little Hades also knew how to appreciate the scenery. He growled at the birds to make them fly away. Million had taken Hades and Karina outside to practice in the courtyard, as it was the only place suitable for the size of Karina's little one. It looked as though he was touring a mansion, and Million was a bit shocked. He seemed completely unafraid, as if he was the enemy and feral of the family. Karina called Hades, and he immediately turned around, smiling at her with a gentle expression like his revered mother. Karina advised him, "Be good. Don't be naughty." He was very obedient, bowing his head so Karina could pat him. Million observed the entire scene and found that words couldn't quite capture the situation. He asked Karina, "Aren't you afraid of him at all?" Karina reassured the Duke that the boy was very well behaved at home and it was all right. Million looked at Karina intently and waved at the group of soldiers nearby. They were well-trained but still terrified, whereas she seemed completely at ease. Karina wasn't sure how to explain, only able to say that this child understood her heart better than anyone else in the world. Karina rubbed her head against the little one, as if genuinely happy, like a family. Eventually, they led Hades to a safe spot in the practice yard, where there were fewer people. Million wondered if there was a connection between the mind and life that Karina had drawn in the summoning. Suddenly, he sighed and asked her a serious question, "Why summon a magical beast? And why specifically Hades?" Karina was surprised and a bit flustered. She didn't expect him to ask this. How should she explain it correctly? She awkwardly tucked her hair behind her ear and confessed sweetly, "It's because I want to help you find its weaknesses." Karina regained her composure excitedly, affirming that it would be easier if the monster didn't run away, which would allow you to conquer lands faster. Karina confidently expressed her support to the Duke. Million was taken aback, acknowledging that it was an obvious truth. He was pleased but also somewhat annoyed that she had exhausted her energy just for this. "I didn't ask you to help me with this from the beginning." Karina smiled brightly. "I know that, but it's because I wanted to." Karina explained, "You wish to conquer for the north and the magical beasts, so if I can help in any way, I will. And more importantly, you won't get hurt." Million retorted, "I never asked you for this, and what if it makes your condition worse? I don't want you to use your strength to help others." Karina interrupted, "The Duke is not just anyone. I'm helping you because I want to, not because of anyone else, but because you are the one I want to protect." Karina gripped the hem of her dress tightly as she expressed her long-held feelings. The changing season seemed romantic enough to reveal her emotions. Million was shocked. It sounded like she was confessing her feelings. At that moment, Karina asked the Duke for a favor, "If you find this too much, then after the conquest ends, when we part ways, could you give me a really tight hug?" Indeed, a hug is usually a fleeting moment in life, something you can experience many times. From the moment you were swaddled as a baby, you received hugs. But Karina had not. A hug was a luxury for this girl since she was 10, or even just a glance. Thinking about receiving a warm embrace from him before leaving this world was considered a fulfillment for her, though she knew it was a selfish wish. Karina desired it as both her first and last wish before she rested in eternal peace. Million didn't respond. His expression was difficult to describe. Karina felt anxious, laughing awkwardly to ease the mood and adjusted her words to make him feel less burdened. Anyway, it would be nice to have a hug when I leave the mansion. Despite her reasons or justifications, a straightforward person like Million would understand the implication. Did she want him to hug her before she died? His mood was unsettled. Million gravely said to Karina, I don't need your help. I never asked for it, so don't do such things. As for the farewell hug, of course I will do it. His seriousness made Karina fearful and anxious, but mostly her heart ached. It seemed she was doing something redundant. Her thoughts were overwhelmingly negative. She stepped back, trying to force a painful smile. I won't do things I don't like. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. Million wanted to explain he didn't mean it that way, but just then, the butler appeared and interrupted. He announced, Lord Frell has arrived and is waiting in the guest room, sir. Karina was surprised by Duke Frell, whom Duke Million had mentioned before as an excellent art appraiser and a person who trained artists. He had also seen her paintings. The two people decided to head to the office where the esteemed guest was waiting. Frell, sipping on a cup of black tea, gave off an oddly calming feeling. In just a moment, that tranquility was shattered. Frell turned around, laughing and teasing, I was planning to take my time coming here, and now I see you finally showing your face. Indeed, tranquility was when one didn't have a friend whose face always looked like a debt collector's. Seeing Karina and Million, Frell proactively greeted and introduced himself, a tall young man with an impressive aura and ivory-colored hair, quite distinctive. Karina's face turned bright red, presumably she had never seen anyone so handsome before. Extraordinarily and marvelously beautiful. As Karina was about to extend her hand to greet, a cleaver suddenly slashed through, actually the rough, large hand of the Duke who was replacing Karina in greeting Frell. He was furious, ready to prepare for a combat-like confrontation with his old friend. Frell, not to be outdone, remarked, the Duke's precious rough hand being in mine with such immense strength is a great honor. Million shot back, oh really? Then why don't you shake my hand? I've been madly waiting for you, and now you remember me, so why not hurry up and come here instead of making me wait so long? Million glanced sideways and didn't bother to respond. Just a little matter now, sit down gently and drink tea instead of throwing punches. Karina on the side was terrified. It seemed these two had their own private channel, and she didn't understand anything at all. Frell didn't mind. Fighting with that monkey-like guy was exhausting. Fortunately, the young lady was here, otherwise it would have been quite troublesome. Returning to the main topic, with tea and pudding served, the conversation began between the newly arrived guest, Karina, and the Duke. Frell started by asking Karina, is the monster outside something you created? But why does it have to be a magical beast? She excitedly admitted, because I wanted to learn more about magical beasts, their weaknesses, as this would help in the campaign. Frell set his tea down and thought to himself, so it's because of Million, my unlucky friend. Frell asked further, has the magical beast disappeared? Karina replied, not at all. It's still enjoying the clear sky and the soldiers out in the yard. Frell began to speak calmly. Before personally encountering the monster, I wasn't sure about anything, but it turns out you are a miracle of creation. The tea in the cup shimmered like his mood. While the people in the room were talking about Karina's condition, Million, not understanding, asked for a definition of it. Frell explained that this was a type of rare and powerful magic, essentially the miracle of creation, which involves creating living beings with souls through one skill. It requires understanding and sensing to create something similar or even greater. Essentially, it's like sexual reproduction, but for Karina, it's enough just to touch. Everything created is connected to the creator, essentially the progenitor. They can feel just like a real being and are not merely artificial. And another special point, the miracle of creation can actually produce flesh and blood, even humans, if the artist understands the person they create. Of course, some of this is just rumors. Frell's keen eyes assessed Karina. Anxiety was clearly visible. The situation was genuinely difficult. Karina seemed very happy as she told the Duke everything she knew about the art disease. Only Frell knew that when he came here and met this girl, all his previous worries and calculations were wrong. This small girl was dying day by day at a rapid pace. Interrupting Million's curiosity, Frell smiled and said, "By the way, I also want something for the young lady." Karina, still in high spirits, asked Frell, "What is it?" "I'm eagerly looking forward to it." And the truth that Frell brought was no different from a nightmare. It was a letter sent by her father, the Count, from the south. Just hearing that name made Karina's heart sink into a deep abyss, and the nightmare began to flood back. Who says home is everything? For Karina, home was nothing but a realm of extreme torment and haunting. Frell offered a brief explanation. "Since I stopped by the Count's place on the way to inquire about his artistic illness and learned that you were here, he took the opportunity to send me this letter." The mention of her father stirred up all the humiliation, anger, and fear within Karina. She had buried those feelings deep, but now with just a letter, they were all brought to the surface. She recalled all the scolding and contempt that labeled her as a wayward sister who ran off to another's house, a sister who failed to care for her sibling. Truly a useless person. The evasion and the way it was conveyed felt like the Count's countless curses echoing in her ears. It left Karina breathless, and her heart ached more than the disease ever could. Her mind was so unsettled that Million had to call out several times before she responded. He had to place his hand on her forehead to help her calm down. Thankfully, he was there. Karina always felt that way. Million quickly reassured her, "If you don't want to read it, I can burn the letter or even throw out the person who brought it." Frell, caught in the crossfire, choked on his words. "Oh, I'm just the messenger, and I'm getting blasted too," he said to Karina with a wry smile. "Sorry, Mississippi. It seems I've brought something here that shouldn't have been." Million, with a steely gaze, added, "Whatever should or shouldn't be brought, just bring the Count's letter." Karina gave Frell a reluctant smile and told him, "It's all right. Whatever needs to happen will happen." She took the Count's letter, sealed with the family crest. It had been a long, long time since Karina had seen it. Inside was a lengthy letter. Perhaps there was a hint of her father's concern. Karina still held on to a sliver of hope, though she had probably overestimated it. Each line of the letter was filled with resentment. It was as if he hated not being able to slap her while writing it. He berated her for being a wayward child and questioned why she ran off to her fiancé's house instead of addressing issues directly. What would happen to the family's reputation if anyone knew? If he were here, Karina would confront her father. She had nothing left to lose or fear. Indeed, her father had always prioritized the family's honor. Had he ever taken a moment to listen to his daughter? He even mentioned Abelia, saying the girl had been distressed over Karina's situation, had difficulty eating and sleeping, and her condition had worsened, so she should hurry back and check on her. At this moment, Karina could not even shed a tear. If my sister was ill, was she to be considered as close to death as me? Karina, if I returned out of concern for her, who would care for me? Was she to suffer daily waiting for death? At the end of the letter, the Count warned Karina to return home and not let this affect the family's reputation. If she did, he would be merciful, otherwise, he would expel her, banish her from there. Karina laughed bitterly, mocking her wretched fate. What was there to fear about expulsion when she was on the brink of leaving this world? What she needed now was just a coffin, which she had already prepared. Million, concerned, asked, "Are you all right?" Karina didn't respond. She stood up and sighed. "It's just that my father remains the same as ever." She walked with the letter to the fireplace. If she had once dared not to resist and could only endure, now she could stand on her own feet. She was ending the unjust relationship with her father, who had lost much of his respect. Karina grimly said, "If the Count still considers these things important, does he think I need the family?" In the end, he still refuses to believe anything. Karina threw the letter into the fireplace. The fire was beautifully bright, burning away everything that had confined her for over 10 years, everything she had to endure, remain silent, and suffer. Since love was not given, there was nothing more to lose. Karina's gaze became sharp again. To be the sister who stood behind her brother, the obedient older sister who gave way to her younger brother, and the confidant to her sickly sibling, apologies, but none of that mattered now. She did not hate the people there, but given how they treated her, a person deemed healthier than those at home, she had no need to be conciliatory. Karina grumbled, if you believe that I am sick, you must think of me as a nuisance, right, Count? She did not address him as her father but only used his title. Million and Frell were stunned by this scene. The cold, frightening aura Karina emanated was intense. The Duke struggled to speak and asked, are you all right? It was as if Karina had become a different person. Reining in her emotions, she turned back and smiled brightly at the Duke. It's fine. I already know the content, so it's not important anymore. I'm sorry, but may I burn it here? Million was still shocked but managed to squeeze out a few words. Feel free to burn it. It's all right. She sincerely thanked the Duke who always spoiled her. Thank you. At that moment, Karina suddenly felt a heavy weight in her mind. Her breathing became difficult, and she collapsed weakly. It was Hades, the boy was not well. Karina sensed it, and Million quickly rushed over to support Karina. Frell stopped drinking tea and, with difficulty, told the Duke that the boy was in trouble. Frell, standing beside them, boldly guessed it might be due to her connection with her creation. We need to get outside quickly to see what's wrong with the creature. Immediately, all three of them hurried to where Hades, the creature Karina had created, was outside. The guards were in an uproar. They were organizing defenses because Hades was going berserk, roaring everywhere, no longer the docile creature from before. Seeing her creation being stabbed by many swords and spears painfully, Karina wanted to intervene, but Million was quicker. He tightly held Karina's waist, pulling her back while drawing his sword. Stay back. It's very dangerous. No matter what she said, this big guy was now completely out of control. Karina persisted in trying to convince the Duke. Don't do that. Don't hurt it. I understand it, so please let me handle it. Million, irritated, turned to scold the subordinates, asking grimly, what happened? One of them hesitantly reported, just now, when the winter sun mellowed a bit, two soldiers found Hades very interesting and wanted to test it. Since the Duke had given permission, they thought it would be safe. At that time, Hades appeared extremely docile, almost like a stuffed toy rather than a monster. The boy was just gazing at the sky and clouds, not paying attention to his surroundings. When it was too peaceful, he didn't like it and sought out danger. A soldier drew his sword and boldly suggested finding its weakness. They stared at Hades and eventually took action. The creature, which was previously calm, went berserk. Million was enraged. You too? I told you to leave it alone. Suddenly, Million embraced Karina and sincerely apologized. It's because of their carelessness that this happened. Karina smiled warmly, reassuring Million, it's all right. Let me try again. Million was adamant about not wanting her to be hurt or exhausted. The two argued fiercely because Million feared for Karina's safety while the monster continued to be uncontrollable. Seeing the young couple argue intensely, Frell suddenly appeared with an expression of dissatisfaction and said, Hey, don't forget I'm still here. Instead of arguing, just listen to me. Both of them turned their attention to Frell, who seriously said, Here, I understand artistic maladies better than anyone, so listen to me. The boy is created by Karina, so she can control it. No one here can do it better than Karina, so it might be possible to tame it without shedding blood. Million remained unconvinced and refused to allow it, but Frell, being the expert, said, Just trust me. Eventually, the Duke was persuaded to order everyone to stay away from Hades. He also had something to instruct Karina. The Duke approached the young woman, placed a hand on her shoulder, and leaned in to speak quietly enough for Karina to hear. Whatever the Duke said, it made our heroine blush deeply. Afterwards, Million went back to manage the chaotic soldiers, instructing them to stand by for orders. Frell approached Karina to ask a few important questions to better understand the control duration of her creation. How long does it last? Karina honestly replied, at best a few hours, at worst a day. Frell nodded approvingly. If that's the case, it's no problem. You truly have an extraordinary power. Frell reassured, don't worry. Just go ahead. Karina nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to recreate it. It was growling and screaming. Karina clearly felt that it was frightened because these people were provoking it, and it was only reacting defensively and losing control a bit. Looking at the boy, Karina felt it was as wronged as she was in the past, trying to explain in every way but facing a language barrier became a terrible thing. She gently smiled and whispered to the boy, "It's all right. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Hotties, do whatever you want. No matter what happens, I will protect you." Hotties became gentler, sensing the soft warmth from Karina. It used its consciousness to call her name because it knew this person understood it and could eliminate its fear. Hotties' soul was finally soothed. Karina was very good at comforting others but often forgot about herself. The emotional vessel of anyone was always open to her, yet her own vessel had long been tightly shut. After the chaos caused by the boy Hotties, Million began directing everyone to repair the area he had destroyed. The training floor had been ruined, and the servants had to start rebuilding to make it usable again as soon as possible. Million was kept busy with this task but still couldn't forget to worry about Karina, casting glances towards her room. There was no one there. It seemed that Karina was busy in her room since she hadn't gone out today. He wondered if she was all right after the Hotties incident. Half of the Duke's heart was invested in Karina. Inside the room, Karina had drawn the curtains to focus on some important tasks. At this moment, she was wearing a luxurious black dress. People often say that dressing formally for significant matters can be more inspiring, and Karina was no exception. Today she was not painting but had decided to write a letter. Eventually, this day had come. There was no escaping it or pretending that nothing had happened. The moment the pen was set down, Karina felt she was no longer the same as before. Although this feeling was still in its infancy, it was enough. Having met kind people who acknowledged her, she knew that even if she wasn't exceptionally talented, she didn't need to compare herself to her younger sister and feel saddened. She had talent, someone had praised her painting as the best. There was no need to hide any illnesses anymore. If she had any, she should express them. She had someone taking care of her, and there was no one telling her to endure this or that anymore. Million and the doctor always told her to smile more and seek new beautiful relationships. Karina was no longer confined by dusty walls. She could laugh, play, and paint freely, like a blooming and loved flower. Having finished the letter, Karina felt a long day had passed. Finally, she had poured out her heart. Suddenly, Million appeared, asking her what she was doing, as he had called her 5 times without getting a response. Karina apologized for being too focused. Million was no longer concerned about her apology. "I told you not to say that anymore." Looking at the letter on her desk, Million curiously asked, "Is this your decision?" Karina smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, this is my decision. After all, it needs to be said. It's better to settle it now, breaking up sooner will lessen the suffering." Inside, she felt a bit distressed, unsure if this was the right thing to do, but clearly her parents had rejected her. The Duke fully supported Karina's decision. He took her frail, illness-weakened hands and said firmly, "No matter what you do, I support you with both hands and feet. Don't be sad. After all, as children we don't get to choose where we are born. Parents giving us life is merely their own desire. Even if they provide food, shelter, and material wealth, that's not true nurturing. They must bear their responsibilities correctly." Karina was astonished by Million's words. They were concise, impactful, and truly a soothing balm. He smiled warmly and told Karina, "So do what you want. If the Earl's family or the Earl doesn't respect you, you have the right to counter them. When they insult you, I will take responsibility for everything you do, so feel free." A truly happy smile finally graced Karina's face. It had been a long time since she had smiled like this. Actually, being next to Million always made her happy. Karina sincerely thanked the Duke for being so kind to her. The gratitude made the Duke blush, and he awkwardly said, "If you feel grateful, could you spare me a moment?" After Karina agreed, the Duke led her to a room filled with vibrant, colorful light and luxury. Karina never imagined she would set foot in such a room. Seeing her face light up with joy made the Duke's heart bloom with happiness. Million struggled to introduce it. "This is a room I've prepared just for you. Although it's not as good as in the south, I think it has everything you need to comfortably paint. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can let me know." Karina remained rooted to the spot. Everything here was very different and wonderful. At the Count's house, she had never had a proper place to paint. Her room at the end of the corridor was damp and barely saw sunlight. Whether day or night, it was a gloomy room, completely unsuitable for an artist. But the art room Million prepared was everything Karina had always dreamed of. With a space full of light, she could paint anytime, anywhere. She walked slowly towards the bookshelf, feeling overjoyed but also a bit pained. This gift was more valuable than anything she had received before, yet why did her chest ache so? She murmured, "You really didn't have to be so kind to me." Million couldn't see Karina's expression clearly. He smiled awkwardly and tried to explain, "You don't have to feel pressured. Just consider it a gift from me." Karina felt aggrieved. "But I haven't done anything for you, Million, so receiving this is really too much." The small girl's grievance was unbearable for Million. He came up with a reason, "Well, you see, your hotties has been very helpful. Thanks to it, I could defeat monsters more easily." Karina pouted. "But it also destroyed the entire training ground. Moreover, I'll have to give you the money it damaged by the end of the year, and what about the scratches it made in the mansion that injured the guards?" Million was at a loss for words, pushed into a difficult position by Karina, and uttered a few words, "Don't worry about it." It was also embarrassing. Seeing the Duke's expression, Karina chuckled. He was still so endearing. Karina turned to admire the art room and expressed her gratitude to the Duke. "Thank you for not making me responsible for those damages. This is truly the art room I like the most. I've always wished for it, and now I can paint more comfortably. The lighting here is great, I can stay here all the time." She then expressed heartfelt regret, slowly saying, "It's just that now I only have half a year left here. It's such a pity." These words made the Duke uneasy. Million quickly wanted to keep Karina here and said, "You can stay longer if you want." He was sincere and serious. "Even if you return to the Count's house, you can come back here to paint occasionally. I completely allow it, you're welcome here any time." Karina smiled sadly and declined. "I only promised to stay for that long." She clasped her hands together tightly to prevent herself from getting emotional. While she sincerely thanked Million, she mentioned a practical issue, "You also have to welcome a new one, so how can I shamelessly stay here?" Million wanted to explain that there were no new people here, but Karina didn't give him the chance. She changed the subject, thanked him, and promised to use the art room well. Million helplessly sighed. "If anything comes up, just let me know. Tomorrow the shopkeeper will bring some more items, so make yourself comfortable." With that settled, Million went outside, and their conversation ended abruptly. Standing in the hallway, Million was extremely restless. Karina's words kept echoing in his mind, she wanted to help him, wanted to be with him, but the time was only 1 year. Million clicked his tongue and cursed the damn time limit. Half a year had already passed. He wandered along the path from Karina's room, wondering if there was a way for her to stay longer. Despite having originally decided to stay for a year by canceling the engagement, from her perspective it was a natural thing, no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like he was being forced. Million sighed honestly. This wasn't the time to be swayed by the words of that small girl, but he didn't know how her illness was, and he genuinely wanted to help. Just the art room alone made her so satisfied. However, he suddenly realized a serious fact, something was wrong with his heart, and his brain wasn't functioning correctly. Million scratched his head, and his cheeks began to flush. He wondered why he had been thinking only about Karina with no other focus at all. Just as he was in this confused state, Frell appeared from nowhere with his usual nonchalant attitude. He approached Million, still dressed in white, and smiled, asking, "Duke Million, is there something wrong with my old friend standing here holding his head? Is this some kind of comedy?" Million, irritated, asked, "What are you doing here?" Frell was very pleased and laughed heartily. "I was invited here by the young lady herself, unlike some others." Million asked, "Is it really because of Karina? Is it about the artistic disease?" Seeing his friend serious, Frell confessed, "I came to see the condition because I heard some things from her doctor. Now I want to check the situation myself and see the young lady's paintings, if that's all right." Million didn't think much of it. He placed his hand on Frell's shoulder, trusting him completely. Here you are, the most knowledgeable about artistic diseases, so I hope you can find a cure for Karina. Frell smiled faintly. Of course I will do so. I didn't come here to play or sightsee. Afterward, Million patted Frell on the shoulder and said goodbye, as he had official duties to attend to. Frell was confused. Why are you lingering here if you're busy? His eyes began to scrutinize. Could it be that my old friend is having trouble with his heart? The source of the Duke's current distress was inside, also engrossed in her easel. Karina wondered why she had spoken such things to him. The Duke was genuinely kind, and she wanted his help, but now she had to refuse it and even say she would leave. Karina rubbed her head in frustration. It was like a scene copied from Million, the two were indeed spiritually connected. As she was introspecting, there was a knock on the door, and Frell's voice asked for permission to enter. Karina quickly tidied everything up, collected her composure, and invited Frell inside. He was still as cheerful as when they first met and asked Karina, "How do you feel now?" Karina said she was fine and thanked him for the commotion caused by hotties. Frell smiled slightly. It's nothing, just a bit of talking. Frell got straight to the point. Actually, I'd like to see some of your paintings if you don't mind, and I also want to discuss your illness. The doctor has already told me everything. Karina was shocked to hear that the doctor had revealed everything. I said not to tell anyone. Her pupils widened in fear. Frell remained calm. I want to talk more with you about this. Karina's expression was now extremely awkward. Her hands unconsciously clenched, and she struggled to tell Frell, if you want to sit down and talk, please. As the evening approached, the sun was a bit gentler. In winter, the days are short and the nights long, and it was already dusk in the north. Karina sat facing Frell, feeling very anxious. She wondered if the doctor had disclosed everything and to what extent. She pressed her hands tightly to keep herself from trembling. Seeing Karina's fear, Frell spoke first. Actually, I've heard from more than one person, so the doctor revealed it under my pressure. Also, I already knew the severity of the young lady's condition beforehand. Karina's mood improved somewhat, and she asked Frell, why did you know? It's because the Frell family has a long tradition of supporting artists. People with your disease are also afflicted with a creative miracle, a type of artistic disease. It's quite rare. Karina was unsettled to learn that Frell knew due to his family's legacy. Her mood flickered like a candle flame. She forced a smile. So it's true. I only learned about it. Frell reassured her, it's nothing. It's just that your type of disease is extremely rare. Moreover, your power truly resembles divine power. Karina was surprised because she had always been labeled as useless. How could she have divine power? Sensing that Karina didn't fully understand, Frell explained further, creating a work of art and maintaining it for an hour is already very difficult, but young Lady Karina can create a living creature and maintain it for a day, even easily controlling it. There are no records of a creative miracle creating such a large beast. Karina finally understood. So that's how it is. This disease is rare, and it's even rarer for someone to trade their entire life to paint as I do. She asked Frell, somewhat dazedly, do all people accept the price to paint like I do? Frell agreed, few can give up what defines them. After all, it's passion and talent. So most people with artistic diseases don't live beyond 30. Most are more attached to painting than to life, sinking deeper into their art, eventually it becomes a mania, using their flesh and blood to create works of beauty they pride themselves on. Karina didn't expect it to be so severe, but she understood that feeling. Creating a masterpiece with her own hands was something she could relate to. Karina clenched her hands, accepting that life was the price she was willing to pay to maintain her paintings. She fully agreed with this. Frell said seriously, I want to help you, so please don't hide anything from me, even if it's something minor. Frell would now discuss the symptoms, and she should just let him know if she had any. He began describing the symptoms of the creative miracle. Those afflicted usually create very vivid and skilled works of art. Typically, the more they paint, the more they feel like they're being hypnotized, needing to finish their work before they can stop. Gradually, they become more sensitive to their surroundings, always feeling gloomy and finding it hard to be in a pleasant mood. Finally, their emotions toward their work develop a strong connection to the point where no one around them understands the work, but they understand it completely, even believing they own what was created. Every symptom matched closely. Karina had also experienced a dark period, feeling that nothing was enjoyable besides painting, almost like being hypnotized. She struggled to speak, admitting to Frell that all the symptoms he described were present, not missing a single one. Frell was extremely surprised, not expecting all the symptoms to be present in this young woman. Karina admitted that she always felt captivated by her paintings, never stopping until she was satisfied. She even wanted those around her to understand her work, but no one could, yet she understood it thoroughly, just like with hobbies. Frell didn't expect this young woman had to endure everything and turned to painting only to relieve her loneliness. Frell sighed. "I don't mean to scold you, so calm down. If you keep running away like this, it will ultimately be you who faces difficulties. If you let your emotions control you, painting out of anger, sadness, and loneliness, you will regret it later." Karina understood every word Frell said. This was the second time someone advised her to live a happier life. Perhaps that would improve the situation, she wasn't sure, nor was she clear. At that moment, Frell asked Karina, "Is it the final stage?" She no longer avoided the question and directly admitted it. Frell suggested, "Would it be all right if you could set aside the painting from your mind, even just for a moment?" Karina firmly denied, "It's completely impossible. If I set it aside, I would have nothing left." Seeing Karina's mood begin to decline, Frell decided to stop and comfort her. "Actually, I used to be like you, someone with artistic talent. I couldn't remove it from myself either." Karina, astonished, asked, "Even Duke Frell experienced that?" Frell's family was a long-established lineage in the arts, known for nurturing and supporting artists from a young age. Frell had a keen interest in music, specifically the flute. He played it constantly to the point where his family had to assign someone to supervise him. Laughing heartily to lighten the mood, he confessed to Karina, "Back then, I even hid from my family just to play the flute at all costs." Eventually, Karina's mood improved. Frell moved to the next step and boldly asked Karina, "Could you show me your painting skills?" Karina thought for a moment. She needed to go to the Count's house to deliver a letter through a painted portal anyway, so she could show him then. This was a prerequisite for merely viewing her painting, therefore, if she showed him, he could see and evaluate her ability most accurately. Karina understood Frell's intention. "We can start right away." After a brief moment, Karina changed her clothes and prepared to paint. Frell wondered, "Don't you need to sketch it out first, or can you paint directly?" Karina assured, "It's perfectly fine. I can paint faster now." She began to lay down strokes of color. Each brush stroke was precise and unwavering. It was the first time Frell had witnessed such a miraculous sight. It was beyond his imagination. Karina completely shone while painting, even her incomplete strokes were so vivid that they drew one's consciousness into them. It was more powerful than any ability he had ever seen. It was truly a refined talent. Frell felt as though he was standing still in a charming river setting under Karina's hands. The gentle enjoyment felt as light as a butterfly. Karina's talent was truly beautiful and astonishing. Frell couldn't figure out how to express this endless feeling to her. On Karina's side, as painting a space-warping portal was somewhat beyond her strength, she started to feel short of breath. Nevertheless, she had to push through to finish. Just when she seemed unable to hold on any longer, a soft flute melody began to play. Looking over at Frell, she realized he was playing the flute. The melody was soothing and pleasant, making Karina feel that her breathing was easier, light, and relaxed. The pain tearing through her inner heart completely vanished. Karina continued to paint. Thus, the space, with one person painting and another playing music, felt like a fairyland. Naturally, when Frell created the miracle, his eyes shone just as brightly as Karina's. After some time, the final work was completed. Putting down the paintbrush, a large portal with intricate patterns emerged. The portal glowed realistically, and it seemed that touching it would make the material palpable. Once Karina finished the portal, Frell also completed his piece of music. Karina was surprised by his talent, being able to compose music on the spot. Suddenly, he blushed and confessed to Karina that he had fallen in love with her. In any case, Frell's face would be red from being teased for his strange behavior. Now that they were friends, Frell, excited and embarrassed, asked, "How was my music?" He hoped for praise from Karina. She thought it was wonderful and was truly grateful to Duke Frell for helping her feel more comfortable while painting. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a spontaneous composition. Seeing you paint so inspiringly, I decided to try composing a piece. I didn't expect it to fit so well." Karina was astonished, not expecting Frell to be so talented as to compose a song on the spot. He admitted that the melody automatically appeared in his mind the moment he saw Karina's painting. The portal began to shine even more brightly than before. Returning to the main topic, Frell asked Karina if the portal would actually lead to the Count's house. "How long would it take for your magic to work?" Karina replied that usually, as long as she thought about it, it would materialize immediately. Frell was still very skeptical and somewhat incredulous about the portal this girl had created to reach a dimension she desired. This ability could be said to defy the heavens. Fortunately, she was a kind-hearted girl. They opened the portal to the other side. Frell thought that if they indeed reached the Count's house, it would surely be the power of a deity. Indeed, upon passing through, they entered a rough, old room. It was somewhat small and dusty, like a storage room. Frell remarked, "It seems this is the Count's abandoned room." Karina looked around and said, "Nothing has changed at all, from the door hinges to the papers on the desk, it's just as it was." She told Frell, "This is my room." He was somewhat surprised and apologized for his thoughtless comment. However, no matter how it was looked at, this place didn't seem like a room fit for a young lady. Karina overlooked it. Frell's misunderstanding wasn't too unreasonable. And in fact, as Frell said, it was old and dilapidated. It was even rougher compared to the more splendid room of an average young lady. Karina sighed. "What can I do? My sister Abelia's room has pink ironwork, stuffed bears, and toys. I don't know what the other young lady's room looks like because I can't go outside. I have to take care of my sister all day long. That's why I want to make some friends." Her fingers lightly skimmed over the paint brushes that had long since frayed, which she hadn't touched for half a year. "It's just as lonely here as it is for you." Seeing her sadness, Frell said, "It's all right, Mississippi. Now that I'm here to keep you company." He started chattering away as if he hadn't spoken in 1,000 years, saying that being friends with him would be very beneficial. They had introduced themselves and even gone out together. The corners of Frell's eyes were filled with amusement as he began to flirt with Karina. He extended his hand toward her. "Agreed, if we've gotten to know each other this well, then we should be friends. Let's make the most of it." Frell continued, "I have a lot of experience with this art illness, and I can even use my flute to heal you." Hearing him talk so much, Karina thought she understood the common frequency between Million and Frell. They both talked a lot. The protagonist was perplexed by the invitation. "I'm not sure what we would do together." So Frell didn't mind, and he chuckled. "Of course I don't mind anything. You don't know? You can learn gradually." Karina smiled happily. "If that's the case, let's be friends. Having a friend like this isn't bad." The two shook hands, determined to be friends from now on. "Please help me, Duke." Karina smiled. This was her second friend after Million. Unexpectedly, all her friends were male. After establishing this brotherly bond, Karina asked Frell a serious question. "Since we're friends now, I dare to ask, how did you know what the young lady's room looks like?" Frell froze. "Damn it, I've been caught. How do I deny this now?" Frell struggled to find a solution while Karina added fuel to the fire. "Usually only a fiancé would be allowed into a young lady's room, and I already have a fiancé. Could you be?" Frell laughed awkwardly. "Please spare me. I don't have one." Karina thought further. "Then could it be that you?" Frell cut her off, not allowing her to go any further. He explained vaguely that he had been invited for tea before, so that's how he had been in the room, not as she might think. Having an opportunity to tease Duke Frell, Karina laughed happily. Returning to the main topic, Frell reminded her, "Where and when will you send the letter?" Looking around at the scattered paperwork, Karina thought, maybe leaving it here would make it hard to notice among the trash. "I should probably put it in the Count's room, but there's one concern, I don't want anyone to know I'm here. Frell asked curiously, you don't want others to know, so does that mean it's a letter of farewell to your family? Karina smiled wryly. It seems I have to use the term farewell to my family. I wish I could just disappear without anyone knowing. I don't want to run into anyone. What good would meeting them do? Frell offered a good suggestion, saying if she didn't want anyone to know, she shouldn't let them see it. He acted mysteriously, telling Karina to quickly draw the curtains and also cover her ears. Outside the Count's estate, the servants were gossiping while cleaning up, discussing the situation at the estate. The atmosphere had been extremely gloomy recently. At family meals, they hadn't exchanged a single word, and even Lord Enfrick hadn't returned. The whole estate felt as if it were in mourning. Abelia was so upset she had lost her appetite, and her health had deteriorated significantly. Young Master Felden always looked sullen, no longer cheerful or playful. The servants began to gossip about the eldest daughter, with even the household staff blaming Karina for not returning yet. She should be considerate and return soon, not caring about anyone in the house. Just then, the melodious sound of a flute muffled their voices. It came from the young lady's room, which had been deserted for half a year. As Karina wondered what was happening, the servants yawned loudly and then collapsed unconscious on the floor. Observing the scene, everyone was asleep, and Karina couldn't help but admire Frell's talent for lulling people to sleep. He chuckled nonchalantly, saying, "These small tricks are nothing compared to the young lady's talents." Karina looked around. Surely no one would have a good memory of her. Karina wandered down the hallway to the Count's study. She had walked this path hundreds of times, but little did she know this would be her last. Frell suddenly asked Karina if the letter she wanted to leave behind was a farewell letter. Karina smiled emotionlessly. That's exactly it. It's a letter telling them not to worry about me anymore. Frell asked Karina if it was too harsh to leave without saying goodbye, considering that after all, parents are the ones who suffer the most. Karina gave a bitter smile. Indeed, I had tried to tell my parents, but did you know that no matter what I said, my father never believed me? He only believed what he could see. Perhaps it was only when he saw my body in the coffin that he would realize I was telling the truth. I wonder if he regretted it at that moment. Unfortunately, I was no longer around to know. If my coffin were sealed forever, perhaps then the family would realize that I was sick. Karina's desolation was evident, even Frell could feel it. Why had this house turned out this way? Karina herself admitted, if you want something, you have to speak up. She had tried, but they didn't even care when she wanted to die. At this moment, a familiar figure caught Karina's eye. It was her little sister Abelia, lying asleep on the floor after hearing Frell's flute. She quickly ran over to check on her sister. Frell assured her it was nothing, just a brief nap. About 3 hours, and she would wake up. Karina's eyes briefly clouded with sadness. Even at this moment, her body still instinctively followed the habit of protecting her little sister. She asked Frell to help carry her to bed. Frell was more than willing to do so. She guided the Duke to place the child on the largest bed, one without comparison or sorrow. Abelia's room was filled with glittering toys, a variety of colorful bookshelves, and stuffed animals of all shapes. Putting the two sisters' rooms on the scale, it was truly like comparing heaven and hell. Looking at the pictures that Abelia had collected of her sister, Frell felt something strange. It seemed he had missed something. Although surprised, Frell wanted to ask Karina, but she interrupted him. Karina whispered something into her sleeping sister's ear, her eyes full of affection and boundless love. They genuinely loved and cared for each other. It was just unfortunate that they were born at the wrong time and into the wrong family. After whispering and comforting Abelia, Karina stood up and signaled that it was time to leave. It was time to do what needed to be done. As Frell followed Karina, he found himself puzzled. Why was she so attentive to that little girl despite having conflicts with everyone else in the house? Karina turned her back, leaving an explanatory remark, "Our relationship isn't as you think. It's not about hatred or resentment, just difficult to face. This family is very happy. Everyone can clearly see that, and it's the truth. Only the happiness of the five must be maintained by the sacrifice of one remaining person." That is the rule in this house, and Karina, you are just the second daughter who received no attention, even being invisible. Abelia is ill, Enfric always brings good news, Felden is a troublemaker, and me, if I lived here, I couldn't even think of myself for a moment. Karina's loneliness was as stark as the long corridor she had walked down hundreds of times over the past decade. No matter how hard she tried to walk softly or politely, she was never noticed. So from now on, Karina was no longer bound. She looked towards the hopeful horizon. Having severed her ties with the family, she wanted to live the rest of her life for herself, to do what she wanted. Right, Frell, she asked him for confirmation, to gain more motivation. Frell understood and fully supported her. She would be known not by the title of the successor's sister, not as Abelia's elder sister or the count's daughter, but as the talented artist Karina. Her works would be preserved in the world through praises. Frell could see the deep desires reflected in her eyes, immense and grand. Perhaps he could help in some way, at least to achieve what she wanted before leaving. Of course, to do that, forgetting everything about this place was the top priority. That's why the letter had to reach the Count today. After Karina returned, the Count had just arrived at the mansion as well. He took off his hot, cumbersome coat after working outside all day and asked the butler if anything was going on in the mansion. As the master of the house, the Count immediately felt that something was off from the moment he stepped inside. The butler promptly reported, a strange thing happened earlier. It's unclear why, but everyone in the mansion fell into a deep sleep after hearing a certain melody, even I myself was put to sleep. It's been about 3 hours since then. The butler provided a detailed account of the situation. The Count, with a stern face, asked if anyone was injured or if anything was missing. The butler replied that there was nothing. Suddenly, the Count noticed a letter on his desk. He asked the butler, "Is there a letter for the mansion today?" Both were surprised by the presence of the letter, as the mailbox was empty today. Holding the letter, the Count found it strange. If the butler hadn't seen the letter in the mail, how did it end up here? Moreover, the letter had no sender name, so who could it be from? He opened the letter and saw a familiar seal but couldn't recognize which family it belonged to. It probably wasn't anything special, so he decided to read it. The Count began to read each word of the letter. The opening line was "Dear Count," with a concise, coherent, and formal style that puzzled the Count. The writer's handwriting seemed very familiar, making it hard for him to skim through as he had initially planned. Immediately, the next line read, "Surely by now you are wondering who wrote this letter." The Count involuntarily clenched his fist as the letter's author seemed to understand him extremely well. The following content was, "If I had the chance, I would have many things to say, but now they all seem meaningless. Therefore, from now on there will be no chance of my returning to this house." At this moment, the Count realized that the letter was from Karina. The first letter that his daughter had sent to the family after a long time away was extremely brief, succinct, and entirely cold. Karina said to consider this as her final farewell letter, marking the end of everything, including her father's anger and her own resentment. "I will become a famous painter known as Karina. My paintings will be well received and praised by the public. They will be admired and passed around. My fame will spread throughout the north and even here. Each painting will be desired by many, unlike the ones you disdainfully threw into disarray." The Count was shocked by what the letter conveyed. He looked very carefully and saw that there were no signs that the girl had been coerced. Could Karina really be this cold? "You often told me not to tarnish the family's reputation. Perhaps I listened and understood, and now I have always adhered to that. This time I will say something similar to you. Please do not tarnish the name of the future famous painter, someone whom this family will never be able to reach." The Count did not know that writing these words, Karina had dredged up all the pain she had tried to bury for a decade. Karina's long wait had ended. She no longer needed to wait for her mother to visit her brother, or care for her sister before comforting her. She no longer needed to wait for her father's family gatherings, celebrating her brother's success or her sister's recovery, to celebrate her own birthday. Karina revealed the secret to the Count. She had now found a new world where someone made her look forward, and that person always watched over her, never leaving her side. In this world, Karina was the main character, not Abelia, Enfric, or Felden. It wasn't about being the sister or the younger sibling, nor was there the experience of being slapped in the face until bruised, or being thrown out of the room, or being scolded when her sister's play caused a bookshelf to collapse. There was no daily confrontation with someone's anger, even if it was just for giving her sister what she wanted. Because there, Karina was loved, cared for, and attended to with gentle attention. The little girl would no longer have to cry into her hands at night or suffer the loss of her first birthday present in frustration. Because of love, there were no unwarranted scoldings. Because of love, the broken pieces were to be mended. Because of love, there was someone who would pat her head and ask if she was okay and take her temperature whenever she was ill. Upon reading this, the Count, enraged, slammed his hand on the table. The butler, who had just brought in medicine, was startled. At that moment, the Count was still berating Karina for being ungrateful for the care she had received. Suddenly, the Count noticed the next line in the letter, which responded to his current anger. The letter was short but succinct. Karina asked the Count one simple question: did I truly say nothing? 10 long years is a decade, and only a mute child would be unable to speak, father. You knew from when I was young that I was a well-behaved child who never cried, didn't you? Oh, and I wonder if you even noticed. The Count was taken aback. He began to review everything. When did every fragment in his mind become an image of Karina smiling? She smiled when studying, she smiled when her little sister whined to keep her from playing with friends, even when he scolded her she smiled. When did his child become one who never cried? There was no memory of her crying at all. This could only mean one thing: the child had long since lost her emotions. Karina revealed, it's not that I didn't speak, but in the presence of everyone gathered, Abelia, Enfrick, Felden, did anyone ever hear me? Each time I was neglected by my parents, my feelings shattered into pieces. 10 years is long enough for a sturdy mirror to shatter, father. What could I do but endure that pain and give up speaking? You know, wounds from the outside can heal with medicine, but the cracks in the heart will only widen. A once pristine piece of paper will no longer be the same after being trampled on. Father, if you want to see me, come to the north directly. I will not go anywhere. And when the time comes, bury me however you wish. Enraged, the Count crumpled the letter and threw it on the ground. He ordered to contact Duke Million and demand that Karina be brought back immediately. The butler, hesitating, said that the north had already begun winter, and the city gates and checkpoints were all closed. The Count slammed the table, insisting on bringing her back by any means, even if she was ill, and spoke of burying me however you wish. Was this how Karina spoke to her parents after all these years of upbringing? She was not someone to say such strange things. It seemed the Count was truly someone who chose to believe what he wanted. He forgot that everyone in this house, including himself and the Countess, contributed to the birth and upbringing but failed in the education. In other words, they just threw money at her and left her to fend for herself. How could there be a child who never cried for 10 years? It was just that they hadn't noticed. The butler placed the Count's medicine box down and tried to reveal a truth that had long been ignored. Actually, I think Miss Karina is really ill. The Count froze in place upon hearing this, becoming even more enraged, and scolded the butler. Are you trying to make me more furious? What nonsense are you talking? The butler honestly reported that months ago Miss Karina's room had been reported with strange sounds, vomiting and frequent fevers. The Count was stunned. If that was the case, he should have been informed. The truth is, whenever I intended to speak, you were always busy, Count. You always said to leave those small matters for later, and gradually I could no longer report anything about what was happening in Miss Karina's room. It also became a matter taken for granted among the servants. The Count was completely stunned, moving from one surprise to another. The butler added, you yourself told me to report later, and since Miss Karina is grown up, she also chose to handle things herself. The Count was now truly shaken, though only partially. He ordered the butler, in any case, write a letter to the Duke. Just talk properly with her first, and then we'll deal with it. He believed it would work out. Outside, coincidentally, Abelia had overheard the entire truth. The little girl covered her mouth to stifle her cries, her face pale, her small body trembling with illness, murmuring, so it wasn't a dream after all. She staggered step by step back to her room, the hallway already soaked with her tears. She truly felt sorry for her sister, but sadly, she was the main factor in the disintegration of this family's unity. A child like her could only receive and not share. After all, the fault lay not just with the children of the family. Abelia stumbled into her room, her face in darkness, murmuring the response that father calls acceptable. It is not acceptable at all. She really has gone forever. In that delirium, the little girl heard her older sister's gentle voice, as always, whispering in her ear, "You must always stay healthy. I hope you sleep well." It was just like usual, but who would have thought it would be the last time? Abelia buried her face in the pillow and cried silently. The sister she loved the most, the one who wished her good night every evening and protected her, was no longer there. That night, the separation was never one-sided. It was far from easy for Karina. She had thought for a long time before coming to this decision. She fiddled with the gift her mother had given her on her birthday, the only gift, which had been taken by Felden. Now everything had come to this point. She had wanted to forget, but now she was behaving like a fool. Thinking about Abelia made Karina feel heartbroken. They had once shared beautiful days together. She didn't hate the little girl, on the contrary, she was the one Karina loved most. They had lived together for a long time, sharing the same blood, but all of Karina's losses came from that little girl. Karina bore no resentment. It was just time to put an end to her suffering. The girl would probably remain blissfully unaware of the pain she had caused. On the table was a drawing of a bird, which she had originally intended to send to Abelia, afraid that the girl might miss her, but now it was no longer necessary. She made the final stroke to complete the bird's shape. She had to do what needed to be done. The only thing Karina wanted now was to cut off this cruel fate. Her bird spread its wings, obeying its owner's whispered words. Karina attached the small bag, which she considered her life, to the bird's leg and whispered a few words in its ear. The bird flew far away, carrying Karina's wish. It wasn't about sending love or anything like that. Karina entrusted it with the task of flying through the night, finding a place where no one, even herself, could reach. If such a place existed, it should drop the bag there, let the happy and sad memories vanish into the void. After all, she was about to leave, so she had to let go. Then she would create a new fate. The bag sank into the water, and everything truly ended: family bonds, sibling love, sisterly affection, father-child relationships, or even more sacred maternal love, all were severed. Now she was happily living with Million and Duke Frell in a glass house, reputed to be a masterpiece of the north, where she could enjoy the snow and winter without affecting her health. In reality, only Karina was happy. Million was extremely uncomfortable with Duke Frell's presence. He grumbled and growled, asking, "Why are you here?" Frell, with a provocative smile, replied, "Well, Karina invited me here, you know. I didn't just come to mooch, right?" Karina, mentioned by name, pointed out the dazed girl was startled. It seemed she needed to explain a bit. Karina turned to Million with a bunny-like look. "I'm sorry for inviting Mr. Frell here without asking. I just thought it would be fun to celebrate the anniversary of our friendship with him." Million's expression remained stern, making Karina quite nervous. She dared not explain further and said, "If Million doesn't like it, he should forgive me." How could the Duke tolerate this? He dismissed the matter and replied casually, "It's fine, just an extra mouth here to complain." Karina peeked at Million's expression, somewhat puzzled. If she had done something wrong to make him look so unhappy. The cakes and honey tea were all prepared. Karina's favorite time was a peaceful tea party. Million asked, "What's the schedule for today?" He was asking Karina, but someone uninvited interjected. Frell, delighted, answered, "Today I'll be studying with Karina." "Is that cool?" Million snapped, "Who asked you about your schedule?" "I'm asking Karina." Frell retorted, "Well, you didn't specify. Seeing you ask casually, I just answered." "Are you bullying me?" Million, irritated, responded, "I was asking Karina, not some guy like you." Frell lamented, pretending to be heartbroken, "Hearing my friend say that makes me feel quite hurt." Karina found the back and forth between the two very amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Both Frell and Million immediately stopped, turning to Karina, not understanding why she was laughing so hard. Karina replied, It's just that you two seem like such close friends from many lifetimes. Frell was completely captivated, his face slightly reddening. Karina smiled brightly with happiness, laughing because the two were so close and they gave her a sense of familiarity. Million and Frell were not exactly friendly, they were fated adversaries bickering like crazy. Karina found life to be much more peaceful now, being able to laugh and talk freely and converse with others with ease. Million was still trying to explain. Both he and Frell were entangled in a fateful grudge, with the Duke's stubbornness being hard to articulate. Seeing her smile, he scratched his head and asked, Really, Karina? Do we look funny to you? Karina gently expressed, It's just that you like it this way, enjoying the honest back and forth without reservation. Karina's heart had opened up more. She no longer tightly bound her soul with as many chains as before, and this change was largely due to Million, a man who, though rough and coarse, always showed gentle concern for others and prioritized Karina above all else. There might not be another person like Million in the world. A world with Million could only be here. Karina was sure she had recognized the change within her heart. She liked Million very much. The Duke was unaware, and seeing Karina's constant smiling, he became embarrassed, scratching his head and telling her not to laugh anymore. And if your health isn't well, just ignore him and go back to your room. Karina laughed. See? He cares for me so much, he's even worried that I might be too happy and tire myself out. To Karina, the warmest man in the world was like this. Later, Karina asked about Million's schedule. He announced that he would soon have to go out into the beast forest to search for evidence regarding Hades' information. Everything was ready, they just needed to wait for him to start. Hearing this, Karina felt a surge of emotions. Recently, she had been a bit selfish. What she wanted to say was to ask him not to go, but she still managed to control her feelings. She smiled gently and told Million to be careful, and promised to behave at home. Million's emotions were a mess. His face turned red, and he muttered, this was the first time someone was waiting for the Duke to return home. Usually, he would be gone until the next New Year, just enjoying himself with a few men. However, he knew that Karina felt lonely and must be longing for someone to be with her. Million patted Karina's head affectionately to reassure her restless feelings, gently saying he would return as quickly as possible, so she should wait for him. Karina was surprised by the Duke's sweet promise. He seemed to have read her inner thoughts and offered a comforting promise. She nodded contentedly, agreeing to wait for him no matter what. Million, feeling guilty and awkward, promised to bring back a better magic stone, Hazel, than before, just as he had promised. With it, she would feel better. It turned out that his purpose for this trip was also for Karina. She felt warm inside, though she still hoped her Million would return safely. Karina joked that perhaps the Duke had prayed for her, which made the Hazel truly effective. Million agreed. Frell watched the entire scene, feeling like a mere spectator, yet he had the opportunity to see this interesting moment. Clearly, the emotional bond between the two was showing, although it leaned slightly to one side, there was something on the other side as well. Seeing his friend, who was usually so rough and brutish, able to make Lady Karina smile so comfortably, it seemed that Frell's friend was indeed charming. However, Frell was troubled by one thing, wasn't it that they were preparing to cancel the engagement? Karina sipped her tea, glancing subtly at the Duke. Frell knew she probably didn't want to make her feelings for the Duke too obvious. The atmosphere was cheerful and lively, until Karina suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, starting to feel nauseous. However, she couldn't ruin the mood for everyone. She controlled her nausea so much that her hand holding the teacup was shaking uncontrollably. At this rate, she might end up collapsing. So Karina stood up calmly and gently, saying she was feeling a bit tired and asked to leave early. The Duke immediately inquired about her well-being and offered to help her back, but she refused. If Million took her back, he would see everything. Karina smiled, appearing fine, and said she could go back on her own, asking him to stay and continue talking with Duke Frell. After all, there was still time left in the tea party. Million was annoyed but decided to ignore Frell. He didn't care to continue the conversation. Frell, sitting aside, was also in an awkward position. So Karina slipped away to her room before the tea party was over, leaving just the two of them in a tense silence, extremely uncomfortable. Frell began to poke fun, clicking his tongue. Well, look who it is. What's this about hazel stones? Million responded irritably, when are you going to leave? It was clear that when Karina was present, he was accommodating, but without her, he was straightforwardly dismissive. Frell sighed. I must have done something good to be friends with you. Frell awkwardly changed the subject. Don't you think it's excessive with a friend who traveled all this way just because you asked? Million saw through it. There's nothing to it. You wouldn't come just because of a request, but probably out of curiosity about the owner of the painting, right? The letter Million sent previously had included a painting of Karina, mainly to pique Frell's curiosity. That's why he came here. Frell sighed. So you knew, leaving an unfinished painting in there. Million retorted, well, I wanted that painting to be completed. So if it's you, you'd probably return it anyway. Million then seriously addressed the main topic, asking if he and Karina had any classes and how serious Karina's condition was. Frell evasively replied, I don't know. Frell, Million snapped, this is not the time for jokes. Actually, Karina had previously asked Frell to keep a secret from the Duke. After reflecting on the miraculous power she possessed, she requested that Frell keep this matter from the Duke, hoping that he wouldn't know about the remaining time she had. She wanted both of them to be happy until then and part ways peacefully. Simply because Karina didn't want the kind-hearted man to be haunted by her death to the point of pain. She alone would endure the suffering of death. Which is why Frell currently kept the secret from Million and said it was Karina's request, so there was nothing else to do. Million was taken aback. Frell smiled and stood up. So I can't tell you anything. Frell also ended the conversation with her, keeping secrets and never revealing them even once. Frell changed the topic to make his friend's mood more relaxed. So what's this hazel stone Karina mentioned that makes her feel better? Million explained, it's the type of stone that helps Karina improve. It's obtained when hunting magical beasts, though it's very rare. Frell pointed out, rare, yet you didn't tell the lady and also promised to return early. I heard that according to the belief, just giving a hazel stone to a sick person can make them improve day by day. Right, Million? Frell teased, since when did Duke Million become so superstitious? The Duke, caught in his own words, was irritated. He pointedly warned Frell, I've heard of such beliefs, if someone points a finger at someone else, that finger will break. Let me demonstrate. Frell wisely fled, knowing he would end up roasted if he stayed. Million called out, still fuming, hey, what's this class you mentioned? Stop being secretive. I'm getting irritated. But anyone close to Million probably wasn't afraid of death. Frell poked his head out, laughing. Well, it's a secret. Returning to Karina's room after parting ways with Million and Frell at the tea party, she was trying to compose herself in her room. Just then, a maid passing by heard strange noises coming from the room and came in to check. Seeing Karina shivering while clutching her stomach, the maid asked, Miss, are you all right? Karina was startled. She absolutely couldn't let anyone else know. If they knew, Million would also find out. She didn't want anyone to see her in this pitiable state. She composed her expression, tried to adjust her face, and managed to force a weak smile at the maid. I'm fine. I just slipped and am a bit tired. The maid immediately became concerned, quickly helping the young lady up and then saying she would go fetch a physician. Karina struggled to stop her. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a minor fatigue. She clutched her hands tightly, trying to keep herself upright and reassured herself that everything was completely fine, just uncomfortable. The maid was adamant. The physician must be called, as ordered by the master. Even if it's just a minor issue, the physician must be summoned. Hearing Million's order warmed Karina's heart a bit. He always cared about her down to the smallest detail. It might even be more comforting than some bitter medicine. Karina wearily told the maid, please invite the physician to my room. In her heart, Karina tried to reassure herself that nothing serious had happened yet. She was still managing, and it was far from over. She hoped time would slow down a bit. She hadn't cared before, but now she wanted everything to slow down please. Afterward, Karina went to her room and lay down on the bed to rest. The physician who examined her was the same one who had treated her in the south before, only this person was willing to tell her the whole truth about her condition and was fair with all patients. He even left his work at the clinic to come here for someone like Karina, who was on the brink of death. The physician reported Karina's condition after examining her. Your health has deteriorated a little, but not much. However, even a small deterioration is significant, indicating that Karina's condition is progressing slowly. However, each outbreak increases the suffering. Karina thanked the physician for coming so promptly. Every time she had an attack like this, he asked her about her symptoms, and she recounted the recent symptoms she had experienced. The prescription had already been changed to a new one, so it was necessary to review the symptoms to determine if the medicine was suitable. First, Karina mentioned her vomiting condition and asked the physician, "Lately, whenever I eat something, I end up vomiting everything. Is it possible to avoid eating? I don't want Million to see me in such a terrible state." Frell advised Karina, even with frequent vomiting, it is necessary to eat to sustain the body. Your condition is like a sand castle, the waves keep hitting it, and it might collapse at any moment. Therefore, it needs to be reinforced. Even if eating causes painful vomiting, it is still necessary to maintain. Karina smiled wryly and asked, "Is it just a matter of paying attention to eating?" He mentioned many things. The physician looked at Karina, a young girl being gradually drained of vitality. He gave her this piece of advice: among those in similar situations, if you want to live, I can help you, even if it's just for one more day. However, the prerequisite is that you must have the will to live. Speaking of the will to live, Karina felt she had found it. Now she was no longer living in the past with the Count's family or anything, but she had found a new world for herself. There, Million and friends cared for her when she was ill. Now she suddenly felt a bit of greed, that she would be happy beside that man. Her work would become famous and well received. Karina would be renowned as a genius painter with her paintings. At that time, she would have happy memories with Million and part ways neatly. She told the doctor, "Don't worry too much. I don't want to make Million feel unnecessary guilt." The doctor asked Karina another question, "Do you feel any particular pain?" Karina thought for a moment. She knew what he was referring to, which was the issue with her heart. It throbbed and ached to the point where she felt like it might burst, as if someone were squeezing it tightly. At times, Karina wished it would just burst to stop the pain. Of course, her mood was just like that. The physician nodded in sympathy. He had once experienced temporary blindness due to an artistic illness and shared the same feeling. The eyes seemed to be about to burst when one could do nothing, which was how symptoms of artistic illness manifested. The physician said, if only every person with artistic illness had common symptoms, then there would be hope in finding a cure. Karina comforted the doctor, "It's all right. It's fortunate to have you here helping." Indeed, he was also a source of motivation for Karina to change herself. Originally, she wouldn't have known Frell and him, but now both were involved in bearing the burden of her life. The doctor immediately corrected himself, saying, "Don't say that. My job is to save lives. If a doctor were to have patients hide their illnesses, they would no longer be a doctor." That statement made Karina pause, as if he were referring to her own condition. In the past, she had to hide her illness from her family too. Karina gave a wry smile to the physician, self-deprecatingly finding it ironic that now, at the very end of her life, she was still clinging greedily to life. A realization that came too late. The doctor kindly said, "It's nothing. You're a patient, so you don't need to apologize. And you have the right to pursue whatever you want, whether it's health or illness, at any time." Just then, Frell knocked and entered the room. He still had his usual relaxed demeanor and gave a mild smile to the doctor. "I just wanted to talk to Karina, so I came in here. I didn't mean to interrupt." He was still the calm and polite young man. The doctor waved his hand. "It's fine. You can come in now, I've finished my examination." He bid farewell to Karina and Frell, reminding her to take her medication regularly and to contact him if there were any issues. "By the way, before I leave, I have one more thing to say: don't give up on life. What I said earlier was true. If you want, I can help you live a little longer, even if just a bit." Karina added another bit of motivation to her hopelessness. Everyone hoped Karina could live, to make up for the life she had lived before. Karina's mood improved. She smiled brightly at the doctor. "Thank you. I don't think I want to die early, so don't worry too much." Her eyes flickered with a trace of melancholy, and she gently expressed to the doctor and Frell, "I feel a bit regretful now. If I had realized this world a bit earlier, I wouldn't have locked myself away painting all day. Instead, I would have opened the door that kept me confined and stepped out into the world to enjoy everything I could. I think now I have enough courage to step out, even though time is running out." The doctor felt somewhat reassured. He couldn't treat patients who had no will to live, but if a patient wanted to live, he would do his best. After finishing, he left, leaving Karina and Frell alone in the room. With the doctor gone, the room was now just Karina and Frell. However, the Duke remained silent, which made Karina a bit worried. She asked, "Did you come here for something? You mentioned needing to say something earlier, and now the atmosphere feels a bit serious." Frell smiled soothingly. "It's nothing, just relax. I came here because of something related to witnessing your miraculous art creation. In fact, after passing through the portal Karina created to enter the space on the other side, as if through a gateway of the divine, Frell had spent hours pondering. It was very strange, and he couldn't make sense of it. So he came directly to ask Karina. What troubled him was the unusually rapid progression of Karina's art-related illness. Frell's expression became serious. "It's truly a problem." Karina was also stunned, as she didn't have much knowledge about the illness and thought it was normal. Frell struggled to explain, "In the world, there are many people with art-related illnesses like yours. Although miraculous creations are rare, it is still just an art-related illness. The common factor in this illness is that people do not live long, specifically, 30 years is already quite long. However, even though these people continuously create miracles every day, they are fortunate to live up to 30 years or slightly beyond." Thus, Frell found Karina's condition progressed unusually fast. It was nearing death at not even 20 years old. Frell looked at Karina seriously and asked her a question, requesting her to answer truthfully and without concealment if he were to help her. Karina was somewhat tense due to the gravity of Frell's words. He asked if she knew about the taboos in art creation, things that should absolutely not be done. Frell asked Karina, "Do you know about the existence of these taboos?" In reality, Karina had no idea. She was like an amateur painter, progressing and creating art with innate talent. This made Frell feel a bit regretful. As someone who sponsors artists, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, subconsciously clenching his hands. It was indeed a pity she wasn't born in the right environment. Normally, talented artists like Karina, if raised under the care of their family, would have had a proper art teacher and wouldn't be in this situation. It was truly regrettable for a wasted talent. Seeing Frell's lack of reaction, Karina spoke up to help him focus better. Duke Frell smiled slightly. "I apologize. Now I'll explain. Before discussing the taboos, we need to understand the theory of art-related illnesses more deeply. Generally, people think that having the talent to create miracles means one has an art-related illness, but more accurately, an artist must pay a price for the miracles they create. Because even with talent, miracles have limits. For example, Frell, while his flute can heal, it cannot cure those who are severely ill and near death, or those who have lost hope or are suicidal. That is his limit. However, some people may break this limit by paying a price, which is called an art-related illness. And of course, it is a taboo." Karina clenched her hands, resolved to calmly ask Frell, "What are those taboos?" There are 3 taboos in creating miracles to avoid paying too high a price. First, do not go against the laws of nature. Simply put, do not resurrect the dead, as it violates the principles. Second, do not reverse time, as it will disrupt the functioning of the world. The second rule is not to create humans. Painting a human will cause disorder in all systems. If an artist replaces the creator and makes humans, it will shatter the laws of nature. Upon hearing the word human, Karina's heart skipped a beat. She felt a shiver and unease. Frell continued, "Creating living beings such as animals and plants is not a problem, but creating a human is absolutely forbidden. It is the divine power closest to that of God, and humans cannot replace God. Therefore, using such a miraculous power is a violation of divine principles and is strictly prohibited, becoming a very significant taboo. After all, who does not have the desire to create a human according to their own will? The power of God indeed has a great temptation. And finally, the unchangeable rule is not to use miracles to kill people. If Karina can draw a living heart, she can also draw that person in a state of death, just like divine judgment. It is taboo to some. The principles, for Karina to understand easily, do not use miracles for actions close to that of a deity, because the deity is omnipotent, and humans cannot replace him. Frell looked at Karina seriously and asked her a question, requesting her to answer truthfully and without concealment if he were to help her. Karina nervously asked Frell, "What will happen if I try to use miracles and break all 3 taboos?" "The only answer is to pay with your life, or lose a part of your body." Karina was slightly anxious. "If I die, it's not a problem, but losing a part of my body, compared to someone who paints, is no different from being dead." Frell agreed with that. However, he seriously asked Karina, if she had ever created a human, "You need to tell the truth," he emphasized. Karina thought for a long time. Asking whether she had or had not, while being so lonely, is not unreasonable, but once there is a sprout, it will gradually grow and become a large, dense tree. On that tree, there will be leaves that want to hide because they are shy of the sunlight outside. Karina is no exception. Her eyes were evasive, not daring to look directly at Frell, and she answered verbally that she had never done so. In reality, if Million were here, he would know that Karina was lying from her behavioral expressions. Frell, however, did not know anything about Karina. Now he only felt confused because Karina's illness was very peculiar. If she had never broken any taboos, there would be no reason for the illness to reach stage 3 at such a young age. He told Karina that there were many people in the world who created miracles and were more frequent than Karina, yet they still lived to be 30 or older. So this was indeed a conundrum. Karina asked Frell a troubling question, "Do I have a chance to survive? In the past, I never had the will to live, so I just waited for death. But now I do have the will, and a lot more, so I want to try being greedy for once." Hearing Karina's question, Frell felt a bit helpless. It was like a doctor who cared deeply for their patient but couldn't cure them. The more frustrating part was having a desire to live but being unable to do anything. Seeing Frell in distress, Karina also realized that everything seemed impossible. She gave a slight self-deprecating smile. "Before, I wanted to die, but now I'm asking such a silly question." Frell comforted her, "Nothing is impossible. Isn't it true that artistic illness is meant to be unsolvable? I will do my best to help you. Moreover, although it might be somewhat convenient, I have thought of a method to reduce your condition to a lower level." Karina was a bit confused. What kind of treatment requires Frell to use the term somewhat convenient to describe it? It's to intentionally create an unfinished masterpiece. In other words, when Karina is almost done painting, you should stop at the final brush stroke. Frell explained further, a painting missing the final stroke is not considered complete, and no miracle will occur. It's different from my musical miracles, where the whole piece must be played. It's hard to stop once you're immersed in music. So for the painting miracle, just try to control yourself to stop at the final stroke. Karina was skeptical. Indeed, if I stop at the final stroke, it will be an incomplete painting. But is that okay? Frell assured her, "Karina, you are a talented artist. Even if a painting is missing a stroke in your eyes, for the audience out there, it is already a masterpiece." He extended his hand to save Karina's fate. "I believe that if it's you, you will surely make it. If Karina gives me a painting missing a stroke, I will make sure it becomes famous as expected." Looking at that strong hand, could she believe it? Or rather, did she feel insecure about herself and did not dare to take the bet? But it seemed that there was nothing left to lose. Karina placed her slender hand into Frell's large hands. It was not as rough as Million's from wielding a sword, but it had a sense of serenity. "Although there is not much time left, I still hope you can help," Karina said. She smiled sincerely, making the Duke's heart race, his face flush red and his heart beat fast. Seeing Frell in a daze, Karina called out to him to bring him back to his senses. He composed himself and reassured Karina, even if you have an artistic illness, there is no law that forbids us from treating it. Didn't Karina already try to break down the walls that confined her? The light you see every day is a result of your own efforts, so why not look further? Care about what you want and strive to complete it. We will go together. I will be with you to the end and happily walk alongside you as friends. Of course, I don't intend to protect you excessively, but to some extent, just let us know what you want, where you want to go, and how you want to do it, and we will help you as friends. Frell spoke with all his sincerity from the bottom of his heart, leaving Karina a bit embarrassed. Outwardly, she laughed it off as overly grand, but in reality, she was already deeply touched. She had someone she loved and a friend like Frell who was always by her side. After the conversation with Frell, Karina felt much calmer. She often sat on the balcony to relax her mind after a long stressful day of work. Moved by the scene, gazing at the moon, she thought about Duke Million and wondered how he was now. Had he set off yet? Perhaps he was in too much of a hurry and couldn't bid her farewell. Not wanting to dwell on him too much and with limited time left, Karina decided she needed to write down the additional things she wanted to do. For Karina, everything now is precious. She has a friend like Frell, someone who cares and loves her, and a space to paint freely. Next, she thought of giving a gift to her beloved. The image of Duke Million immediately appeared in her mind. She planned to cook him some delicious dishes, pack them in pretty boxes, and give them to him while he was on his campaign. Then came the thought of Duke Million's hugs. Oh, how smitten she felt. Karina quickly erased the 18+ images from her mind. She realized she was getting carried away and needed to slow down. Since Karina was sitting on the balcony, she wasn't aware of what was happening inside the room. Million had been watching her for a while. Earlier, after knocking on the door several times without a response, he had rushed in, thinking something might have happened. To his surprise, he found Karina diligently writing something, looking serious, then pulling at her hair and hitting herself in a way that was both pitiful and incredibly endearing. Million felt a sense of satisfaction seeing this. She was undeniably adorable, but then Million was startled by his own thoughts. He couldn't believe he was thinking such beastly things. Seeing Karina lost in thought, Duke Million walked in and asked, I knocked on the door several times, yet you didn't respond. Karina, what's going on? Karina quickly stood up to apologize. I was just lost in thought. She then asked Million, have you returned, or are you about to leave? Million was there to inform Karina that he needed to scout deeper into the forest before the official campaign began. The Duke added, since I'll be away for a while, I wanted to see you before I left. I noticed you didn't look well earlier, so I was a bit worried. Karina smiled faintly to reassure him. I'm a bit tired, but I'm feeling better after resting. The doctor has checked me too. Million was relieved to hear she was okay and wanted to ask more about her condition, but suddenly remembered Frell had mentioned that Karina didn't want to reveal too much. Was there something she was hiding? Million found it difficult but tried to control his feelings. He clenched his teeth to maintain his composure and awkwardly adjusted his words, telling Karina to rest well and not overexert herself. If you need anything, let me know. Karina smiled brightly and obediently listened, also reminding Million to stay safe and come back. They parted like a couple saying goodbye, with the man heading to the battlefield and the woman reluctantly watching him go. The night sky was beautiful and bright but felt lonely. Karina felt a tinge of sadness as he left, knowing her time was limited. Karina asked Million, when will you return? Her small, elegant voice carried a hint of regret. Million hesitated, intending to say he'd be back the day after tomorrow, but quickly changed his answer when he saw Karina's hopeful eyes, like a small, expectant stray cat. It made Million struggle to control his emotions, so he said he would return by noon the day after tomorrow. As soon as he said this, he mentally chastised himself, wondering if he would even make it by then. He realized he had spoken impulsively. Unexpectedly, the Duke's rash promise actually made Karina very happy. She could look forward to seeing Million again soon. The fairy smiled softly like the bright moon, gently promising, I will wait for you. Million was haunted by the thought of the little girl. The next day, his subordinates had a terrifying experience due to their master. In the northern forest, surrounded by snow, there was no trace of green or life, only a blanket of white. The northern forest was notorious for its monsters during winter, and traveling through it was difficult. Million led his cavalry through at a gallop. Though they were on a scouting mission, not a race, he was pushing hard because of his promise. An aide reminded him, "Duke, you're moving a bit too fast. We still have plenty of time, so we don't need to rush." Million replied sternly, "I have to be back by noon tomorrow, so we must hurry." The aide, upon hearing this, was incredulous, as normally they would travel until nightfall and still might not make it. The aide quickly shifted sympathy to the exhausted soldiers who were so worn out they moved like zombies on their horses. But Million didn't care. "Recommend you follow my orders. I'm the commander, and I lead, you need to keep up," Million said. Unbeknownst to Karina, her presence had caused the soldiers to complete the scouting trip in a fraction of the usual time. As they reached deeper into the forest, where the snow was falling thicker and the environment darker and more eerie, Million stopped his horse. Fortunately, Million still had some compassion and allowed his subordinates to rest. He instructed them to quickly eat some simple food and then regroup to continue. He himself looked toward the darkened area of the forest, where monsters roamed, starved and driven mad by the winter, ready to attack at any moment. Million's ancestors, heroes who had protected the north and fought monsters like gods, had passed down the tradition and spirit to the current and future generations. Million was no exception. For him, this was a duty, a mission, and a responsibility to protect the people of the north. Now it had an added weight, he had the little girl to think about. Thus, Duke Million's thoughts were on returning to embrace Karina tightly after the campaign, just as she had asked, but in good health. He was determined to bring back plenty of heron. Meanwhile, the little girl in Duke Million's heart was standing in front of the mansion, waiting for her husband. Her gaze was fixed on the gate of the mansion. Although she knew Million would return the next day, waiting for the one she loved was a form of happiness. Karina wrapped herself in the velvet scarf Million had bought for her. As she was waiting, she heard a voice behind her. It was the doctor who had examined Karina in the south and had come to stay with her through the winter to monitor her health. He teased Karina, "Why are you standing here? The Duke won't be back until tomorrow." Karina smiled awkwardly and pretended to say, "Actually, I'm just taking a walk." To be honest, even though he's not coming back until tomorrow, Karina couldn't help but wait for the image of that man to appear before her. However, no matter how Karina explained it, the doctor and the servants understood completely, it's human love, after all. The doctor observed for a while and remarked, "Karina, you've changed so much from when you were in the south." She herself felt the same way. She cheerfully told the doctor, "I feel more positive now than before. I've done new things that I've never done before." The doctor, curious, asked, "What are those things?" Karina began to list them as they stood in the courtyard, summarizing a few things. The snow had fallen, covering the entire garden and the seating areas. The north was very different from the south, everything was covered in a blanket of white. Karina's first change was making this trip, and then writing letters, letters informing the Count's family not to worry about me anymore. Although I know it's painful, I actually feel happier now that I've severed ties with them. Karina then asked the doctor, "Should I return all the money to them?" What Karina referred to was the cost of their upbringing throughout her life. How many people record the amount their parents spent on raising them from childhood? They say that the debt of raising a child can't be measured, but for Karina, it could, even if it was just a chest of gold. Karina awkwardly clasped her hands, seeking the doctor's opinion. "My parents cannot keep drawing up my life according to their wishes, right? Even though I had previously accepted the long pain." The doctor, pitying a girl with a gentle nature, said, "Parents are guardians of their children, not owners of their lives. From birth to adulthood, parents will care for, nurture, and watch over their children. Then, when the children grow up, they will look back at their parents, take their hands, and show their gratitude." He took Karina's hand and comforted her. For Karina, the lack of care or attention from her parents was a reason for her illness, and of course Karina had nothing to blame them for. If she had more time or health, perhaps the sacrifice would be voluntary, but now enduring the physical and emotional pain caused by them was already a sufficient sacrifice. Karina was very grateful that the doctor understood her. Her unwillingness to look back at the Count's family was also proof of leaving the past behind. She didn't need an apology. Karina had her new world, why should she continue to live in that pain and die day by day? Before her was a new door leading to a brighter future, a future where Karina was loved, where she could be told she was ill, could cry, be cared for, and even just share. So she decided to walk through that door. Although there was a bit of regret about dying now, she would live according to the glory. She would return to the Count's house with the money she earned from painting, so they would know that what they discarded as trash had become renowned worldwide. For Karina, spring had truly come even in the middle of the snowy season. Back in the distant northern mountains, Million was commanding the troops for reconnaissance. At the same time, today's second objective was to destroy the hotties deep inside and, of course, to search for Heron for Karina. The group began to gather and listen to Million's orders. The commander ordered, first, go as deep as possible. Mark the territory, dangerous areas, and possible resting spots for future expeditions. Second, destroy as many hotties as possible. Maintain formation to launch the attack. Million reminded them, target the hotties' Achilles tendon and unprotected abdominal area. Only aim at those two spots and don't hit other areas. However, as the Duke and a commander, I emphasize that if you encounter danger, immediately protect yourself. Everyone here has families at home. Additionally, they were to both destroy hotties and collect Heron to hand over to him. The group immediately became agitated because they needed Heron too. It was a very rare gem that dropped from monster kills. It could be sold as jewelry or even given to someone sick to make them healthier. Million abused his authority, you all must follow my orders without question. One of them, daring to voice an opinion, had his ear pulled by Million as a lesson. The surrounding troops laughed, and the young man was corrected by Million. Who dares to argue with the Duke? At that moment, Million detected a killing intent. His hand was ready on the sword, prepared to fight at any time. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and the devil appears. A hotties with a tough shell and horns appeared before them. It was large, sturdy, and terrifying. Million coldly said, what a coincidence, it's right here. The Duke began to command everyone to spread out and surround it, not to concentrate in one place. The soldiers who had just been laughing now obeyed the Lord's orders like chess pieces. The armor-clad fighters followed, and he smiled with bloodthirsty intent. Just right, neither too many nor too few. He said with spirit and determination, ready to fight for the homeland. However, just as he was about to withdraw his sword, an unexpected variable arose. Who would have thought that the Duke's premature crowing would happen? As soon as the hotties appeared, it let out a roar. Million's assistant was slightly surprised by this action and didn't react in time. It seemed as if it was calling for something. As soon as it was mentioned, an earthquake began with severe aftershocks that seemed like they might collapse the area. Million remained steadfast in front of the hotties. A soldier was on high alert, surveying the surrounding situation due to the strange and violent tremors. His sharp gaze swept across the legion, they were now like prey being hunted in the middle of a snowy forest, plump and fragrant. The sword began to tremble as too many hotties appeared at once, like an army. They were pleading for their captain to come to their rescue. They had families at home, and with so many enemies, they couldn't fight them all. The captain in their view was currently fighting fervently. After finishing off a hotties, Million grinned excitedly like a demon immersed in blood. As long as there were magical beasts here, he was ready to take them all on. The legion was in panic as they were surrounded by many fierce hotties. Million was also surprised. Although they seemed mindless, they could call for their pack, block attack routes, and push everyone into the center like eggs in a basket to gradually eliminate them. But the more the better. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement. Any hotties that came near Million fell, lying in pools of blood, their bodies hardly recognizable. Million shouted, rallying the troops to maintain a combat distance, stay focused, and not turn their backs on the enemies. It's not as hard as the first time we fought, thanks to Karina pointing out and finding the weak points, he said. Everyone immediately targeted the weak points as mentioned earlier. Don't panic or slash aimlessly, and everything will be fine. At this moment, a soldier shouted a reminder, Captain Million, be careful. A hotties has circled around to the rear. Million prepared for the ambush, hoping he would return safely this time. Meanwhile, Karina was currently at the first-line fortress. It had been the second day since Million went out on a reconnaissance mission before the expedition. Although she knew he would return to the manor to see her, the feeling of waiting made it better to come here. The steward, under instructions from the Duke to take care of the young lady, helped her down from the carriage and kindly reminded her that she could go inside to rest if she felt tired or unwell. She should inform him immediately. Karina smiled wryly, genuinely feeling embarrassed for bothering the steward. She wasn't of much help here but couldn't wait any longer. Just as they mentioned the Duke, the disaster that the Duke was pursuing appeared. The alarm bells rang loudly throughout the walls. Observing soldiers reported that a large group of hotties was gathering here and attacking straight to the walls. The steward urgently asked the young lady to go inside and wait, doing nothing, while he went to assess the situation. Karina didn't stop him and agreed. The situation was very urgent. The soldiers were sweating profusely. The reconnaissance team sent to the front lines were the best, including the Duke himself. They were just the small soldiers defending the fortress and could not hold off the hotties until the Duke returned. Karina was also caught up in the battle situation. The pain of the contraction came at this moment. She tried to reassure herself that everything would be fine and focused on the immediate situation. She was certain that if nothing was done, Million might not return in time. Karina clenched her fists. What if Million didn't return in time? She had to help him. If only there was more time, now surely he would make it in time, right? At this moment, an urge directed Karina toward the drawing box. Although she hadn't thought of it initially, something seemed to be calling her, like a trance. Staring at the drawing box, her heart raced. In her mind, one thought dominated: if it's a drawing, it might be possible. Her eyes were hypnotized. She thought among the drawings she had recently made, there seemed to be a hotties, even though it wasn't finished. Struggling to get her bag out, the chaos outside only heightened Karina's agitation. She dumped out the paint and sifted through the drawings. The item she was searching for finally emerged, the hotties she had sketched before. Still had one version and was incomplete. If she painted the eyes now, would it come to life and be controllable? However, Karina still had some rationality left. She considered her health and feared that summoning again might worsen her condition. Would she be able to wait for Million to return? Karina's mind was spinning, resembling the symptoms Frell had warned about. The one who creates miracles would become increasingly deranged, as if hypnotized and out of control. Just adding one more line to the eyes would complete it, but Karina still felt something was missing. It lacked something to make the drawing perfect. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind: use her own blood and flesh as the painting medium to make the masterpiece. Karina bit her lip. She didn't seek perfection, but it was enough to create a strong hotties to help Million. The entire city was in full defense mode. The cannons were loaded, and the archers and gate defenders were ready. However, the strength of the hotties was overwhelming. With a dozen of them, it was essentially impossible to hold them back. The steward ran up to the top of the wall, anxiously asking, "What's the situation? Have the carrier pigeons been sent?" The situation was dire. A group of soldiers couldn't hold their ground and were just trying to keep the gate as long as possible until the Duke returned. The pigeons had been sent, but due to the urgency, there was no response. They feared it might be too late. The steward sighed deeply, lamenting how they faced an unexpected disaster just as the Duke was away on a mission to deal with such beasts. The situation was too dangerous. The young lady had to be taken back to the manor. At this moment, no one knew, but among them, someone shouted, "Hotties have appeared inside the city, preparing for a breach." The steward was drenched in sweat. Was this a joke? A section of the wall where the steward was standing collapsed, and he hurriedly moved back. The soldiers were determined to protect the steward, but a terrifying hotties appeared like a demon with nothing left to lose. The soldiers planned to make a last stand, charging in to kill the hotties, but unexpectedly, the monster spoke in Karina's voice, "Don't attack. This child is mine." But where was she? Just as she was mentioned, Karina popped her head out, waving a friendly hand, despite the not-so-friendly face of this child. The steward lost his ability to speak and stared at the hotties. Karina understood everything, and although it was hard to explain, she stabilized the situation. She turned to the child gently and said, "Can you hold off these hotties until Million returns?" The child nodded obediently. Was this a hotties and not a demon really following their master's orders? The hotties went out to fight fiercely. The strength of the hotties was immense, their massive bodies smashed through the walls as they went outside. Each heavy step caused the ground to shake violently. It roared, showing its sharp fangs and killing intent. Animals always communicate in their own way, and hotties were no exception. They felt alarmed when faced with a stronger opponent and halted their steps. The steward's mind hadn't processed the information yet. It was somewhat hard to believe, and he suddenly noticed a long scratch on the young lady's hand, bleeding. He worriedly asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Karina tried to hide it, pretending it was just a light scratch. She excused it by saying she had only tripped a little. The loud noises around them were pounding in their ears, so they decided to discuss the battle. Karina turned to observe the child she had created fighting the Hades monsters. Currently, it was fighting its own kind, extremely vigorous. It bit, roared in waves, as if it was the only one on this mountain. The others had disappeared. Suddenly, a deep, mysterious voice echoed in Karina's head. Impressive, isn't it? It asked her. Karina turned to the butler and asked, "Did you say something?" The butler, not understanding her, shook his head. The voice in Karina's head continued, searching for something it couldn't find and frantically searching. Karina panicked. Could it be Hades? It growled that if it didn't find it, it would die and had to keep looking. This isn't right. I need to eat something else. It continuously devoured one corpse after another, constantly asking, "Where is it?" Karina had to cover her ears because it was too loud. Her mind was now surrounded by that mysterious voice. It was desperate to find something among the Hades, endlessly searching, devouring one after another. Feeling its craving and desire clearly, finally it found it, a bright golden heron stone. It dug it out with its sharp teeth and swallowed it whole. Karina heard it. It still wasn't enough. It wanted more, but it couldn't. The master didn't allow it. In such a state, the voice began to panic, almost losing its sanity. Karina was surprised to see the monster eating its own kind. The white snowfield was stained red with Hades blood, looking extremely disgusting and slightly nauseating. The butler was completely shocked by the situation, turning to ask the lady, "What just happened? And where did you go today?" The lady seemed unusually swift. At this moment, Karina was rushing down because her Hades was struggling with something. It said that unlike the others, it couldn't run away, it had its own master. Fortunately, Karina arrived just in time, calling the little Hades back. It was now clear-headed, its blood-stained mouth looking at its master with kitten-like eyes, completely conflicting with each other. The voice was no longer noisy and mysterious as before, now there was only Hades's voice calling for its master. The remaining Hades, not understanding, just swayed. Karina also heard them say, "Just running away is fine." This situation was too strange for the heroine. Karina hurriedly reassured the boy, "It's okay, Hades. You don't need to do anything anymore, nor do you need to run away, just stay by the master's side." Karina probed further, "Hades, were you saying something earlier and eating something?" The boy, confused, didn't understand what Karina was talking about. Just then, Karina heard another sound besides the Hades's howls and the falling rocks from the battle. It was the sound of horse hooves. Before she could react, Milion galloped out of the forest. Seeing the Hades near Karina, he immediately switched to combat mode, grabbing her and pointing his sword at it, ready to save her from the monster. Karina didn't have time to ask affectionately as she had always imagined and quickly stopped Milion's sword before he could order his troops to kill the Hades. She urgently said, "It's not a Hades, it's the child I created. Please, Duke, stop." The boy beside her sniffed and asked, "What?" "Milion, let go of my master." Milion was extremely surprised. He incredulously asked Karina, "What's going on? Is it really your creation?" But Milion was extremely surprised because Karina's eyes did not change color. That's why when he ran over, he misunderstood that Hades was about to attack Karina. The master was equally shocked, unable to believe it. How could that be? To know more, they had to return to the Duke's mansion. Here it was just dawn. A certain lady waiting for her lover couldn't resist and had gone out of the city early, leaving Duke Frell who had just woken up here. The servants quickly reported that Duke Milion had returned and summoned everyone due to an urgent matter. Frell, just waking up, grumbled, "Didn't he say he'd be back by noon? Last night I worked all night researching Karina's condition. There was some progress and new discoveries, so I rested a bit." Milion had arranged to meet Frell in the training yard. Frell thought, "Why at this hour? How strange." While yawning, Frell greeted Milion, "Why are you back so early? You said you'd be back by noon." "I was still sleeping, even crying from yawning. But this scene really is grand to greet the new day." The little Hades was showing its shiny teeth. Milion's face was angry like a dog. Karina's face was like she had been caught doing something wrong. Frell felt this moment was really chaotic. Heavens above, I want to go home. This morning's scene was a bombshell. Duke Frell's current situation desperately needed someone to save him, so anyone watching, please help. Frell stuck between Milion's wrath and Karina's guilty eyes. They didn't speak to anyone, as if in a cold war. Frell smiled immediately. "All right, you two, let me help. I'm ready to summarize some main points so you can understand each other better." First, one of you needs to explain what happened. Karina spoke up first. Actually, I didn't mean to break the promise to stop summoning hotties. It was just that the situation was too urgent at that time, the soldiers couldn't hold on, so I summoned hotties to buy time until Million returned. She sneaked a glance at Million to see if he was still angry. Karina also decided to hide the fact that she used blood to draw hotties, thinking it wasn't important. Million was initially angry, but shortly after he sighed and admitted that this time it wasn't Karina's fault but his own, because he returned too late. She had to use her powers. Million promised that he would be more careful in the future and not let this happen again. The butler said, "You were injured. Are you all right?" Million asked Karina. Karina avoided his gaze and answered to reassure him, "I'm not seriously hurt, sir." Her face had turned slightly red with embarrassment. The two of them were apologizing back and forth to protect each other. Frell, caught in the middle, felt like he was getting a full dose of their affection. He gave them a profound look and commented, "They're really good people." "Very good. No one is at fault. The only one is me, sitting here as the third wheel, getting serious." Million brought up the main issue. This time, during the summoning, Karina's eyes didn't change color at all. "Something seems very strange." Frell asked Karina, "Did you feel anything unusual? And can you make hotties disappear like during the first summoning?" Karina smiled bitterly and shook her head. "I can't call a boy back anymore. I've tried 4 or 5 times. At that moment, Million was also very upset, fearing it could be dangerous, but Karina firmly assured that the boy was still under her control. Moreover, he could even speak. At that time, Frell had never encountered a situation like this before, perhaps he needed to think it over. Since the first time had gone out of control, he asked Karina, "How do you feel about hotties during this summoning?" Karina mumbled, thinking about it. Hotties seemed strange, like it was looking for something to eat. Before she could finish her sentence, everything went dark in front of her. She had coughed up blood, her face covered in it, looking terrifying. Karina didn't feel any pain when she coughed up blood. Her hearing seemed to weaken, so she couldn't hear what anyone was saying. She could vaguely hear Million's voice sounding very worried about her. Her vision also dimmed, and Million shouted loudly, "Anyone, call a physician immediately." The servants ran around in panic. He turned to hold Karina tightly, his face full of fear. He was afraid she couldn't hear him and would drift away. Karina now felt pain, breathing hard and speaking intermittently, holding her chest in pain without making a sound. Million was extremely distressed, holding Karina tightly, begging her, "If it hurts, say something, say anything. Scream if you need to. Silence leaves me helpless. I want to get medicine." But Karina kept holding on to Million. Million sincerely pleaded with her, "Please say something." Karina felt like a hand was gripping her throat. She couldn't breathe. Her face turned red, tears streaming down her face from the pain, her heart feeling like it was being torn in two. At this moment, she just wanted to rip it out to stop the pain. She knew Million was worried, but she couldn't do anything. When he begged her to speak, cry if she needed to, or scream, Karina looked at Million with pleading eyes, her lips moving. "It hurts so much, really hurts. I don't want to die like this." Million's heart felt like it was being pierced by 1,000 arrows, it was excruciating. He held Karina tightly, giving her everything he could. "If it hurts, cry, scream. Don't hold it in anymore. You won't die. I won't let that happen." Karina listened, her eyes filled with tears soaking Million's shoulder. She cried and screamed that it hurt too much, unbearable. "It hurts so much." Million, everyone there witnessed her pain exceeding her limits, but they couldn't do anything. Million whispered in her ear, "The doctor is coming soon. Just hold on until then, and the pain will stop. Just a little longer, and the pain will be gone." The room was filled with Karina's screams and Million's gentle reassurances. It was a scene of helplessness and heartbreak. Because of the intense pain, Karina fainted, her body completely exhausted. It was a sign of escape, as no one wants to endure such excruciating pain. Million, seeing Karina motionless, panicked and called her name continuously. Now she was barely breathing, her life hanging by a thread. At that moment, Frell rushed in with the doctor. Earlier, when Karina coughed up blood, Frell had quickly run to get the doctor and the item he had been researching for days. He immediately told Million, "Give Karina the heron stone, hurry up." Million hesitated, and Frell shouted, "Just give it to her, she's in critical condition." Million gritted his teeth and took the stone from Frell. The Duke squeezed it tightly to let its warmth spread quickly. Miraculously, as Karina absorbed the stone, her breathing and complexion improved somewhat, no longer as frightening as before. Million asked the doctor, "It seems she's stabilizing, right?" The doctor suggested, "Everyone leave the room so I can examine her thoroughly." Million agreed and Frell called Million outside to talk privately about Karina. Outside, Million asked Frell, "Could Karina's convulsions be related to hotties?" Frell nodded. "Exactly. As you know, miracles come with a heavy price, and summoning hotties is the same." Million guessed that hotties' vitality is very high, so Karina had to pay an equivalent price. Million was furious. "Then we just need to kill it." Frell stopped him. "Calm down. After all, the miracle has already happened, and they are life forms created by Karina. She has control over it." Million gritted his teeth in anger. Karina was in so much pain, and all I could do was watch. The helplessness is unbearable. Frell, excited, said, "It's not certain you can't help. Maybe there's a way." Million didn't understand Frell's ambiguous statement, and Frell explained, "Look at what happened earlier. When we gave Karina the heron stone, her condition improved. Maybe the heron stone can cure the art disease." In recent days, while Million was scouting, Frell had buried himself in researching the heron stone. Noticing that Karina's condition improved slightly when she held it, positive changes began to appear. The power of the heron stone was extraordinary, and it even resonated with the art Frell created. It complemented the lost magic. Upon hearing that Karina had summoned hotties again and it was still alive, Frell thought it was related. He also heard from soldiers that during the battle, hotties had eaten its comrades. Million interrupted, "The corpses it ate weren't ordinary, they had heron stones in them, right? If that's true, the power connecting hotties and Karina had already been severed, replaced by the power of the heron stone." Million realized the problem, so as long as we have the heron stone, the price Karina paid for creating the miracle can be compensated, reducing the art disease. A glimmer of hope appeared at the end of the tunnel. Karina might have a bit of hope. Frell wasn't sure but offered some comfort to his friend, "If we get more heron stones, we might be able to research it." Hearing this, Million felt hopeful. "All we need is the heron stone. Don't worry, it's early winter. The beasts will become frenzied and come out of their dens. Some of them very large, including hotties. Judging by its size, one hotties might be enough, or I'll hunt more." Million grinned wickedly. "Even if I have to sweep the entire north clean of beasts, I'll bring back the heron stone for Karina, all for her." After that, it had been more than a week since Karina had coughed up blood and fainted. The hotties she had created remained unchanged, not disappearing at all. Karina felt better than ever. For the past week, she had been kept in the highest state of security. That man had been by her side 24/7, not leaving her for a moment. She had been spending her time wandering around the room, walking, and painting. Of course, these activities still made Karina feel good, especially since Million had given her the heron stone, making her sleep less painful. It seemed that all her comfort now was thanks to Million, wasn't it? He truly was a gift from God to her. Because she was lost in thought, Karina accidentally completed the last brush stroke, finishing the painting. She felt very guilty because she had promised Frell that she would not finish any painting to prevent her condition from worsening. The painting she had made was of a starry night sky and butterflies, just like the view from her room every night. A blue butterfly was dancing under the moon, very beautiful and enchanting. Karina sighed and smiled wryly. "It's already done." She put down the brush. Today she decided to go out for a walk. She slowly made her way to the window sill where the warmest light was. Karina opened the window to let the butterflies fly out of the room. They freely poured out. She wished she had butterfly wings so she could be as carefree, enjoying everything and disappearing after a few hours. The air today was fresh, the sky clear, and combined with the butterflies, it was very beautiful, perfect for a walk. She wondered how long these butterflies would last once they left here. While admiring the butterflies, a sharp gaze swept over, giving Karina goosebumps. It was Million standing there, looking at her very annoyed. She had to emphasize it 3 times. Karina immediately retracted, closed the window, locked it, drew the curtains, and sat back down on the chair. Her chest pounded. Oh no, he saw it. His face earlier clearly showed anger. She didn't mean it. The footsteps were already coming down the hall, he was coming to scold her. Karina covered her face, trying to calm herself. It's okay. He won't do anything. Outside, Million was grumbling, sharpening his words as he walked to Karina's room, ready to unleash a torrent. Although he had been around for a long time, Karina was still as scared of Million as a small rabbit is of a tiger. Even swallowing was difficult. He knocked on the door, but she didn't answer, so he raised his voice, "I know you're in there. Open the door." But the Duke's gruffness and scary face made Karina not dare to open it. Million didn't wait, he kicked the door open. Karina, terrified, immediately pleaded, "I didn't mean to. I was just lost in thought and accidentally finished the brush stroke. I'm sorry, don't be angry." Million sighed, his anger dissipating. How could he stay mad at this little bunny? He said, "It's okay. It's nothing. I was just worried about your condition." Karina knew this very well. Who in this world cared for her like the Duke did? Million walked over seriously and said, "If I told you to put down the brush for a day, it would be too desperate, so I can't do that. Just. Karina, please moderate yourself a bit. I hope that period comes slower, so don't overdo it. I want to see you here for a long time. Understand?" The image of the grumpy Duke completely shattered. Karina was no longer afraid. This man was always gentle with her, so much that her heart seemed to be completely conquered. Karina wondered why this person always shone so brightly like the sun. Since Karina's outburst, everyone had been working hard to research. Frell and Million were as tense as a taut string. On the surface, they appeared fine, but before the expedition, they were very solemn. In Frell's office, as usual, he asked Frell about the objectivity of treating the art sickness. Frell explained, "This disease is like the delusions of a creator of miracles. They will feel pain and suffering, and the truth is, no matter how much medicine is used, it won't help. It's all the price to pay for the passion for art." Hearing this made Million's heart ache. So no matter how much medicine is used, she still has to endure pain, even unable to sleep. Million gritted his teeth, angry with himself, feeling utterly useless. Even this friend here was just to say that. Million angrily glared at Frell. He quickly explained, "Actually, I told you that too. Although there aren't many artists in the north as there are in the south, who knows if the solution lies here? Life is unpredictable. Maybe Heron only appears in the north and is the answer to all problems. We have to try." You saw the lady's reaction. Million nodded in agreement. "I will try to bring back as much Heron as possible. So for now, we will cooperate. Please take care of each other." Frell teased, "So there's a day when you sincerely ask me for help?" The room fell silent. Million had nothing to say. Suddenly, Frell asked Million, "Why do you care about the lady so much?" Million stared back. "Of course I have to care." Frell exposed, "I heard that the two of you didn't get along at the engagement party. You even hated her so much you wanted to cancel the engagement." Million felt a pang. At first, it was like that. He gritted his teeth, not facing Frell pridefully, saying, "I just don't want to see anyone die in front of me." After Frell left, Million was honest with himself. He looked out of the office window, where he could see the whole scene below, including the hotties that Karina had created to guard it. If there was an issue, every day she would visit hotties as if taking care of a child. It had returned here. Strange things kept happening. First, Karina summoned hotties initially with yellow eyes, and he had determined that when a miracle occurred, the eyes would be like that. But the latest time, her eyes didn't change color, and even the monster didn't disappear. However, she still controlled it, and it even communicated with Karina. Everything was so strange, it was uncomfortable. However, Million had a bold thought. Was it lucky that she controlled the monster and made it obey? His gaze followed Karina playing with hotties below, gradually becoming indulgent. Million started feeling something strange in his heart. He didn't understand why, but every time he looked at her, something stirred within him, urging him to hold Karina in his arms. Recently she seemed happier, especially when she heard she might attend a party. Initially when she came to him, he thought she would be a great burden and even suggested canceling the engagement. When did Million start paying attention to Karina, not letting her out of his sight for even a moment? More than that, if he didn't see her, he'd worry, afraid she might fall ill somewhere. When she slept, he feared she was in pain, so he stayed outside. And those lips, once he held her, he wanted to touch them, greedy, taking it all. Thinking of this, Million blushed. The famously cold Duke had succumbed to the demon of love. Immediately, Million slapped himself to snap out of it. She's sick, and here you are having such beastly thoughts. Get a grip. But in truth, Frell had reminded him of something. Their first meeting had indeed been unpleasant. If they had spoken nicely, would things have been better? Karina's current condition seemed similar to how things were between Milian and Karina during the engagement party, difficult to describe and feeling forced. The only difference was that Milian now wanted to take care of Karina more, wanting to see her healthy and even willing to endure her pain. Noticing Karina's improved health, Milian suggested a walk outside to enjoy the northern landscape. Karina was genuinely excited about this outing, like a child on her first trip. Their destination was a large lake deep within the northern mountains, a place Milian often passed during reconnaissance. It was safe and beautifully serene. Karina was utterly amazed by the huge, crystal-clear lake sparkling in the sunlight, something she had never seen before. Milian smiled indulgently. Of course it's a real lake, silly. Did you think it was fake? Karina marveled, I can't believe the water in this lake doesn't freeze even in sub-zero temperatures. Milian took the chance to boast, this is a special lake in the north. No matter how cold it gets, it doesn't freeze. Karina instinctively wanted to dip her hand in the water, like a child at heart. Dipping her hand in would be a lot of fun. However, just as her hand was about to touch the water, the parent beside her stopped her. Milian took Karina's hand, comforting her, even though the lake doesn't freeze, it doesn't mean the water isn't cold. You need to take care of your health. The Duke enveloped Karina's delicate hands in his, warming them to ensure she didn't get cold and have a seizure. Karina stared blankly at the Duke's gentle actions, realizing he had completely changed. Such behavior made her heart flutter. They continued their walk, with Karina too embarrassed and confused to start a conversation while walking alone with Milian. Unsure whether to hold his hand, her heart felt restless and indescribable. Seeing this, the Duke spoke first. Milian, he said seriously, if you feel tired, I'll take you back to your room to paint. I've also bought some more supplies. Karina pouted and refused, determined to continue the walk with Milian today. For the first time, Karina prioritized Milian over painting. He teased, so I finally rank above your paintings, huh? I'm so envious. Karina blushed with embarrassment. Look at the Duke, he could be quite childish sometimes. She smiled beautifully, like a spring flower, and asked, so, do you like being prioritized like that? Karina's expression stunned the Duke. His cheeks flushed and his heart pounded, but he restrained himself. He cleared his throat and said, well, it depends. Truly addicted but shy, he then changed the subject. Milian asked her, I guess you're not familiar with the northern legends, are you? Karina hesitated. That's right. Because when I first came here, I was too tired and bored to learn anything about the north. Milian told Karina a story, or more accurately, a famous northern legend that everyone knew well. It was about the end of winter and the land lying beyond the massive mountain range. At that time, if you cross the wide frozen river, full of dangers lurking beneath its icy surface, you'll reach the giant mountains. The air there is different from the outside. No one knows exactly how treacherous and difficult it is, but it is certainly dangerous. The place beyond the mountains can instill lifelong fear in people. However, if you manage to cross it, you'll set foot in an unnamed land that no one has discovered yet. Some say it's a paradise with lush forests and open spaces, and they call it heaven. But others believe it's a hell teeming with countless monsters, maybe it's the paradise of the monsters. Who knows? Anyway, no one has ever returned from there. Milian also mentioned some rumors. Some said there were dragons living there, the kind with 2 wings that could breathe fire at any time. However, evidence of dragons was scarce, so it might just be some creatures of the same kind, or people making things up for fun. Karina found it very interesting. If it truly existed, then heaven might be real and very beautiful, she thought. Milian advised her not to believe it too much. It's all just legends, he said. Karina mused anyway, the so-called end of winter is really fascinating. Many things happened after that, but most of them felt magical to Karina. Enthusiastically, she asked, does the end of winter mean spring is coming? Leaves will begin to sprout, and the water will warm up, wouldn't that be heaven? For Karina, the end of winter was a sign of happiness, winter ends, and spring returns. Milian was momentarily stunned by her perspective and worldview. Karina's view of the north was truly different. When mentioning the end of winter, in the north it symbolized eternal death, as if everything would return to a blissful realm buried in ice and snow. After all, when true winter passed, nothing could survive, everything would be wiped clean. But Karina's concept of the end of winter as the beginning of spring was unique, and Milian found it wonderful to see it that way. He sincerely told her, I truly want to see the world through your eyes. She was a bit surprised. Why would Milian want to see the world through her eyes? What was so special about them? To Milian, he was just a rough man who killed and fought, seeing everything in stark reality. But Karina saw everything poetically, beautifully, and vividly. His words made Karina's heart race. This was the first time someone had stood in her shoes to understand her, not for anyone else. She placed her hand over her heart, starting to understand a little. Something had changed here, something that was once faint had now grown stronger. Milian kept gazing at Karina with deep affection, as if it was the first time the Duke had felt such a strange sensation towards someone. It was the desire to pamper her, to give her the whole world. As they were walking, Karina suddenly stopped. She had a small gift for Milian as a token of gratitude. The weather here was breezy, truly perfect for a confession. Karina rummaged through her pocket and handed Milian a piece of paper. It was something she had prepared for a long time to surprise him. Holding it, he guessed it might be a drawing, and indeed it was. Milian asked Karina, "What is this?" It was a simple, modest drawing of a potion bottle containing red liquid. Karina explained, "This is a type of medicine." Milian was puzzled. "Why are you giving me medicine?" This medicine was something Karina had just drawn, designed to help Milian in battle, to quickly alleviate wounds and pain, except for severe injuries, of course. It couldn't revive the dead or anything like that, but it could reduce symptoms. Even though Milian knew about Karina's miraculous abilities, he couldn't believe that she could create medicine just by drawing it. It was almost godlike. However, Milian's face didn't look pleased. In fact, he seemed upset. Karina, unaware, continued expressing her thoughts, thinking it would be wonderful if such a miraculous medicine existed to help Milian. Naturally, she wouldn't just give him the drawing, she planned to make the actual medicine for him to use later. Holding the drawing, Milian remained silent. The atmosphere became tense. Then the Duke spoke. "I don't need a medicine that weakens your life force to make me stronger." Once again, Karina was surprised by the Duke's sincere reaction. She had expected him to simply accept it and thank her. Milian continued, "I only need you to be healthy. Don't make these things that worsen your condition. You know I don't need you to do anything to make me stronger. I just need you to be well and not sick." Milian's eyes were more earnest than ever. He genuinely wanted this small girl to live longer with him instead of risking her health. He just wanted to see her smile always. Karina widened her eyes at Milian. Her gaze made him a bit embarrassed. He released his hand from Karina's cheek and scratched his head, trying to change the subject. "Anyway, thank you for your thoughtfulness. But if you become ill, it won't mean anything." The Duke's expression betrayed him. Karina took a moment to process, then reassured Milian, "This doesn't take much effort." Milian was still confused. What is this girl talking about? Karina explained further, "If it's not something lifelike or complicated, it doesn't take much effort. I know you're strong, but I want to prepare for the worst-case scenario." The entire forest felt empty after hearing Karina's sincere words. She moved closer to Milian, looking pitiful with a soft, puppy-like face, and asked the Duke, "Is it wrong for me to worry about you like this?" Karina looked like a blooming dahlia, beautiful and heart-moving, making it impossible for the Duke to restrain himself. He furrowed his brows, trying to stay calm, but his flushed cheeks gave him away. He tried to explain to this innocent girl, "What if others found out about your ability? Would they let you draw peacefully every day, or would they imprison you for their own gain? Every human has greed, and I'm no exception." Karina understood Milian's point better than anyone. She fell silent, recognizing the endless greed in people, especially for things like health and life. But she reassured him, "I would only give it to you. No one else. So it would be fine." Milian felt a headache coming on. He held his forehead. "It's true that you only give it to me, but if I'm not careful and the soldiers find out, it would become a huge problem for you, Karina. What would you do then?" Milian wasn't trying to scare her, it was the truth. He couldn't even trust anyone in his own corps. The small girl bit her lip. The thought of the soldiers finding out had never crossed her mind. Feeling a bit wronged for wanting to help Milian but inadvertently becoming a burden, she whispered tearfully, "Because I'm used to having Milian around. I don't feel scared, and I didn't think about it. I'm sorry for making you worry so much." It was because she hadn't thought she would cause such trouble. Milian was stunned. It seemed she had misunderstood something again. But why was Karina blushing? He couldn't see her expression clearly because she kept her head down, her hands trembling as she tried to suppress her emotions. Milian was startled, realizing he had spoken harshly and hurt her feelings. The Duke quickly adjusted his tone, taking her hand to comfort her. It's not that I find you troublesome or a burden. I just want you to be safe and healthy, and to smile like you do now. So please don't misunderstand me. Karina was astonished, her eyes fixed on the image of the Duke tenderly comforting her. He spoke each word clearly to her, you are not a bother at all. So feel free to bother me as much as you like. I don't dislike you. The emotions between the two seemed affirmed by the heavens of the north, a gentle breeze drawing them closer. For Million, Karina had indeed been quite bothersome before. The first time she came here, he had even considered cancelling the engagement to get it over with, given the Duke's notoriously disdainful nature toward caring for others. But somewhere along the way, every action of Karina started to catch Million's subconscious attention uncontrollably. Whether she laughed or cried, he would unconsciously wonder if something was wrong, if she was hurt, or if she was interested in something. If she couldn't sleep, he would want to comfort her, even offering to stand guard behind her to fulfill her every wish. Since when had Karina become one of the first names Million thought of when he wanted to conquer lands or build the architecture of a mansion? The Duke himself now thought of this girl first. She had transformed a cold, aloof Million, who hated caring for others, into someone different. Now, he only wanted to care for Karina. Million gently touched her slightly cold cheek. Now he was clear about his feelings. He sincerely asked the girl before him, Karina, do you dislike me? Finally, the Duke gave in to his confession because he understood himself, and there was no need to hide anymore. The warmth he felt from his hand stroking her cheek was gentle and comforting. This man was its owner. She liked those hands that had been there to shelter her every day for 6 months, making up for her entire previous life. Karina smiled happily, giving Million an answer, I don't dislike you, Duke Million. The answer was a bit vague, simply stating she didn't dislike him, but the scales of love had long tilted far more toward Karina. Million was satisfied with the answer, fortunate not to be rejected. In the midst of their deepening affection, a sudden purple butterfly appeared. It fluttered around them, surprising Karina. She hadn't expected butterflies in winter. The butterfly continued to flit around them, as if solidifying the budding love between them. Million explained, this lakeside area often has butterflies. They're unaffected by the weather. The scene became more enchanting than ever. To Karina's eyes, it was genuinely beautiful, prompting her to exclaim in delight. Million was glad Karina found it beautiful, he wanted her to be carefree like this forever. Excited, Karina vowed, I'll come back and paint here next time. I want to capture this earthly beauty forever, alongside Million. The Duke wholeheartedly indulged his little girl, promising to return. The lake reflected the shadows of two people enjoying a peaceful stroll, hand in hand, sharing warmth. Hopefully, their next return would still be as two of them, not a solitary figure. Upon returning from their stroll, Karina prepared for the party Million had mentioned earlier. However, Frell did not join. He asked Karina to paint a gate leading straight to the capital in the south. Regretfully, she asked, you don't want to join the party? Frell replied, not really. I want to, but with this schedule, it's better to make Karina's paintings famous sooner rather than later. Thus, Frell decided to skip the party and head straight to the capital. After finishing the final stroke, Karina announced to him, this gate will lead to a deserted street, so there won't be any issues. Frell bid her farewell and left, promising to ensure her fame. Karina waved him off with a cheerful smile, like a close friend bidding goodbye. After the door closed, Karina felt a sense of emptiness, not quite sure why. It seemed her strength was waning. Where she lightly brushed her fingers, she felt nothing. No matter how much energy she used, there was no sense of heaviness. Previously, after finishing a miracle, she would immediately feel pain, discomfort, or even breathlessness. Now, perhaps due to becoming accustomed to the pain, it had reached a point of numbness. Karina was enduring so well that she had become emotionally numb as well. Moreover, her efforts to forget sorrow from a young age had led her to immerse herself in uncontrollable painting, ignorant of the taboos. Only when Frell spoke of those 3 things did she realize she couldn't fully imagine what it meant to be taboo. The 3 taboos were, not reversing time or healing the dead, not creating humans, and not killing humans with miracles. She reminded herself that everything would be fine, and things wouldn't progress as quickly as she feared. Now, she continued to paint. Karina's daily activity was painting, although she had promised not to achieve wonders with the method Frell instructed, simply finishing the final stroke sufficed. Besides painting, she looked forward to the dinner party Million had organized for tonight. As she moved her brush, a sudden intense spasm shot through her fingertip. It was fleeting but powerful. Karina's body reacted, her hands trembled, pupils contracted, and she felt a buzz around her. The brush fell from her hand involuntarily. Karina stood frozen, unable to understand the sensation she had just experienced. Looking at her hand, everything seemed fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Karina's eyes widened with panic, imagining what might happen next. She wanted to dismiss it, self-hypnotizing herself that nothing was wrong. Unable to continue painting, she set the brush down, convinced she should prepare for the party. As the hour approached, her hand felt slightly odd but manageable. Karina cautiously descended the stairs toward the party. After walking just a few steps, the spasm intensified, becoming more real. It was so strong that self-hypnosis could no longer soothe it anymore. Standing on the staircase, everything started to blur and spin. Sweat poured down like rain. Karina gripped the staircase railing tightly. Surely it would be okay, there were still months left. But her heart began to ache, the pain escalating as she tried to evade it. It gripped her heart frantically, tightening until it was hard to breathe. The spasms came faster, their duration shortening. A fleeting thought crossed her mind: would painting alleviate this pain? Would creating a miracle lessen the agony, akin to swapping painkillers for a lifeline? Thinking turned into action. Karina felt compelled to rise and paint to ease the pain. She was lucky to be alone. Karina didn't want anyone to witness her failure and agony. Her enduring nature preferred to suffer alone rather than affect others. She urged herself to endure just a little longer. The party was about to start, and Million was waiting. As she thought of him, Million appeared hurriedly. He stood beneath the staircase, looking concerned as Karina seemed to be in great pain. She looked up at him, pale and disheveled from the pain, her chest tightening. Karina struggled to ask why he was there. Million inquired if she was having a seizure. Moving up the stairs without much talk, his actions spoke louder than words. Karina attempted to decline the Duke's help, but before she could, Million said, "No need to answer." Karina lost her gravity, being tenderly lifted into the Duke's arms. Surprised but comforted, he told her, "Just lie still. I'll take you to rest. Don't say anything." Karina obediently nestled in the strong man's arms, breathing heavily. The difficulty in breathing combined with the pain made her sweat heavily. Each spasm felt like a step closer to the gates of hell. Her room wasn't far, so they quickly entered. Million laid Karina down on the bed to regulate her breathing and assess her condition. Million asked if she was all right. Karina, with her patient demeanor, apologized to Million, having tried to endure but finding it too much. Million reassured her kindly, urging her not to apologize, assuring her it wasn't her fault. He gently stroked her small head, whispering that it pained him to see her hide her pain. His understanding comforted Karina deeply, breaking down the barriers she had built to endure silently. She cried out loud, sobbing from the pain. Her body curled up, cheeks red from tears and agony. Million panicked seeing Karina cry and tremble. He anxiously suggested calling a doctor. Karina continued crying uncontrollably, her pain overwhelming her. Million swiftly lifted her and held her close, their bodies melding into one. Million wished he could bear all her pain, wishing she wouldn't have to suffer like this. His helplessness rendered him unable to do more than hold and comfort Karina through her agony. Even though she insisted she was fine now, Million could sense otherwise. He anxiously reassured her with gentle hands, "I told you, you don't have to endure anything in front of me. It's all right this way." The room echoed with Karina's heart-wrenching sobs. She cried for a long time, nearly an hour, held by Million. She felt both warm and pitiful. Would Million have feelings like this for her even if she weren't in pain? If they had married under normal circumstances and promises, would things be like this? There were no what-ifs. Karina's pain had softened somewhat. She murmured to Million that the pain had subsided. Million released her, his complexion improved but was still pale. She stopped crying, no longer in tears, somewhat comforted. Million looked down at her clothes, now dirty from her tears. "What should I do?" Karina fretted. Million glanced at her clothing, unfazed. "It's okay. It's just a shirt. I'll fetch another one. Besides," he added, "Karina, are you really feeling better now? Should I call a doctor?" Karina managed a reluctant smile. "I'm really okay now. Thank you. I think you can go to the party now." Million hesitated. "Actually, you don't need to go anywhere. Today is a pre-party social gathering. You can rest and attend tomorrow." Karina didn't understand, so she asked again. Million explained further, "In the north, there's a tradition of a social gathering before the main party. Tomorrow night is the official event. He was making it up, but Karina felt warm. He explained everything carefully, afraid she wouldn't understand. He was truly sincere. But the idea of being healthy had been forgotten for so long, therefore, things could happen that couldn't be seen. After that, Karina's condition had improved somewhat. Million assured her he would arrange everything and left the room. Karina's mood became complex. Could this be a consequence of the art disease, making her thoughts negative, especially as everything began to feel more negative? She squeezed her hand, thinking, though she couldn't be healthy, if this was true, could one day he treat her with love rather than pity? Karina couldn't abandon her ambition, it had just begun to sprout. Maybe she couldn't solve all the regrets. Karina lay exhausted on the bed. She believed that if only the Duke were beside her out of compassion rather than duty, it would be a different story. Karina's emotional negativity grew day by day, overshadowing the light Million had once bestowed upon her. She reminded herself sternly not to be misled into thinking his kindness was due solely to her illness. At the banquet hall entrance, the stewards stood waiting to introduce Miss Karina to the noble lords gathered there. Upon returning, instead of finding Miss Karina standing there, the disgruntled Duke emerged, announcing that Karina's illness prevented her attendance. Before anyone could react, the Duke continued, "Tonight, proceed with the festivities first. The banquet will be postponed until tomorrow." The shocked steward queried, "What other evening event is there? Such things are unheard of in the north." Ignoring Million's intent, the Duke casually tossed off instructions to the steward, "Enjoy yourselves with drinks and marry as you please, and the formal banquet will be tomorrow." With that, Million strode off, leaving the steward in existential doubt. What was the Duke talking about? The door slammed shut, leaving the steward as bewildered as he had ever been. Before his brain could catch up, his body froze. The steward couldn't believe he had to handle this mess. They had gathered all the noble lords here, and the Duke casually decided to postpone the banquet. He felt a headache coming on and questioned his position. Could he just retire? Someone save him. In the mansion's waiting hall, where the high-ranking nobles familiar with Million were seated, the steward took a deep breath and announced that due to the Duke's sudden business, there would be a pre-banquet evening event and the Duke wouldn't be attending. "Feel free to enjoy your drinks," he added. "The Duke will take care of everything." A scarred, purple-haired man from the battlefield grimaced and asked the steward, "What did you say?" Recognizable as no one other than Jamer, who had a boisterous personality and a fondness for bloodshed. The steward had no better explanation. "That's exactly it. The Duke has urgent matters and will postpone the banquet to tomorrow." Jamer slammed the table in frustration. "Everyone is here, and now this sudden announcement." Beside him, Ariel shrugged. "Who knows? Million probably had urgent matters, so he moved us aside for now. Maybe it's a trick to end the banquet early. He's always like that." Jamer agreed vehemently. "That slimy guy always reschedules these events on his own. If it weren't for these feasts, he'd be shut away forever." Across from them, Count Leonard sipped his wine calmly. "There's no other way. The wine here is good. We've had enough already, should we drink more?" That's what he said. His silver hair, tinged with time, gave him a serene air. Ariel teased, "Seems like you enjoy the wine enough to clean out Million's mansion, huh?" Jamer chimed in, "Heard that. Let's drink Million's stock dry. It's unbearable to wait like this. He always finds a way to be busy." Publicly criticizing Duke Million was beyond the steward's ability to handle. Trying to stop these nobles was akin to stopping a runaway carriage. It seemed all the northern nobles were like this. The steward's life expectancy was definitely taking a hit. After informing the steward, Million returned to check on Karina's condition. Upon entering the room, he found Karina seated there. "Are you all right?" he asked, concerned. Karina smiled to reassure him. She was fine. The sky began to darken, the sunset casting golden light into the otherwise dim room. Million felt relieved that Karina was better now. Speaking to her normally just moments ago, he had been worried sick. Million asked permission to sit beside her. "May I?" The Duke was exceedingly polite, unlike the noble lords earlier. The girl on the bed nodded, allowing him to sit beside her without reservation. Karina blushed, thinking he might sit on a chair, but Million sat right next to her. His warmth felt unexpectedly genuine. Million spoke first. "During this expedition, I will bring back plenty of hazel stones for your recovery." The Duke smiled warmly. "I had intended to inform the lords about gathering hazel stones today, so please bear with it a bit longer." Million's emotions were vividly clear, everything he felt showed plainly on his face. Just mentioning Karina made his mood instantly plummet. Karina couldn't understand why he treated her so kindly. Was there something hidden behind it all? Karina lowered her head and asked Million the reason, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unconsciously fiddling with her hands to ease her own awkwardness. Million looked out at the sunlight outside and confidently replied, "It's simple, really. I just don't want to see you in pain anymore. I want to see you smile and be happy. Of course, I don't do this for free." The warmth of the sunlight outside paled in comparison to the Duke's words. Now he offered Karina a price that encompassed both this year and the years to come. "I want to see you paint without any worries." Each word was as sweet as sugar, yet like an invisible thread tightening around Karina's heart. The future was unpredictable, just hearing that was enough to hurt Karina deeply. He hoped for many years to come, but did he know that Karina couldn't possibly keep that promise? As leaves inevitably detached from branches, Karina speculated about herself. Surely it couldn't be like that. He was human too, with a warm heart, which was why he cared for her as he did, not out of any illusion. Karina softly opened up, asking Million for a favor. Million was a bit surprised because this was the first time Karina had taken the initiative. Determination and resolve flickered in her eyes. What she wanted was to accompany Million in this battle. "May I join you, Duke?" she asked. The Duke was utterly shocked by Karina's request. She didn't want to stay behind alone. She only had a few months left to live. A few months might seem long, but it was incredibly short. If Million went to battle, the quickest it could be was 2 months. What if it took longer? Karina didn't want to be apart from Million even for a moment. This was the only time she could be with the one she liked. She wanted to be of some use. Karina was determined and assured Million she wouldn't cause any trouble. She promised to sit quietly behind and behave. "Please allow me," she pleaded. The Duke adamantly refused. It was far too dangerous for a girl to go to a battlefield full of swords and violence, especially since she was sick. Million couldn't risk Karina's life just because she wished it. He suggested she wait until after the campaign if she wanted to go out. Karina's face fell. Her desire, blown up by her sensitivity due to her illness, was crushed. She softly admitted, "Actually, I just want to be by your side a bit longer." This was the killing blow for the cold-hearted Duke. Million blushed furiously, staring at Karina in disbelief at what she had just said. His heart started racing, and his mind began to drift as the shadows of the two people confessing to each other became clearer with the approaching night. Million asked, "Are you being serious?" Karina's face turned red. The words she had just said were almost like a confession. What on earth was she talking about? Feeling embarrassed, she quickly tried to explain to Million to save face. "I meant that being at home all day makes me feel suffocated." She didn't want to be alone, that was it. The more she spoke, the redder Million's face became, as if he were drunk, turning red with embarrassment. Karina sneaked a glance at Million with a pitiful expression, thinking that getting out would improve her mood, so she asked for that day off. Million couldn't stand it anymore. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'll think about it. In the meantime, focus on getting better. If I see you're okay, I'll consider it." Karina smiled brightly, like a child receiving candy. To her, this man was like the sun shining on her dark life. Every tender gesture, every protective hug, every gentle head pat, or each embrace during her bouts of pain stirred her emotions deeply. Million felt he was losing control. His body obeyed his heart instead of his mind. He reached out, wanting to touch Karina more, craving to possess her, but fortunately, being a swordsman had trained his mind. He stopped himself just in time, covering his awkwardness and quickly telling Karina to rest. He stood up and, using the last bit of his rationality, said, "To get well, you need to rest a lot. I'll be going now." But as soon as he stood up, Karina quickly grabbed his large, calloused hand and said, "Leaving like this, that's such a pity." Unexpectedly, Karina was so bold today. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Million pulled his hand away from Karina, gritting out each word, "That's because you invited me." Million turned around and embraced Karina passionately. He had long desired those lips, and at that moment, he cast aside all reason to claim and seize them. The Duke devoured her soft, sweet lips as if they were a soothing yet addictive drug. Midway through, Million released Karina to let her catch her breath. After all, it was her first kiss. And just as she thought he had stopped, Karina said, "Wait." But Million had already lost control. He swallowed her lips again, completely silencing the enchanting girl. Karina, surprised, wanted to resist, but Million held her hands. Their hands intertwined as they began to sink into a blissful ecstasy. The eruption of desire overwhelmed all reason. The flames of love gradually consumed the two. Million moved his hands to Karina's waist, and their kiss grew more intense. Karina began to respond, enjoying Million's passionate kiss. She had longed for this, craved it deeply. She clung to the Duke's neck as if letting go would make the sweetness evaporate. Million supported her neck so she wouldn't tire, allowing her to get closer to him. They exchanged sweet, alluring breaths and kissed so deeply that Karina, inexperienced in kissing, could hardly breathe. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes grew a bit hazy with tears. After the lingering kiss, Million finally released Karina, but the aftertaste remained. No one regretted having kissed the other person. A new development in the fleeting romance between the male lead and the female lead. Karina felt very embarrassed, but so what? She was kissed by Million. After a time roughly equivalent to a cup of tea, the two returned to normal, even a bit embarrassed, trying to calm down and reconsider the matter. At that moment, they had been too impulsive and rushed into each other without thinking. Now they had become two statues. Karina's emotions, which had been so bright just now, had turned negative. She thought Million's kiss might have been out of pity. She started questioning herself, wondering if he had feelings for her or if it was just sympathy. She liked the feeling of Million holding her hand, it gave her a sense of security. She liked the feeling when he stroked her hair, tender and respectful. Karina's heart beat faster. She thought she was being too casual with Million. He was someone with a warm heart, so it was understandable that he would comfort her like this. She told herself not to misunderstand, but her heart ached a bit. Forcing a smile, she said to the Duke, Million is truly a compassionate person. Million was a bit surprised by Karina's confusing reaction. What was she talking about? Compassionate? That was true, Karina wasn't lying. His emotions were so deep that she couldn't escape them. But so what? Karina's face turned gloomy. Did he not have any special feelings for her at all? Having feelings for someone destined to die is truly tragic. Million still couldn't believe it. He asked Karina, what are you suddenly talking about? Karina began to respond to herself, thanking Million for comforting her in that way. She told herself she never expected to be comforted by the Duke one day. Karina started avoiding eye contact, hiding the fact that she was lying. That's why she had this expression. Million was shocked. He couldn't believe the cold words Karina had just said. How could there be such comfort? To Million, it might have been an impulsive moment, but since when had he felt instantly attracted to someone like this? Someone who had once been very irritated by taking care of others was now deeply haunted by the other person. Just seeing her in pain made Million feel 100 times more pain. His hands stroking her hair had become more natural. He had gotten used to standing by her side no matter what happened. Initially, he didn't have enough affection and thoughtfulness to kiss as a form of comfort, so Million thought Karina had understood. But now Karina was denying reality. Million sighed, thinking it was just part of Karina's personality. He gently said, if you believe it to be that way, then let it be. If it makes you comfortable. Karina looked up at the Duke, her emotions in turmoil. She couldn't say a word. Million understood her more than anyone else, even after living together for just over half a year. The Duke gently smiled and said, it's a good thing you don't have acting skills, because your expression right now looks like a puppy that's been abandoned. Even if Karina wanted to deny it, no matter how much she tried, her face had already sold her out. Million understood her even more than her original self. So just like that, Karina was already confused. Wrapped up in blankets, she said it was normal to go to bed because she felt tired, and she lied. What's worse than this? Million also did not pursue his own child too much, he knew she would run away. Million sighed, rubbed her head as usual, and instructed her to rest. Go ahead and sleep if you have to. After instructing her, he stood up and went outside. But before leaving, he checked if this little girl would be obedient or not. Karina was very obedient and nodded her head right in front of the Duke. She looked exactly like a dog receiving the answer he liked. Outside, he arranged to meet again tomorrow. Even as the door of that room closed, it was late at night. The room that had just been warm now held only Karina alone, quietly watching him walk away without any negative emotions. Karina laughed, except Million was the only one who allowed himself negative feelings like this. Million was not affected and was not even angry for her stupid words earlier. knowing the lie but still overlooking it for Karina. She deliberately pushed Million far away so their two hearts would not blend too long, because she's dying. Now, a warm-hearted person like him, if frozen before Karina's death, would really be unfair. Million would be hurt if time was just accidental. There will be someone who must suffer. She knows she's selfish, but what to do? Tonight, Karina whispered enough alone. She heard, you, Million. I like you. Lost affection. Now both are more balanced. The next morning, at the greenhouse Million used to boast about, it was a masterpiece in the north, with 100 flowers still blooming here though it was harsh winter. At the table, the food was prepared as usual, sober as usual, for Karina to eat. But the real situation now was a bit hard to swallow. Million sat calmly, as if nothing had happened. Karina, however, was now embarrassed about last night's situation. She sat thoughtfully, wondering about it. Did Million have any feelings at all? Million wondered why Karina showed no reaction. He called her name strongly, only then did she react. Million started talking about punishment. Not waiting to hear the results, because last night, except for the kissing, things were full of bad ideas. There was also the request to follow him. Million told Karina she should go ahead before the punishment begins. Instead, promise that she would always be safe, it's better with him. We're the monsters that Karina summoned before that. Accompanying ensures safety is higher than allowed. Karina was extremely excited. She asked Million, should I make more medicine for the soldiers and Million to use? The Duke absolutely refused. No inquiry. I think let's try if we allow it or not, no need to wait. The answer is already known. Karina sighed. He's too stiff. Million continued, I don't expect you to help me by using your life like this. This saying made Karina's hands and feet cold. Karina's heart let it down, not a beat. He didn't say no, but he said using your life, meaning the Duke already knew everything. Karina's mind was confused. She wanted to hide it from Million until death. But Karina tried to smile and asked the Duke, so what does it mean? Why using your life? Is there anything left? Million said, in addition, Frell told me everything. Karina died a little inside. She had instructed Frell to hide it from the Duke, but why like that? However, Million's next sentence was, I know your life will end if you become an artist. You shouldn't use your abilities arbitrarily. Karina breathed a hint of relief. Million was like that. In her heart, she begged Frell, sorry for doubting you. Million was fine, just a little more wouldn't affect anything. Moreover, if anyone died or got injured, Million would also be sad. And Karina said the truth, in Million's fierce cocoon, he took good care of his soldiers because everyone still had a family. Even if he died, it's really not worth it. Karina firmly decided, I want to help him. He is my benefactor. But Million laughed. This girl really always makes his mood sway like that. Karina didn't understand why the Duke was laughing. His next sentence explained everything, she said was right. I don't want anyone to die in this battle, and the person I don't want the most is you, Karina. So don't die. Million was very serious in that look. If God took Karina's life, maybe he'd go after to get her back. Waves started rising deep in the girl's heart. She had so many times looked forward to this saying, then, while she was slowly giving up on life and hoping that someone would tell her not to die, like a motivation, hoping someone would regret it. And now Million said that sentence. But Karina's heart felt strange. She hoped, but not in the current situation. Both hands squeezed tightly under the desk to maintain her emotions, because she would have to lie to him until death. Million still didn't know anything. He was still comfortably expressing his wish for Karina to live a long life, to enjoy spring again after the punitive campaign. Because Karina had said that day that spring was the most beautiful time to go to the 100 flowers to show off her beauty, it was when she would end this life. Million showed off to Karina, from this winter to next spring, including autumn and summer. In the north, there is a very beautiful place in spring, the Point of Water. We're sure it is beautiful enough to make you want to repaint it. Karina reminded herself to pretend to be happy, to tell Million about her anticipation because she had never seen the waterfall. We're sure it is so beautiful that it will make you want to repaint it. Karina reminded herself to try to be cheerful when she told Million about her anticipation, because she had never seen it. If we can go together, then it would be too great. The congestion in her arteries came again, adding another layer. The Duke continued, for Karina to see a future full of color, in the north here is large, and there are plenty of things to try. We're sure it will captivate you. Karina pretended to smile. Painting after, if this was true, she would decide the door to the north was gone, but life was not. If Karina's eyes became dull, summer season, autumn, then winter approaching in the north, she also wanted to admire it, but this winter's end would no longer come into Karina's life. She seemed discouraged. Million called her name again. Karina panicked but focused. Million asked her seriously, really, you have difficulty saying okay? Million didn't understand what he meant. She was silent like suddenly she understood, he meant that she wanted to stay here. Karina couldn't believe her own thoughts. Million confirmed her suspicion. He said straight, if you want to stay here forever from now on. Karina still hadn't moved. Meaningful new fire in her head caused her difficult thinking. Million misunderstood, stay or go, it's not difficult for Karina, but it's that she has to constantly lie hard. Million was still very sincere, convincing Karina to stay in the north. Though in the north it's not warm like the south, even have ghosts, food is not as abundant as there, but there are still those own features. Even so, we still want you here to admire the style expensive of spring. It really looks beautiful, freedom to paint another person. And then the ceremony, we believe you can enjoy it, future green color. Duke Million drew Karina in eagerly. She also wanted her own life to be like a normal person, live with him. But the leaves had withered early, moldy, though it's still green, but it's early damaged long ago. Karina was still trying to smile. Thank you. I will think about it. Million was at peace of mind. She doesn't know herself, she has to until can 1 month, for months, or even the time of death. Karina likes Million, maybe too much. Like the last night of winter sweeping all in the world, nothing left. What hold the spoon hard now, hiding emotions in front of Million is very difficult. She doesn't know how to reduce these feelings like that anymore. Her heart just keeps swinging forever. On the other side, people who have just been suspected of being the Duke, Frell, is preparing for the exhibition promised to Karina, a start for the level of fame of the artist. This is the exhibition room owned by the private sector, Private Carlos family, a prestigious family for a long time, sponsored by artists along with the Art Assets block in the southern capital. The paintings that Karina painted are also fully prepared. Staff cover the canvas tightly to prevent dirt. They asked Duke Berg only about this picture, enough or something, sir? Under Farrell's keen eye, it was enough for him to order the building's managers to hang these 3 paintings in the marked positions. As long as they were placed correctly, everything would be fine. The staff looked around, assessing the situation. Despite the small number of paintings, the grand exhibition hall didn't feel empty. One of the staff members was slightly worried whether it would be all right to have only 3 paintings in this vast, luxurious space. Berg, however, had a completely different perspective. Although the paintings did not have extravagant brushwork, they still exhibited a powerful presence. This exhibition was not about the number of paintings or high profits, but about the impact these paintings would have, spreading their influence throughout the capital. After this event, every viewer would be captivated by the masterpieces that Karina had created. The staff also informed Frell that all the exhibition tickets had been sold out. Nobles had spread rumors about an unknown artist named Karina, an artist afflicted by a passion for art, and they were curious to see the exhibition. Because of this, Berg smiled smugly. This was the effect he needed. However, he reminded all the staff that they must never mention the Carlos family here. The implication was that this family had no involvement, everything was due to Karina's artistic talent. The staff were very compliant and worked diligently. Frell handed them the plan he had prepared to operate the exhibition. It was time to make the name Karina famous throughout the capital. People would flock to see Karina's true masterpieces. That painting would become a sensation, and Karina's name would be promoted more vigorously than ever before. Berg himself would turn her into a renowned, admired artist, more than anyone else. On the day of the exhibition, the whole area was as crowded as a festival. All the nobles and royals were curious about what kind of artwork an artist with such a passion for art could create and how talented this unknown artist was. Among those gathered were some without tickets, unaware of what was happening, observing from the outside. One such person was Enfric, Karina's long-lost brother, a member of the count's family. He asked the butler, "What's going on that drew such a large crowd?" The butler sarcastically replied, "You really are slow to catch up on information. There's an exhibition here that even the emperor is interested in. It's an event organized by the Carlos family, showcasing works by artists passionate about art." Unbelievable, an exhibition that even the emperor cares about? The emperor was not known for being interested in such things. Whoever managed to capture his interest must have great potential. The butler sneered as he talked about the rumors. They say just looking at the painting could mesmerize you and make you feel like you were living in that space. Exaggeration indeed, Enfric muttered, ignoring the butler's sarcasm. Immediately, he got out, too curious about who this artist was. Perhaps their paintings were truly amazing. Inside the exhibition, despite the vast and spacious hall, only 3 paintings were displayed. They were indeed masterpieces. The guests were all curious about who this unknown artist Karina was. Was Karina a woman or a man? Some speculated that it was a child prodigy too young to reveal their face. Others whispered that it was a great figure wanting to change their mood and thus used a pseudonym. However, the exhibition hosts, the Carlos family, refused to give any answers. Instead, they announced that these 3 paintings were just the beginning of a series of works. There were 6 more paintings, which would be viewed in a private auction at another building, also organized by the Carlos family. The auction was strictly selective and not everyone could participate, including members of the royal family. The nobles were extremely excited about the possibility of purchasing a painting by this artist passionate about art. The value lay not only in the painting but also in the creator, who would continually auction one piece after another, each worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. The unpublished works of Karina were extremely attractive due to the secrecy and leverage effect that the Carlos family had built. Even without any information, people were sure that the Carlos family was enjoying the golden age of this anonymous artist. Frell stood behind the scenes, observing the perfect performance he had planned. Watching the audience fervently bid on the incomplete paintings from Karina's series, Frell believed he had a sound strategy. First, he made them curious about her paintings with 3 unfinished masterpieces. Although Karina had struggled to make the final touches to turn a painting into an incomplete piece, it still had to be beautiful. She complained to Frell that it was really difficult, but the Duke cleverly said, "Do you want to be famous now or not? Incomplete paintings can't achieve that." Thus, they had 9 perfect paintings. Frell then invited all those who desired to own and see more of Karina's work to the auction. The allure of her auctions was tremendous. Of course, anyone who wanted to bid had to be selected by the Carlos family, with only select people allowed to participate. This exclusivity would be passed around, even reaching the media. The works deserving of such a high-profile auction in a private event attended by royalty indicated their immense prestige. Frell smiled wickedly, knowing that such news would inevitably reach the mansion of the Count's family, whom he wanted to strike the most. Enfric entered his father's study to report an important event. His father, still engrossed in paperwork, a true workaholic, looked irritated and asked, "Enfric, what are you here for?" Enfric hinted, "Have you watched the news recently, father?" Looking pale, Enfric continued, "The news has even reached the official press, father." His father, annoyed, retorted that he had no time for trivial news since his wife was constantly sick. The Countess was bedridden after hearing the news that Karina, her younger sister, wanted to cut ties with the family. Enfric, with a troubled expression, suggested, "If you're concerned about mother, you should see this news." The Count, now grumpy, asked Enfric to spit it out. Frustrated, Enfric placed a crumpled newspaper on his father's desk and, controlling his emotions, said, "Recently, there's been news about a famous painter admired even by the emperor." The Count, losing patience, warned him to get to the point. Enfric, with a sardonic smile, replied, "The painter is managed by the Carlos family." "And you know what the painter's name is?" "Coincidentally, it's Karina." Unmoved, the Count assumed it was just a coincidence. Enfric crumpled the newspaper. "Yes, it could be a coincidence, but the painter has become famous under the name Karina, exactly as she wrote in her letters. Famous as the artist Karina, not the Countess's daughter Karina." The Count waved it off, suggesting it was just media hype and not worth their attention. Enfric, now visibly agitated, reminded his father how he had also dismissed the Duke Frell's claim that Karina was ill. Frustrated, Enfric, holding back his emotions, reiterated, "If you continue like this, you'll never see her again, father." Only then did the Count realize the gravity of the situation. It had to be something straightforward to wake him up. Enfric reminded him, "Didn't she write in her letter that she would become famous as the artist Karina, not Karina Leonbos?" He painfully smiled, realizing she meant her paintings would make everyone remember her. The father fell silent, unable to find a reasonable explanation as he used to. He finally accepted the truth that the Carlos family had indeed supported his daughter. Enfric clarified, "This family remains silent and says nothing at all." The Count Leopard was also stuck. The girl had said before that my name would resound to the far northern regions where you reside. He looked at the crumpled newspaper on the table, recalling some words from Karina's letter. It seemed he understood now, the girl's fame was further proven, and the letters were becoming more and more realistic. Enfric awakened, the father immersed in the family's affairs. Was he really planning to abandon Karina so easily? The son's question left him stunned. The count now had only one remaining doubt: if that artist was indeed Karina, what should he do? Forget about the exhibition? Because the news had not yet reached the north. Karina was preparing to attend a gathering among the lords. Million had informed her earlier that this expedition was significant and required the gathering of lords. Karina reassured herself that everything would be fine, but her nerves were like a roller coaster. Million was pleased with her beauty today, but she was always beautiful. He smiled gently, extending his hand to Karina. She stammered, "Thank you, Million," her nervousness causing her to stutter. The Duke confidently walked beside Karina into the hall, making them the most prominent and attractive couple in the north. As the doors opened and they stepped inside, Million, noticing Karina's anxiety, said, "It's all right. It's just a meeting among ordinary people. You don't need to worry too much. It's not as formal as in the capital." Karina looked at Million like a scared puppy caught in the rain. This was her first time meeting the northern nobles, so she was a bit intimidated. Million confidently reassured her, "It's just a simple, modest party." But as soon as he spoke, he realized he was wrong. Inside, the hall was filled with nobles in lavish, grand attire, a far cry from simple. Karina was shocked, and even Million was stunned, wondering why everyone was so dressed up. From afar, Million saw a familiar figure, Baron Jamer in his sparkling sequined outfit. The Baron greeted the Duke warmly, while Million silently criticized him, thinking, "Who is this flashy guy? I don't know this show-off." Million rubbed his temples in annoyance, worried that Karina would feel pressured. Yet in front of her, he maintained his composed demeanor, greeting the Baron warmly and asking, "Why are you dressed so festively, Baron?" A storm was brewing behind the scenes, but Karina was still clueless. Jamer laughed heartily, saying he enjoyed the pre-festival evening because he got to drink, which made him very happy. Million thought, "If Karina weren't here, I'd deal with you." At that moment, another person came up and cursed Million, "What the hell is this pre-festival evening? Who came up with that?" It was Marquis Ariel, slightly tipsy, who spoke to Million like he was a close buddy. Million smiled outwardly but silently noted his frustration. He sternly replied, "Marquis, you seem quite drunk to be making such remarks. By the way, have you completed the task I assigned you?" The Marquis teased back, "What task?" "I completely forgot." Million gently reminded him, "The Army." The two, smiling on the surface, were seething with anger inside. Ariel cursed Million directly, "You scoundrel, bringing up work the moment we meet." At that moment, Karina gently tugged on the Duke's sleeve and softly whispered beside him. Million asked her, "Is there something wrong?" The gentle Duke was someone unfamiliar to the people there. Karina, with her kitten eyes, expressed her desire to greet the others. Million, out of habit, referred to them as those people and asked Karina if she wanted to greet those guys. Karina, almost in tears, wondered if that was how lords and nobles were referred to in the north. But she did want to greet them to fit in. Million pointed to the crowd, "Those guys? No need to greet them. They're just the purple and red-haired ones. Knowing that is enough." The Duke smiled with a charismatic air and asked Karina, "Am I not enough for you? Why care what they do? If you're bored, I'll keep you company." Million's exceptional remark left the entire hall stunned into silence, as if they were at the wrong party or someone had swapped the guests. The real Duke Million, with an imposter Jamer, enthusiastically extended a hand to greet Karina, introducing himself. Karina was pleased to meet a new person and shook hands warmly. Even Ariel came over to say hello, not expecting this to be the girl the Duke wanted to keep secret. Karina was a bit puzzled and asked Million, "Have you never attended the pre-festival night? Is it because of me?" Million quickly responded, "It's just a drinking event. I don't drink and don't enjoy it either." From behind, Jamer whispered to Ariel, "Hey, this guy drinks like a fish but says he doesn't." Ariel laughed. "Riley, shut up. Keep it down or we'll all get in trouble." Million then suggested a stroll around to introduce Karina to more people, but the party was too vast to cover entirely. Karina gently told the Duke, "It's all right. If you have things to do, you can go." Jamer interjected, "The Duke is busy preparing here, so why not come with me to meet the northern nobles?" Million snapped, "Who asked you to?" But Karina stepped in eagerly, looking back at Million. I'll be fine with him while you attend to your work, right? Million beamed. It's nothing. I'm not busy. Let me introduce you. The group behind Karina frantically signaled her not to let the Duke handle introductions, knowing it would end badly for them. Karina, feeling for them, emphasized to Million, didn't you say you had some urgent business? With Karina's persistent look, Million relented. I do have a few things to handle, so feel free to explore. He pointed to Baron Jamer kindly, instructing Karina, he can show you around for 30 minutes. Karina happily agreed, but the Duke wasn't as content. He walked away dejectedly, like a puppy left behind, hurt that Karina didn't insist on his company. As soon as Million vanished, a swarm of curious onlookers surrounded Karina, greeting her enthusiastically. Jamer was impressed by Karina's ability to handle the Duke and asked if she had a secret method for taming him. Karina was flustered. Taming? I haven't tamed anyone. At that moment, a white-haired middle-aged man, Count Leopard, came to her rescue, asking Jamer and Ariel why they were bothering the Duke's fiancé. They quickly let go of Karina, laughing nervously. We're just being friendly. Count Leopard greeted Karina, noting it was the first time he met the Duke's companion, the girl Million had kept hidden, arousing everyone's curiosity. Feeling the pressure from this man, she shook hands, reassured by his words, don't worry. People in the north aren't as strict as those in the capital. Plus, you're the Duke's fiancé. Karina was deeply grateful for his words, but she corrected him slightly, noting that they were about to announce the cancellation of their engagement. The nobles beside them looked surprised and interjected, perhaps the young lady is mistaken. The army in the battle and in the neighboring territories has all been acquired by the Duke. Leonard chimed in, adding, the Duke may have ordered it for that purpose. He has an air of mystery about him. Karina, still puzzled, admitted that he had collected the hazel for her, but she didn't see the significance. Ariel, smiling slightly, asked Karina, isn't it true for northerners? Karina had forgotten to mention her family background and where she came from. In the north, hazel is given to the sick to wish them health, but that's just a side note. The main thing is to give it to family or close comrades to show deep bonds. Giving it to someone of the opposite sex is different, like presenting a bright gem. If given to someone else, it implies expressing romantic feelings. She found herself at a northern lord's gathering to discuss transferring Winter's punishment and discarding while bringing hazel to Karina. She learned that hazel given to someone of the opposite sex symbolizes love between couples. Karina struggled to deny this custom, asserting that they were about to announce their cancelled engagement, but she added that the custom of giving it to the sick was to wish them well. Ariel wouldn't let Karina off the hook. That's true, but giving hazel also represents wishing the other person well, but it's only applicable when given to a lover. Feeling overwhelmed, Karina pondered how to hurt Duke Million less, as loving someone about to die would hurt him. She denied her feelings, saying it was because she had a serious illness that she received the hazel, asking others not to misunderstand. Karina felt like a small rabbit among northern wolves, overwhelmed by their veiled affections for her. The northern nobles piled their admiration on her, making her blush. Leonard, holding a glass of wine, asked, is Karina accustomed to life in the north? He was truly a wine enthusiast, having never let go of his glass since the pre-festival night, Million's previous concoction until now. Karina replied graciously, I'm getting used to the atmosphere here. Though things may be a bit different in terms of weather and food, I'm adapting quickly. The Duke, not from the north, had a different thought. Aren't southerners more refined and serious compared to northerners? Those noble ladies there fan themselves and laugh while concealing their true feelings. Frell, annoyed by the affectation, muttered, why bother with fans if you're just pretending? Karina laughed along with them, knowing they were talking about her homeland. The Duke admitted, regardless, the wine in the capital is excellent, much better than here. Ariel mocked, only interested in wine these days, huh? Nothing else? Leonard believed wine was everything to a noble. Karina, feeling incredibly comfortable among them, had never been so happy in the south. Leonard observed her closely, despite being a wine enthusiast, noting her expressions. He called Karina over to discuss something. Noticing her joy with Ariel, he startled her, and seeing his discomfort, he quickly apologized for the indelicacy. Though Leonard had known Karina for a long time, he had never seen her express such happiness. Didn't she and Duke Million plan to end their engagement soon? Karina struggled to control her emotions. Despite being from the north, some recognized her and knew how deeply despondent she usually was, never showing affection or preference for anything, like a lifeless doll. Leonard clearly understood Karina's feelings towards the Duke and noted her silence. The Duke truly cares for you, Miss Karina. Karina understood his implication. What young man would treat a girl he didn't like so tenderly, even more so than his own family? Karina sadly smiled, thinking she would accept the Duke's affection if she weren't so ill. But such a relationship could never exist. Karina was destined to suffer, and the only outcome between them would be Duke Million's pain and Karina's retreat from the world. The divine will wasn't generous with Karina, yet granted her a brief period of happiness, causing her to desire Million and forget her dark past, allowing her to laugh in her final days. At that moment, Leonard's group marveled and praised the Duke of Million. Despite his eccentricities, they acknowledged his punctuality, never being a minute late. Karina, having just regained her composure after 30 minutes, was still unsure of what they were talking about. Why were they mentioning Million? There was a sound behind her. Karina turned around and saw a familiar figure, the Duke of Million, whom she had just been thinking about, appeared before her with a gentle and worried expression. He asked Karina, "Are you all right?" Her face was slightly pale from thinking about their relationship, causing her cheeks to blush and making her look somewhat feverish. She fanned herself and told Million, "It's nothing, just a bit stifling from the wine. I wanted to get some fresh air." Million, in his doting mode, gently scolded her, "You shouldn't have drunk even a little bit. It's bad for your health." Karina apologized profusely, explaining that she felt overwhelmed. The Duke then extended his hand to her with an invitation, "Shall we take a walk outside?" Karina agreed and took his rough yet warm hand. Million radiated with joy from her consent. The group around them commented on how different the Duke seemed when his wife was around, contrasting with his usual gruff demeanor. Million teased them, "Everyone, have fun. I'll be outside with Karina." He emphasized this to ensure they noticed how much he cared for her. Outside, they enjoyed the cool breeze and the enchanting moonlight. The balcony, decorated with white and blue roses, created a soothing atmosphere for Karina and warmed the hearts of both main characters. Million inquired, "Are you feeling better now? I was worried when I saw your face turning red." Karina reassured him that she was fine, mentioning that she had enjoyed the company of the lords earlier. Million felt more at peace, knowing she was comfortable with his friends. He sensed that the distance between them was closing. Karina explained why her face had been red earlier, comparing herself to the beautiful but thorny roses below. She said to Million, "It was because of you that I was blushing." The Duke didn't understand what she meant. Why did her earlier expression relate to him? Karina's face showed he was confused by her sudden change in tone. Karina looked down and whispered, "The lords misunderstood our relationship, which made me feel embarrassed." She clenched her hands tightly, not from physical pain, but from the emotional pain of having to distance herself from the one she liked. The Duke still didn't grasp what she was implying or the nature of the misunderstanding. However, it made Million uneasy, as everyone had recognized his feelings through his actions. Karina suddenly expressed her guilt towards Million, leaving him even more puzzled. The gentle night breeze played with Karina's hair. She, a rare and precious presence in his life, now had to cause herself emotional pain. Karina said, "Although the party was enjoyable, I've caused a misunderstanding because I'm the one who will be leaving." Million, laughing at himself, tried to comfort her. "Now you're saying it's a misunderstanding." Before Million could finish his sentence, Karina interrupted, whispering, "Please, Duke Million, don't like me. That's my only wish right now." They both stood on the balcony, sharing the same air, but Million felt much more suffocated. He had so many questions. Why did she say that? Karina, with a heavy heart, leaned on the balcony and said, "You still have plenty of time, Million. Eventually, you'll find someone you truly like. I'm just a breeze passing through your life. It may feel refreshing, but you know I must leave. I can't stay by your side." Million sincerely asked, "Can't you stay here and enjoy the breeze with me? You don't have to be that breeze." Karina, trying to hold herself together, felt tears welling up inside. She looked straight at Million to show she was serious. Karina didn't answer his question. The moonlight was cold despite its brightness. Even with Million, Karina didn't feel any warmth. They belonged to two entirely different worlds. Initially, she had sought refuge in the distant north to find peace in her final moments. But things had changed. She met Million, discovered love, and felt loved in return, yet it was just a part of her journey. Karina of the past and present has always been a negative person who feels undeserving of love, whereas Sir Million is a positive individual with a warm heart, radiating a comforting glow around him. Thus, Karina's eventual demise seemed inevitable. No matter how greedy she might be, she couldn't be selfish. Because of this blind love, she couldn't leave a lifelong scar on Million, as that would be too cruel. Karina reluctantly looked straight at Million and threw a cold splash of reality at him. I know you have always been good to me, caring for me, but please see me as a snowstorm that briefly passes by and then melts away, making room for another spring. Each word felt like a dagger stabbing the Duke's heart. No matter how strong he was, being rejected like this would surely push him back. But Million, the Duke of the territory known for his stubbornness and rudeness, was the one who cared most about Karina in the world. His love might be harsh and gruff, but it was certainly not like a snowflake that would drift away with the wind. Million sighed, facing Karina's negativity head-on. He neither blamed nor agreed with her, but calmly said, sometimes storms leave behind many things, you know. You can't lie, Karina. Your eyes are looking at me completely differently from what you are saying. Don't you realize that? No matter how much you try to control your mind and heart, your eyes, the windows to your soul, still reveal the truth. At a hint of sadness as she softly said, I really feel like a coward, Duke Million. Million, the man who had imprinted deeply on Karina's dull and gloomy soul, affirmed to her, I don't know about you, but my love for you is real, and it doesn't stop there. I'm sure you love me too. Karina bit her lip, wanting to push him away again, because if this continued, she would sink deeper into the mire, and Million would be affected as well. Million didn't allow Karina to say another word. His warm hand gently brushed her cheek as he tenderly advised, I think you are tired now, so please go rest. We can talk about everything tomorrow. I'll call the servants so you can go ahead. He placed a rare, sweet, and gentle kiss on her forehead. It was rare for a man who had been rejected to still cherish a girl so much. It could be said that Million understood Karina so well that she herself didn't even realize it. Without waiting for her reply, Million ordered the servants to escort the lady to her room to rest, while he returned to the banquet hall. The young lady's heart still pounded after Million's sweet words. On his way, Million kept thinking about what had happened earlier. What was that about a passing snowstorm? She really couldn't lie, always pushing him away. Million thought about the lonely girl from the moment she arrived until now, Karina. He wasn't going to let her become just a temporary guest. His feelings had become clearer, and he wouldn't easily give up. Now, when Million entered the banquet hall alone, everyone was surprised. Jamer asked, with a jealous tone, where's Karina gone? He seemed to have forgotten that without Karina around, Million would go mad. Million angrily replied, Karina is tired, so she left. And one more thing, what did you all talk to her about? Jamer pouted and shrugged. Nothing much, just a conversation about how spring has come for the Duke. You insolent fool, Million said, grabbing Frell's collar and tightening his grip. Jamer pleaded for help from everyone around as he was about to suffocate. This Million is really going to kill me. Leonard intervened to save Jamer while commenting, Karina is indeed a kind, beautiful lady, raised well in a noble family, isn't she? Hearing Karina's name calmed Million down. He let go of Jamer and sat down to continue the conversation. Karina did come from a noble family, but due to many issues, she had cut ties with them. Leonard poured Million a drink and said, my old eyes can see that she has lived a troubled life. Sometimes she smiles, but there's a lingering sadness. He was curious. Is Karina suffering from some illness? She mentioned an incurable disease earlier when talking about Hazel. Million frowned but introduced her situation without revealing too much, implying that she had a serious illness that could take away something from her. Leonard sipped his drink, nodding. Those who have been through a lot are often afraid to move forward. Taking it slow is a good approach. You seem to value her a lot. Million's pupils briefly froze, and he became more irritable as Leonard had hit the nail on the head. Million put down his glass and asked respectfully, since when did you start caring about other people's affairs? Knowing the Duke was annoyed, Leonard stopped teasing and smiled wryly. Million sighed again. If Karina could open up, things would be easier, but since we don't know for sure, I plan to get Hazel to treat her to ease her worries. Looking at the empty glass, he continued, if there's a proper treatment in the future, she might be cured. She wants to leave, so I have no way to stop her. Million felt both sorrow and pain. Leonard asked, what is the disease exactly? Do we not know? Million pondered. She said the illness would take away something from her, but she didn't specify what. Leonard couldn't guess either. Million started to think about the symptoms and possible diagnosis. The Viscount Frell had mentioned that her disease would progress, but nothing was certain. When there was an update, he would inform Karina's personal physician. The reports indicated a somewhat complicated condition. Million scratched his head, unable to imagine, but knowing she was in pain and needed treatment. He recalled that both of them had mentioned her condition didn't match common symptoms. Each patient was different, with some losing parts or abilities, but Karina didn't show such signs. Her condition seemed less outwardly visible except for sudden seizures. Million suddenly remembered the physician's words about the price of life being paid to the gods, which was very rare, affecting only a small percentage. He dismissed the thought that being alone wouldn't be a problem, reasoning that it's very rare and Karina couldn't possibly have it. Ariel, who was beside him, curiously asked, just asking, if it's a terminal illness, is there any place to get more information? Jamer coughed and guessed, if you don't know the symptoms, why not look for people who had the disease before? 1 or 2 people would surely give you an answer, right? Million muttered that this idea seemed logical. If they could find a few people with the same illness as Karina, they could get a general understanding of the situation. Rummaging through his thoughts to see if anyone like that existed, he fortunately remembered one case of someone with the same illness as Karina. Million immediately slammed the table and stood up, saying he would go there right away, telling the others to continue the party. The Viscount couldn't believe it and asked again, "Are you kidding? You're going now?" Million left without looking back, and Ariel shouted, "How can this be? What kind of strange party is this, and what about the meeting?" Duke Million, who was known for being rude, didn't listen to anyone. At this moment, he left in a hurry. Jamer laughed gleefully. "This is how they organize meetings here, the chairperson leaves immediately without caring about anything." Million quickly got on a carriage heading to his destination. Besides the doctor and Frell, who had the artistic illness but wouldn't tell in the situation, there was another person he could ask to find out the root cause of this issue. He had to get there right away, no delay. At the party, Leonard smiled profoundly, sipping a glass of wine that was both bitter and sweet, with a hint of sweetness. Finally, there was someone of his age. When Million arrived, it was already midnight. He banged on the door of the person's house to wake them up. It was the art shop where Karina and Million had bought flowers before. The old shop owner, still sleeping, opened the door and informed him that it was past business hours and to come back tomorrow. Million immediately blocked the door, panting heavily, showing he had run there. Despite everything, the Duke apologized for disturbing him at this hour and introduced himself as the one who had requested to decorate the painting room before. Recognizing the Duke of this territory, the shop owner asked why he was there at such a late hour. Million urgently wanted to ask him about the disease that made him lose an arm. The shop owner sighed, acknowledging that he knew someone would come to ask about it. He invited the Duke inside. Even though the interior was a bit shabby, the shop owner made Million a cup of hot tea to calm him down before he asked about something that could be quite shocking. The Duke went straight to the main issue, wanting to know why and how the shop owner lost his arm, as he was also an artist who had suffered from the same artistic illness as Karina. Million was sure he could find out something. The shop owner sighed, confirming that his arm was lost due to the artistic illness. It was the price he had to pay. He used to be a talented artist like Karina, with each masterpiece being very satisfying. However, due to lack of conditions in the past, he became famous quite late. Just as he started gaining fame, the illness began to manifest, causing his painting arm to gradually become numb. Even a little painting made him unable to hold the brush. He didn't know what it was at the time, so he went for a checkup, and the doctor diagnosed him with the artistic illness. There was no cure, and the numbness and pain would eventually spread throughout his arm. They advised him to give up his art if he wanted to treat the illness, but he, like all artists suffering from the artistic illness, including Karina, didn't want to abandon something that was like their lifeblood. They saw it as their heart and treasure. Therefore, he became increasingly obsessed and out of control until he completed his final masterpiece, at which point his entire right arm was completely disabled. To stop the pain from tormenting him further, he cut off his arm and abandoned the art he cherished as his life. Million grasped the key point, understanding that the price would be at the part of the body experiencing pain. The shop owner nodded in agreement. Million urgently asked, "Is there a case where the pain spreads to the heart or throughout the body?" Million anxiously waited for an answer. The shop owner took a sip of tea, trying to recall if he had heard about pain in the heart or throughout the body. He remembered hearing something but wasn't sure. He asked Million if he was talking about the girl who had come with him to the shop before. If it was her, he wanted to know what miracle she created. Clear words came from Million's mouth, a creative miracle. It can make the painting come to life, even create life. The shop owner was shocked. What the Duke mentioned was a creative miracle with powers comparable to creation. Seeing his reaction, Million urgently asked, "Do you know about it? Tell me quickly." The shop owner struggled to tell Million that if a living being was truly created, the price would be very high. The artist would have to exchange their life. Million was horrified, unable to believe it. The strong Duke now completely collapsed, realizing that Karina would have to exchange her life for each painting, for each miracle. What she meant by leaving was death, not going anywhere. The price for the miracle was more like a curse. The next day, when everything was gradually revealed, Frell had just returned to the Duke's mansion. Frell had completed everything Karina had asked him to, so he came to give her the good news. The only one welcoming Frell was the butler, so he asked curiously, "Where is the Duke?" The main reason he came here was to meet an old friend, in addition to delivering a message for Karina. But the butler informed him, "The Duke left the territory early for some business and will return later, so please wait in the meantime, sir." Frell immediately asked, "Where is Karina?" "You are familiar with the place, so it would save me the trouble of searching." The butler smiled warmly. "Miss Karina is currently in the gallery. The servants told me that she has already had breakfast and gone for a walk." "Sir, would you like me to call her down?" Frell waved his hand. "That's fine. I'll go up myself. I want to stretch my legs after the long journey, so I'll head straight to her room." The stairs in this house reminded him fondly of times past. Even though it wasn't his house, he was very familiar with it. He summed up everything in his mind before reporting to Karina. Because the auction had gone surprisingly well, which resulted in a pile of documents he needed to approve, he hadn't eaten or slept during that time and felt as if he might die. Karina's paintings had become more famous than ever, and the money earned was substantial. However, Karina probably didn't care about the money. She would be thrilled to know her art was praised worldwide. Just imagining her complimenting him made Frell happy. If she actually did it, it would be even better. Excited, Frell went to Karina's room and knocked on the door, calling her name. He was in high spirits, ready to share the astonishing news. But after a while, there was no response. The door remained silent and unmoving, which was quite unsettling. Anxiously, Frell called again, "Are you in there, Karina?" But the silence continued. Frell's face darkened. Could she have fainted or something happened inside? He couldn't be that unlucky, could he? Using all his strength, he forced the door open urgently. He couldn't wait or call the butler to inform him. He knew barging in was wrong, but the scene before him shocked him into shouting Karina's name. At that moment, she seemed like a different person, still engrossed in finishing a painting despite someone entering her room. Karina's mind seemed disturbed as she muttered that it was almost done. Her face was dark, as if controlled by someone else. She wasn't herself anymore, continually murmuring, "Just a little more, just need to finish this brush stroke." At that moment, a firm hand grabbed Karina, and Frell yelled, warning her to stop or she would die. Karina struggled, screaming for Frell to let go, insisting she must finish immediately. Frell firmly forbade her from completing it. Karina, her face twisted, asked, "Why can't I finish it?" Frell forcefully explained, "This is forbidden." But at this moment, Karina wasn't listening. The painting she was working on was a portrait of Duke Million, almost complete. As she said, "Just a little more," Frell repeated one more time to make her understand, "If you complete it, you will die." Karina no longer resisted and began muttering about death like a mad person. Hearing that word, a sinister smile appeared on her lips, as if it was something sweet and delightful. Karina mumbled, "If I can exchange my life to have Duke Million, then so be it. So move aside." Frell, horrified, snapped at Karina, "What's wrong with you? Are you going insane?" Though normally weak, she was surprisingly strong at the moment. She screamed at Frell to move out of the way with crazed determination. Frell splashed cold water on her and bluntly asked, "Karina, do you really want a fake Million that badly?" This succeeded in making Karina pause. He held her hand tightly, advising her that a fake could never replace the real Million, that wasn't the true Million. Though not fully lucid, her madness subsided, and she released the brush. Karina's mind was gradually clearing, but not entirely. To be sure, Frell still restrained her hand. Karina collapsed in exhaustion, realizing what she had almost done. Was she really trying to create a living Million? How could that be? The thought that she could create something real from a painting was overwhelming. Staring at the work before her, she felt sheer terror. She had almost made a living, breathing Million. Karina bit her lip, trying to suppress her trembling. What was she about to do? All because she wanted a Million who would look only at her, just like the one she created. She had gone mad. Karina trembled uncontrollably, taking deep breaths to regain her composure. She looked up and apologized to Frell for her earlier outburst. Frell sighed and asked, "Have you calmed down? It was a close call. It's like ancient script, or even more intense. Artists create with an uncontrollable frenzy, they are passionate and immersed in their work. In severe cases, they don't hesitate to harm themselves to achieve perfection." Remembering Karina's earlier madness, Frell felt relieved. Thankfully, she stopped in time. Just mentioning Million's name and the idea of creating a fake Million had already disturbed her mind so much, who knows what might have happened if he had come in a bit later. Karina's face was dark and extremely pained. She seemed unaware of what she had been doing. Frell asked seriously, "Did you really want to create Million that badly?" Karina explained that it wasn't intentional. "It's just that while painting, I suddenly remembered a conversation with him, and so I painted." Karina recounted how a few days ago, while she was painting, the Duke asked her why she didn't paint people. He was very curious why in all her paintings there were always animals and vibrant sceneries but never people. At that time, she hadn't yet told him nor explained that she couldn't paint people. Million had casually smiled, suggesting she paint a self-portrait. That made her want to paint a portrait of Million instead, because she liked the idea. The Duke was quite surprised by Karina's special thought of gifting him a portrait, revealing his significant place in her heart. Karina confirmed this with a nod, making Million even happier, smiling a bit bashfully at the anticipation of the portrait. So Karina painted his portrait. "At first, I told myself it would be okay if I didn't finish it. But as I painted, I gradually lost control because the painting was meant for him. So if I complete it, it will disappear, right?" Frell was puzzled. "Didn't you decide to finish it with such determination?" Karina described her earlier feelings to Frell so he could understand her situation. She felt as if with each brush stroke, someone whispered in her ear to finish the painting, because if she did, he would belong to her alone. It would be wonderful if he only looked at her. The voice kept echoing in her head. She didn't know what she was doing, only that creating Million would mean he would look only at her, just like how the painting would only focus on Karina. Frell, almost losing his composure, asked her, "So, do you still want to finish the painting?" Karina clenched her hands, biting her lip, and vaguely said, "I'm not sure." Her heart still longed to paint, even knowing it might mean death. "I really want to stop, but I can't. I keep finding another reason." Frell felt this was a tough case. If no one stopped her, she would become mad, unaware of how deep her desire ran. Such a desire could take her life. Karina suddenly remembered she had felt this way as a child. Frell, not understanding, asked again. Karina admitted she had felt this urge before and couldn't overcome it. Frell turned pale, asking, "When was that?" Karina replied, "When I was a child." Frell was stunned. "Did you create a human?" Facing Frell's question, Karina was torn between telling the truth and hiding it. She remained silent. The quiet became eerie. It would have been better if she had lied, but Frell lost patience, demanding she face him to avoid lying. He shouted, "You used magic to create a human, didn't you?" Karina whispered, "It was out of loneliness that I unknowingly did it." Frell collapsed, realizing the cause of Karina's severe and rapid decline. The number of paintings she had done was due to breaking the taboo of creating a human. His eyes filled with anger. Frell, usually refined, felt like cursing. The act of a painter creating a human violated divine powers, altering the natural order and breaking the laws of causality. It was a challenge to God, costing a life. Everything seemed chaotic. A talented girl had to pay dearly for her ignorance. Frell looked at the girl he promised to care for and heal, a promise made to his best friend. Even if he hadn't promised, he would still have healed her, but it was far from the phrase cured. Karina bowed her head, knowing her naive mistake from childhood was unforgivable. God or any supreme being wouldn't overlook someone challenging their authority, even if done unintentionally. Creating a human came with a high price. Karina weakly asked Frell, "Will I die?" It was something she was sure of, but she wanted to ask for some encouragement. She smiled bitterly. "Even if I did it unintentionally, in the end, I still have to pay the price, right?" The Duke Frell took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and gently said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Karina." He said this while taking her frail hands in his own to stop them from trembling. Karina appeared calm, but in reality, she was terrified at the prospect of dying. He apologized for raising his voice earlier, he was just too worried about her. He reassured Karina to stay calm, assuring her that everything would be resolved, and then he asked her gently, "What kind of person were you creating back then? This time, please tell the truth. Only then can we solve this." Karina had nothing left to hide. She wanted to live but didn't want to endure any more suffering, so she told him everything in a sorrowful voice. "I created people when I was young. My 2 siblings were also fairly old, around 5 or 10 years old. I don't remember clearly, only that it was one of the rare times I got to go out with the family. The 5 of us went to the market to play, and I was in charge of looking after Abelia. When she wanted to see the stuffed bears, I let go of her hand, and she almost got lost, fell, and scraped her knee a bit. My mother scolded me for letting go of her hand when I was supposed to be the older sister. I tried to explain to my mother that I let go of Abelia's hand just because she wanted to see the stuffed bears, but my mother's response was a painful slap that made my cheek swell. She coldly admonished me, saying that as the older sister, I should take care of my sibling instead of making excuses, pointing out that Abelia had scraped her knee. At that moment, my parents put all the blame on me. I apologized countless times, but my mother didn't forgive me. She said I was much healthier than Abelia, and as the older sister, I should protect her. Abelia kept crying, making the family even angrier. I knew I couldn't explain to my mother while she was so worried about Abelia, so I told my father, who was carrying Bardon, about what had happened, but he ignored me and ordered us to get on the carriage quickly to take Abelia to be examined. My mother agreed. I screamed in tears, admitting that I had made a huge mistake in looking after Abelia, but I would try harder. At that moment, I thought admitting my mistake would make them look at me again, but how naive I was. My parents disregarded my words, treating me like I was invisible, and turned their backs to care for their precious child. For the second time in my life, I was slapped. It hurt tremendously for a child, and I longed for my parents to care about me more after they finished with my siblings, but they never did. When we returned to the mansion, I was very sad. I locked myself in my room and cried continuously. No one cared whether I was hungry or anything else. I felt like being born healthy was a crime. So, to ease the sadness, I turned to drawing. Whenever I was deeply sad, I would draw without knowing much about anything. But as soon as I put down the colored pencils, a voice appeared in my head, telling me that my parents' love, care, and attention were gone forever, so I should create my own parents who only cared about me, only saw me. It sounded wonderful. I didn't understand why I heard that voice, but I kept drawing. When the voice stopped and I came to, I had drawn my parents with warm smiles. At that time, I didn't know that what I did was forbidden, right? Frell asked Karina what made an innocent child take actions that led to their demise, realizing it was just a desperate desire for love and attention, but the real cost was heartbreakingly high. Karina bitterly laughed about her life and laughed helplessly at Frell. At that time, I didn't know anything. I just wanted to fulfill my parents' wishes. They existed for 10 minutes. During that time, I initiated everything I wanted to say, asking for hugs, affection, and sweet words from my parents. They really cared for me just as I wished. Then I fell asleep in their arms. That was the first time I achieved my wish, to rest in my parents' embrace, something Bon and Abelia had easily every day. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the bed. Seeing Frell a bit surprised, she guessed, it was those artificial parents who put you to bed before leaving. They took care of me so gently that sometimes I wished it was real and not a miracle created in 10 minutes. Karina no longer cried, but there were a few things she wanted to ask Frell. I was so ignorant back then, wasn't I? Trading 10 minutes for a whole life. Frell held her hand, comforting her. Don't blame yourself. No one taught you, and it wasn't your fault. Karina smiled softly. Indeed, I no longer blame my past self, so rest assured. Outwardly, Karina seemed calm, but deep down she thought that if she hadn't made that mistake back then, she wouldn't exist now. The experience was truly remarkable. Frell sighed. No matter what, I promise you, Karina, I will do everything to save you. Just promise me one thing. Frell wanted to save her, but only if she had the will to live. Now was no exception. He looked at Karina with determined silver eyes and said, if you want to live, you must say that you want to live. You must passionately want to live, not be negative. Karina gave Frell a look full of determination. Now I want to live, at any cost. Because there's someone in the future waiting for me, someone who wants to experience next spring with me. Frell sighed in relief. All right then. I promise to help you. Karina half kneeling, he gave her his promise. Even though everything seemed hopeless, they both understood that they were powerless but still had to have the will. It was a kind of situation not everyone could handle. Just then, Million knocked on Karina's door. He wanted to talk to her, but earlier Frell had been in such a hurry that he forgot to close the door. Without hesitation, Million entered and saw Frell half kneeling, holding Karina's hand intimately while Karina looked troubled. Million frowned, his face filled with anger, and asked sternly, "What are you two doing?" Frell was on the verge of tears, thinking this was the end. This friend of his would definitely be upset seeing this scene. Frell understood Million well. This situation was easily misunderstood. Frell half kneeling and holding Karina's hand so intimately made Million lose his temper. Trying to stay calm, he asked again, "What are you two doing?" In truth, Million's eyes gave away his anger. Karina stopped short, intending to explain the situation, but then realized that she and Frell were holding hands too intimately in a closed room. Anyone would misunderstand. Karina quickly withdrew her hand and explained, "We were just catching up after a long time. That's all." Million sneered. What kind of conversation requires holding hands? Frell didn't know how to explain, but Karina quickly added, "We were just so happy to see each other again after a long time." Frell laughed heartily. Exactly, we were just so happy to see each other again. But the look on Million's face showed he didn't believe it. Million, like a wolf, glared at Frell, who was still holding Karina's hand. Million was upset but couldn't scold Frell in front of Karina, so he decided to take action. He rushed over, pushed Frell's hand away, and claimed his place. Million pulled Karina into his arms, surprising her a bit. He whispered, "I missed you too, Karina." Frell sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Million shot a look at Frell, silently telling him to back off. Karina enjoyed Million's warm embrace but was curious. "We just saw each other this morning. How can you say you missed me so much already?" Million didn't say anything, just continued to hold Karina while glaring at Frell like a wolf watching its prey. Frell, feeling guilty, wished he could disappear. He was about to speak, but something else caught Million's attention. He was mesmerized by Karina's artwork on the easel, a portrait of him, looking proud and cold. Million didn't expect himself to look so good in Karina's eyes. Karina felt a bit embarrassed to have Million see her work in this situation but decided to be brave. Karina proudly introduced the painting. "This is a portrait I promised to give you." Karina watched Million's reaction closely. Million said, "This is the first time." Karina was surprised. The first time for what? It was the first time Million had received a portrait, especially one painted by Karina. He was very happy. The cold Million of the past was gone, melted by Karina's influence. Karina felt good seeing Million cherish her painting. She was lucky to have finished it, otherwise, Million would have disappeared from the painting, and she would be dead, unable to see him again. Leaving Million a mark was more joyous, wasn't it? Frell, seeing Karina happy with Million's praise, felt relieved. However, the two were embracing again. Frell sighed, feeling somewhat invisible in this house. He decided to give the young couple some space and said to them, "It's over, so I'll excuse myself first." Unexpectedly, before he could step out the door, Million called out his full name in a solemn manner. Frell felt sure that he hadn't checked the calendar for a good day before setting out this morning. Seeing Million's serious expression, it was clear there was something to discuss. Million frowned and requested a meeting. "There's something I need to discuss." Frell cried inwardly, "Do I have a choice, Your Grace? How can this morning be so unlucky?" He screamed internally but outwardly agreed to meet with the Duke. They met in Million's office. At the mansion, a loud bang echoed through the office. Though Karina couldn't hear it, Frell's left cheek was already frighteningly red as he asked Million, "What on earth is this about?" Million shook his hand and challenged, "Guess what I'm doing?" The implication was clear, "Guess wrong, and you'll get another punch." Frell didn't understand a thing but ground his teeth and cursed at Million, "If you have something to say, just spit it out." "What do you want?" Million enunciated each word clearly, "Why did you hide the truth about Karina's artistic illness from me?" Frell frowned in annoyance. "What sudden madness is this? And why bring up her illness now?" Million gritted his teeth. "You knew everything, didn't you? That her life is ticking away hour by hour, minute by minute. That she's about to die. You bastard." Frell was stunned. So he knew already. Million clenched his fist. "I trusted you to take care of her, you bastard." Frell, with his hands on his hips, asked, "Who told you this?" "It wasn't the doctor, and it wasn't me, so who?" Million grabbed him by the collar and yelled, "Does it matter who told me?" The Duke was almost crazy now, feeling the agony of knowing the person he loved was dying. Million's eyes were filled with killing intent. If there were a knife here, he would have cut Frell for hiding Karina's life-threatening condition. Frell snapped back, "It's because there are many people involved, and I don't disclose everything like you do. Do you know who made me promise to keep it a secret? It was Karina herself. She made me swear not to tell, so what the hell could I do?" Million was extremely shocked, releasing Frell's collar. From beginning to end, his helplessness was due to Karina wanting to keep it secret. Was he so untrustworthy to her? Frell doused Million with cold water. Isn't this partly your fault too? You never trusted Karina, not even a little. Why should she trust you? Million, enraged, raised his fist and swung with all his might at Frell. At this moment, he was furious, possibly because he knew the girl he loved was dying, or perhaps because Frell's words hit too close to home. Frell braced himself, knowing that a punch from this muscular man would hurt. But the blow never landed. The predatory wolf had stopped. His heart was beginning to calm. Frell peeked and saw that Million had stopped punching. The Duke dropped his arms in despair and whispered hopelessly, I trusted you, knowing you understand that artistic illness better than anyone. Why did you hide it from me? Million approached Frell and coldly warned, anyway, I want you to cure Karina's illness and help her survive. The Duke, like a grieving wolf, growled for help. Frell, equally furious, retorted, if you ask, I will save her. I don't want to see Karina die either. Both men shared the same goal but were harsh with each other, they could tear each other apart in anger. In truth, knowing that Karina's life was wasting away from artistic illness, learned from the painting workshop owner, caused Million immense pain. He angrily slammed the table to control himself from doing something crazy. He asked the owner again for confirmation, is it true that Karina could die? Are you sure? Seeing the Duke's frenzied eyes, the boss couldn't dare hide the truth. The only thing that kept repeating in his head was the phrase that she would die, really die. It drove Million out of control. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Million gritted his teeth. He was furious, wanting to destroy everything, hating himself for realizing it too late. She always said she had only 4 months left, especially because of that guy Frell. Million felt like a lone wolf lost from his pack, roaring in anger and despair because the one he loved was about to die. If he hadn't sought the truth, how ridiculous would it be? He wouldn't even know why she left him. What a fool. At that moment, he wanted to punch Frell a few times to vent his anger for daring to hide the truth. But now his best friend spoke the truth. Frell clicked his tongue, preparing to leave the room, finally having dealt with this musclehead. His jaw still hurt terribly. How could punches hurt so much? Million could no longer hold back. Due to this irritating guy, he decided he had to punch him a few times. Frell couldn't react. How could a rider fight a warrior? The Duke's office echoed with savage sounds deep into the night. The butler came in to announce that all the shipments had arrived as requested. As soon as he stepped in, he was horrified by the scene. The Duke's face was bruised and swollen. The butler quickly asked, Your Grace, what happened? Million replied, nothing much, just a few light punches. Looking at Million, it seemed nothing serious, as he was still working nonchalantly. The butler, having lived this long, couldn't believe anyone had the guts to hit the Duke. Million chuckled. I just saw him being weak and inactive, so it was boring to punch someone sitting still. I let him hit back, but I hit him more. The butler boldly guessed, Your Grace, are you talking about Mr. Frell? Did he fight with you? Million recounted the situation to the butler. That seemingly delicate guy punched quite hard, landing a straight punch on Million's face without holding back. Frell, panting, growled, Don't think I'll just take your punches, you bastard. Million, excited, taunted back, Come on then, you bastard. So the two normally composed dukes turned into reckless boys, yelling and punching each other fiercely in the office. After the fight, both were left panting, lying on the floor with faces covered in bruises. Million seriously asked, So why did Karina hide this from me? This was the part he couldn't understand the most. Frell took the chance to mock, Use your brain a bit, brother. Frell lay down to rest while explaining. This bull, despite being beaten, could still sit. Frell asked Million back, Didn't you find her to be a bothersome fiancé at that time? You even wanted to annul the engagement. If she had confessed she was ill while living at her fiancé's house, what if she was thrown out? Million saw some logic in that, but even so, they had a chance to talk again. Million retorted, Wasn't that your idea? Frell responded, Think about it. If it were you, would you dare to tell someone you hate that you were dying, risking being kicked out? Finally, Million understood. He could completely grasp the reason now. Frell asked Million, Are you planning to tell Karina? If so, you can't. Million scratched his chin, contemplating how to organize his thoughts and wondering if she would stay calm knowing he knew everything. He feared she would run away, having wanted to hide it from the start. Frell, seeing Million surprisingly calm, praised him. This situation requires careful consideration, otherwise, she might get scared and run away. Frell assessed his hot-headed friend who usually handled things with brute force. It seemed Karina had indeed changed this person. Frell smiled slightly, finally witnessing his reckless friend mature. However, there was one thing Million hadn't realized, and Frell wouldn't hint anymore. Too many hints wouldn't be fair. They needed to figure it out themselves. Thinking this through, Frell joked, "Look how bruised my face is. I won't be able to go out for 2 or 3 days." Million almost wanted to punch him a few more times for acting. Frell struggled to stand up, dusting off his clothes. His bones felt like they were falling apart. Frell bid Million farewell. "It's time for me to go." The Duke didn't hold back, directly sending him away. The butler anxiously said, "Your Grace, you should get treated, or the bruises will worsen by tomorrow." Million chuckled. "Stop nagging, old butler. It's just a few bruises, nothing serious. How about the documents that were sent?" The butler, feeling sorry for the Duke's appearance, reported, "All the documents you needed are in the study." Million slammed the table and stood up. "Good, let's get to work." The butler excitedly added, "Miss Karina would be happy to know this." Million replied, "She's asleep now, so let's think about that tomorrow." At that moment, the butler noticed a strange item in the Duke's office, a portrait of Duke Million. He asked, "Did Miss Karina paint this?" Million proudly showed it off. "Yes, she did. I didn't expect her to see me as this cool." The butler had to admit, "It's truly beautiful and lively." Walking down the long, dark corridor to the study, Million had a chance to sort out his thoughts. Just as Frell said, she didn't hide it intentionally but out of fear. She couldn't believe he would let her stay if he knew she had a terminal illness. Indeed, in the past, he was afraid she was a troublesome fiancé, always wanting to annul the engagement. That's why he used that condition to let her stay. But now it was different. Million had realized how much he wanted her. The truth was that he found out too late, making it even more painful than ever. The Duke's face, covered with scars, cast an overall gloom. So it wasn't because the physician or Frell despised him that he didn't speak, rather, it was his own foolishness that made him fail to realize how Karina had struggled to live and smile, saying she was fine while he clumsily tried to comfort her without understanding anything. At that moment, she had to force herself to endure. And Million now understood what she meant by thanking him for his comfort when they both expressed their feelings after that passionate kiss. Even though Karina couldn't lie, her eyes showed a kind of helplessness because she knew she was going to die. The moment Million realized this truth, his heart ached deeply. But now, the most important thing was to find a way. He couldn't just sit idly and reminisce while others worked. Million ordered the butler, "From now on, if anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm inspecting the territory. Absolutely no one is to be let in here." The butler took the order and left. Million buried himself in books and ancient texts, believing that the so-called incurable artistic disease was due to insufficient research. If he studied deeply enough now, even the rarest documents, he was confident he would find a cure. It was too early to be discouraged, and Million was the type of person who had to see things through to the end, never giving up. So he requested all the materials from the painting workshop owner and collected from other reputable sources as well. If he knew enough, he believed he would find the origin of the cure. Million turned page after page until his eyes were red, with only one important thought in his mind, to find a solution to save Karina. Million was determined not to lose Karina, no matter the cost. Indeed, Karina didn't realize her face betrayed her emotions, revealing all her joys, anger, sorrows, and happiness. It was because there was nothing more cruel than letting a terminally ill person love him. So Karina tried to push Million away. But for Million, things were different now. He had determined his feelings as clear as the morning sun, and they had become an obsession. Therefore, at any cost, he had to wrest Karina from the hands of death, because he was now terribly afraid of a world without her. Winter had covered everything, the snow was becoming thicker and more beautiful. Karina came here every day to enjoy the scenery, take walks to relax her mind, and let the ha she created play. This was a ha that Karina created with her own blood, so it wouldn't disappear suddenly. Karina recalled that Million had been somewhat tired lately, perhaps due to the ongoing war. Even though he stayed by her side more, eating and walking together more frequently, whenever she asked about it, he would just smile it off with forced cheerfulness. At that time, she couldn't do anything. As for Frell, she hadn't seen him since that terrifying day. Karina wondered if the handsome face of Frell had recovered. The last time she saw him, his face was swollen and red, covered in bandages, looking terrifying enough. Frell greeted Karina naturally, as if his injuries didn't exist. Karina found it hard to believe. Staring at him, she felt pain on his behalf, let alone for the one who suffered. Karina boldly asked, "Did you get beaten up? Your face is all swollen." Frell scratched his face, admitting, "Yeah. I didn't dare say anything, let alone that I got beaten." Karina was shocked. "Was it Duke Million who beat you like this?" Frell laughed, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We often had conflicts like this at the academy, so it's no big deal. Don't worry too much." Karina fell silent, wondering if it was truly nothing. His face looked like a pig's head now. Karina sighed, acknowledging that Million could be a bit harsh with those around him, but luckily, he was always good to her. Seeing the Ha playing happily, Karina mentioned, "The kid will soon wander into the forest." Although he didn't understand what Karina was saying, he still reacted warmly to her mood. Who would have known that this was the bloodthirsty monster, the target of this war? Karina whispered, "Thanks to it, Million has heard all my pleas, so there's something to be done soon." Karina's eyes showed a hint of sadness. When did she get used to a life intertwined with Million's presence? The more familiar it became, the more painful the separation would be. Her heart sank a bit. It wasn't a spasm, but rather Karina's heart bleeding. Just then, her private physician appeared. "It's time for your examination." He entered the room but didn't find her, so he came out here. Karina quickly apologized for making him search, explaining that she had been lost in thought during her walk and lost track of time. The physician advised, "Go inside and rest. Breathing in this cold air isn't good for your body." It was also time for a checkup. After diagnosing her physical symptoms and expressions, the physician began a psychological examination. "How have you been feeling lately?" Karina smiled and said, "Very well." Even if it wasn't true, she would still say that, as if by habit. The physician insisted, "You need to be honest. It's just me here, so feel free to share without any hesitation." For a moment, Karina felt sad and admitted, "If I said nothing's wrong, that would be a lie. Every time the seizures come, I feel like I'm dying, even wanting to die to end it. But thinking of Million makes me want to keep living." Karina looked at the doctor and gave a wry smile, honestly admitting, "I just wanted to leave peacefully before, but now I don't feel the same. I feel guilty about the people involved here, they would be heartbroken and haunted by my death." The doctor sighed and advised, "Don't think too much. Everyone here sincerely cares about you. It's not necessarily going to become a headache." Karina shook her head, looking sorrowful. "But I do feel a huge sense of guilt towards Million. It feels like it would have been better if I had just left back then." The doctor fell silent. This girl was becoming increasingly negative, partly because of her illness, and partly due to her habit of being overly concerned about those around her. In the brightly lit room, Karina stated an undeniable truth, "You'll die every day. The seizures become more severe, and the headaches worsen. I feel like it's coming to an end." Karina clenched her hands tightly to control her emotions. As her doctor, he felt helpless as he watched his patient wither away day by day, unable to do anything. In the midst of their conversation, a servant asked to enter and announced, "The Lord invites you to dinner. If there's nothing else, may we prepare your attire and makeup?" Karina quickly asked the servant to wait a moment, then thanked the doctor for his visit. She suggested discussing other matters later, since the main issue had been addressed. The doctor took his leave, saying goodbye and promising to return. After getting dressed and made up, Karina went down to the banquet hall of the mansion, now decorated with white roses, beautiful and pure. The dress Million had prepared for Karina also featured white roses, making her look like a fairy full of life. But all day long she had been thinking about the Duke, which made her feel a bit shy about facing him now. Million waited for Karina at the top of the stairs. Today he looked very elegant in black and white, simple but not monotonous. He courteously helped Karina with her chair, taking care of her every need. Karina felt this closeness was both strange and familiar. In the past, she wouldn't have thought much of it, but now every time they were close, her heart raced. It felt like they were on a romantic date, surrounded by roses and candlelight. Million complimented Karina's dress. "It really suits you," she responded, "but I truly think it's very splendid and beautiful." Million coughed and changed the subject. "In 2 days, we're going out. Are you ready? I'll have the servants prepare everything for you, so don't worry." Karina gently replied, slightly off topic, "I feel that having meals together has been difficult for a long time." Million teased, "Do you feel lonely when I don't eat with you?" Karina blushed and hurriedly reacted, giving the Duke a chance to laugh and tease her more. "Why does your face show that you're eagerly waiting for me?" Karina denied it. "Not at all." She suddenly realized he was teasing her, and Million denied it, saying he wasn't teasing. Karina became serious again and whispered, "Million, you're always so busy, yet you find time to have meals with me every day. It's quite miraculous." The Duke affirmed, "Spending time with you isn't a hardship for me." But he added, "Is that all you wanted to say?" Karina was a bit confused, not understanding what else the Duke wanted to convey. Million stood up and said, "For you, telling the truth is very difficult, so maybe it's more reasonable for me to speak first." Karina watched him approach her, gentle and respectful, his hands always reaching out to protect, care for, and comfort her. Million caressed her cheek and softly said, "I've been very lonely without you." Karina's feelings became complex, with confusion, a fluttering heart, and disbelief. She didn't understand what he was doing. Million continued, as if reading her thoughts, "Is it strange for you to hear that I feel lonely?" Karina looked down, her cheeks burning. Not strange, just a bit surprising. Looking at his delicate girl, who always seemed to need protection but pretended everything was fine, Million suggested, "Let's eat." "I don't intend to interrupt dinner just because I'm happy to see you." Karina softly admitted, "Actually, I've been very lonely too." But Million didn't hear it, as she spoke too softly. When asked again, Karina refused to admit it. They started their dinner, with Karina only eating a few bland dishes as her stomach had almost stopped functioning. Million asked about her health. "How are the seizures lately? Are you feeling better?" Karina cheerfully replied, "Everything is getting better." But Million knew she was lying. If she didn't want to tell the truth, he wouldn't press her. He reminded her, "If you feel unwell, even just a little, you must let me know immediately." He always reminded her of this, but Karina just smiled to reassure him. How could she hide it? Million looked at Karina with a regretful, sorrowful expression. This girl always smiled despite her suffering. Karina noticed Million's strange demeanor. Though he pretended nothing was wrong, asking, "Is the food to your taste?" There was a hint of sadness. Karina boldly asked, "Million, is there something on your mind?" For the first time, the usually free-spirited Million avoided eye contact. Should he tell her or not? But if he did, she might leave. He toyed with his glass of bitter wine and admitted, "Yes, there's something very sad." Million confided in Karina, "There's a flower I've been caring for and loving deeply, but recently I found out it's withering away. It hasn't been long, and there's nothing to keep it alive. It's my favorite flower. I wondered if I could save it, but they said it would soon vanish because it's drying up. The only flower in Million's heart forever is Karina, the most beautiful bloom." Karina curiously asked, "Do you also like flowers?" Million calmly replied, "That is the rare flower I first saw since I was born." Karina felt this story was very familiar, but it seemed that Million was genuinely sad about that flower. Million only hoped that she could understand, even just a little. He couldn't speak directly, but also couldn't leave things ambiguous. The sad silhouette of the Duke was deeply imprinted in Karina's eyes. She didn't want it to be like that. She didn't know why, but she wanted Million to always smile as usual. If there was something he could say, he should say it. If he was angry, he could scold. Thinking so, Karina stood up and walked to his side. At least this was something she could do. She comforted the sad Duke. "It will be all right. That flower will grow elsewhere, so you just need to find it and plant it again." Million wanted to reply, "But if it's truly like that, can I find you again, or will you disappear forever? You offer me comfort without knowing that you are that very flower, the only one in the world." Million looked at Karina for a long time, not saying anything, not knowing how to respond. Karina kept trying to comfort him, even though it hurt, not knowing how long she would have to wait. If it wasn't dead, how could it be revived? Million tightly held the hand on his shoulder that was comforting him. This girl always smiled and knew how to console others, but was not perceptive at all. Karina even suggested, "If you don't want the flower to die, I can make a medicine for you." Million asked back, "Will the medicine you make be effective?" Karina stammered, "Although it hasn't been tested on plants, it might work." In the vast, spacious banquet hall, two people were speaking different languages, but ultimately shared the same goal of saving a life with all their hearts. Million sorrowfully asked, "If the medicine is effective, why don't you take it? If it's like a cure-all, won't your seizures be cured?" Karina dejectedly confessed, "The medicine I create doesn't work on me." Indeed, he didn't expect much of an answer. Million had thought and hoped too much, resulting in only a series of endless sighs. Having researched so much yet still no cure, it seemed he could only rely on Hazel, the only medicine that made Karina feel better until now. Karina concluded to cheer up the Duke. "Next time, please try using that medicine for the flower, okay?" Million sighed. "Thank you for helping, but I have a gift for you." He took out a simple dark red gift box from his inner pocket. Karina curiously asked, "What is it?" Million mysteriously said, "Want to know? Open it and see." As soon as she opened the box, Karina was extremely surprised. Inside was a meticulously crafted necklace with hazel stone, along with a cute bracelet. Million explained that it was a necklace and bracelet made from hazel stone. He had requested they be made as small as possible so they weren't heavy. Although it took some time, he hoped she wouldn't mind. Karina beamed and hugged the gift box, whispering, "Thank you, Million." Feeling it was still not enough, Karina excitedly said, "Really, thank you." She wanted to try it on immediately. Her radiant smile was so rare and beautiful that it made Million only able to subconsciously agree. Karina put the bracelet on her slender wrist, which matched perfectly with her outfit that evening, as if Million had prepared everything in advance. Seeing her smile, Million was satisfied, not expecting she would like it so much. He made a request. "Can I put the necklace on you?" Karina was a bit surprised but didn't refuse. She handed the hazel stone necklace to Duke Million. He gently unfastened the clasp, moving behind her to put it on. A sincere compliment came from the Duke, "The necklace on your slender, fair neck looks truly fitting." Karina touched the pendant, feeling thrilled because it was a gift from Million, and even more so because he had personally put it on her. This made her even happier. Their pose while putting on the necklace unintentionally brought them closer together. They looked at each other passionately. The one who took the initiative was always Duke Million. He caressed her frail cheek gently and tenderly said, "Don't avoid me." Karina fully cooperated, immersed in the swirling kiss. Million whispered in her ear, "Don't die, okay?" It was his heartfelt wish. Feeling her hair and breath so vividly, Million was very afraid that one day these lips would turn cold. He feared everything would slip out of his grasp despite his efforts. Karina was still immersed in the sweet kiss of love. Each had their own feelings. Karina wanted to be loved until her last moments, while Million hoped she would stay with him forever. Ultimately, it was fate that could not escape the hands of the Creator. The next day, Karina finished packing her luggage to go out with Million. Everything was complete, including her drawing tools. Karina sighed in relief, thinking that everything was ready. She only needed to pick up her clothes, and though she had only done a little, she was already out of breath. Her body was weak, but finally, tomorrow she would leave for the forest with Million, just as he had promised. She had to beg him for a long time to get permission. Initially, the servants wanted to help, but she refused, believing that she couldn't let the maids do everything for her. Million had given her so many things that there wasn't much left to prepare. Thinking about Million made her heart flutter with an indescribable mix of emotions, including a bit of pain. He no longer hid his feelings and confessed everything, making Karina feel like she couldn't push him away. Above all, she was happy that her feelings were reciprocated. Although Million was the one who spoke out, Karina hadn't responded yet. Remembering the kiss they shared that night made Karina blush. She quickly shook off the thought and looked out at the garden where the Ha was living. He was being fed stones, and many soldiers were grumbling because he ate too quickly for them to count. One of them asked, "Why don't you come before he eats it?" It was because he arrived late. Watching the Ha's life made Karina a bit happy. He was healthier and even happier than she had imagined. She remembered that the Ha could communicate with his kind. During the last battle, she heard him tell the others that he was different from her. She wanted to ask him more clearly but forgot. Maybe she would do it later. Now, she needed to prepare a few more things for their departure tonight. As she turned around, a violent shock from her heart made Karina collapse to the floor, clutching her chest in pain. The expression on her face was extremely contorted as the pain was unbearable. It felt like her body and mind were being torn apart. This pain would gradually spread to her limbs and throughout her entire body until there was no place that didn't hurt. At that point, she would be ravaged as a price to pay. She hated this pain immensely but didn't want to give in. Karina grabbed the pendant Million had given her. Now she had a goal, a desire, and a future. She wanted to be with that person. She prayed to the gods for a few more seconds or minutes. As long as she could endure it, she could suppress the pain. Only by doing this could she get rid of this heart-wrenching pain and the gradual loss of her life. The pain dazed her mind, and she cried silently. Someone was approaching outside, possibly Million or someone else, but Karina didn't want them to know because she was afraid. Just then, a servant opened the door to check on her. "Miss, are you all right?" She saw Karina convulsing on the floor and rushed over in a panic to ask if Karina was okay. But now Karina was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. Her vision blurred, and her ears rang. She wanted to say that she was fine and not to call for anyone, because if they did, Million would worry even more. However, her consciousness gradually faded into nothingness. Karina passed out and only woke up the next morning. She felt as though her entire body had lost all strength. Her head was pounding. She tried to sit up but had no strength and felt a bit cold. She instinctively sought warmth, finding something warm beside her. Karina snuggled closer, suddenly waking up fully. What she touched was firm and warm, rising and falling. Karina opened her eyes to see Million's face close to hers, looking at her with deep affection. Million gently greeted her, "Good morning." Karina thought she was dreaming, but it wasn't a dream. Million was lying beside her, very real and noble. Clearly, the maid had seen her convulsing yesterday, so how did it turn into Million now? Karina wanted to ask why Million was there, but he asked first. "You've been sleeping for a long time. Are you thirsty? I'll get you some water." His intimate behavior made Karina blush. She tried to stay calm and asked, "Why are you in my room?" Million calmly replied, "We'll talk about that later. Drink some water first." He poured a warm cup of water that the servant had prepared earlier. Million handed the cup to Karina, who obediently drank it. She was used to Million's care and didn't question it. After drinking, Karina glanced at Million and asked for permission again, because she knew that if she was in pain like this, Million wouldn't allow her to go. She mumbled, "I had a slight seizure, but I'm fine now." Million knew what she meant and replied, mimicking her tone of saying it was nothing, "I know. You want to ask about the trip. Because of your seizure, but this time I won't forbid you, Karina." He understood how much time he had left with her, so he didn't want to waste it. Karina fell silent. Million understood her better than she did herself. Million chuckled. "It's not like I'm reading your mind. Everything you want to say is written all over your face." Million then instructed, "We'll leave at 9 o'clock. I'll go ahead, and you, the doctor, and Frell will follow to make sure you're safe." Karina asked, "Why don't we go together?" Million gently explained, "Because we don't know what dangers await us at the destination. We need to scout first to ensure it's safe for you. Also, you need more energy, right?" With that, Million caressed Karina's lips. This time, she accepted it easily. Million leaned in, wanting to kiss her again. Karina didn't resist, but Million only smiled without proceeding. He was happy because Karina had accepted him. Embarrassed, she scolded him softly, "Not now." Million laughed. "Why not? You need energy, right?" Karina countered, "That's not food. It doesn't give energy." Million laughed and left, telling her to rest until it was time to prepare. Before leaving, he ruffled her hair like a child, making her hair a mess. Watching him leave, Karina felt a bit excited. She didn't understand their relationship. They weren't lovers but not just friends either. That night she had heard his confession and accepted his kiss, but she hadn't responded, and he hadn't asked again. So was their relationship now defined by kissing? Realizing she had slept for a whole day, she knew there wasn't much time left. Karina wrote down the things she had done, so now she just had to finish the rest. Karina was determined to make sure this trip was meaningful. She wanted to hold on to this happiness with Million, even if just a little. Outside the castle, the servants bustled about preparing luggage for the journey, weapons, warm blankets, and supplies piled high for the trek into the snow-covered forest. Frell stepped close to Karina, taking his position as her rearguard protector while Million's vanguard team had already set off ahead. Frell's eyes remained constantly alert and protective. The red-brown-haired young man, Guard Gordon, who was supposed to be with Lord Million in the vanguard, had instead been reassigned to the escort group at the rear. The reason was obvious to everyone, to protect Lady Karina. Towering over her, Frell bent down and explained that he had prepared a carriage. It would make the journey far more comfortable for her than riding horseback. Gordon cut in, glancing toward the brown-skinned, two-horned figure nearby and suggesting with a smirk, "Or shall we just ride Hertha?" Thanks to the household servant's thoughtfulness, a golden ribbon had been tied around it, like a blessing for soldiers heading into battle. In practical terms, though, the ribbon served to distinguish this artificially created monster from the ferocious native creatures of the forest. Karina approached and greeted it. The courteous being bowed low and extended a large hand in return. She gently stroked it, then asked with a smile. "With such a pretty bow, do you think I should ride you?" Hertha opened its palm and slowly lifted Karina into the air, much to Gordon's visible doubt about the safety of the arrangement. Karina felt at ease in that hold and assured everyone she was fine, until Hertha suddenly raised her all the way onto its shoulder. The abrupt height was no small shock for someone as frail as she was. Gordon panicked and hurriedly instructed, "Hertha, Don't move too fast, and absolutely no fighting while you're carrying the lady. Hertha shot the knight aboard, disdainful look. In that moment, both silently cursed each other in perfect unison, bastard. The carriage wheels began to roll. They would soon catch up with the vanguard ahead. While walking, Karina chatted leisurely with her pet, explaining its artificial origins and quietly wondering aloud why it had managed to endure for so long. Hertha, endowed with a certain level of intelligence, answered in its low, deliberate voice, I was fed. I ate a core, what I call a heron. Karina froze. So, they used that to replace my life force? But how? The entire convoy moved slowly onward through the blinding white snowfall. Far ahead, the vanguard had long since entered the forest depths. The path was cleared, and the last monster had fallen, ensuring safety for Lord Million's fiancé traveling behind. Each slain beast yielded a precious heron core along with a large amount of natural provisions. Yet the one lying here now contained no core. Million ordered the soldiers to clean up the red liquid staining the snow and to drag the monster carcasses out of sight, so Karina would not see them and become frightened. Faced with the enormous workload, the men nearly lost their minds, but no one dared defy the commander. They grumbled at each other, then reluctantly went to fetch water for washing. Rohan, a gruff knight, muttered curses under his breath as he walked off. Another reported that the area needing cleanup was as large as a room, yet Million insisted it be done quickly before the second team arrived. Watching his brothers toil so hard, Million felt a twinge of guilt. But his number one priority was his wife. She would surely be unable to bear such a gruesome sight. With the depth of love that consumed him, Million only wanted to see her smile for the rest of his life. How many times in the past had he hurt her by pushing her away? Yet she never showed it. She made him feel utterly wretched precisely because she never asked for anything, never voiced a single desire. Her time was running out. The cracked hourglass of her life poured sand faster every day. That was why Million desperately needed more heron stones, perhaps they were the only thing that could save her. He clenched his fists, fear gripping him, and gave the order, when the second team arrives, we rest a few hours each day. Tomorrow we hunt again at first light. The exhausted soldiers replied yes, sir in weary unison. A close comrade glanced after Million and asked where he was going. Just stepping out for some air. The knight sighed. He's already outside, probably going to meet her. And indeed he was. Million turned back toward the rear, heart restless, anxious to know whether Karina had arrived safely and comfortably. Meanwhile, the second team trudged slowly through the snow. Hertha plodded along with giant, listless steps. Karina noticed and asked if it was bored from moving so slowly. Hertha let out a low growl, its version of a complaint. Karina didn't know what to do. Behind them came the heavily burdened wagons and porters. They simply couldn't go any faster. She turned and asked Sir Gordon for permission to go ahead, convincing the dutiful knight that Hertha was safe enough and the vanguard was already up front. Though reluctant, Gordon could not stop her. He only cautioned her to be careful. With that, Karina cheerfully told her pet, let's go. In pure delight, Hertha bared its teeth in a grin, lifted its face to breathe the crisp high air, and began to move at full strength. Karina sat on the monster's shoulder, a little dizzy from the sudden speed, yet overwhelmed with comfort and freedom. For the first time in what felt like forever, she laughed freely, as though she had finally taken control of her own life. She asked Hertha if it felt good. Of course, being free to run wild. Hertha was jubilant, charging through the vast forest at breathtaking speed. At this pace, she calculated, they would reach the vanguard very soon. From her high vantage point she spotted a distant figure and wondered what someone could be doing in such a desolate place. Then, as if answering her deepest unspoken wish, Karina's eyes widened in astonishment. It was him, her fiancé. He had come back to meet her. Million, equally stunned, stared wide-eyed and confirmed, yes, it really was his wife, riding a monster. Hertha knelt gracefully, gently setting Karina down and entrusting her to the Duke. Million approached and extended his hand to help her down, his eyes sparkling with delight. He had pictured her arriving in the gentle comfort of a carriage, not in this bold, powerful manner atop a monster. Karina blushed, unable to hide her obvious thrill at having tasted such speed. It felt, she said softly, a little like riding a horse, and how she wished, one day, she could truly ride one. Million gently removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The day was bitterly cold, and the simple gesture melted her heart once more. He promised her, with quiet sincerity, that he would teach her to ride a horse someday. Meanwhile, Hertha had already settled into a slow, contented doze. The Duke and his wife held hands as they walked. Karina, beaming with happiness, told him that riding a horse was actually the very first item on the secret list of things she wanted to do before the end, one she had written down in her little notebook. In the middle of her joy, she suddenly added, almost casually, that both she and Hertha were slowly dying. The words hit Million like a bucket of ice water in the freezing air. His eyes widened in terror as the image flashed through his mind, a bouquet meant for her, laid instead upon a gravestone bearing only her name. While fear gripped him, Karina continued speaking with eerie calm, describing that distant future and the experiences she still hoped to cross off her list. Million asked, very seriously, very gently, for more details about that list. Karina thought of the 4 great wishes of her life, to resolve things with her family, to paint and be recognized for it, and finally, the most important one, to travel the world with Million, to taste all kinds of delicious pastries, to keep pets, to marry him, to have a child together, and to give that child all the love she herself had never received. Her gaze dropped. There was one other wish equally important, that she still could not voice aloud, that she loved him. She would keep that one locked inside her heart. So when he pressed gently, she only shook her head and whispered, "It's nothing." Million tried to ask again, but she promised softly, "I'll tell you someday." He indulged her mood for now, letting her savor the crisp, peaceful air while he quietly tended to her every need. Karina's eyes brimmed with emotion when she learned how tirelessly he had been searching for more heron stones on her behalf. The atmosphere grew heavy again as their conversation turned to the future. Million's heart ached when she spoke obliquely of a day when he would marry someone else, have children with someone else, because she knew she would not remain in this world much longer. They stood side by side, yet these perfect moments felt so fragile, so easily stolen away. Still, he looked straight into her eyes and said firmly, "I only want you. No one else." The words moved her even more deeply. Tears welled up as she whispered that she would have to leave him one day. Million pulled her into his arms in sudden, desperate fear. "I want you to live," he said, voice breaking. "Stay with me forever." At last, overwhelmed, Karina confessed through her tears, "I love you too much. I'm so sorry for being a burden to you." Million froze, stunned by the words he had never expected to hear. They clung to each other tightly in the quiet forest, wrapped in a fragile, beautiful silence. Meanwhile, in the exhibition hall of a grand bank, 2 figures stood in line among the crowd of visitors. No one else but Leopold, father and son, being courteously escorted by the bank steward. The moment they stepped inside, the father made no attempt to hide his blunt eagerness. He wanted to see a certain recently famous painting, one credited to the artist Karina. While waiting, he muttered to Infric, questioning the authenticity of the rumors. He carried himself with haughty certainty that his daughter could never be the source of such celebrated fame. After all, she had never even been taught to paint. Infric, weary and exasperated, replied that it was he, the father, who had pushed a child into the shadows. She had tried to tell them she was fine, right up until the day she cut ties with them completely. How dare they now speak as though none of it had happened? When Infric learned his little sister had left the house for good, guilt had eaten at him relentlessly. He had never once asked her, "Are you okay?" Every wound they inflicted on her, it was truly their fault. But the father refused to see it that way. He felt nothing wrong with the way he had raised his children. He shot Infric a reproachful glance. Infric glared back in fury. "We wronged Karina." At that moment, the guard called the Leopold family name. They were ushered into the exhibition room. The painting slowly came into view. Nothing more than a large tree in a forest clearing. Beneath it, a small family enjoyed a picnic, vivid, technically masterful, alive with warmth. The father froze. Something about it felt eerily familiar. He had once glimpsed an early sketch of this very scene in his daughter's room, the first time he ever stepped inside. Infric called him over and pointed out what he too had just noticed. It was them, the exact picnic they had taken so very long ago. No one else. Just them. Under the tree, they were a perfect, complete family. And Karina was nowhere in it. Infrik stood speechless, seeing, for the first time, his sister's pain laid bare through her own world. Explaining this to his father felt impossible. He could only clutch his head in helpless frustration. His father still didn't understand. To him, it was simply a well-executed painting, and proof that their family had produced a talented artist. He felt proud. And so he decided to put an end to Infrik's doubts about his judgment. He would go see Karina himself. Yet as he gazed at the painting, a faint emptiness tugged at him. He finally conceded to Infrik, they needed to bring her home. He would write a letter to the north. Elsewhere, Karina lay unconscious in Million's arms, utterly exhausted after the long journey and the relentless waves of pain she had fought through. Million carried her back to the camp, where the soldiers had already set up the tents with near-perfect efficiency. A guard lifted the tent flap, and Million stepped inside, gently laying her down on the prepared bed. Ever attentive, the guard brought fresh water and a soft cloth to help soothe her fever. Million waved him off quietly, "I'll take care of it," and they both stepped outside. He walked to a secluded corner, lit a cigar, and drew deeply, trying to steady the helpless thoughts churning inside him. A moment later, he issued an order to the guard, "Gordon, we're heading deeper into the forest to hunt." By then Karina had stirred awake. Million returned to her side, sat on the edge of the bed, and spoke softly with her. Overcome with emotion, he suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground, trembling, and begged her, "Please don't die, Karina. Please, want to live. Because I love you." Karina pulled him into her arms, no longer able to resist the raw sincerity of his words. Though she could promise nothing when so much lay beyond her control, she managed a faint smile and whispered, "I agree." A week passed since their arrival. Million threw himself tirelessly into hunting monsters, driven by the desperate hope of gathering more heron stones, while Karina remained in the tent, painting. Frell sat beside her, chatting idly while also fulfilling his role as protector. These were rare, luxurious moments for Karina, and she savored every second of them. In one quiet instant, he leaned in and kissed her, only for a few servants and the steward to walk in at exactly the wrong moment. Million shooed them out, cheeks burning at their muffled giggles. Later, Million and Karina shared a warm meal together, talking softly. She murmured sweet words of affection that sent waves of pure joy through him. They kissed again, and with playful promise agreed to continue after they finished eating properly. They needed strength, after all, because the camp would soon be relocated deeper into the forest. Karina's excitement was simple and pure compared to the mountain of worries weighing on Million. She was thrilled at the thought of painting snow-covered mountains in winter. During this expedition, Hertha played a crucial role in tracking down genuine monsters. In quieter moments, it behaved like just another member of the camp, affectionate and puppy-like. The only drawback was how much heron it consumed to stay alive. Karina's earlier suspicions were steadily confirmed. The power of the cores was being used to supplement both her own fading life force and Hertha's existence. One evening over dinner, Million told her an old story. Long before this land became part of the Empire, centuries ago, it had once brimmed with magic. And among those ancient forces were the heron stones, serving as a kind of substitute, a way to sustain what nature could not. Karina pieced it together. Whenever she had created other wondrous things under the strange, insistent commands deep inside her mind, those creations had been vivid and lifelike, yet never truly alive, never capable of independent thought like Hertha. Even the very first Hertha she had drawn had not lasted long, it had been completely feral. But this time, infused with heron, her Hertha felt like a genuine living being. The meal continued and eventually ended. Everything proceeded according to plan, and Million pressed on relentlessly with his heron collection. He returned from battles utterly drained, facing colossal monsters whose sheer size left even the soldiers in awe and terror. Yet his unbreakable will brought them down one after another. Lord Imperial Carlos had joined the expedition as well, not to fight, but to study. He was particularly interested in how Karina's Hertha communicated with its master, and how it differed from wild, untouched heron-bearing Hertha specimens. The soldiers groaned in despair at the new orders, bring back multiple intact monster corpses. Exhaustion set in quickly. The squad leaders frowned, breathing heavily on the frozen ground, unsure how to manage the impossible task. Even Duke Million himself had fought without rest for 3 straight days. One captain suggested quietly, "My lord, perhaps we should return to the lady now. We're all spent." Million agreed it was time. "Rest for a bit," he told them. "Then we bring every single one of these back to camp. After that, you can all rest properly." The words, meant to encourage, only made the men want to weep. Even when divided into smaller loads, the sheer bulk of the dissected Hertha parts was backbreaking for the knights. Million, anxious, wanted to find a lake first, to wash off the layers of blood and grime from his hands and clothes before Karina saw him and became frightened. In the end, they survived the return journey, hauling their hard-won trophies back with them. No matter how one looked at it, hunting these monsters was essential for the territory's winter stores, far more valuable than hunting bears or wild boars, simply because of their enormous size. Periel meticulously sketched every part in his notebooks, turning the corpses into detailed anatomical diagrams like pages from a medical text. All this exertion had also taken a visible toll on Feriel's once flawless appearance. When Million finally returned, he proudly showed Frell the results. The forest had been cleared so thoroughly that it would be hard to find any monsters left in the area now. Barrels upon barrels of heron stones were stacked high. Gripping his sword tightly, Million hurried to report the triumph to Karina. But she was utterly spent from hours of painting and lay in a deep, feverish sleep. Fortunately, Dr. Winston had been tending to her constantly in recent days. The men stood anxiously around her bedside for a moment before quietly withdrawing. Million sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking her cheek and whispering her name. Karina's eyes fluttered open. Slowly she sat up and accepted the cup of water he offered. He leaned close, brushed her cheek tenderly, and murmured with concern about how exhausted she looked after these past few days. Once she felt a little stronger, he suggested a short walk outside, wrapped in a thick blanket, of course. She had no real chance of walking on her own, he simply scooped her up into his arms. She protested shyly, asking to be put down so she could walk, but Million refused with a playful grin. "This is one of the privileges of being my beloved." In his embrace, her pain seemed to fade. They whispered sweet nothings to each other like any other couple in love. Then, as though rewarding himself for all the hardship, he bent down and kissed her deeply, passionately. While they were enjoying their quiet happiness, the researcher of rare creatures found himself at a complete impasse. Frell stared helplessly at the thick stack of documents he had painstakingly compiled. None of it offered any real path to saving Karina. He blamed himself bitterly. Yet looking around, everyone was trying their hardest. Dr. Winston patted him on the shoulder in gentle consolation. Outside, even Hertha was doing its part. The creature had just proudly dragged back a deer, convinced it was a heron-bearing monster, its face beaming with eager excitement. In the end, Dr. Winston and Frell did manage to uncover a small glimmer of hope in their research. It wasn't groundbreaking, but it lifted their spirits just enough to keep going. Meanwhile, back at the Leopold household, Karina's father was buried in work. As the head of the family, he never stopped worrying, never stopped sacrificing. Infric, too, was an outstanding young man who received every favor and opportunity. Yet lately he had been wearing himself thin, partly because of Karina's disappearance. This worried their already frail mother deeply. She spoke to him with feverish concern. He was the future of the Count's house, and the journey he was about to undertake would be bitterly cold. She believed he shouldn't go to such a place at all. Infric sighed heavily. "I need to meet my little sister face to face," he said. Then, looking straight at his mother, he asked quietly, "Don't you think that's necessary too?" His mother replied with mournful resignation. She regretted what had happened with Karina, of course, but if both the family head and the heir were gone for nearly 2 full months, what would become of everything? Besides, she added, this so-called art disease probably wasn't life-threatening anyway. Perhaps Karina had simply been angry and was exaggerating, maybe even deceiving them all. Hearing such oblivious words, Infric, the clearest-minded person in the Leopold family, could no longer hold back. He shouted. "Enough! Why on earth would Karina lie to us?" His father's head throbbed from the argument. As a husband who loved his wife dearly, he immediately intervened. "Enrique, Stop it. How can you speak to your mother like that? Enrique, Infric, and Ferric, by chapter 66 even he himself wasn't entirely sure anymore. Infric reined in his anger, lowered his head, and muttered, "I'm sorry." His father then began defending his wife's viewpoint with calm logic. If it's an art disease, then all she has to do is stop painting and she'll be cured. The reasoning was so straightforward it almost sounded reasonable. Yet Karina's older brother quietly asked himself, if it were really that simple, why hasn't Karina just stopped? Exhausted, he answered them both, "You two truly don't understand anything. From the very beginning, Karina hasn't been able to stop painting. It's like a knight who cannot drop his sword, a scientist who cannot close his books. If she stops, she'll collapse." Just then, the twin children burst into the room, clamoring anxiously that they wanted to go search for Karina too. Their father gently refused. The road was long and perilous, they had to stay home. He promised he would do everything to bring their big sister back. Hearing that innocent promise made to little Abelia, Infric's heart grew even heavier. He and the steward froze at the sight. Abelia was whining softly that she was so bored without her big sister, that she wanted Karina to come home and play with her again. The scene of this seemingly loving, complete family looked perfect on the surface. But to Infric, it was anything but, because without Karina, it simply wasn't. And so they set out for the north to find her. Among the traveling party was Abelia's personal physician, who chattered cheerfully the whole way, delighted by the novel journey. He had come at the summons of old Master Winston, not because of Karina herself. His overly bright demeanor irritated Infric. He gripped the reins tighter, face somber, and urged his horse onward. Up in the north, winter was finally beginning to wane. Something subtly different was stirring in the still snow-laden forest. Karina and Million were taking a leisurely walk, admiring the changing scenery. She reached out eagerly to touch the trunk of a tree encased in glittering ice, feeling as though a dragon were about to awaken beneath the frost. They still hadn't returned to the castle. All this time, Million had been sharing her bed, anxiously watching over her through every wave of pain. And even after they returned to the castle, they would continue sleeping together like this. They were engaged now, true lovers in every sense. Karina blushed and tried to protest shyly, explaining that she had already given him the annulment document. In response, Million simply scooped her up into his arms and pressed a long, searing kiss to her lips, an unspoken declaration. Annulment? Never in 1,000 years. He asked softly if there was anything she wanted to do. Karina murmured, eyes averted, "I want to go down, under you." The words made him flush instantly, but she quickly clarified with an embarrassed laugh that she simply meant she wanted to stand on the ground instead of being carried. She felt a little heavier today. She had secretly tucked a few books inside her coat, and worried it might tire him. Million laughed warmly. To him, it was no trouble at all. But they were outside, he reminded her gently, they should head back to the tent first. They mounted the same horse together. As they hurried back toward the residence, he leaned close and murmured something far more suggestive. "Karina. I've never been on top before. This time, let's try it. I've always been ready." Karina's face turned scarlet in an instant. He was right, he had always stayed beneath her, holding her close, whispering sweet words against her skin. Though their intimacy had remained quite innocent so far, lying cradled against the beautiful chest of her fiancé felt like a dream to her. She wished it could last forever. Million swallowed a quiet sigh. More than anything, he yearned to see her live far beyond this fragile moment. The preciousness of it terrified him. He held her tighter in his arms, yet not too tightly, afraid to hurt her frail body. Just as they were exchanging a few intimate, whispered words, a voice called from outside, startling them both. They scrambled apart in a panic, hastily straightening their clothes and composure. Million clutched his head, grumbling under his breath, "What the hell is it at a time like this?" Frell shot him a murderous glare and fired back, "What the hell were you about to do to a frail, sickly girl?" Million fell silent, muttering defensively that it was none of his damn business. The midnight meeting began in dead seriousness. Side A, Million and his fiancé, and Side B, Frell. Frell spoke first, delivering the news with the sharp mind of a seasoned merchant. Every single one of Karina's paintings had sold out. Under the now famous name Karina, they had become highly sought-after treasures. People were practically fighting and outbidding each other for them. For Karina, the joy was immense. For the first time, she was truly wealthy in her own right, no longer dependent on millions' support. Yet that happiness paled in comparison to the matter of life and death now hanging over her. Frell had come to tell them a story, Karina and the Heron. The title alone made Million fold his arms and lean forward, suddenly deadly serious. Frell began dramatically, promising that the ending would shock them to death. He had experimented with heron stones on animals first. Ordinary creatures couldn't withstand the power, they simply burned up. So he moved on to higher-level subjects, his own kind. Frell himself. As someone born with magical musical talent, his physique bore striking similarities to Karina's. The results were inconsistent, some stones worked, others did nothing. Karina exploded. She slammed her palms on the table and shot to her feet. Frell, are you insane? What if those experiments had gone horribly wrong? She grabbed his hand tightly, pleading, don't gamble with your own body like that. Please. The raw emotion in her voice left Frell speechless. Million, meanwhile, stared pointedly at their still-joined hands. Frell awkwardly pulled away, promising he wouldn't do anything so reckless again. Then he placed a small drawing on the table, a rabbit, and began the real story he had been holding back. He spoke of the Creator, an omnipotent force that brought wondrous things into existence. Million nodded. Whatever this was, it clearly operated on a level far beyond any ordinary disease. After his experiments, Frell began to wonder, why were heron-bearing monsters born at all, unless... Million snapped irritably, don't stop at the dramatic part. Karina, however, listened with eerie calm. Frell, still devastatingly handsome even in the dim lamplight, leaned forward and dropped the bombshell hypothesis, those heron-bearing monsters, they've already died once. Completely. Heron is what revives them, granting them new life. He believed the demons and beasts had fed indiscriminately, including on heron stones, accumulating them inside their bodies. With enough heron, resurrection became possible. Million stared in stunned silence, but Frell backed it up with solid evidence. Annual reports on monster populations showed no decline, despite Million slaughtering them relentlessly. That meant the ones carrying heron were regenerating. It wasn't mere speculation. Frell had tested it. He locked a rabbit in an unbreakable cage, fed it heron, then killed it. The body didn't decompose. After 1 week, it came back to life. He repeated the process 4 times. On the 5th death, it did not revive, but the corpse remained perfectly preserved, as though frozen in time. Million slammed his fist on the table and roared, are you telling me to kill her? Are you fucking kidding me? Frell clutched his head and shot back, do you think this is a joke? Karina had been sitting in stunned silence throughout the unbelievable tale. Now she gently placed her hand over Million's, trying to soothe him. He was still muttering curses under his breath, shit, but slowly calming himself. Karina asked quietly, is that everything you know, Frell? He nodded. Yes. Her eyes shimmered with emotion and fragile hope as she took Million's hand in both of hers, gazing at him with worry. Frell warned her gravely. Be very careful with this decision. The consequence could be real, permanent death. Karina didn't hesitate long. She spoke softly, Frell. I came here. I've felt warmth. I've experienced kindness. I've learned gentleness, and how to cherish it. I've met good people, things I thought were only dreams have become real. And because those dreams are so precious, I don't dare gamble even a single second of them. Frell fell silent, understanding completely. But there was one thing he hadn't finished saying. The success of such a gamble depended on one crucial factor, the quality of the heron. Heron came in 3 grades. The highest, supreme quality, glowed with a shimmering purple light like the aurora. Extremely rare. Frell produced a small sample and placed it before them. It sparkled with unearthly beauty, unmistakably top grade. Yet even this one was tiny, typical of what appeared in small animals like mice or rabbits. Grade 1 heron, Frell explained, allowed for far stronger transformations and more frequent revivals. Monsters revived with it often bore more scars, more grotesque forms. What they needed, what might decide everything, was a supreme-grade heron stone the size of a fist. Million's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered one monster that matched the description perfectly, hideously scarred, grotesquely mutated, far more powerful and resilient than the rest. Without hesitation, he began planning an immediate hunt. But he also had to consider the castle's safety. That very creature had once come dangerously close to the walls. If it were allowed another chance. Karina looked at Million with deep worry. They drew each other into a tight, reluctant embrace, while Frell watched with an expression of pure despair. In his professional opinion, Million was more than capable of handling the beast. But if they were going to play the romantic couple, shouldn't they at least leave the damn room first?
And so, after more than 10 days wandering lost in the depths of the forest, Karina and Million had grown accustomed to sharing a bed every night. Upon returning to the castle, Karina suddenly felt an unfamiliar loneliness settle over her, because Million was once again out hunting in the woods. She was lost in a dreamy haze while painting when the gentle knock of the steward at her door pulled her back to reality. He explained that there was a matter requiring resolution on the territory. Although the border checkpoints had been closed recently, people from several northern regions were still arriving in groups, pleading for entry. He needed a clear decision, and he said he required her opinion. Karina was stunned. Me? Yes, my lady. The highest authority is currently absent. She was surprised that her approval carried such weight. The steward smiled kindly. Simply because you are soon to become the mistress of this place. Then he mentioned one particular detail that made her freeze. Among the groups was one identifying themselves as from the house of Count Leopold. If that was true, it had to be her father. She wondered anxiously why he would come here. What did he want? Karina felt a wave of worry wash over her. Million wasn't here, and he certainly wouldn't approve of her meeting them alone. After a brief moment of hesitation, she made her decision, allow them in for an audience. The steward bowed and left to relay the order. Alone again in the quiet room, Karina was left with nothing but solitude and rising anxiety. If the one arriving really was her father, right now, she missed Million more desperately than ever. Far away in the biting wind and falling snow, Million, Gordon, and Hertha pressed on relentlessly in their search for the grotesque monster. They were more lost than actually tracking it, yet they refused to give up. Exhausted, Hertha flopped onto the snow and fell into a deep, contented sleep. Million crouched beside it, pleading desperately, "Come on, we have to keep going. We need to find a way to save your master, some kind of cure." Gordon sighed as he watched. "My lord, it's still just a child, you know? Look at it, no trace of ferocity. It's actually kind of cute." Million shot Hertha a skeptical glance at the word cute. He was still muttering and trying to rouse it when suddenly the creature let out a ferocious roar, springing up with bared fangs and wild, aggressive eyes. Million and Gordon instantly spurred their horses forward, eyes blazing. After it. They galloped in close pursuit as Hertha charged ahead with terrifying force. Moments later the beast halted. The air grew thick with the heavy, metallic stench of blood. Million and Gordon drew their swords, assuming battle stance. The Lord Monster, the one they had been hunting, was here. It burst into view with a deafening growl. Million raised his blade high and roared with unshakable determination, "I will kill you," and returned to Karina. And then, the moment Karina had waited for all week, her door flew open. The steward looked at her with warm, almost paternal affection, like a child about to receive a long-awaited gift. In the blinding light, Million stepped inside, safe, together with Gordon. Contrary to her eager anticipation, Million immediately scolded her in a rush, "Why did you leave your room?" They made no attempt to hide their mutual worry and affection in that moment. Million promised he would come to her room right away, wait for me there, and hurried up the stairs. Karina watched him go, eyes brimming with longing. After so many days apart, all she wanted was to throw herself into his arms. Though the fear of approaching death still tormented her fragile heart alongside waves of overwhelming emotion, Karina resolved to live, just a little more meaningfully, for the people who truly loved her. She returned to her room and waited. When Million finally entered, he immediately reassured her that he was unharmed. They rushed into each other's arms, overcome with emotion. He told her the Lord Monster had escaped. He had been forced to return to the territory after so many days away, especially after hearing that Count Leopold had requested entry. Million knew Karina's time was running out. He wanted to stay by her side every possible second. Frell had urged him repeatedly, they had to attempt the miracle before it was too late. The problem was, in human form, no one could simply chew and swallow raw heron stones. Those unanswered questions filled Million with despair. He held her tightly, whispering all his fears against her hair. By now Karina had reached a quiet clarity. She told him softly, "I'm not afraid anymore. With your love, I'm ready to fight." They kissed, deep, fervent, endless. Meanwhile, her father was sipping tea and grumbling about having waited for hours without being granted an audience with the Northern Lord. In the waiting room, Count Leopold sat slumped in boredom. Infric, or Enrique, and Ferric, his name still caused confusion, remained calm and analytical. Better to sit here waiting than the alternative. He also wondered aloud where Nocturn, Abelia's personal physician, had disappeared to. The man had said he was going to meet his old teacher privately, presumably Master Winston, and must have already arrived somewhere in the north. They hoped he would report back soon. At last Million appeared in the reception hall, greeting them with impeccable courtesy. The Count replied with equal politeness, "It's only been a short while, Duke Pastelio." He admitted to being somewhat surprised to see the renowned Lord Furiel Carlos present as well. The strikingly handsome Duke with platinum hair smiled brightly and explained that he was merely here to assist with affairs. And finally, the last figure to step forward from the Pastelio side was Karina Leopold. She entered with graceful poise as Million introduced her in solemn tones, "You have traveled a long way, my lord. It has been far too long since you last saw her." Her father was visibly taken aback by how radiant and composed his daughter appeared. Karina greeted him with perfect decorum, and eyes as cold as ice. They sat. The conversation began. The Count first offered courteous apologies for arriving unannounced. He had heard rumors that his daughter had caused a little trouble, and he could not simply sit idly by. The steward, listening, let out a quiet, weary sigh in his heart. But it was Million who held the right to speak. With flawless politeness, he replied, "Lady Karina has caused no trouble here whatsoever." Then, still impeccably respectful, he continued, "So, my Lord Count, might I ask why you have entered northern territory without prior notice?" The syrupy, overly courteous tone made Furiel, who had been quietly drinking tea, nearly choke. Inwardly he cursed, "That bastard, after all these years, the first time I hear him use honorifics properly. He must have rehearsed this little performance for days." Karina let out a soft sigh. Infric sat in tense silence, holding back his words, while their father spoke firmly about wanting to bring his daughter home. Even if she was engaged, he argued, living together unmarried was improper and wrong. The prospective son-in-law could no longer hide his irritation. Million shot back, "What's wrong with it? If we simply get married, then?" The suggestion made the Pastelio steward quietly stroke his beard in satisfaction. But Karina's father was stunned, and even Karina herself blinked in disbelief, unsure what Million had just said. Million turned to her, his voice strong and resolute, "If that's the problem you're worried about, then I think I can solve it by marrying you. Right now." Her father hurriedly intervened, voice laced with concern. He had heard Karina was frail and sickly. He would take her to a nearby villa, or even to the capital, for proper treatment. They could postpone the marriage for now. Karina exhaled heavily. In the end, her father still hadn't asked for her opinion. People don't change so easily. Irritation rising, she spoke up coldly. "I'm not going to any villa or the capital." Her father was shocked again by the icy tone of his own daughter. Karina pushed the argument to its breaking point, her words cutting through the stunned silence of everyone around them. Count Leopold lost his temper and raised his voice, scolding her harshly. Infric remained mute, helpless. The Pastelio side gritted their teeth, barely restraining themselves. The father insisted, "No parent stops loving their child. No one abandons their daughter as if she were already dead." Karina replied with chilling calm, "I just wanted to hurt you all. That's all." Her eyes took on a slightly manic glint. Ignoring Infric's attempt to stop her, she poured out years of pent-up resentment. The crack in their picture-perfect family portrait could no longer be mended. Infric finally spoke, voice breaking with helplessness, "I'm sorry, Karina." Even her father softened his stance when he saw the fierce determination in her eyes. Looking at their pitiful expressions and remembering all the lonely years in a house where she was never truly a member, Karina felt nothing anymore. But at that very moment, the familiar pain began to claw at her heart. She clenched her fists to suppress it. She turned her gaze to her father and asked quietly, "Have you ever truly loved me?" Of course, the Count believed he had fulfilled his role perfectly, perhaps a little strict on small mistakes, but he had raised and provided for Karina all these years. That was proof enough. Karina sighed. She thanked him for the upbringing, her tone respectful, not insolent at all. Beside her, Furiel gripped his own hand tightly, struggling to contain his emotions at the sight of this small, fragile girl. Still, she spoke clearly and firmly about the money he had spent raising her since childhood. she would repay every single coin. If he refused to accept it here, she would send it directly to his mansion. Either way, he should take it. Her father slammed his fist on the armrest and shouted, "What nonsense is this?" But Karina remained ice-cold. "From now on, I am no longer your daughter." The tremor seized her exhausted heart again. She gripped her chest harder, but the pain only worsened. She forced out her final words of rejection to the Leopold family. The Count roared, "Karina Leopold." She finished her cutting farewell, and then her body swayed. She collapsed. Fortunately, Million lunged forward and caught her. He shouted her name in panic. Frell yelled for the doctor, who was already on standby nearby, to bring the medicine immediately. The agony tore through Karina, making her writhe in torment. Million held her just as painfully, his face twisted in anguish. For the first time, her father witnessed the scene. His supposedly healthy daughter was clearly not lying about being ill. He stood frozen in shock. Later, on the bed, Karina lay still and pale. Million and Frell both exhaled in relief. She was temporarily stable. The doctor remained close by, ever ready. Frell reported that the Leopold family had been escorted to the reception room. Million, still furious, muttered that he wanted them gone from his sight entirely. Frell tried to reason with him. "She hasn't finished saying everything yet. Maybe give them one more chance? You should at least talk with the Count, right?" Million grumbled. He wasn't calm enough yet. Frell sighed helplessly. Looking at Karina lying there, beautiful and peaceful in sleep, Million finally felt a measure of relief. He leaned down, pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, and whispered, "I'll come back to you soon. Sleep well, my love." Then he left the room. The Leopold father and son remained seated in somber silence in the guest parlor. The father spoke in a low, mournful voice to Infric, "We are a family. We have to do something when our daughter is ill like this." Infric could only let out a helpless sigh. Million stepped into the room. Count Leopold immediately rose to his feet and confronted him sharply, "You have no right to treat my daughter this way." He barely managed 2 sentences before Million cut him off with icy coldness, "Get out." With Karina absent, Million sat down slowly, his expression tightly controlled as he began to explain the situation to the Count in measured, deliberate words. Even Frell, standing nearby, felt a bitter pang for Karina. How tragic it was to have a family that showed her so little genuine care. After a few pointed criticisms, Million rose abruptly. In a surge of fury, he grabbed the Count by the collar and growled through clenched teeth. "Do you even know that Karina has already accepted her own death?" She smiled about it, because she couldn't change it, and she wasn't attached to living at all. The Count's eyes widened in shock, his body trembled as Million's furious words continued. "Yes, she said she was fine. She accepted it. She didn't complain. It took me so long to convince her, and finally, she wanted to live. What kind of conscience do you people have, coming here to disrupt the life she's finally building?" His gaze was glacial. He released the collar and issued a final command, "If there's even a shred of fatherly feeling left in you, apologize to Karina and leave. Let her have what she truly wants." Infric could do nothing but bow his head alongside his father before the overwhelming authority and power of the Duke. Fong, the steward, then quietly escorted the 2 men to the guest quarters to rest. Eavesdropping from outside the door, Nocturn froze in terror at the sound of Million's rage. Dr. Winston pulled him aside for a private conversation in the corridor. Winston leaned against the wall, arms crossed in barely contained anger. He had already learned that Nocturn was the Leopold family's private physician. More damningly, he had discovered that the medical note he had entrusted to Nocturn, the one meant to be delivered to the Leopold matriarch, had never been sent. The accusation hit Nocturn like a blow. The young doctor's cowardly eyes couldn't meet the gaze of the mentor who had raised him for 15 years like a son. Nocturn dropped to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He stammered excuses. He had lost an older sister in childhood, and ever since then he had been terrified of losing Abelia too. Seeing her frail and sickly had made him cling to her above all else. But that explanation fell far short of justifying his complete indifference toward another daughter in the same household. Winston's face remained hard. He looked coldly at the boy he had nurtured all those years, the one he had repeatedly instructed to treat every patient with equal fairness and compassion. Then, without hesitation, he dismissed him. "You're free now," Winston said flatly. "Go fly wherever you want. I only hope you'll become a better man someday." Nocturne sobbed, pleading for mercy, but it was too late. He had been disowned by the teacher he revered most. Worse still, his medical certification would not be issued. He collapsed completely, broken. Back in the quiet bedroom, Karina finally stirred awake. Million gently helped her sit up, settling close beside the bed. He asked softly if she felt all right. He admitted, with a touch of guilt, that he had lost his temper with her father. Karina took a small sip of the water he offered, then spoke quietly. I didn't want to look weak in front of them. And I didn't want to waste what little time I have left with you, on them. Million's face flushed with shy embarrassment at her words. He suggested half-jokingly. Then shall we just kick them out right now? They both laughed softly, the tension easing for a moment. In that instant, the presence of Count Leopold and his family faded into insignificance. Time with Karina had become far too precious to squander on pain and regret. Early that morning, before the sun had even risen, Karina asked a servant to summon her father and brother. They hurried along the corridors and arrived at her room, their faces etched with worry as they faced her frail, weakened form. Yet Karina spoke only decisive words of farewell. Her father stepped forward, gently taking her hand, his voice trembling with regret. Father is only doing this for the first time, being a father. In that very moment, Karina forgave them completely. Deep down, she truly wanted to leave this world in the arms of the Leopold family, under the name Karina Leopold. But the instant she thought of Million, the man who had cared for her these many months with unwavering love and devotion, she chose where she would stay. With cold precision, Karina reproached her father for abandoning her when she was small, never once looking back despite how desperately she had tried to earn her parents' love. She officially renounced her family. Though tears still fell silently in her heart, this was for the best, for everyone. After her father and Infric left, Million entered and quietly comforted her. After everything, his kiss warmed Karina, melting away the loneliness that had threatened to swallow her. Just moments ago she had spoken such final, heartbreaking words to her father and brother, yet deep inside she still secretly wished them happiness together. This was the true end of their relationship. Karina clung tightly to Million and sobbed. She murmured that she felt exhausted, unable to sleep properly these past few days. Worried, he asked if something was wrong with her body. Without any shyness, she replied, because you weren't here. Million sighed and pressed a kiss to her forehead. You really know how to test my patience, don't you? So that's why you're sleeping with me today? Of course. Their gentle, interwoven words filled the quiet room like a soft lullaby. In these fleeting moments she had left, Karina poured all her remaining tenderness into Million. That same day, her father and brother were escorted out of the Northern Territory. Afterward, the Pastelio household enjoyed a leisurely breakfast. But joy was short-lived. Million began preparing for another monster hunting expedition after only 3 days back at the residence. Karina felt sad but had no choice but to accept it. Million grumbled, that damn monster is forcing me to leave you again. Karina reminded him earnestly not to get hurt. Looking at her pitiful expression, like a small, abandoned rabbit, he felt his heart twist. He didn't want to leave at all. Suddenly he asked about the doctor who had accompanied the Count. That guy was strange. I saw Nocturn trailing after Lord Winston, begging for something. Karina was surprised to hear the name. She said quietly, I know him. He's the family physician. Million nodded while lifting a fork to his mouth. I know. He mentioned that Nocturn had seemed desperate to explain that he hadn't meant to harm Karina. It was only when the man uttered his own name that Million had paid any real attention to him. Karina let out a small sigh, momentarily distracted by the mention of Nocturn. Million called her name, snapping her out of it. He repeated what she hadn't heard, you're my first love. He covered his mouth with a shy smile and added, you took all my firsts. Karina stared blankly for a second before murmuring, I know, thank you. Million suddenly remembered the concept of love that Frell had once lectured him about, then muttered under his breath, that bastard was teasing me. He looked at her with absolute possessiveness and demanded to know which bastard had touched her heart first. Just the thought of that person's existence made him furious. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, who the hell is he? Karina found his jealousy adorable and burst into a bright smile. She started to tell him, but then her expression fell. Honestly, she explained that her love had always been on the sidelines, never truly returned or acknowledged. Hearing that, Million froze. His hand clenched tightly, a wave of pity washing over him for her. Then the jealousy flared again. He shot to his feet, what do you mean? You were my first everything. How old were you back then? I'll only accept it if you were under 5. Karina held back a laugh and asked again about his acceptable age limit. Million raised it to 7, but then hesitated, 7 is too old. In the north, 7-year-olds are already joining monster hunts. Burning with rage, he demanded once more, so who was it? Is he still alive? Karina answered cautiously, of course he's still alive. She couldn't bring herself to add, and he's right here in this house. She stood up abruptly. I'm full now, she said, making an excuse to slip away. I have something to do with Frell. Million clutched his head and grumbled curses at the bastard who had stolen Karina's first love. Butler Fong approached with evident curiosity. He noticed that the young lady was unusually full of life today, in stark contrast to his master's murderous expression. Million turned to Karina with questions about complicated matters like, how can I make her forget her first love? Or perhaps, should I just cut that bastard's head off like a monster and present it to her? Then she'll forget, right? Fong was utterly horrified by Million's logic. With the wisdom of someone who had lived long enough to experience plenty of life's lessons, the old butler offered his master some profound insights about love. The teachings left the invincible Northern Lord momentarily stunned and speechless. After a while, the atmosphere calmed and Million was no longer seething. He rested his chin on his hand and gave Fong a cold order, find out who that man is. His voice was icy, if he's still alive, he'd better pray he never crosses my path, because if he ever deceived her, he's in deep trouble. He commanded the butler to uncover every detail about the man, by any means necessary. Fong frowned slightly and asked, does Lady Karina know about this? He recalled the scene from earlier that morning. Infric had been knocked to the floor, yet Million still ordered him to pick up his sword and stand again. The father had trembled in fear but begged to be allowed to stay. Million had coldly reproached them for abandoning a child the way they once had. Infric remained silent, accepting the truth. Even the fresh cuts and bruises from their earlier clash didn't make him resentful. In the end, the two men left quietly, heads bowed. Karina knew nothing of that incident. As she stepped out of the dining hall, her thoughts drifted to Nocturn. It had been so long since he occupied her mind, she had even forgotten he had come here at all. A faint pang struck her when she remembered his role as the family physician. That family had never included her on any list, so from the very beginning, there had been no place for her in the care Nocturn was meant to provide. She also thought of little Abelia. The girl must still be very happy, blissfully unaware. Karina didn't hope for the child to miss her. What worried her now was Nocturn's continued presence in the north. What on earth was he still doing here? It would be disastrous if Million ever found out about him. Lost in worry, Karina suddenly glanced out the window and froze. Something felt strangely different inside her. Before, the mere thought of Nocturne had been a wound that refused to heal, an ache that tore at her. But now, it was nothing. All that filled her mind was Million, the most vivid, meaningful thought she had ever known, far surpassing anything called a first love. The way he had flown into a jealous rage while interrogating her about her past made her heart flutter with delight. He was truly adorable. She pressed her hands to her flushed cheeks and decided she would paint a picture as a gift for his charming anger. No sooner thought than done. She sat down at her easel and began to brush color onto the blank canvas. Karina envisioned a painting titled The End of Winter, the scene they had watched together. She recalled exactly the aurora she had once heard described, a shimmering curtain of brilliant colors, rippling like a dragon's scales frozen in an ancient tree. Her hand moved swiftly, capturing the image born from her imagination, something dragon-like. She thought of the frozen dragon sealed within an old wooden trunk, a creature she had never heard of in the south. It had appeared in one of Million's stories, enormous, ancient, once real in this land. But what would a living dragon actually look like? Just as she was deep in her work, the pencil lead snapped. Karina paused, wondering uneasily, is this an omen of bad luck? Before she could dwell on it, a voice called from outside. Karina brightened, thinking it must be Frell coming to visit. Indeed it was him, but the moment he stepped inside, he froze at the sight of her standing before the easel. He hurried over, concern etched on his face at seeing her painting again. Karina, equally worried, asked why he looked so exhausted. Frell explained his obsessive research into heron stones and their mysterious connection to art. Drawing closer, he stared curiously at the creature taking shape on her canvas. Isn't that a dragon? Where did you get the idea for a dragon? Karina replied simply that she hadn't taken it from anywhere, it had simply appeared in her mind. It felt like the sensation of ancient trees awakening after a long, frozen winter. Frell gazed at the painting in silent awe, marveling at how vividly she had conjured a dragon from pure imagination. He asked if she planned to sell it. She shook her head. No, this was a gift from Million. 5 days earlier, on that final evening before he left, Million had bid farewell to his family and prepared to head into the forest once more. Karina could only remind him again and again to be careful and not get hurt. He had promised confidently that he would return safely, then teasingly added, keep thinking about that first love of yours. She had flushed with embarrassment but still managed to tell him she would have a gift waiting when he came back. Million had beamed with joy at the promise. The kind of gift each of them imagined was clearly very different. Now the painting was nearly complete. Karina gazed at it dreamily. It would speak for her heart, telling him how much she missed him. Frell noticed that Million was returning a little later than the scheduled time, but Karina had already sensed it. She could feel Million riding Hertha, his presence drawing near the castle grounds. Joyfully, she stood up and told Frell to come downstairs with her to welcome Million back. They hadn't even made it out the door when a frantic, terrified shout rang out. The door flew open, and both Frell and Karina immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Their faces paled no less than the servant who rushed in, gasping that Lord Million had been wounded in many places. Chaos erupted throughout the castle. Karina's heart shattered into pieces. She ran desperately to find him. Gordon, drenched in blood, recounted the disaster. The Alpha Hertha had slaughtered the others and devoured all their heron cores. It had become overwhelmingly powerful, detected Gordon and Million, and launched a ferocious attack on them. Frell patted Gordon's shoulder to comfort him and urged him to go get his wounds treated. Karina stood frozen in place, fists clenched in a mix of terror and crushing self-blame. Because of the heron, because of her, Million had ended up like this. She rushed to the room where Million lay. The air was thick with the heavy stench of blood and the urgent, chaotic sounds of people scrambling. He lay motionless, his body covered in grave wounds. Karina threw herself to her knees beside the bed, screaming his name through floods of tears. She turned desperately toward Frell, clinging to the hope that his magical flute could heal. But Frell shook his head. It had only ever been a comforting lie. He was still researching the magical power of heron and hadn't achieved anything concrete yet. Karina clutched Million's hand, tormenting herself to the brink of madness. All those heron stones meant to save her life had instead brought harm to him. In truth, Million had been exterminating the monsters to protect the territory and its people. The heron was merely a reward he claimed along the way. Today he, Gordon, and Hertha had gone out with the strongest squad, planning to clear the area as usual. But the monsters had already been wiped out by something else. The lingering blood and battle stench made the scene easy to locate, and the Alpha had found them first. Hertha was no match for it, but at least it had managed to carry the wounded Million back after the assault. While the Alpha was greedily devouring heron, it spotted Hertha. The two clashed, and Hertha was quickly overpowered. Million charged in with his sword drawn, but even he was not invincible against a beast of that caliber. Gordon could only stand and watch the horrifying scene unfold before fleeing with Million in tow, sustaining a few wounds himself as the Alpha pursued them. That was the story, but it did nothing to stop Karina from blaming herself entirely for leaving Million lying there motionless. In the hushed room, the exhausted and grieving men stood helplessly, not knowing what else to do. Even Dr. Winston sat in silent defeat. Karina burst in carrying armfuls of miraculous medicine vials she had drawn into existence. She insisted she could produce as many as needed. The men stared in stunned silence, but it was already too late to stop her. They reluctantly administered the medicine through and 4 drip into Million's arm. Their infusion technology was remarkably advanced, perhaps something Winston had somehow brought from another world. It stabilized Million for the time being. He would not die yet. But death came faster for Karina. After pouring everything into those drawings, she collapsed beside the bed, utterly drained. The miraculous medicines had sapped the last of her life force. Frell watched in heartache and helplessness as both of his friends faced the brink of death. Eventually Karina stirred awake again, but she refused to leave Million's side, tormenting herself with guilt despite Winston's repeated assurances that Million would pull through. Karina tried to believe him. She turned and offered a weak smile. Indeed, Million had regained some awareness, though he remained unable to wake fully with such severe injuries. He lay there, his fingers twitching faintly, trying to reach for her but powerless to do so. Later, as Karina climbed the stairs back to her room, she turned the situation over in her mind and made a decision. She would draw a solution. Her own life was nearly spent. Even if Million recovered thanks to the medicines she had provided, he would only rush back into the forest and get hurt again. So she would eliminate the root cause. She would kill the Alpha monster, or whichever beast he needed gone. That would end it all. She took up her brush, urging her frail fingers to move faster. This would be the fulfillment of her final wish. Yes, once she finished it, it would become something supremely powerful. Her eyes burned with an almost manic, hollow intensity. Her hand flew across the canvas. At that moment Frell entered, bringing news. Million had just regained consciousness. He looked at her anxiously as she remained absorbed in her work. Karina turned, beaming brightly, and announced that she had found a way to end everything. Frell shouted and lunged to stop her, but he was too late. With just a few final strokes, the painting was complete, the greatest wish she had ever drawn into reality. Karina stared wide-eyed at her creation, murmuring in awe, "He's mine. No one can take him away." The moment the words left her lips, a brilliant golden light erupted from the canvas, warm and radiant. The dragon she had left unfinished earlier was now fully realized, as though it might roar and break free at any second. At the same instant, Karina crumpled to the floor. Frell watched in horror as she collapsed. Magic, like warm rays of light, spread deep into the forest, condensing and awakening with a tremendous roar that sent every creature in the woods fleeing in terror. Clawed feet touched the ground, then launched skyward again. A mighty bellow echoed, none other than a dragon, its body blazing crimson, wings tipped with razor-sharp claws, curved horns gleaming, golden eyes blazing, and jagged fangs bared. It had emerged from Karina's painting. Yet it felt less like something she had created and more like something she had revived. The dragon muttered to itself, "I thought my life had ended long ago. Strange. I can feel life surging through me once more. Who brought me back?" It pondered, sensing commands already embedded in its mind, to slaughter the pack of Hertha monsters. That was the wish of the one who had summoned it. The dragon grumbled inwardly, "What a wretched master, ordering me to kill beings that are practically my own kin." Still, it soared high and dove toward them, for within those creatures lay the heron that rightfully belonged to it. Inside the castle, Million had managed to sit up. He stretched carefully, puzzled by the thick bandages wrapped around his body. Butler Feng let out a relieved breath and said, "My lord, you have no idea what you've just been through. Please, stay still with those bandages for now." It didn't sound too difficult, yet things rarely went smoothly in the final chapters. Feng hadn't even set down the tray of medicines when a deafening crash shook the entire castle, sending everyone into panic. Million's blood ran cold. He couldn't fathom what kind of monstrous creature could produce such a presence, one he had never sensed before. Before he could recover, Frell's urgent voice rang out from the doorway. He burst in carrying Karina in his arms, both their faces were pale with dread. Frell cried out in despair, "Million, Karina is dying." Frell blamed himself bitterly for letting things come to this. She had wanted to create a masterpiece, and she had created a dragon. Million still didn't fully understand. Frell quickly explained everything Karina had done recently, the miracle medicines to heal Million, the imaginary creatures she summoned into being, all of it driven by how precious Million's life had become to her. Because she knew he would recklessly charge back into the forest and throw his life away just to save her. Frell clutched his head, tears falling as he muttered helplessly, "Both of you, neither of you did anything wrong." Million took Karina into his arms, his face twisted in helpless anguish. But there was no time for grief, the rumbling was drawing closer to the castle. He barked at Feng to bring his sword and follow him. Frell tried to stop Million from going out in his current state, but there was no other choice, no better plan. The servants stared toward the distant mountains, where a massive hole seemed to have been torn in the sky, or something enormous was approaching. They had no time to speculate, it was already nearly upon them. Karina rested limply in Million's arms as he stood outside the castle walls. Of course, she remained unconscious. Million had no trouble identifying the monstrous presence in the forest. He turned to Frell for confirmation. "So, that's the dragon Karina created?" Frell nodded grimly. "More than created, it's as if she summoned something that already existed." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Does your territory have the remains of a dragon or something similar?" Million shook his head. "Just an old, baseless legend." But now the scent of blood in the forest was growing thicker. She must have wiped out every last monster in there. Frell reasoned that the dragon was likely following Karina's wish and would not harm them. Million, however, thought differently. What if it has absorbed all the heron? Frell stared at him. "You're insane." Million's eyes were filled with quiet desperation. "I have no other choice." In an instant, the dragon arrived with earth-shaking force. Everyone was stunned by its sheer size and majesty. Million thought to himself, so this is the dragon of legend? He was certain it now held vast heron, and they needed to do something. The dragon landed heavily. Million gently handed Karina to Frell. The dragon's golden eyes fixed on her. "Ah, so this is the master who breathed life back into me?" Only the bravest men remained to face it. Both Frell and Million were speechless when the creature spoke, in their language, clear and articulate, and they were not hallucinating. Million demanded to know its purpose. The dragon replied calmly, to exterminate the Hertha pack, down to the very last one, and to protect Million. It turned its gaze toward him, confirming the identity of the one its summoner had wished to safeguard. "Human, you need not fear. I swear I will do no harm within your territory." The dragon explained that it had been summoned by Karina and would fulfill her desires. but the price of pouring her soul into it meant she was fading rapidly, 3 days at most. Million spoke carefully, there are no more monsters left in the forest. That means they no longer hold any heron. So, I will kill you. He raised his sword, voice trembling with doubt. Will Karina be saved? The dragon threw its head back in mocking laughter, jaws wide. A mortal who is not immortal dares to slay me. Ridiculous. I am a damned dragon, not some overgrown lizard. Million's desperation boiled over. He prepared to charge despite furious attempts to restrain him. The dragon sighed and answered. Your courage is admirable, but reality is cruel. My master paid a price to bring me back. The blessings of the Lord of Art rarely end happily. It spoke of a being called the Lord of Art, an entity that granted boons and was rather cruel. Fundamentally, it explained, Karina, born starved of familial love, could never live as an ordinary person. This was not truly a disease. Million shouted impatiently, I don't care about any of that. Just tell me how to save the woman I love. The dragon sighed pityingly at the humans before it. Million pressed again, how could they obtain heron? Winston held up a rare sample for illustration, the mana within monsters, the source of their extraordinary power. The dragon paused. The heart of a dragon? Million froze. So that was the origin of immortality and power. He gripped his sword tighter. Then, if we take your heart and give it to Karina? The dragon sighed wearily. Calm down, darling. Even if you placed my heart inside her body, a human frame could never properly contain it. Million's patience snapped. Why are you spouting all this nonsense while Karina is dying by the minute? She only has 3 days left. The dragon replied calmly, it could infuse mana from its heart into what they called heron. It held immense power but could not revive something already dead, and it was not infinite, for the Lord who created such blessings had long since perished. In essence, the dragon explained, they would need to perform a heart transplant before Karina died completely. This final miracle could be performed only once, and it would not be eternal, only 5 years. After that, she would die anyway, for mana was not everlasting. The sky fell in Million's heart. No matter what he did, Karina would still die, only the hourglass of her life would run more slowly. He clenched his teeth to hold back the rising madness. The dragon continued gently, this was Karina's fate. She had gone mad drawing the desires she longed for, love from parents she never truly received. Million stood, deep in thought, then answered quietly, I want her to be happy, even if her past was filled with unhappiness. The dragon regarded him. Monsters can revive again and again as long as they hold heron. But humans are fragile, far more limited than that. While the dragon was speaking, he suddenly sensed someone sneaking a peek. It glanced sideways, and the lurker, none other than Nocturn, immediately ducked behind the corner of a wall. The dragon paid him no further mind and continued discussing Karina's life force. Million asked urgently, we need to decide right now, don't we? The dragon replied calmly, no need to rush. I plan to wander the world and see how it has changed after all these years. You'll have time until I return. As it spoke, the dragon produced a large, aurora-like heron stone, shimmering with purple and green light, and placed it in Million's hand. Then, with powerful wing beats, it soared into the sky, promising, I'll come back before it's too late. After thousands of years of slumber, it was finally free. The men hurriedly carried Karina back to her room. Even if it was only 5 years, they could not let this chance slip away for her. Million gently laid her on the bed, tears streaming down his face. He took her hand and whispered desperate pleas for her to live. He buried his face against her chest, where her heartbeat was now faint and irregular, and felt utterly powerless. While Million grieved beside Karina, another mind was quietly kindling hope. Nocturn, having overheard the miraculous secret of the dragon's magic, began asking the servants about heron. They refused to tell him anything, but he pieced together enough, heron was tied to immortality. He also learned that the Duke of this territory had suffered grave injuries yet recovered completely and rapidly, and now they were discussing how to save Karina, who was on the verge of death. A blinding light of revelation flashed through Nocturn's lizard-like eyes, if that's the case, then I can bring new life to frail little Abelia. And through this, his teacher would surely recognize him again and restore the prestigious certification he had angrily revoked. Though he felt a twinge of regret for Lady Karina, Nocturn's sharp reasoning convinced even himself that he was right. He needed to find heron immediately, and the sample Master Winston had held earlier seemed easy enough to obtain. He slipped into Winston's office and ransacked it thoroughly but found nothing. Fortunately for him, the guards were preoccupied today. After all, a talking dragon had just appeared at the castle, so security was lax. Still, he searched in vain for any heron or the object he sought. Just as he was growing frustrated, Butler Fong appeared behind him, voice cold, "Get out." A seasoned man, Fong surveyed the chaos in Dr. Winston's office and immediately grew wary of this unfamiliar young physician. No amount of Nocturn's frantic swearing and excuses could sway him. If Fong were so easily fooled, he would never have become the steward of House Pastelio. Nocturne babbled on about Heron, but Fong cut him off flatly. "That belongs to Lady Karina." End of discussion. The rest would be handled by the guards outside the door. Back to the main story, Karina remained motionless, growing weaker by the hour. Million stayed vigilantly by her side. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. In a faint voice, she called his name. Million snapped out of his exhaustion and gently took her hand. He lay down carefully beside her, whispering words of love. Tears streamed down his face as he listened to her soft, sparse replies. They held hands tightly. He told her everything. They had failed to find more heron, but she had summoned an ancient dragon that had wiped out every last monster in the forest. He showed her the perfect heron stone extracted from the dragon's heart and honestly explained the plan to transplant that heart into her body, and the truth that it would only extend her life by 5 years. Karina's eyes lit up with weak excitement. "That's good news," she murmured. "Right now. I have nothing left to lose." Then, noticing his downcast expression, she asked softly, "But why do you look so sad?" Million spoke with quiet sorrow. The price of that miracle was that Karina would never again be able to create wonders. He feared that losing her ability to paint and summon miracles would be as painful for her as having her very life stripped away. Yet Karina had already accepted it. To her, her life had never felt so precious before. Having more time, any time, to stay by the side of the person she loved mattered more than anything else. Even if it meant becoming immortal, unable to truly die again and again, she would accept it. They shared a tender, comforting kiss, both hearts heavy with fear, yet each trying desperately to give the other a sense of peace and safety. Then unconsciousness claimed Karina once more. Million sat beside her in grief, watching as the smile she had just given him faded into stillness within his helpless arms. Butler Fong gently invited him to the study to discuss Nocturne. Dr. Winston clutched his head in self-reproach, regretting that he hadn't forced the young man to leave immediately. Million confirmed with Fong what Nocturne had already learned, and it seemed he had discovered far too much. Million's voice turned icy and final. "Handle him quietly. When someone touches what they shouldn't, they pay with their life." "Winston. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow a man like that to live." Winston's face was heavy with sorrow, but he nodded in grim understanding. "I understand." Frell shifted the topic to Karina. He asked Million whether he had already spoken to her about it. Million replied softly, "She said she wants to live." Frell urged that everything must be prepared immediately. As it a hack, Karina, the dragon, would return sooner or later, especially when things grew dire. Million remained silent, too drained to argue as Frell began organizing everything. Right now, he felt far too weak. In her room, Karina lay in a deep coma. In the darkness of her subconscious, she opened her eyes. Her hand reached out, calling Million's name, trying to grasp his, but all around her was only endless shadow, and she was slowly sinking deeper. She could hear him laughing gently with her, promising they would meet again tomorrow morning. She wanted to answer, wanted to run toward him, but no matter how hard she tried, she kept slipping further down. Then, one final time, she awoke. Her eyes opened, now a striking amber gold. She spoke to him, thanking him for giving her these meaningful, love-filled days. They said their farewells like that. She slipped away in his arms, her breathing growing weaker and weaker. Million held her tightly and cried out in despair, but it was futile. And so, word spread from the Northern Territory, the fiancé of Duke Million Pastelio, Karina Leopold, had passed away. But it struck the Leopold family like a thunderbolt. Karina's mother rushed to her husband in a panic. He confirmed it was no lie. He and Infric had witnessed Karina's final moments. The father buried his face in his hands in anguish. The mother sank into a chair, dazed, murmuring. But, she was healthy, wasn't she? She remembered how Karina would sit at the dinner table for only a moment before standing again, and she had always thought the girl was simply picky. Karina's skin had been so pale, yet she had never truly noticed. She asked her husband. "Shouldn't we hold a funeral for her?" Infric answered quietly, "Karina already severed ties with us." The father blamed himself. It was far too late to undo anything. Even an apology would mean nothing to that child. She would never turn back to them. How could they dare hold a funeral for her when they had been so cruel? The mother wept as she remembered the little girl who was clearly her daughter, yet whom she had rarely looked at. Karina had always seemed fine, so she assumed the girl was fine. And once the twins came along, she had paid even less attention to Karina. The twins burst into the parlor after overhearing everything. They stood frozen in shock. Abelia ran sobbing to her father, unable to believe that both her big sister and her personal doctor had vanished at the same time. Felden clung to Infric's sleeve, seeking confirmation, but Infric could only remain silent. The father recounted how different Karina had looked in her final moments, her eyes distant and cold when she gazed at them, with no trace of hesitation left. Infric told them she had looked truly happy, even while so ill. Suddenly the father turned to his wife, Dahlia, do you remember the last time she smiled brightly in front of us? His wife looked blank. No one in the room could recall. It seemed they had never truly seen Karina smile with genuine joy. That single question silenced the Leopold family's weeping. It was too painful to answer. They needed time to reflect on everything they had overlooked. In the place where Karina had fallen, Million sat in quiet contemplation. He heard Furiel's footsteps approaching and received the report. The rumors they had carefully spread had achieved the desired effect. More importantly, everything was now prepared to bring her back. Karina's breathing had grown extremely faint, she could slip away at any moment. Azitahak, Karina, the dragon, had infused the heron with its magic. Surely everything would be all right. Dr. Winston entered, carrying the final preparations. It was time. Million rose, giving his silent approval for the operation to begin. Million, Furiel, and Fong left the room with heavy hearts, though they had no choice but to step away. Winston, resolute, declared that he would succeed. He had come here for exactly this purpose. The two battle-hardened men stood outside Karina's door in tense silence, trembling with anxiety. Million confided in his closest friend about the regrets and dreams he still hadn't fulfilled with Karina. He vowed to make the next 5 years, however brief, the most meaningful possible. At last, Fong emerged from the room and announced that the surgery had succeeded. The heron had been placed into her heart. The moment it was implanted, her wounds closed and vanished completely. Though she remained in a coma, her vital functions had stabilized. Winston exhaled in relief as he recounted the details. The only thing left now was time, for her body to adapt to it. They would have to wait. Furiel and Million stood watching Karina lie peacefully on the bed, feeling a fragile sense of reassurance. They wondered when the dragon would return after discarding its heart here. Million turned to Fong and quietly instructed him to take Winston to rest. The doctor had pushed himself to the limit. He told Furiel the same, go rest for a while. Then Million sat down beside her. He whispered that he loved her. He waited. Spring slowly began to awaken. A full month had passed since the transplant's success, yet Karina still lay silent, unmoving. Every day, Million came to her bedside to care for her. He spoke to her about the small details of his life. He told her spring was arriving, that the first ships from the far north would soon reach their shores. Marine Ariel had suggested they visit her once she recovered. Her seaside home would be the perfect place to fulfill Karina's long-held wish to gaze upon the vast ocean. He murmured that he could still feel every breath, every faint heartbeat. He teased her about the long beard he was now growing. She needed to wake up soon so she could see it, fall into his arms, and admire how handsome he still was. Million stood, smiled gently in farewell, and said he had many duties today but would return by evening. Though much of the land was still cold and the snow hadn't fully melted, new sprouts were already pushing through the earth. He told her to dream peacefully of that, and to wake soon. He was waiting for her. He missed her terribly. Those quiet conversations reached Karina every single day. Deep in the darkness of her coma, she heard and remembered everything. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not wake, could not open her eyes. Then, suddenly, a brilliant light pulled her upward. Karina's eyes opened, now a blazing amber gold. Rays of light streamed from her body like golden threads. In that moment, she saw herself as a little girl, absorbed in drawing on the floor, desperately hoping her parents would notice her. That seemed to be the very first time she had glimpsed magic. She remembered how much she had hated her twin siblings back then, jealous, aching for the love they received so easily. She had wanted to be loved too. The memory shifted. Now she stood beside Million, the first time they met, bound by a casual betrothal. Karina wept, wishing she could wake up and be with Million. At that moment, a powerful light enveloped her, warming her completely. A voice, gentle yet filled with authority, appeared before her. Standing in front of her was a goddess, none other than the goddess of creation. She had amber eyes, golden hair, and an aura of warmth. The goddess sighed, saying she could not take Karina away, because the god of war and that wretched dragon had interfered, and because Karina herself had chosen to abandon her power of creation. Karina felt indignant, resenting how she had been turned into someone dependent on that very power. But the goddess only laughed, telling her that she had used her ability more brilliantly than anyone else. She was special, someone who refused to live according to the goddess's design, someone who lived and died for her art. Turning her back, the goddess opened a door leading into the light. Karina understood that she had to make a choice. And she chose the people who were waiting for her anxiously. She had to leave. It was a firm decision. Even without the power of creation, Karina believed she could live just fine. She had found something more important than art. The goddess watched her with regret. At the very least, Karina had promised they would meet again in 5 years. And so, she rose onto her toes and stepped through the door, returning to the world of reality. It was just as Million returned home after a long day filled with worries. As he stepped inside, he saw her sitting on the bed, staring at him. He froze in shock, but then relief washed over him as she smiled brightly and welcomed him. Million rushed forward and embraced her tightly. They had missed each other so much during those long days. At last, she was home. The sweet moment finally arrived, they kissed passionately. Not wanting to waste a single second, Million took out an engagement ring and proposed to her. "Marry me." He told her that even if she only had 5 years to live, it would only make their time together more precious. After everything they had been through, Karina gladly accepted. She admitted that from the moment she saw his crimson eyes, she had fallen for him. And even if the goddess of creation tried to tempt her, she would still choose him, because she loved him. Karina reached out her hand, smiling. "Please marry me." As if he had been waiting for that very moment, Million slipped the ring onto her finger, a declaration of their happiness. Soon, spring arrived in full bloom. The world turned lush and green, bathed in warm sunlight. The moment Frell heard that Karina had awakened, she burst into tears of joy. Million's friends also came to celebrate Karina's return. Hertha, her pet, excitedly welcomed her back, baring its jagged teeth in delight. And for the first time since she was little, Karina felt her body so light. The sensation of no longer coughing up blood, of moving without dizziness or her heart pounding like a drum, being truly healthy felt wonderful. Today, Karina was busy trying on wedding dresses. But now that she was healthy, the task only filled her with happiness. Amid the admiration of the maids, she looked charmingly beautiful, no longer sickly or delirious. Her cheeks were rosy, her lips softly curved. The butler stepped forward to report that some unknown man insisted on seeing her, though he had no idea who he was. Even he couldn't hide his amazement at his lady's beauty. As they were speaking, the mysterious man walked in despite the butler shouting at him to leave. He headed straight toward Karina's dressing room. With red hair and sharp eyes, yet a faint smile and a rather carefree demeanor, the young man explained that waiting was a waste of time. He showed no concern when Lord Foam ordered the servants to summon the knights. He approached Karina with clear interest and greeted her, asking if her name was Karina. He remarked that it was his first time seeing her in this form. Gradually, the butler began to feel an odd sense of safety around the young man, and Karina herself felt a growing familiarity. She stepped closer to the stranger. He thanked her for awakening him, and said that in return, he had given her his heart. Then he asked how she felt. Was she all right? Karina stared at him in astonishment, slowly realizing who he was. He introduced himself as Azitaha Karina of Crimson. They shook hands, looking more like old friends than master and servant. At Karina's request, the servants withdrew, leaving them space to talk. At the tea table, the dragon's carefree, almost roguish demeanor stood out. The table was filled with fine pastries and tea, and they enjoyed themselves while chatting warmly. The dragon spoke about his travels through the human world in a human form, saying he had returned just in time, before life slipped away from Karina. With satisfaction, he even claimed to be like a foster father to her, since he had given her something as precious as his heart, her life. They spoke excitedly, like people who had known each other for years. The dragon even mentioned her fiancé, the jealous young man with dark eyes. Meanwhile, the male lead was discussing matters with Frell. The moment he heard that a handsome stranger had entered the castle and was with his wife, Million flew into a rage. Right in the middle of work, he rushed back immediately to find her, with Frell following close behind. As soon as he arrived, he froze in shock at the sight of Karina laughing brightly with the stranger. The man was even holding both of her hands. When they heard Million call out, they turned back and smiled at him, yet made no move to let go of each other. Million quickly approached and wrapped his arms around Karina from behind, like a child afraid of losing his mother. His childish behavior made the other two young people laugh, while Million remained deeply uneasy at the thought of his precious treasure being touched by someone else. The dragon greeted Million, and even reached out to pat his head, leaving him stunned. It was the first time in his life anyone had treated him like that. Strangely, he didn't dislike it, it felt warm, in a special way. Still, even after being told the man was a dragon, Million couldn't help but glare at him for being so close to Karina. Time was precious. So as Itaha Karina stood up to bid them farewell and continue his journey. He explained that he, too, didn't have much time left to enjoy life. If his master ceased to exist, both he and Hertha would disappear. This time, he would take Karina's pet along with him. They agreed, said their goodbyes, and parted ways. Frell escorted the dragon out. Now, Million had Karina all to himself. And with her no longer frail, her beauty had only grown more radiant, making it impossible for him to let his guard down. Everyone knows that time passes quickly, but for them, time was far more urgent. So the wedding was set to take place within that very month. And at last, the day arrived. The wedding gown and flowers were exquisitely expensive, everything was lavish and splendid. Karina had finished dressing in her elegant bridal attire, with a touch of lipstick applied by the maids. She looked shy and radiant. At that moment, Million entered to see her, and the instant he caught sight of her breathtaking beauty, he froze in astonishment. He told her she was beautiful, and she told him the same. Hand in hand, they walked down the aisle, under the admiring and emotional gazes of their friends, family, and guests. The wedding ceremony went smoothly, and they were finally, officially together. That night, filled with passion, belonged only to them. The next morning, they smiled happily, enjoying the luxury of sleeping in after an exhausting yet sweet night. It wasn't until the sun was high that Karina began to feel hungry. Million was about to have breakfast brought to their room, but she quickly slipped away to bathe, saying she would come downstairs, much to his reluctant disappointment. In the bath, Karina relaxed her sore body and quietly reflected on everything that had happened. Though she no longer possessed the power to create miracles, she now had days she could spend with Million, and she still had her hands, able to paint as she always had. Happiness filled her heart. And just like that, a new life had begun. Feng invited her downstairs for breakfast, addressing her as madam instead of lady. Karina felt a bit shy, but the butler reassured her that she was now the mistress of the house and needed to grow into that role. Karina delighted in being able to eat foods she once couldn't, rich, oily dishes, for example. To eat and sleep freely like this felt like a dream come true. Million appeared soon after, wearing an outfit that matched hers as always. Together, they looked like the perfect couple, growing more beautiful each day in the warmth of their love and happiness. They sat at the dining table, conversing politely, as nobles do. Days passed peacefully like this after their marriage, until one morning at breakfast. After a few light-hearted remarks, Million joked that Karina had been eating as little as a goat lately. Karina admitted she didn't feel much appetite. She turned to dessert instead, while Million began to silently question himself, wondering what he had done wrong, whether he had joked too much. Then, suddenly, he thought of her health. Could she actually be feeling unwell? Concerned, he summoned Dr. Winston to examine her. The result left Million completely stunned. Winston announced that Karina was pregnant. Million quickly calculated, 3 months had passed since their wedding, and now, a child had come into their lives just like that. He fell into deep thought, hands clasped tightly, troubled. What would become of the child, when both it and Karina only had a few short years together? It was something he had never anticipated. And yet, the sense of anticipation the child brought also filled him with warmth. He told Karina the news himself, his voice heavy with conflicted emotions. She was surprised, but she gently comforted him. Karina said she wanted a complete family like this. And that they would be happy, together, with him and herself. Before the time of diapers and sleepless nights arrived, they decided to take advantage of the moment and go traveling. Their chosen destination, the territory of Ariel. The long journey through beautiful lands filled Karina with childlike joy. The last time she had come to Million's castle, it was in winter, burdened by pain and exhaustion. She had stayed there ever since, unable to go anywhere, unable to witness anything so vibrant and alive. Million felt a bit worried, but he was satisfied seeing how happy his wife was. Soon, they arrived at a place of endless blue skies and warm air. A castle by the seaside stood before them. The region was prosperous and lively, and the scenery along the coast captivated Karina completely. Ariel waved to welcome them. The two young women ran toward each other joyfully, greeting and embracing one another. After that, Ariel invited Karina to take a walk alone. Karina had to reassure Million with some effort, promising she would return before dinner. She gently placed her hand on his cheek, soothing the loneliness he felt at being apart from her, even for a short time. Ariel was kind, treating Karina like a younger sister. When Karina stepped close to the water, Ariel knelt down and removed the pregnant woman's shoes, encouraging her to enjoy the warmth of the place. Suddenly, Ariel paused, looking at Karina and sniffing lightly. Those of the marine family possessed extremely sharp senses, and Ariel had a particularly keen sense of smell. Karina grew uneasy. She had bathed before coming, after all. But Ariel said that Karina carried the scent of a monster along with a child. She asked if Karina was pregnant. Then Ariel smiled and congratulated her, and the baby. After dinner, Karina and Million took a walk along the beach. Ariel had treated them to a lavish feast of seafood, leaving them completely satisfied. Under the shimmering light of the evening, the Pastelio couple walked hand in hand, talking softly. Karina felt a pang of regret, knowing they would have to leave the next day. They embraced and kissed. This beautiful moment would remain in their hearts forever. Even if the light faded like the sunset sinking into the sea, Karina's eyes would always hold only Million. A week of rest passed quickly, leaving them with lingering regrets as they prepared to return. Ariel was promised that she would become the godmother of the Pastelio child, and she was delighted by the idea. As a gift, Ariel gave Karina a large, beautiful seashell, so she could hold it to her ear and listen to the gentle roar of the waves. Watching his wife so happy with these new experiences softened Million's heart. Before long, Karina's belly began to grow. Dr. Winston continued his attentive care. One day, he shared a prophetic dream he had about the child. In the dream, the child was like the result of two miraculous seeds. When he planted them into the ground, two enormous trees, one golden, one blue, grew and intertwined with each other. They radiated a powerful, warm, almost divine light. Even after waking, Winston still felt moved by the vision. Karina was touched. She told him that the bond between him and the child in her womb was wonderful, that he was like a father to her. Winston held her hand and reassured her that a child born with such power would grow up strong and healthy. She had nothing to worry about. Winter eventually arrived, and the day of childbirth drew near. Karina looked at her heavy belly, filled with anticipation. Million was strolling through the garden. As he called out to Karina and approached her, he noticed a familiar figure sitting beside her, grinning brightly in greeting. It was none other than the mischievous dragon. He was happily eating pastries and drinking tea with Karina. Though Million had gradually learned to restrain himself when it came to others getting close to his wife, he still couldn't manage a friendly expression toward Azitaha Karina. Both Azitaha Karina and Ariel had entered Karina's world, each claiming a place in her life, something that rightfully belonged to him. Million was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Ariel had become the child's godmother, and now the dragon declared himself the godfather. He reasoned that Karina was like his own child, since he had given her life once more. It sounded absurd, but strangely convincing. The dragon added that he had returned because he sensed Karina's heart beating irregularly. Karina sighed in relief, saying it was fortunate he had come back before the baby was born. Million could only sigh helplessly. If Karina is happy, then so am I. Azitaha Karina generously shared an important piece of information. Karina had been born with the blessing of a god, and carried the power of a dragon within her. As for Million, the dragon pointed at him and said he wasn't ordinary either. He too had been born with a divine blessing. The reason he was rarely injured and possessed such sharp senses was likely because he had been blessed by the god of war. And so, the Pastelio couple carried within them the essence of art and war, both exceptional, both different. By all logic, a child born from them should not have been possible. But with the dragon's power, it made sense. Million worried about Karina's health, but the dragon assured him there was nothing particularly wrong. He asked for permission to touch the baby. Karina agreed, and Million reluctantly allowed it. The moment the dragon placed his hand on her belly, the baby stirred, satisfied. The dragon said the child was highly sensitive to magical energy. Its senses would be far sharper than those of ordinary people, and for a child, that could be quite difficult. He gave an example. Imagine a cup of wine infused with magic. Some people are like larger vessels, they can hold more, and the quality becomes greater. That is why they are called geniuses. As he spoke, the wine he had magically filled overflowed, spilling over his hand. He calmly wiped it away and continued explaining the flow of magic within the child. Karina grew worried that her child might suffer from the same condition she once had. But the dragon reassured her, she could go to the temple in the capital and receive blessings from the gods. Only there could such a blessing be granted. Karina fell silent. If she returned to the capital, should she go back to her family? But she would die soon anyway, so was it worth it? Million understood her feelings, but he couldn't help her decide. He said that with the baby coming soon, they couldn't travel. But the dragon reminded him that he owned an estate in the capital. If the journey was too far, the dragon could carry them there with his wings. Even a trip riding on Hertha's back would be wonderful, he suggested. Still, the decision weighed heavily on them. Million repeated the dragon's earlier assurance that the child was healthy. That meant they still had time to think. The dragon agreed. In the end, only time could give them the answer. Million knelt before Karina, comforting her. He believed they would be safe. And so, for Karina and their child, they decided to go to the capital. The journey was exhausting, but they made it. The capital, a place Karina thought she would never return to, now welcomed her again after 2 years away. Together with a few servants and Hertha, they stepped into Million's estate there. The final days of waiting felt unbearably long. Fortunately, thanks to the dragon's mana, the baby seemed to grow stronger again. Karina worried a little about gaining weight, but Million saw no problem at all. To him, she was the most beautiful. Frell arrived excitedly with gifts, adorable newborn items for the long-awaited child. He brought many lovely things for a baby girl. And then, the long-awaited moment came. Labor began, and soon, the midwife's voice rang out. A healthy little princess has been born. Million carried the baby over, asking after Karina before gently placing the child in her arms. The baby slept peacefully against her. Though exhausted, Karina felt overwhelming happiness as she gazed at her daughter. After holding her child for only a short while, Karina drifted off to sleep from fatigue. It took 5 days before she began to feel better. As always, Million cared for her devotedly, feeding her spoon by spoon while she rested in bed. He brought the baby to her, complaining softly. The child was quite well behaved, but the moment she was even slightly separated from her mother, she would cry loudly. This was Karina's first time holding her again since the day she was born. The baby opened her eyes, bright and shimmering, with 2 different colors, one golden, the other deep blue. She was a beautiful child, with her father's blue hair. She was so small that her first-time parents were almost afraid to hold her. And just as the dragon had warned, her senses were incredibly sensitive. She cried at nearly everything. Million tried placing her in the cradle and quietly slipping away, but with her natural sensitivity, she noticed immediately. Fortunately, she did not seem bothered by her parents' voices. In Karina's arms, the baby smiled for the first time, like a little angel. As new parents, they held her tiny, chubby hand and stared at her in wonder. Then came the question of her name. With Frell's refined and thoughtful suggestions, several names were proposed. His top choice was Serenus, in the hope that her world would be as peaceful as the sea and its gentle waves, and that she would shine brightly. It felt just right. They sealed the decision with a kiss. Karina added that she would call her by a more affectionate name, Seren. Million had no objections. As long as Karina liked it, that was enough. A few days later, Azitaha Karina returned, proudly declaring that the daughter born from such a magnificent vessel had created a miracle. Though he was rather noisy, contrary to Million's worries, Seren didn't seem disturbed by him at all. Meanwhile, her grandfathers, Feng and Winston, tried their best to dote on and win her affection, yet she still cried frequently. Strangely, whenever she heard the dragon's voice, she seemed delighted. Azitaha Karina asked to hold the baby. Karina happily showed him how to carry such a tiny human, much to her father's jealousy. The moment he touched the newborn, the dragon's heart melted. He played with Seren as if they had known each other forever. It was only natural. She was highly sensitive to magic, and she felt close to the energy surrounding him. As her godfather, Azitaha Karina blessed the child and promised to protect her for life. Karina watched, deeply moved, but she also sighed quietly. If she were to die, the dragon would disappear as well, and Seren would face many farewells. Million teased the dragon, saying that dragons weren't particularly useful when it came to raising a child. The dragon replied that he could protect her, but then, glancing at Seren's fiercely protective father, he admitted that might be unnecessary. In that case, he would grant the child the blessing of a dragon. Soon, she would have to visit the temple, and many things awaited her in the future. Seren's clear, innocent eyes widened with wonder. Before her lay an entire magical world. Just like that, half a year passed quickly. Today, Karina welcomed Frell, who had come to visit. The moment he arrived, he eagerly asked about Seren, and while waiting for Feng to bring the baby, they sat together enjoying tea. Frell couldn't hide his frustration. Although he was no longer overly busy, Million had told him nothing about the child. Worse, Million had even lied to Karina, saying Frell was too occupied, just to explain his long absence. Taking advantage of Million being away, Frell came on his own, proudly declaring his clever timing, and Karina was naturally delighted to see her dear friend again. Soon, the butler wheeled the little princess into the room. Frell rushed over, overjoyed, while Seren stared at him blankly. It was her first time seeing him. Karina shared that Seren was already preparing to crawl, and thanks to their weekly temple visits, she cried less than before. Even so, her extreme sensitivity made things difficult. The faint buzzing of an insect could upset her, and Million had to deal with mosquitoes every day. Frell stood there quietly, gazing at the miraculous little life before him, but the moment he reached out to hold her, Saren burst into loud cries. Karina quickly picked her up and gently explained that the baby might be reacting to the scent of chemicals from his laboratory. Understanding, Frell nodded and said he would go bathe and change before returning, while Saren, still in her mother's arms, glared sharply at him. Karina then carried Saren along the corridor, admiring the peaceful surroundings, yet the happiness in her heart carried a quiet ache. She kissed her daughter softly and whispered that she wished she could stay longer, that she wanted Saren to be truly happy. By the time she returned, Million had also come back. Karina took his coat and placed Saren in his arms, and like any father, he began playing with her gently. It didn't take long for him to notice the extra teacup, and soon the intruder he feared revealed himself, Frell, lounging comfortably in an armchair, clearly pleased with his small victory of finally meeting Saren. Watching Million now, so gentle and devoted, Frell couldn't help but reflect on how much his once unruly friend had changed. Without a word, Million handed the baby over, and this time Saren didn't cry. Holding her for the first time, Frell felt both stunned and deeply moved, immediately questioning why Million had kept her from him. Million replied bluntly that it was because Saren was too adorable, not just cute, but exceptionally so. Frell could only stare, realizing how much his friend had changed, now immersed in the simple, ordinary joys of fatherhood. And Million admitted it himself, he was truly happy. Frell smiled sincerely, telling them how glad he was for their happiness before standing to leave. It was time for him to grow up as well and find his own path. Million told him he was always welcome to visit, and Frell gladly accepted. Stepping outside, Frell looked up at the clear blue sky and realized that they had all become adults. He felt genuinely happy for his longtime friend. After bidding farewell to the butler and receiving some heartfelt, almost fatherly advice, he said goodbye to Karina, quietly pleased that she could still paint a little. He would continue his duty of auctioning her works, even if Million wanted to keep them all. And just like that, they quietly said goodbye to their youth. Under that same sky, in that same capital, the Leopold household was far from joyful. In a noble club, a man had just won a valuable painting in a game of chess, and whispers quickly spread about a rising artist whose works were becoming highly prized. Owning even a few pieces was enough to be considered a true collector, and a young lady named Marcella had recently grown quite proud of possessing several, all managed by Lord Carlos. These conversations reached a nearby group of men, where one remarked that Infric had been absent from high society for quite some time. Infric, who now looked noticeably older after just 2 years, had indeed withdrawn along with his family. His father rarely appeared in public, his mother spent her days in silence, the twins remained within the house, and Abelia was still frail. Ever since Karina left, the household had lost its warmth. Though she had never truly been part of their daily life, her absence left a hollow space that made the family feel incomplete. Lost in thought, Infric suddenly caught Karina's name from the ongoing conversation. His mind began connecting the pieces, and his eyes widened in shock as he heard about a famous painting depicting a mother holding her child, created by an artist currently in the capital. His hands trembled. Karina wasn't dead. He sprang to his feet and rushed home to tell his father. The older man, now gaunt and worn, was equally stunned, yet he restrained any sign of joy. The last time he had seen his daughter, she had made it clear she wanted nothing more to do with them. On his desk lay a painting of Karina, standing alone. Now her image had returned to the Leopold house, but she herself was no longer there. The next day was once again the day Saren visited the temple for her weekly blessing. The weather was clear and gentle as they walked leisurely along the street. Million suggested taking a carriage, worried that carrying Saren would be tiring, but Karina refused, she was much stronger now. He ended up taking the child into his arms instead, holding her affectionately. Since becoming a father, he had truly been a wonderful one. Looking at Saren, Karina suddenly thought of her own childhood, and a quiet sadness crossed her face. Noticing this, Million grew irritated and asked if she wanted him to deal with the Leopold family a little. But before he could say more, Saren burst into tears at the expression on his face, forcing him to stop. Now, they were a complete and happy family, walking side by side through the streets. At that moment, a carriage passed by. Inside, a blonde boy silently watched them, it was Felden. He did not stop Abelia when she called out to her sister. The girl cried painfully, but Felden reminded her that Karina was no longer part of the Leopold family, and that she no longer wished to see them. Abelia fell silent and obediently followed him to the hospital for her regular checkup. Karina soon arrived at the temple. She lifted Saren from the stroller and gently told her that this was the temple she loved the most. Saren's father had gone off to attend to some business, while the servants waited outside. Mother and daughter stepped inside together, ascending the long, solemn stone steps. A priest stood at the top to greet them. It was Lord Callan, calm and gentle in demeanor. Saren seemed delighted by him, reaching out her arms, asking to be held despite Karina's hesitation. Callan accepted her with a warm smile. Karina understood, her daughter was highly sensitive to divine energy, and Callan, a high-ranking priest, carried that power. He spoke about the strength of the gods, and Karina shared her own experiences witnessing their power. Yet her expression revealed a trace of doubt. Callan asked if she resented the gods, but Karina shook her head. She had also received much from them. He then invited her into a reception room for tea. Naturally, Karina was treated as an honored guest, as her husband had generously supported the temple. Saren soon fell asleep peacefully on a nearby seat, while Karina engaged in light, polite conversation with the priest. At one point, they even joked about Million's habit of bullying with money, making Callan laugh so hard he nearly coughed. After a while, Saren woke up and sat quietly in her mother's arms. Callan then brought up the rumors about the painter Karina, proudly gesturing toward a carefully covered painting in the center of the room. Karina felt a flicker of tension, worried he might recognize her, but instead, he only showed admiration and asked for her autograph, without exposing her identity. On the wall hung a grand painting in a gilded frame, a vivid spring landscape of mountains and forests. The light within it seemed almost magical, as if it radiated from the canvas itself, captivating anyone who looked upon it. With his heightened spiritual awareness, Callan could clearly sense divine power within the artwork. He stepped closer, then returned to gently place his hand on Saren's head, offering her a blessing. Soon after, Karina and her daughter bid him farewell and left the temple. Later, Callan confided in a fellow priest that Saren amazed him greatly. Yet Karina herself seemed to contain something even more extraordinary, as if a mysterious power within her was sealed, delaying her death. He expressed a quiet hope that one day they might join the temple, though he doubted it would ever happen. The Duke Pastelio was far too possessive. He would never allow anyone to take what he considered his, not even royalty. Not long after, Callan received an invitation from the royal family, summoning the nobility to attend a grand banquet. It seemed that the recent emergence of heretics had become a growing concern, just as he had feared. Karina returned home, and later that night, she and her husband lay on the bed talking like any ordinary couple, while Saren played beside them. Million complained that the royal family would surely force him to take on more work this time, and he was already exhausted just thinking about it. On top of that, he had received a mandatory invitation to a banquet for all nobles. What troubled him most, however, was the thought of Karina appearing in public. Even if she wore a veil or a mask, he still wouldn't feel at ease. Worse, there were people there she would not want to see. He sighed, lamenting how quickly time had passed. It felt like only yesterday he had brought her back from the brink of death, yet more than 2 years had already gone by. Karina gently reassured him, reminding him that they had spent wonderful days together, and that Saren was surrounded by love even when the time for farewell eventually came. Smiling, she comforted him with both tenderness and quiet passion. Their conversation nearly turned into another intimate night, but Saren, fascinated by the lamp, suddenly insisted on wedging herself between her parents. With no choice, they laughed it off and postponed their moment. As they continued talking, Million added that Saren would also have to attend the banquet, despite being only a few months old. The mood grew heavier as Million spoke of the unrest spreading across the land. He mentioned rumors of heretics appearing everywhere, causing trouble. Reports from the north were especially disturbing. An entire mountain had vanished, and a massive winged creature had been seen hovering in the sky, along with ancient beasts reappearing. Even the Pastelio territory had been affected. These rumors frustrated him, especially since he himself was still perfectly fine. Meanwhile, those heretics had been spreading their influence, even curing a strange illness that had recently begun to spread. To the royal family, this posed a threat, as divine authority had always belonged solely to them. Sensing the tension, Million pulled Karina close and assured her that she didn't need to worry, he would protect her and Saren no matter what. Back at the temple, Callan was equally troubled by the growing instability. Standing near the fireplace, he spoke to the young woman beside him. She was none other than the 42nd High Priestess, Yurgashir Kalium Rippet. With radiant golden eyes and matching hair, she carried an almost divine presence. She was also the one Callan had just instructed his disciples to watch carefully, lest the Holy Lady become so absorbed in her duties that she forgot to eat again. The news weighed heavily on both of them. Callan added that Saren and Karina would also be required to attend the banquet, which only deepened Yurgashir's concern. It seemed the heretics had unsettled the royal family enough to summon all nobles. At the mention of divine authority, the high priestess sighed in frustration, admitting she disliked the gods. Their so-called blessings often felt cruel. Callan immediately scolded her for such extreme words. Yurgishir groaned, holding her head. How stifling. You used to call me sister, you know? That only made Callan fuss even more like family, loudly complaining about how often she skipped meals and declaring he would personally bring her dinner. Left alone, the high priestess leaned back, lost in thought. She remembered when Callan had just been a trembling, lonely boy in the shadows. It was she who had reached out to him, allowing him to call her sister. Since then, he had joined the temple, and they had remained by each other's side for years. The next day, the banquet began, and all nobles were required to attend. Karina was finishing her makeup while Saren was already dressed in her little outfit. Mother and daughter wore matching attire, and Saren beamed happily in her arms. Karina looked so beautiful that Million almost didn't want to let her go at all. Earlier that day, however, Million had made a special visit to the Leopold household. He had sent an anonymous letter stating only that the Leopold family would not attend the banquet. Sitting in their drawing room, he faced Lord Leopold, who looked worn and exhausted. The older man quickly guessed who had sent the message. Maintaining his usual composed demeanor, though filled with unspoken thoughts, Million explained that it would be better for the Leopolds not to attend, to avoid rumors, especially after Karina's supposed funeral and his own marriage to a commoner named Karina. It would also spare Karina from facing them again after their last meeting in the north. Lord Leopold sighed and quietly confirmed that his daughter was alive. He said that as long as she was happy, that was enough, even if she no longer carried the Leopold name. All he wished was for her to live a long life. Million felt a heaviness in his chest. A long life was something Karina could not have, but seeing the peace in his father-in-law's expression, he chose to remain silent. In truth, he also wanted to protect the Leopolds from whatever schemes might unfold at the banquet, though he did not say so. He simply stood and prepared to leave. At that moment, Abelia burst into the room, throwing the door open. She rushed toward Million, grabbing his hand and pleading with him to make her sister happy. Million gave no answer, but in truth, he was already doing exactly that. It seemed that, over time, the members of the Leopold family had begun to change, becoming more mature through their experiences. Even so, they did not know one thing. Karina had never truly hated them. With that agreement settled, Million returned to the carriage, where Karina and Saren were already waiting. Under his protection, both mother and daughter felt completely at ease, free from fear. Soon after, they arrived at the banquet. As they entered, faint murmurs spread among the nobles, whispering about the background of the Duchess of Pastellio, but it was nothing of real concern. At the entrance of the palace, they encountered Callan and the high priestess of the temple. Yurgishir, with her radiant presence and warm aura, reminded Karina of the goddess of creation she had once met, filling her with a strange sense of comfort. The high priestess blessed little Saren, who immediately took a liking to the beautiful woman. Million stayed close to Karina, attentively caring for her, gently reminding her to tell him if she felt tired. Their presence soon caught the attention of a mysterious guest. Watching from a distance, the man quietly remarked to his attendant that he found the creature in the woman's arms quite fascinating. He was curious about the immense power hidden within the child. He was one of the heretics, and at once, he began looking for a way to approach Saren. His assistant stepped forward first, bowing politely before introducing himself to Million as a merchant planning to travel north. He extended his hand confidently in greeting. Then the man himself approached, putting on a friendly demeanor as he expressed interest in Saren, even reaching out as if to hold her. Strangely, Saren showed an unusual fondness for the man. At first, Karina felt reassured, believing her daughter only reacted strongly to divine energy. But then a sense of unease crept in. Something about the man's approach felt too natural, too smooth, unnaturally so. She turned to Million only to find that there was no trace of caution in his eyes. He didn't even try to stop a stranger from touching their child. That, more than anything, alarmed her. Gently, she placed her hand on his cheek and called out to him. Almost instantly, Million snapped out of it, saying he had momentarily felt dazed. Seeing the tenderness in his gaze as he looked at his wife, the mysterious man grew even more intrigued. The cold, battle-hardened duke, known as the gatekeeper of the north, was smiling so gently. How then, had this woman remained unaffected by his power? Clicking his tongue softly, the man smirked. As expected, a royal banquet is always full of entertaining opportunities. And so, this marked chapter 108 of this long tale. Yet as the story unfolds, it promises even greater tension and excitement ahead. The characters continue to grow, becoming ever more vivid and compelling. Let us look forward to what comes next. Thank you, and see you in the next chapter.